Jiang Chen traverses into a fantastical realm, awakening the chance crit system. By merely bestowing fortunes upon others, he can trigger critical reward bonuses. You have gifted a century-old spiritual herb, triggering a 100-fold critical hit and receiving a millennium-old spiritual herb in return. You have offered a fragment of the supreme bone, triggering a million-fold critical hit and receiving the divine demon supreme bone as a reward. Subsequently, Jiang Chen discovers that his elder brother, Jiang Yu, has devoured the remnants of an emperor's soul, while his third brother, Jiang Daoxin, possesses a gluttonous divine body. With Jiang Chen's continuous investments, a trio of emperors emerges, rendering them invincible across the world. Chapter 1. The Chance Crit System. In the Hongwu heavenly domain, within the city of Shunfeng, lies the Jiang family. A soft grunt escapes as the young boy on the bed slowly opens his eyes, bewilderedly surveying his surroundings. Where's this place? Just as he murmurs a few words, a sudden wave of excruciating pain courses through his mind, and a torrent of unfamiliar information begins to materialize. The four great families, second young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Chen. Have I crossed over? After digesting the information in his mind, a look of astonishment spreads across Jiang Chen's face. He was originally a denizen of the Blue Star, having recently been engaged in gaming at an internet cafe with his roommate, only to awaken in this strange place. As he continues to organize the information swirling in his mind, his shock intensifies, and a hint of excitement flickers across his brow. The Hongwu heavenly domain reveres martial prowess. Upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, one can grasp the moon in the heavens or turn seas and rivers upside down. Cultivation levels: body refinement realm, divine sea realm, creation realm, cave heaven realm, void breaking realm, three souls realm, life and death realm, Tao harmonization realm. As more memories are digested, Jiang Chen's complexion darkens. His lineage is indeed respectable, being part of one of the four great families in Shunfeng City. And although his father is not the family head, his power is second only to the head. Yet, Jiang Chen is disheartened by the fact that the body he has inhabited possesses abysmal cultivation talent. His body refinement level, which is merely the 5th stage, has been accumulated through the use of drugs. The key issue is that this individual, feeling quite pleased with himself, believes his talent to be unparalleled, indulging in a life of debauchery. Just a few days ago, he was invited by the second young master of the Xiao family to the Tianxiang Pavilion for a night of revelry, where under the incessant flattery, Jiang Chen quickly became inebriated. In a haze, he felt a sudden prick and then gradually lost consciousness. Recalling this, Jiang Chen hurriedly rolled up his sleeves, discovering a minuscule puncture wound. If not for a close inspection, it would have easily been overlooked. Given his current condition, he instantly understood that the original owner had been schemed against, and he had fortuitously gained an advantage. Could they be after my kidney? The thought of someone lurking in the shadows sends a chill down Jiang Chen's spine. Despite his rebirth, the dangers have not dissipated. Should that person discover he is still alive, they would undoubtedly attempt to strike again. Jiang Chen declared, "No, since heaven has granted me this chance to traverse, I cannot perish so easily. My fate can only be controlled by myself." After uttering a few words of encouragement, Jiang Chen suddenly recalled that those who traverse often possess a golden finger. With this in mind, he tentatively called out, "System, are you there?" Ding! Congratulations, host, for discovering the existence of this system so swiftly. As a reward, you receive 10 big bidoos. Binding chance crit system. Listening to the notification resounding in his mind, Jiang Chen felt a mix of shock and anger. He was astonished to have actually summoned a system, but irate that it offered no novice gift pack, instead bestowing him with 10 big bidoos. Who could tolerate this? Jiang Chen exclaimed, "System, you. Please activate the microphone for communication." After a friendly exchange, the system failed to deliver the big bidoo rewards. Jiang Chen inquired, "System, what is the purpose of this chance crit, and how can it assist me?" Ding! The host simply needs to bestow their own fortunes upon others to trigger the system's critical compensation, with the critical multiplier being random. Through the system's explanation, Jiang Chen finally grasped its function. By gifting his fortunes to others, the system would randomly generate a critical multiplier, yielding new rewards in return. The higher the multiplier, the better the rewards, with the minimum multiplier set at 2. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Second young master, joyous news, truly joyous news. A courteous voice called from beyond the door. Creak. Jiang Chen opened the door to find a shifty-eyed young man, around 20 years of age, with a body refinement level of the 3rd stage. His face bore an excited grin. Through the memories in his mind, Jiang Chen recognized him as Chun Ming, his most favored lackey. However, Jiang Chen discerned that although this fellow wore a smile, his pupils abruptly contracted upon seeing him emerge from the room, and his demeanor darkened. Noticing this, coupled with the mysterious death of the original host in his own chamber, Jiang Chen instantly realized that this person must harbor ulterior motives. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen maintained a well-controlled expression, directing his gaze towards Chun Ming ahead. He inquired in a deep voice, "What joyous occasion is this? Shouting so early in the morning. If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I shall have to break your legs today." Upon hearing this, Chun Ming was momentarily taken aback, but quickly managed to suppress his bewilderment. He ingratiatingly responded, "Second young master, the young lady of the Yun family has come to the Jiang residence, and she is currently in the reception hall." "The young lady of the Yun family?" "Jiang Chen. You mean Yun Xixiue?" "Chun Ming. Precisely, it is Yun Xixiue. Accompanying her on this visit is an elder from the Luo Yun sect. The Luo Yun sect stands alongside the imperial dynasty, boasting numerous formidable practitioners. Should one gain admission, their family status would surely soar." "Jiang Chen, are you out of your mind? What does Yun Xixue's visit to the Jiang family have to do with me? How is this a joyous occasion?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen prepared to deliver a harsh reprimand. However, before he could act, Chun Ming spoke again. "Young master, the reason they have come to the Jiang residence is to annul the engagement with that good-for-nothing Jiang Yu. The master has stated that if we seize this opportunity well, we can successfully claim the position of family head. By then, you shall be the young head of the Jiang family, which is certainly a cause for celebration." Jiang Chen rapidly sifted through his memories. Jiang Yu, the son of Jiang Wenkong, the family head of the Jiang family, is one of the few prodigies of the clan. Unfortunately, after an accident during an outing, he lost all his cultivation talent. As the young lady of the Yun family, Yun Xixue was engaged to Jiang Yu due to Jiang Wenkong's favor towards the Yun family, along with the collaboration between the two esteemed families, leading to the betrothal. In truth, barring unforeseen circumstances, the two were destined to unite. However, shortly after Jiang Yu's misfortune, Yun Xixue was accepted as an inner disciple of the Luo Yun sect, recommended by one of its disciples. This caused the relationship between the Jiang and Yun families to become delicate, and Jiang Chen had heard that Jiang Yu's injury seemed to have some connection to Yun Xixue, though the specific reasons remain unknown to this day. As for his father, he had been coveting the position of family head for years, constantly creating trouble for Jiang Wenkong. The internal competition within the Jiang family was relentless. A genius turned into a waste. A fiancé arriving to annul the engagement? Jiang Chen, this feels oddly familiar. Isn't my elder brother the quintessential son of destiny? This inevitably reminded Jiang Chen of a certain saying. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Observing Jiang Chen lost in thought, Chun Ming could not help but speak again. "Young master, we should hurry over. That good-for-nothing Jiang Yu should be arriving soon." Slap. However, as soon as Chun Ming finished speaking, Jiang Chen delivered a sharp reprimand. Coldly he stated, "Mind your status. Though my elder brother's cultivation has regressed, he remains the young master of the Jiang family. If you dare to disrespect him again, I will take your life." Thud. "Chun Ming, young master, spare me. I shall never dare again." Looking into Jiang Chen's eyes filled with murderous intent, Chun Ming, though puzzled, reacted swiftly and immediately knelt down to beg for mercy. Chapter 2. The Panlong Jade Pendant. Observing Chun Ming, who was incessantly bowing in reverence, Jiang Chen's demeanor remained remarkably composed, gazing at him with an air of indifference. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen spoke coldly. "Very well, I shall spare you this time. Should there be a next time, do not expect my mercy." Chun Ming replied, "Thank you, young master, for your grace. I assure you that there will be no next time." As he spoke, he lowered his head heavily, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes, his expression momentarily grotesque. However, when he lifted his gaze once more, his visage transformed into one of trepidation, perfectly masking any trace of his previous sentiments. After casting a glance at Chun Ming, Jiang Chen strode toward the main hall, arriving shortly at the reception chamber. Upon entering, he sensed a tense atmosphere. Seated at the head of the table was not the family patriarch, Jiang Wenkong, but rather an unfamiliar elderly gentleman. Beside him sat a young woman clad in a flowing purple robe, her features exquisitely delicate, with a standard oval face, elegantly arched brows, and lips reminiscent of cherries. She was none other than the eldest daughter of the Yun family, Yun Xixue. Meanwhile, the family patriarch, Jiang Wenkong, occupied a seat among the elders, flanked by a youth of around 18 or 19 years. This young man, with striking eyebrows and starry eyes, had long black hair cascading freely over his shoulders, and his countenance was extraordinarily handsome. Upon sighting him, Jiang Chen immediately recognized his identity. He was Jiang Wenkong's son, Jiang Yu, the central figure of today's annulled engagement. Yet, this once promising genius of the Jiang family now found his cultivation lacking compared to his own, explaining why the engagement was being called off. It must be said that the Jiang family's aesthetic appeal was undeniable. From the current circumstances, it appeared that discussions between the two parties had reached a substantial conclusion, making Jiang Chen's arrival quite timely. "Chenner, come this way." At that moment, a call from the left caught Jiang Chen's attention. Turning toward the voice, he discovered that it belonged to a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s. Despite the weariness etched upon his face, it did not detract from his handsome features. This man was none other than Jiang Chen's adoptive father in this life, Jiang Wenqing. Retracting his gaze, Jiang Chen approached Jiang Wenqing. "Father," he greeted softly, naturally taking a seat beside him. Just then, Jiang Wenqing extended a brocade box toward Jiang Chen. "Father, what is this?" Jiang Chen inquired. "This is a special gift I prepared for you. Set it aside for now and take your time to examine it later," Jiang Wenqing replied, a smile gracing his lips. His eyes filled with affection as he regarded Jiang Chen. Upon receiving the brocade box, Jiang Chen cast a fleeting glance, immediately revealing a look of astonishment, for within the ornate box lay a century-old crimson blood spirit mushroom. One must understand the considerable worth of such an item. Even with his father's current status, acquiring a century-old spirit mushroom would undoubtedly require a substantial expenditure. Observing the adoring gaze in Jiang Wenqing's eyes, Jiang Chen felt a surge of emotion within. Not long after Jiang Chen took his seat, Jiang Yu raised his head to look at Xianxia above him. Speaking slowly, "I have no objections to the annulment of the engagement, but the Yin family must fully return the betrothal gifts given by the Jiang family." Upon hearing this, a smile immediately graced Xianxia's face as she softly replied, "Very well, no problem." With a gentle clap of her hands, a group of attendants swiftly entered the great hall, carrying numerous trays. The trays held an array of jewelry pulsating with spiritual energy, clearly not of mundane origin, revealing the considerable investment made by the Jiang family at that time. In addition to the jewelry, there was a dazzling golden box. When opened, it revealed a chest brimming with spirit stones. Upon seeing these spirit stones, the elders of the Jiang family instantly brightened, many of them displaying fervent expressions. Observing the reaction of the Jiang family members, Xianxia's smile deepened, her eyes glinting with disdain as she continued, "In addition to the betrothal gifts, this chest of spirit stones serves as compensation to the Jiang family." At this moment, Xianxia's countenance was filled with proud arrogance. However, Jiang Yu did not focus on the chest of spirit stones. Instead, he meticulously searched through the jewelry. After a thorough examination, Jiang Yu's brow furrowed as he gravely remarked, "This betrothal gift is amiss. Where is the dragon-patterned jade pendant that belonged to my mother?" As Jiang Yu's words hung in the air, Xianxia's smile froze, and an unusual glint flashed in her eyes, though she quickly masked it. "I accidentally misplaced the pendant. It was merely an ordinary piece of jade. These spirit stones can easily compensate for the loss," she asserted. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's expression darkened, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Under the weight of Jiang Yu's icy stare, Xianxia felt an uncomfortable shiver run through her, yet she swiftly regained her composure, her demeanor turning exceedingly indifferent, with arrogance unmistakably evident. "It was just a broken pendant. With such a generous compensation of spirit stones from junior sister Yin, you should consider yourself fortunate. Greed can lead to one's downfall." At that moment, a voice slowly emerged. Jiang Chen turned to locate the source and found it to be a young man clad in black robes, appearing to be around 20 years of age. The man regarded Jiang Yu with an air of arrogance, yet when he turned to look at Xianxia, his eyes were filled with admiration. Beside him, Jiang Yu immediately realized the implications. It was evident that there was an intimate connection between the two. In the face of the black-cloaked man's threats, Jiang Yu remained unresponsive, his gaze fixated on Xianxia. Jiang Wenkong's expression darkened noticeably. Meanwhile, Jiang Wenqing observed Jiang Yu's silence, and a glimmer of intent flickered in his eyes. He was about to mockingly urge Jiang Yu to present the marriage contract. This would not only provide him an opportunity to undermine Jiang Wenkong, but also enable him to seize the spiritual stones for his son's advancement. Just as Jiang Wenqing prepared to rise and speak, he felt a hand pressing down on his arm, causing him to pause momentarily. Looking down, he discovered it was his own son, Jiang Chen, subtly shaking his head, conveying a clear message: do not speak. Gazing into his son's resolute eyes, Jiang Wenqing, though perplexed by the situation, reluctantly settled back into his seat. With Jiang Wenqing silenced, the other elders naturally followed suit, watching in silence. Noticing Jiang Yu's reticence, the black-cloaked man's demeanor turned icy. Just as he was about to speak again, Jiang Yu's voice broke through. I can overlook other matters, but the Panlong Jade pendant must be returned. Jiang Yu's stance was unwavering. Witnessing his blatant disregard for the situation, Yin Shishue's expression hardened, and the surrounding temperature dropped perceptibly. Coldly, she replied, I have stated that the pendant is lost. Is there any point in your insistence? Offending the Yin family will bring no benefit to the Jiang family, especially with the other two major families already poised to strike. At this moment, Yin Shishue directly threatened Jiang Yu, making her intentions unmistakable should he continue to be obstinate. The Yin family would ally with the other two major families to suppress the Jiang family. Observing Yin Shishue's confident demeanor, Jiang Yu's eyes also turned cold. In truth, he bore no ill will towards Yin Shishue's arrival to annul the marriage. He had never valued the engagement. If it was to be dissolved, so be it. However, her attempt to claim the jade pendant left behind by his mother ignited a fierce rage within him. Enough of this delay. Present the marriage contract at once. The black-cloaked man urged once more. Suppressing his fury, Jiang Yu reiterated, I will ask you one final time. Where's the Panlong jade pendant? With a loud thud, Yin Shishue declared, Jiang Yu, if you continue to be unreasonable, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. She slammed her hand on the table, rising from her seat, her eyes betraying a murderous intent. At this moment, she had clearly resolved to take drastic action. Very well, I shall grant you your wish. Take the betrothal gift back with you. There is no need for its return. As Jiang Yu's words hung in the air, a wave of confusion washed over the gathered assembly. Jiang Yu strode to the desk, took up his pen, and boldly inscribed a large character for divorce. Subsequently, he cast the paper toward Yin Shishue, his voice cold as he declared, from this moment forth, we shall have no further entanglements. I will personally retrieve the Panlong jade pendant. Jiang Yu's expression was solemn, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Yin Shishue above him. Upon receiving the paper and seeing the enormous character that dominated its surface, Yin Shishue initially froze in surprise. However, she quickly regained her composure, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from her, causing her body to tremble slightly. In a chilling tone, she demanded, Are you seeking to divorce me? As her words hung in the air, her raven hair whipped about wildly, her aura escalating as a profound killing intent surged forth. Her gaze locked onto Jiang Yu with deadly intent. With her fury ignited, shards of ice began to materialize around her, and the temperature within the grand hall plummeted, creating a palpable tension in the atmosphere. With Yin Shishue's declaration, a wave of astonishment rippled through the hall. Meanwhile, as the events unfolded, Jiang Chen became increasingly convinced of his elder brother's extraordinary nature. Nonetheless, the unconventional divorce decree evoked a barely suppressed chuckle from him. Upon hearing the term divorce decree, the elder seated at the head of the table narrowed his eyes, the atmosphere immediately thickening with an oppressive weight. Concurrently, Yin Shishue could no longer contain her fury, coldly retorting, Dare to humiliate me like this? You seek death. As her words fell, she swiftly summoned ice crystals with her murderous intent, her aura surging violently as she charged directly at Jiang Yu. On another front, the man in the black robe, initially poised to intervene, opted to observe as Yin Shishue unleashed her icy powers. Given her cultivation at the 6th level of body refinement, combined with her ice affinity, even a typical practitioner at the 9th level would find her a formidable opponent, let alone a mere Jiang Yu. Be careful. Jiang Wenkong, witnessing Yin Shishue's aggressive move, hastily summoned his own vital energy, reaching out to intervene. However, he quickly sensed something amiss, with Jiang Yu at merely the 1st level of body refinement. A direct hit from Yin Shishue would surely spell disaster. At that moment, Jiang Wenkong's eyes turned blood red, unleashing the full force of his 3rd-tier spirit sea cultivation. Yet, just as Jiang Wenkong surged forward, the elder at the head of the table narrowed his eyes, a terrifying pressure sweeping through the hall. The moment this pressure materialized, Jiang Wenkong and the Jiang family members found themselves halted, as if a colossal mountain had descended upon them, their bodies immobilized in place. At this critical juncture, Jiang Wenkong gritted his teeth and forcefully broke through the old man's aura blockade, swiftly positioning himself in front of Jiangyu. Thunderous echoes resonated, yet he was still a fraction too late. Although he managed to deflect the majority of the attack, residual waves still struck Jiangyu. With a cough, Jiangyu spat out a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward, crashing against the doorframe beside him. Furthermore, his form was rapidly encrusted with ice crystals. Yue! Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Wenkong's eyes flared with rage, but the old man's imposing presence surged once more, rendering him utterly immobile. Yin Shishue, you have a cruel heart. Jiang Wenkong turned to face Yin Shishue, his voice resonating with a deep, furious growl. Humph! He brought this upon himself, she scoffed, displaying utter disdain for his outburst. The unexpected turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. Upon sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from the old man, the elders of the Jiang family wore expressions of sheer horror. Witnessing their family head being so blatantly humiliated ignited a sense of indignation within them. Typically, such conflicts were internal matters, but now that the affront was laid bare, they could not afford to remain passive. Jiang Wenqing also rose slowly from his seat, his gaze fixed intently upon the old man before him. Ah, he is still alive. Observing Jiangyu, who was continuously coughing blood, the figure in black couldn't help but express his astonishment. Swiftly, he moved closer to Jiangyu, raising his arm as he prepared to deliver a lethal strike. Enough, this ends here. At that moment, the elder at the forefront gradually stood up, a grave voice emanating from his lips. As soon as the elder spoke, the figure in black turned to regard him. Elder Chun, this scoundrel dares to humiliate junior sister Shishua. He cannot be allowed to escape unscathed. While speaking, the figure in black cast a soft gaze toward Yin Shishua. The elder gently waved his hand. This fellow is already incapacitated. There is no need for further action. We must avoid giving others cause to gossip. Our Luyun sect is not a sect that bullies the weak. Listening to the elder's hypocritical words, Jiang Wenkong felt as if his lungs were about to burst with fury. Meanwhile, as the elder's words echoed in the air, the figure in black slowly retracted his hand, his gaze toward Jiangyu filled with scorn. Consider yourself fortunate. I shall spare your life today. Yin Shishue, witnessing that the figure in black had refrained from killing Jiangyu, could not suppress a flicker of disappointment, though she quickly concealed it. Damn it! I should have used my full strength earlier, she lamented inwardly, feeling a twinge of regret. With the elder's intervention, any chance for her to strike was now utterly lost. Jiangyu was gravely injured by his own strike, rendering him utterly incapacitated for life. No longer a threat to himself. Contemplating this, Yin Shishue felt a surge of relief. After a moment of silence, the elder scanned the crowd with an air of superiority before speaking coldly. In light of the Yun family's reputation, I shall not hold this against you today. Take heed. With that, he rose from his seat and strode towards the Great Hall's exit. Yin Shishue cast a detached glance at Jiangyu before following suit, exhibiting no signs of regret. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen seized the moment amidst the standoff, swiftly approaching Jiangyu's side to assist him. Observing the trio moving away, he could not help but utter, Yin Shishue, today you may look down upon my elder brother Jiangyu, but one day you shall regret it. Upon hearing this, the leading elder halted, turning to glance at Jiang Chen with a mocking expression. Regret? You are not worthy, merely a band of worthless fools, daring to speak so brazenly. Ha ha! Truly unaware of your own limitations. The figure in black beside him burst into laughter, his disdain evident. Without a backward glance, the trio departed. Once they were far away, the hall fell into a brief silence, and the onlookers exchanged peculiar glances towards Jiang Chen. It was well known that Jiang Chen and Jiangyu rarely saw eye to eye, yet in this moment, he not only refrained from taking advantage of Jiangyu's misfortune, but actively defended him, a most unusual occurrence. Even Jiang Wenqing was momentarily taken aback. Jiangyu lifted his gaze toward Jiang Chen. Reflecting on the words he had just spoken, his expression resolutely transformed. Moreover, his perception of Jiang Chen had shifted significantly. Coughing incessantly, Jiangyu's mouth bled, and his breath grew increasingly erratic. Are you all right? Jiang Wenkong exclaimed, snapping back to reality. He rushed over, taking Jiangyu from Jiang Chen's grasp and quickly administering several healing pills to him. Upon examining Jiang Yu's injuries, his countenance darkened. Given Jiang Yu's current condition, ordinary pills would be of little use. If the injuries could not be managed swiftly, he might be forever barred from cultivation. However, with the situation unfolding so abruptly, even if Jiang Wenkang had the means to procure spiritual herbs, it was impossible to gather them in such a short time. Just as despair loomed, Jiang Chen spoke up quickly. "Uncle, use this to treat my brother. It should aid in his recovery." Eh? Jiang Wenkang looked up, astonished to see Jiang Chen holding a brocade box in his hands. Within the box lay a crimson mushroom of spiritual significance. Upon sensing the fluctuations in its aura, a smile of delight graced Jiang Wenkang's visage. Jiang Wenkang remarked, "Xiao Chenyu." Observing this exchange, Jiang Wenqing's expression shifted instantly. "Xianxia, this mushroom was specifically prepared for you." The remainder of his words remained unspoken, yet the implication was abundantly clear. Jiang Chen lifted his gaze to his father and softly articulated, "Father, we are of the same root. Why should we hasten to cause each other harm? We are family." Boom! As these words escaped Jiang Chen's lips, a thunderous revelation struck Jiang Wenqing's mind. After a moment of stunned silence, a look of relief spread across his face. "We are of the same root. Why should we hasten to cause each other harm?" Jiang Wenqing acknowledged, "Sure, it appears you possess greater foresight. I have been foolish." The other elders, upon hearing this sentiment, involuntarily bowed their heads in contemplation. Subsequently, Jiang Wenqing directed his attention towards Jiang Wenkang and gently proposed, "Elder brother, please accept this. Stabilize Xiao Yu's condition first, and we can deal with the spiritual herb later." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Wenkang nodded solemnly, accepting the herb from Jiang Chen's hands, his eyes glistening with emotion. It is worth noting that since he assumed the role of family head, Jiang Wenqing had not referred to him as elder brother for quite some time. This long-lost sense of familiarity stirred profound feelings within him. Jiang Wenkang declared, "Second brother, I shall tend to Xiao Yu's injuries first. Once his condition is stable, I will return to find you." Jiang Wenqing replied, "All right." With that, Jiang Wenkang swiftly escorted Jiang Yu towards the courtyard. Ding! Congratulations, host has gifted a century-old spiritual herb, triggering a tenfold critical reward, and has obtained a millennium-old blood mushroom. Hearing the notification resound in his mind, an expression of excitement emerged in Jiang Chen's eyes. The system has indeed not deceived me. It has truly triggered the critical reward. Not only has this resolved the familial discord, but my gains have also multiplied, yielding a double benefit. With this thought, Jiang Chen's exhilaration intensified. Chapter 4, Purification and Strength Surge. After conversing with his father for a while, Jiang Chen made his way to his room. Due to the need to complete some final tasks, Jiang Wenqing departed with the other elders. Soon, news of Jiang Yu's divorce spread throughout Shinfeng City, igniting a considerable uproar. Not long ago, rumors had circulated that an elder from the Luoyun sect had come to withdraw from the engagement with Yunxi Xue. Now, the news of the divorce seemed to present a stark contrast. Faced with this revelation, the populace was astonished yet remained skeptical, particularly as the Yun family had not yet issued a response, rendering the situation all the more enigmatic. Creak. Upon returning to his courtyard, Jiang Chen found no trace of Chun Ming, which rendered his expression even more frigid. What a treacherous sycophant. It seems the demise of the previous host is undoubtedly linked to you. He did not linger on this matter further and casually shut the door behind him. Subsequently, he swiftly summoned the system interface and retrieved a spiritual herb from his storage space. Gazing at the herb, which appeared as though it had been soaked in blood, a glimmer of excitement illuminated Jiang Chen's face. As soon as the herb emerged, a unique fragrance permeated the room, causing every pore on Jiang Chen's body to relax significantly. System, if I were to consume it directly, would I risk exploding? Ding! Rest assured, host, this millennium-old blood spirit mushroom is a nourishing herb. While it can purify your physical form, its effects are not as intense as those of other herbs, resulting in merely a slight discomfort. There is no risk of explosion. Hearing the system's reassurances, Jiang Chen's concerns dissipated entirely. He took a bite of the blood spirit mushroom, feeling that his body was exceedingly frail. Since this substance could cleanse his physique and facilitate a transformative rebirth, any fleeting pain was negligible. As the herb entered his mouth, a wave of sweetness erupted, surprising him. He had anticipated a bitter taste, but the flavor was unexpectedly pleasant. As the herb descended, aside from a slight warmth in his body, there were no signs of chaotic energy surging forth. and his courage swelled considerably. Crunch, crunch. Before long, Jiang Chen had consumed the entire herb. Boom! As time elapsed, the once dormant blood within him began to surge, and his meridians rapidly expanded. Hiss! Intense pain coursed through his body, escalating in severity. This agony nearly rendered Jiang Chen unconscious. What the hell? At that moment, he realized he had been gravely misled. This was not mere discomfort. It felt as if his very guts were being torn asunder. Cries of anguish erupted from his lips as he wished fervently for the system to open a channel for communication. Gritting his teeth, he endured the violent pain that crashed over him like tumultuous waves, coming in relentless waves. Yet, Jiang Chen was not without reward. His strength surged rapidly. Peak of the 5th layer of body refinement. 6th layer. 7th layer. Complete mastery of the 10th layer. Moreover, a substantial amount of filth emerged from his body, filling the air with a foul stench. Unbeknownst to him, 3 hours had passed. As the pain within Jiang Chen gradually subsided, his once pristine white robe transformed into a deep black hue. Suddenly, he opened his tightly shut eyes, holding his breath as he swiftly dashed out of the room, leaping into the waters of the backyard pond. In a short while, the previously crystal-clear waters began to change color, and the fish within turned belly up, floating lifelessly to the surface. Please activate the microphone for communication. Splash. After cleansing himself of the grime, Jiang Chen propelled himself out of the pond with a powerful leap. Observing his infant-like skin, a satisfied smile graced his face. What a remarkable cleansing of marrow and bones. Not only has it enhanced my absorption of spiritual energy, but I also feel a newfound affinity with this realm. With a slight clench of his fist, Jiang Chen threw a punch straight ahead, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy. Boom! With a resounding crash, a colossal stone 5 zhong away shattered into countless fragments, scattering debris everywhere as a fierce wind swept through the area. What immense strength! Jiang Chen exclaimed, excitement illuminating his features at the sight of his own formidable power. Exhaling deeply, he stepped back into the house and swiftly donned a fresh white robe. Just then, footsteps echoed from a distance. Peering through a crack in the window, he soon spotted Chun Ming approaching. The man's countenance was dark and foreboding, his gaze radiating a fierce intensity. Yet, as he drew closer, a sycophantic smile returned to his face. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Chen couldn't help but admire the man's acting skills. This fellow vanished for an entire morning, only to seek me out at this juncture. Clearly, his backers can no longer contain themselves. Reflecting on the matter, Jiang Chen suspected who might be pulling the strings. With the outside world now aware of the Jiang family's young master being rendered a waste, removing him would leave the family's younger generation vulnerable. In such a scenario, they could slowly consume the Jiang family, thereby augmenting their own power. Indeed, although the Jiang family was one of the 4 great clans, it suffered from an inexplicable scarcity of heirs. Aside from Jiang Yu and Jiang Chen, there were a few peers within the clan, yet their talents were even more dismal, with several opting to abandon martial pursuits in favor of scholarly endeavors. Knock, knock, knock. Young Master Jiang, are you awake? Hearing Chen Ming's call, a smile crept onto Jiang Chen's lips as he leisurely approached the door. Creak. The door swung open, and Jiang Chen fixed his gaze on Chen Ming, speaking coldly. What brings you here in the dead of night? Has something occurred? Under Jiang Chen's scrutinizing gaze, Chen Ming was engulfed in a profound sense of discomfort. Ever since Jiang Chen awakened, he sensed a considerable shift in his demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ming swiftly quelled the doubts swirling in his heart and, with a tone of sycophancy, spoke. Young Master Jiang, did you not ask me to inquire about Miss Mingyue? I have ascertained that she will indeed be at the Tianxiang Pavilion this evening, hence my visit to inform you. Miss Mingyue? Tianxiang Pavilion? Upon hearing these pivotal phrases, Jiang Chen's memory was rekindled. It seemed there was, in fact, some truth to it. The Tianxiang Pavilion was once Jiang Chen's favorite haunt, and the Miss Mingyue referenced by Chen Ming was the renowned courtesan within, whose full name was Shangwan Mingyue. Unlike the other women of the pavilion, Shangwan Mingyue performed for art's sake rather than for profit. Jiang Chen had inadvertently glimpsed her beauty and subsequently found himself irresistibly drawn to her, dispatching inquiries daily. Whenever Shangwan Mingyue graced the Tianxiang Pavilion, Jiang Chen would invariably arrive punctually. At this moment, Jiang Chen finally comprehended why Chen Ming had been absent for an entire day. It was all part of his own design. Yet, despite this orchestration, Chen Ming undeniably harbored significant issues. Meanwhile, Chun Ming, noticing Jiang Chen's prolonged silence, ventured to speak again. Young master, the second son of the Xiao family has already arrived at the Tianxiang Pavilion and specifically requested that I convey a message to you. Jiang Chen inquired. Oh, what message? Chen Ming replied. He mentioned that he felt unsatisfied with his previous drinking experience and wishes to share another round with you. Furthermore, he has prepared a gift for Miss Mingwei, expressing his intentions to pursue her. As Chun Ming's words hung in the air, he slowly lowered his head. He was acutely aware of Jiang Chen's deep affection for Shangwan Mingwei. Upon hearing of another's pursuit, Jiang Chen would undoubtedly be unable to restrain himself. Chapter 5. The ambitions of two great families indeed. As soon as these words escaped Chun Ming's lips, Jiang Chen erupted in anger. What? Xiao Yin dares to covet what belongs to me? Let me teach him a proper lesson. Come, we shall head to the Tianxiang Pavilion at once. With that declaration, Jiang Chen strode purposefully towards the eaves, his face a mask of indignation, as though genuinely incensed. Observing Jiang Chen's retreating figure, Chen Ming gradually raised his head, a cunning smile creeping onto his lips, reveling in his successful machination. He then hastened to follow in Jiang Chen's wake. However, unbeknownst to him, Jiang Chen, leading the way, bore a faint smirk, a subtle yet chilling smile. The previous incident involving Xiao Yun had led to the demise of the former host within his own abode, an ironic twist of fate that had inadvertently favored him. Today, having just awakened, Xiao Yun was hastily attempting to provoke him, revealing much about the unfolding situation. Since you were so eager to bring about my demise, tonight I shall indulge you and see who truly meets their end, Jiang Chen mused, his eyes glinting with a frigid light. A quarter of an hour later, Jiang Chen arrived before a loft, where the plaque bore the elegant characters Tianxiang Tower, and the surroundings were aglow with brilliant lights. As soon as Jiang Chen's silhouette appeared, an elderly woman approached him, her voice echoing even before she reached him. Young Master Jiang, your timing is impeccable. Miss Mingwei will be arriving shortly. Today, we have several new ladies. I wonder if you might be interested? Beckoning to the young women, she continued, Come, ladies, let young Master Jiang have a look. As her words faded, several enchanting maidens emerged from the tower, their slender waists exposed to the air, and their cheeks flushed like ripe peaches, evoking an irresistible urge to taste their beauty. It must be said, these women were indeed stunning. Yet, upon recalling the visage of Shangwan Mingyue and her ethereal aura akin to a celestial being, Jiang Chen felt a wave of disinterest wash over him, extinguishing any spark of desire. Gently waving his hand, he replied, No need. I have come solely for Miss Mingwei. I hold no interest in others. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman's smile widened. She responded, Young Master Jiang is truly devoted. I believe you shall be rewarded for your sincerity. Your private room has been reserved. You may proceed directly upstairs. With a slight nod of acknowledgement, Jiang Chen stepped into the Tianxiang Tower. The establishment boasted 3 levels, each with varying prices. The first level, being the most crowded, required merely 10 gold coins for a seat. Additional services, however, were subject to separate charges. Given that Shangwan Mingyue was scheduled to perform today, the first level was already brimming with patrons. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Chen made his way to the 3rd level, eschewing his usual private chamber, and followed by Chun Ming, proceeded towards a lavish room on the left. Upon reaching the door, he noticed a throng of individuals gathered outside. Yet they made no move to impede his entrance, and Chun Ming wisely stepped aside. With a creak, Jiang Chen pushed the door open and found 2 individuals seated within. One appeared somewhat gaunt, with a somewhat lecherous countenance, yet his gaze was laced with a fierce intensity. Beside him sat a man of similar age, clad in a brocade robe, with a sinister expression and a chilling demeanor. It was evident that neither was of virtuous character. The gaunt man was none other than the second son of the Xiao family, Xiao Yun, while the man beside him was Bai Hongfei, the 3rd son of the Bai family. Upon beholding their visages, Jiang Chen momentarily froze. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. These 2 are clearly not of noble intent, embodying the very essence of villainy. With this thought, a hint of disdain flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. Upon catching sight of Jiang Chen, Xiao Yun's eyes initially widened in surprise, only to quickly settle into a facade of composure. A feigned smile graced his lips as he sharply exclaimed, Second young Master Jiang, if you delay any longer, Miss Mingwei shall become mine. In the entirety of Shunfeng City, only your countenance could rival my own. The rest simply do not measure up. At these words, Jiang Chen felt a wave of nausea rise within him, nearly retching up his previous meal. He gained a renewed understanding of Xiao Yun's audacity. Meanwhile, Bai Hongfei cast a detached glance at Jiang Chen before resuming his drink, showing no inclination to engage in conversation. Jiang Chen casually took a seat and, with an air of indifference, responded, "Second young master Xiao, you summoned me today. Surely it was not merely to utter such trifles?" Xiao Yun chuckled, "Of course not." After a moment's contemplation, he continued, "We have heard of the troubles within the Jiang family. Jiang Yu and his son have offended the Luoyan sect. While there may be no overt consequences, one cannot discount the possibility of covert actions being taken. Second young master Jiang, have you not long aspired to become the young master of the Jiang family? We could potentially collaborate." "Oh," Jiang Chen feigned interest, inquiring, "How might we collaborate?" Xiao Yun elaborated, "Currently, there are undoubtedly many within the Jiang family discontented with Jiang Wenkong and his son. This presents an exceptional opportunity for us. Our families could join forces with your father to jointly impeach Jiang Wenkong, thereby positioning your father as the head of the Jiang family." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen turned his gaze toward Bai Hongfei. Noticing Jiang Chen's look, Bai Hongfei subtly nodded in agreement and coolly remarked, "What he says holds truth. Should you agree to collaborate with us, my father shall also lend his support." "Oh," Jiang Chen toyed with his wine glass, his gaze sweeping slowly over the two. "What I need to contribute?" At this, Xiao Yun and Bai Hongfei exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions revealing a sense of triumph. Xiao Yun replied, "It is quite simple. We require merely 30% of your Jiang family's spiritual vein." Spiritual vein? Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, as he had not anticipated that their ambitions would extend to such a matter. It is well known that spiritual stones serve as the universal currency in this realm and are indispensable for cultivation. Should he acquiesce to their demand, the Jiang family would soon face decline. Having grasped this reality, Jiang Chen regarded the two with a knowing look, then broke into a smile. "I appreciate your kind intentions, but I shall need to consider this matter further. Miss Mingwei is soon to arrive, so let us set this aside for now." As Jiang Chen's words hung in the air, Xiao Yun and Bai Hongfei exchanged glances, their smiles fading and their expressions darkening considerably. They remain oblivious to the implications of Jiang Chen's response, which, in essence, is no different from a refusal. The notion of a future is merely a facade. Contemplating this, a glimmer of malice flickered in their eyes. After a moment of silence, a hearty laugh erupted from Xiao Yun. When he raised his head once more, the previous malevolence had dissipated entirely. He directed his gaze toward Jiang Chen and, with a smile, remarked, "It is of no consequence. It is entirely normal to deliberate over such matters. We await your promising news." In stark contrast to Xiao Yun's insincere demeanor, Bai Hongfei remained silent, quietly lifting his cup to take a gentle sip. Miss Mingwei has arrived." At that moment, a cacophony erupted from the private room, significantly easing the tension in the air. Jiang Chen slowly lifted his head and peered through the screen toward the source of the commotion. Soon, a graceful figure came into his view. Chapter 6. When will the moon be full? The enchanting figure was clad in a flowing white dress, her raven tresses cascading freely over her shoulders, her eyes sparkling like the stars in the night sky, drawing all gazes toward her. The woman's visage was partially obscured by a white veil, which only served to enhance her ethereal allure, imbuing her with an air of mysterious beauty. This captivating presence was none other than the star of the evening, Shangguan Mingwei. Before long, Shangguan Mingwei entered the private room on the top floor. As the screen descended, the onlookers could only discern a blurred silhouette. Subsequently, a young maid emerged from behind the screen, her voice ringing clear. "My lady has declared that whoever can compose a poem to her satisfaction today will have the privilege of spending a solitary evening with her, enjoying the beauty of the moonlight." As her words lingered in the air, the maid swiftly retreated. At that moment, the entire Tianxiang pavilion erupted in fervor. What? Such a delightful opportunity to spend time alone with Miss Mingwei? I would consider it worth dying for. Huh. I am the foremost scholar of Shinfeng City. It appears this chance is destined for me. Your poetry? Even a dog wouldn't glance at it. This opportunity is mine. The discussions reverberated throughout the loft, the crowd's excitement palpable, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Xiao Yun exclaimed, "What? We must write poetry? Does that mean my gift was prepared in vain?" With a thud, he slammed his teacup onto the table, for he had no understanding of poetry whatsoever. However, Bai Hongfei, on the other hand, wore a smirk, his expression one of confident assurance. as if victory were already in his grasp. After some grumbling, Xiao Yun turned his gaze toward Jiang Chen, expecting to find a kindred spirit in his complaints. Yet, to his surprise, Jiang Chen appeared utterly composed, devoid of any trace of anxiety, and even seemed to relish the situation. Just then, a melodious tune gradually emanated from the private chamber, instantly silencing the murmurs of the crowd. As the performance concluded, its lingering echoes left many entranced, their eyes gently closed, lost in the enchanting scenery conjured by the music. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, unable to deny the undeniable talent of Shangguan Mingyue. She possessed remarkable skill in the art of music, having reached a level that could stir the very strings of the heart. Should she choose to, she could even sway the minds of others. With a swift motion, Jiang Chen picked up a brush from beside him and began to inscribe on the paper, folding it neatly in half once completed. What he penned was the renowned Shui Jiaogutu, composed by the northern song poet Su Shi. There was no better way to showcase one's erudition than by invoking the wisdom of one's ancestors at such a moment. Observing Jiang Chen complete his work in a short span, Xiao Yun and Bai Hongfei exchanged glances that hinted at mockery. To them, it seemed Jiang Chen was merely posturing for the sake of appearances. Retracting their gazes, the two recalled the earlier melody and began to write slowly, attempting to capture its essence, albeit with limited success. Yet, after a prolonged struggle, Xiao Yun found himself unable to produce anything worthwhile, ultimately relying on one of his subordinates to craft a note for him. Creak. Moments later, the young maid who had spoken earlier entered, bearing a tray laden with numerous sheets of paper. Upon spotting her, Xiao Yun hastily extended his note, placing it conspicuously for her to see. After collecting the note, the maid turned and made her way towards Shangguan Mingyue's private chamber. Upon entering, she once again drew a screen to shield the view of the onlookers. Inside the chamber, the maid meticulously sorted through the papers on her tray, unfolding them and presenting them to Shangguan Mingyue. Xiaoling, what troubles you? Your expression seems rather off. Shangguan Mingyue inquired. Hearing this, the maid lifted her gaze to meet Shangguan Mingyue's, murmuring, Miss, how can these individuals dare to call themselves great talents? My writing surpasses theirs. Why would you want them to compose poetry? Isn't that a waste of time? Well, there's nothing pressing at the moment, and we have been here for some time. It's rather pleasant to pass the time this way. Who knows what unexpected treasures may arise, Shangguan Mingyue replied. Upon hearing this, the maid obediently resumed organizing the papers, responding, very well, although their compositions leave much to be desired. Shangguan Mingyue showed no disdain as she reviewed each one. Just then, Xiaoling let out a sound of surprise, drawing Shangguan Mingyue's attention. Xiaoling, what is it? She asked. Miss, take a look at this note. The content appears quite extraordinary, the maid exclaimed as she continued to speak. Xiaoling gazed towards a renowned spot in the lower left corner of the paper, her expression of surprise intensifying. Could it be written by the second young master of the Jiang family? She exclaimed. The mention of the Jiang family's second young master piqued Shangguan Mingyue's interest, as Xiaoling had always remained by her side. Her literary prowess was nearly on par with that of martial arts prodigies, and witnessing such an expression from her was undoubtedly indicative of an exquisite piece of poetry. Taking the paper from Xiaoling's hands, Shangguan Mingyue's eyes narrowed, and a look of astonishment crossed her face as she read aloud. When will the moon appear? I raise my glass to ask the blue sky. Unaware of the celestial palaces above, what year it is this evening? The duality of the phrase, unaware of the celestial palaces above. What year it is this evening momentarily halted Shangguan Mingyue's thoughts. As she savored the line, she instinctively rose from her seat, her gaze drifting towards the window. The moon hung suspended in the sky, imparting an aura of tranquil beauty. Xiaoling, please summon young Master Jiang. Shangguan Mingyue commanded. Certainly, esteemed Miss, Xiaoling replied. Turning to exit. In the pavilion, anticipation filled the air as the crowd awaited the reopening of the screen. Here he comes, with my stunningly exquisite prose. I shall surely win the affections of the fair maiden, one voice proclaimed. Spare me. Even my family's Laifu writes better than you. With your limited abilities, you dare seek to share the moon with Miss Mingyue? I, Xiao, vehemently disagree, another retorted. Indeed, the victor ought to be me, came the response from another corner. Meanwhile, Bai Hongfei slowly rose from his seat, confidence radiating from his eyes. Though he remained silent, his intent to exit the private room spoke volumes, embodying the adage that actions often convey more than words. Silence. Xiaoling's voice cut through the murmurs. plunging the Tianxiang pavilion into an absolute hush. Once stillness enveloped the room, Xiaoling turned her gaze towards Jiang and the others in the private chamber. The results are in. I shall now lead the victor to meet the young lady. As Xiaoling's gaze fell upon the third-floor room, disappointment washed over the faces of the others. Their expressions tinged with reluctance. They understood all too well that the list of victors would not include them. Sensing Xiaoling's eyes upon him, Bai Hongfei made his way towards the door before an announcement could be made. Such confidence stemmed from his capabilities. Xiao Yun, understanding the situation, did not harbor any illusions about being the chosen one, acknowledging Bai Hongfei's commendable talents in this regard. Creaking open, the door revealed Xiaoling calling out, "Young Master Jiang, if you will be so kind." The smile on Bai Hongfei's face faltered as he had barely opened the door when the invitation was extended to Jiang Chen. At that moment, Jiang Chen, with an air of indifference, took 2 steps forward and soon approached Bai Hongfei. "Please make way," he said. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the corners of Bai Hongfei's mouth twitched, yet he did not yield the path. Instead, he lifted his gaze toward Xiaoling and coldly remarked, "Have you made a mistake? How could it possibly be Jiang Chen? We are all too familiar with his capabilities." Upon hearing this, Xiaoling immediately grew displeased. Chapter 7. The Source of Misfortune. She directed her gaze towards Bai Hongfei and, with a delicate voice, declared, "If you do not believe me, I shall recite the verses you both composed, so you may understand your defeat." As her words fell, Xiaoling began to recite the poems penned by the two. With each word, the atmosphere within the Tianxiang building became profoundly silent, and astonished expressions illuminated the faces of the onlookers as their gazes turned towards Jiang Chen. "When will the bright moon appear? I raise my cup to ask the heavens. I know not the celestial palaces above. What year is it tonight?" The crowd savored the lines, recognizing them as a masterpiece, truly a stroke of genius. No wonder Miss Mingyue invited young Master Jiang for a discussion. This time, I concede my defeat willingly. Bai Hongfei stood rooted in place, disbelief etched in his features, his fists clenched tightly. "Please make way," Jiang Chen repeated. Upon hearing him again, Bai Hongfei's expression darkened further. However, sensing the gazes of the crowd upon him, he begrudgingly stepped aside, allowing passage. Yet, his eyes brimmed with murderous intent, and his fists remained tightly clenched. Jiang Chen cast a dispassionate glance at Bai Hongfei and proceeded toward Xiaoling. "Young Master Jiang, please," she urged. Under her guidance, Jiang Chen slowly entered the private room. To his surprise, the room revealed an enchanting hidden paradise. Xiaoling led him through a secret passage. Emerging in the back mountain of Tianxiang Pavilion, where a quaint pavilion awaited beneath a small loft, surrounded by a tranquil environment that exuded an aura of seclusion and serenity. Meanwhile, in Bai Hongfei's private room, a crash echoed as a wine cup shattered, scattering glass across the floor, rendering the space a chaotic mess. Bai Hongfei stood there, his expression dark and brooding. "Damn it, how infuriating! Jiang Chen is so ungrateful, daring to humiliate me in such a manner." With that, he forcefully smashed the teacup he held onto the ground. Sitting nearby, Xiao Yun appeared to disregard Bai Hongfei's outburst, her eyes reflecting a contemplative expression. Creak. Moments later, the door to the room was pushed open, and a man entered, his head bowed. Upon seeing this figure, Bai Hongfei ceased his actions and turned to glance at Xiao Yun, a hint of confusion evident in his gaze. Xiao Yun slowly lifted his head and spoke with an air of detachment. "Chun Ming, what transpired today between the Jiang family and the Falling Cloud sect? Please elucidate for us." Indeed, the individual who had entered the private room alongside Jiang Chen was none other than Chun Ming. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's inquiry, Chun Ming wore an ingratiating expression and quickly replied, "Young Master Xiao, I was not present when the Falling Cloud sect arrived at the Jiang family to annul the engagement. Hence I am not entirely aware of the details." "What? You are unaware?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's countenance darkened immediately. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere within the room, Chun Ming involuntarily trembled, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He hastily responded, "Young Master Xiao, while I was not there, I managed to gather considerable information from other servants." As he spoke, Chun Ming recounted the details he had learned. First, Jiang Yu was grievously injured after the divorce announcement. Then, Jiang Chen had presented a century-old elixir. And finally, the two brothers of the Jiang family had reconciled. After hearing these revelations, the expressions on Xiao Yun and Bai Hongfei's faces grew increasingly grim, and the surrounding atmosphere became palpably oppressive. Bai Hongfei remarked, No wonder that scoundrel Jiang Chen refused to agree to our terms. This explains everything. Xiao seethed. How dare they treat us as fools? With a resounding clap, he slammed his hand on the table and then turned his cold gaze towards Chunming. What exactly is going on? Wasn't there already interference last time? Why is Jiang Chen still alive and well, without a scratch? Thud. Under Xiao Yun's menacing glare, Chunming immediately knelt down, exclaiming, "Young Master Xiao, I too am perplexed." Initially, it seemed as though Jiang Chen was on the brink of death, but inexplicably, he emerged from the room, fully restored. And? Xiao Yun pressed. Moreover, Chunming continued, I sense that Jiang Chen has grown suspicious of me. His demeanor has changed considerably of late. With this, Chunming lowered his head. Talp, talp, talp. Xiao Yun's fingers rhythmically drummed against the table, the sound echoing throughout the private room. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Hongfei's eyes glinted with cold determination. He stated, if that is the case, we must alter our strategy. With the current turmoil between the Jiang family and the Yun family, it is the perfect opportunity for us to act. As Chunming finished speaking, Xiao Yun immediately grasped the implication and looked at Bai Hongfei. Are you suggesting that we directly eliminate Jiang Chen and then frame the Yun family? Bai Hongfei gently shook his head. With a calm demeanor, he remarked, no, there is nothing we need to do. The Jiang family will inevitably consider that direction themselves, especially since they have offended the formidable Falling Cloud sect. Do you believe the Jiang family would dare to pursue this matter? As his words faded, Bai Hongfei revealed a knowing smile. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yun erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, absolutely brilliant. Since that is the case, let us prepare to send Jiang Chen, this worthless waste, on his way. He has lost all value. Subsequently, Xiao Yun directed his gaze towards Chunming, speaking in a solemn tone. You should accompany him. After all, Jiang Chen was once your master. It is only fitting that you see him off. Chunming responded, as you command. With their decision made, Xiao Yun and Bai Hongfei swiftly made arrangements for Chunming to lead two fifth-tier body refinement cultivators to lay an ambush along Jiang Chen's return route. To avoid any unnecessary complications, they departed from Tianxiang Pavilion shortly thereafter. In the rear mountain, Xiao Ling brought Jiang Chen to the entrance of the pavilion. Showing no intention of entering, she turned to Jiang Chen and said, Young Master Jiang, I have completed the task assigned to me by the young lady. You may enter on your own from here. With that, Xiao Ling turned and walked away, quickly vanishing from Jiang Chen's sight. Creak. Regaining his focus, Jiang Chen was about to knock on the door when, to his surprise, it opened automatically, accompanied by the gentle chime of wind bells. Thud, thud, thud. Following this was a melodious sound of a guqin. Jiang Chen, with his hands clasped behind his back, walked slowly into the private room, his white robe billowing in the breeze. At that moment, his expression was remarkably serene. Coupled with his exceptionally handsome visage, he exuded an air of elegance, akin to a jade-like gentleman amidst the common folk. As he progressed, Jiang Chen soon arrived in a unique single room, where the ceiling was open to the sky, revealing the luminous moon suspended above. In front of him sat a woman clad in a white dress, her delicate fingers gracefully dancing over the strings of the guqin. Chapter 8, Triggering Opportunities, Enlightenment Strikes. Upon hearing his footsteps, the woman's movements halted, and she raised her gaze to meet Jiang Chen's approach, captivated by her starry-eyed gaze. A flicker of astonishment crossed Jiang Chen's features. Young Master Jiang, please take a seat. She greeted warmly. Jiang Chen quickly regained his composure, nodding slightly in acknowledgement to Shangguan Mingyue before casually selecting a spot to sit. Observing Jiang Chen's pure gaze and his unassuming yet dignified demeanor, Shangguan Mingyue displayed a hint of surprise, well aware of the significance of the moment. Jiang Chen had previously encountered her during a chance meeting. She had even glimpsed his visage, and each time he beheld her, his eyes glimmered with fervor. Yet today, Jiang Chen seemed transformed, his demeanor and conduct markedly altered. The clarity in his gaze rendered him utterly endearing. After a moment of contemplation, Shangguan Mingyue gradually produced a slip of paper, her gaze directed towards Jiang Chen ahead of her. She began to speak. In the past, I underestimated the brilliance of the moon. I had no idea that you, sir, possessed such exceptional talent to compose verses of this caliber. Jiang Chen chuckled softly. Ah, Miss Mingyue, you flatter me. These are merely a few lines, nothing of consequence. As he uttered these words, he couldn't help but indulge in a moment of self-importance. One must admit, Employing the wisdom of our ancestors to assert one's prowess does indeed evoke a delightful sensation, illuminating one's thoughts considerably. Oh, merely a few lines? Shangguan Mingyue seized upon this pivotal phrase, a glimmer of anticipation brightening her eyes. She continued, Sir Jiang Chen, I have an earnest request. Might you be willing to share the remainder? I am exceedingly intrigued by the continuation. Of course, that is absolutely feasible, Jiang Chen replied. No sooner had he spoken than Shangguan Mingyue elegantly gestured, causing a piece of paper nearby to levitate towards him, gently landing on the table. Witnessing this spectacle, Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. It appears that Shangguan Mingyue is not as simple as she seems. Merely by this act of telekinesis, her cultivation must be at least at the divine sea realm. Reflecting on this, Jiang Chen finally comprehended why no one dared to harbor ill intentions towards Shangguan Mingyue during her prolonged stay at the Tianxiang building. Those with ulterior motives must now find themselves entangled in the grass atop their graves. Jiang Chen chose not to dwell on this matter, casually picking up a nearby brush and swiftly inscribing his thoughts onto the paper. Moments later, he ceased his writing and directed his gaze towards Shangguan Mingyue. Observing this, she lifted her hands slightly, and the paper began to glide towards her. Gently taking hold of it, Shangguan Mingyue focused intently on the words. When will the moon be full? I raise my cup to inquire the azure heavens. I wish to ride the winds homeward. Yet I fear the cold heights of the jade towers. This affair has always been difficult to fulfill. May we long endure, sharing the beauty of the moonlight across 1,000 miles. As she softly set down the paper, Shangguan Mingyue's eyes brimmed with astonishment, and Jiang Chen was taken aback to notice that her aura was steadily intensifying. Ding! You have granted a moment of enlightenment, triggering a threefold critical reward, and obtaining 3 opportunities for insight. Upon hearing the system's notification, Jiang Chen was filled with astonishment. Who would have thought that by merely composing a water tune, he could stumble upon such fortune? Yet soon after, Jiang Chen was suddenly filled with immense joy, realizing that what he had encountered was a rare opportunity, one that could not be sought after. It not only deepened a cultivator's understanding of the Tao, but could also significantly enhance their strength. To receive 3 chances at once was simply remarkable. Were it not for Shangguan Mingyue's presence, Jiang Chen would likely have burst into laughter. After a considerable pause, Shangguan Mingyue slowly opened her eyes, a hint of delight shining within her tranquil gaze. She then turned her attention back to Jiang Chen, her ethereal voice resonating once more. Thank you, my lord, for unraveling my years of confusion, allowing me to achieve enlightenment. Upon finishing her words, she gracefully bowed to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen replied, Miss Mingyue, you are too modest. This is your own fortune. I merely provided a flourish. Even without those verses, your enlightenment was merely a matter of time. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Shangguan Mingyue couldn't help but regard him with renewed admiration. She then gently shook her head and responded, Young Master Jiang, there is no need for humility. Had I not encountered you, even 10 more years would not have sufficed for my enlightenment. As her words fell, Shangguan Mingyue slowly raised her arm and removed the veil from her cheek. In an instant, Jiang Chen's gaze was captivated. Before him was an exquisitely beautiful face, adorned with delicate brows and bright eyes, her flawless, snow-white skin exuding a fragile allure that instinctively invoked a sense of protectiveness. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Even though he had seen Shangguan Mingyue's visage in his memories, he was still awestruck by her beauty upon their reunion. Young Master Jiang, what is the matter? Shangguan Mingyue's voice broke through Jiang Chen's reverie, causing him to quickly regain his composure and look at the smiling Shangguan Mingyue not far away. Jiang Chen swiftly restored his calm demeanor and softly spoke. I apologize. I was momentarily taken aback by your beauty, Miss Mingyue. As he spoke, a faint smile graced his lips, and he returned to his tranquil state, averting his gaze. Giggling, Shangguan Mingyue's cheeks flushed slightly, and a melodious laughter escaped her lips. In that moment, the surroundings seemed to bloom like 100 flowers, and Jiang Chen's attention was once again drawn to Shangguan Mingyue, who resembled a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Meanwhile, observing Jiang Chen's undistracted gaze, Shangguan Mingyue's satisfaction deepened. Her beautiful eyes lingered on the handsome face nearby, momentarily lost in admiration. Just then, the previously departing Xiao Ling reappeared, carrying a jug of wine. After placing the jug down, she made no further delay and withdrew once more. Young Master Jiang, would you care to join me for a drink? Shangguan Mingyue inquired. Of course. It will be my pleasure, Jiang Chen responded. Thus, their interaction continued. In the attic, two individuals engaged in a convivial exchange, their initial awkwardness gradually giving way to familiarity. Shangwan Mingwei inquired, "Young Master Jiang, do you find me beautiful?" Jiang Chen responded, "Indeed, you are the most exquisite woman I have ever encountered." Upon hearing this, a subtle smile graced Shangwan Mingwei's face. She continued, "Do you have feelings for me?" Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment before softly replying, "A graceful lady is a gentleman's ideal companion." Shangwan Mingwei then declared, "I once made a vow. Whoever can persuade me to remove my veil shall have my hand in marriage." Jiang Chen felt a sudden unease. It was rather premature to discuss such matters, given their brief acquaintance. Observing his reaction, Shangwan Mingwei's eyes dimmed with disappointment. Before Jiang Chen could respond, she added with a light-hearted chuckle, "Oh, I was merely jesting. I hope I did not startle you." As her words faded, she placed her hands back on the strings of her zither, and a haunting melody began to fill the air. Chapter 9. The Midnight Ambush. Under the sparse starlight, Jiang Chen sat quietly, savoring the wine in his cup. Unbeknownst to him, several hours had slipped by in the attic, and the jug of wine brought by Xiao was nearly empty. He glanced at Shangwan Mingwei in the distance, and slowly rose from his seat. "Miss Mingwei, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," he stated. Shangwan Mingwei paused briefly, then replied gently, "Very well, I shall not keep you, young Master Jiang. I hope we may meet again." As her words concluded, Jiang Chen swiftly turned and exited the attic, while Shangwan Mingwei approached the window, watching him descend the mountain path, a complex expression crossing her features. Shortly after Jiang Chen departed, Xiao returned. Her curiosity piqued as she approached Shangwan Mingwei at the window. "Miss, what do you think? Is young Master Jiang the one you seek?" Shangwan Mingwei nodded slightly, then shook her head in contemplation. Observing this, Xiao eyes filled with confusion. "Yes and no," Shangwan Mingwei confessed. "He is a most extraordinary individual, and I find him inscrutable." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon a piece of paper on a nearby table, the water melody Jiang Chen had penned. Xiao noticed it and slowly picked up the note. Upon reading its contents, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Let us depart now," Shangwan Mingwei said. "Indeed," Xiao replied, folding the paper neatly before handing it to Shangwan Mingwei, and together they left the attic. Though it was the midnight hour, a considerable crowd gathered outside the Tianxiang Tower. Their eyes filled with yearning as they watched Jiang Chen enter the building. It had been several hours, yet Jiang Chen had yet to emerge, truly enjoying an enviable fortune. It was perplexing how Jiang Xiao, a man of seemingly limited talent, could craft such profound poetry. Could he have been concealing his true abilities all along? Yet, some speculated it was merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Unbeknownst to the crowd, during this time of speculation, Jiang Chen had already slipped away through another exit. As he strolled down the tranquil streets, memories of the exquisite visage of Shangwan Mingwei filled his mind, leaving him momentarily entranced. Yet, he felt a deep sense of perplexity. Though their time together was brief, various signs indicated that much lay beneath the surface. Shangwan Mingwei possessed not only formidable strength, but also an air of nobility that suggested her identity was anything but ordinary. Just then, a faint aura of malice brushed against him, pulling him from his reverie, and a cold smile crept across his face. In a low voice, he demanded, "Who goes there?" "Step forward." The surroundings fell into an oppressive silence, with no one daring to respond. Jiang Chen remained firmly rooted in place, his expression devoid of emotion. After a tense pause, a figure emerged from the shadows, striding forth from the alley. 3 men appeared, advancing swiftly to encircle Jiang Chen. Upon recognizing one of them, Jiang Chen's gaze turned icy. "Chunming, are you courting death?" Chunming responded with a derisive laugh, seemingly unfazed by Jiang Chen's cold demeanor. "Ah, Xianxia, it seems my suspicions were correct. You have doubted me all along. But such concerns are trivial now, as you shall soon meet your demise." In that moment, Chunming cast aside his usual humility, adopting an arrogant posture and a menacing grin. "Why betray your kin?" Jiang Chen inquired. "Betrayal? I am of the Xiao family. There is no such thing as betrayal here." "You are merely too naive," Chunming retorted. "I see. In that case, you may prepare for your journey to the afterlife." As the words fell from his lips, Jiang Chen's aura surged, his eyes betraying a chilling indifference as he approached the trio. Chunming, incensed, shouted, "You dare to make a move? You are truly seeking death." With a fierce determination, he charged at Jiang Chen, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Jiang Chen was all too aware of his adversary's capabilities. The strength of the 5th level of body forging is merely an accumulation of drugs, resulting in an unstable foundation and a complete lack of combat experience. I recall an incident when Jiang Chen ventured into the mountains for a hunt, only to be relentlessly pursued by a ferocious beast of the 2nd level of body forging, illustrating his utter ineptitude. Therefore, although Chen Ming possessed only the 3rd level of body forging, he felt no trepidation in facing Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, I have awaited this day for far too long. I have endured countless hardships along the way, and today I shall ensure that you perish slowly in despair, thus alleviating my deep-seated resentment, Chen Ming declared. At that moment, he attributed all the humiliations he had suffered over the years to Jiang Chen, seeking a semblance of psychological solace from this confrontation. However, upon observing Jiang Chen's indifferent demeanor, his expression morphed into one of furious rage. Even at this juncture, you still feign composure? Truly, you are one who does not weep until faced with the coffin. He spat angrily. With that, Chen Ming suddenly surged forward with great speed, launching a powerful punch aimed at Jiang Chen's chest. Yet in response to this lethal strike, Jiang Chen slowly raised his arm, and to the astonishment of the onlookers, he firmly grasped Chen Ming's fist. How is this possible? Chen Ming exclaimed in disbelief, struggling desperately to free his arm. However, no matter how he fought, he could not extract himself. Jiang Chen was as immovable as a mountain. Damn it, you shall pay for this, Chen Ming shouted, and seeing his struggles were futile, he swiftly lifted his left foot to kick at Jiang Chen, the force enhanced by his true energy, causing a sharp whooshing sound. However, Jiang Chen's foot was swifter, landing first on Chen Ming's elevated leg, resulting in a resounding crack of shattering bones, followed by Chen Ming's heart-wrenching scream. At this point, even the 2 men who had been slow to react sensed something amiss and charged towards Jiang Chen. Chapter 10. A Glimpse of Brilliance, the Midnight Slaughter. In no time, the 2 men swiftly approached, and upon seeing the advancing figures clad in black, Chen Ming's face revealed a glimmer of hope. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he implored, Jiang Chen, they are both practitioners of the 5th level of body forging. I advise you to be sensible. It is not too late to surrender now, or you will lose your chance. Jiang Chen remained silent, his grip tightening further. Jiang Chen, I will make your life a living hell, Chen Ming cried out, his voice filled with anguish. Chen Ming erupted into a furious shout, his expression twisted with rage as he longed to shred Jiang Chen into 1,000 pieces. Just then, 2 men clad in black surged towards Jiang Chen, lifting their legs to deliver a powerful kick. With the surge of their true energy, a fierce gust of wind accompanied their attack, showcasing their formidable might. However, in an instant, these 2 figures, who had approached with such haste, were sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of shattering bones. As they attempted to rise from the ground, pain engulfed their bodies, rendering them immobile, and blood gushed from their mouths. In that moment, terror flickered in the eyes of the 2 black-clad men as they gazed at Jiang Chen in utter disbelief. Chen Ming, witnessing this scene, stood frozen in shock, momentarily disregarding his own pain. How could this be? How can you be so strong? I refuse to believe it. This must be an illusion. Amidst Chen Ming's frantic outburst, Jiang Chen remained unperturbed, his gaze fixed upon him, devoid of any emotion. After a moment of frantic shouting, a shiver ran through Chen Ming's entire being, as fear rapidly enveloped him. He hastily raised his gaze to Jiang Chen. With a thud, Chen Ming forced himself to kneel, trembling uncontrollably. Subsequently, he began to bow repeatedly before Jiang Chen, pleading, Young master, spare my life. It was Xiao who instructed me to do this. Given that I have followed you for so long, please grant me this one reprieve. You dare betray the young master. Upon hearing Chen Ming mention Xiao, the 2 men in black immediately erupted in anger. Yet, at that moment, Chen Ming was too consumed by his own imminent peril to care about anything else. He needed to placate Jiang Chen first. In response to Chen Ming's desperate pleas for mercy, a sardonic smile crept across Jiang Chen's face as he coolly remarked, Last time, the poison in my body was your doing, wasn't it? At those words, Chen Ming trembled even more violently, hastily interjecting, Young master. It was also Xiao who compelled me to do that. You must believe me. Before Chen Ming could finish his explanation, Jiang Chen seized his neck, lifting him slowly off the ground until his feet dangled helplessly. Chunming's face flushed as he struggled against the grip, gasping for breath. Realizing Jiang Chen had no intention of releasing him, Chunming shouted in anger, "Jiang Chen, you cannot crack." Before he could complete his sentence, Jiang Chen exerted a powerful force, crushing his neck with a swift motion. Chunming's body convulsed a few times before falling still. The vitality in Chunming's eyes gradually faded, and soon his body slumped, falling into silence. With a thud, Jiang Chen relaxed his arm and unceremoniously cast Chunming's lifeless body aside, striding towards the two men in black. "What do you intend to do?" "We are." A pair of muffled sounds echoed as two more corpses joined the ground. Without a backward glance, Jiang Chen departed from the scene. Within the Jiang residence, the door creaked as Jiang Chen slowly pushed it open, returning to the familiar confines of his room. He sat on the edge of the bed, allowing himself a moment to collect his thoughts. This was his first experience with taking a life, and he couldn't help but feel an unsettling discomfort. Yet, he understood that in this world where martial prowess reigns supreme, if one does not exhibit sufficient ruthlessness towards their adversaries, they will ultimately suffer the consequences. Thus, bloodshed became an inescapable reality. Jiang Chen declared, "If one does not provoke me, I shall not retaliate. But if one does, I shall surely avenge myself." With this realization, his gaze hardened and the last remnants of unease evaporated, clarity flooding his mind. Meanwhile, within the Xiao family estate, Xiao awaited news from his subordinates as the hours crept towards dawn, anxiety gnawing at him. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he paced restlessly within his chamber, a faint knocking sound resonated from outside. A surge of relief washed over him. Creaking open the door, a man clad in black stood respectfully before him. "What news?" Xiao Yun inquired. "Young master, we have failed." Xiao Yun's expression darkened. "What? Failed? Could it be that Jiang Chen did not leave Tianxiang Pavilion all night?" "No. He did emerge, but by the time I arrived at the scene, our men were all dead, and Jiang Chen had vanished without a trace. I searched in vain and had no choice but to return." "Our men are all dead?" Upon receiving this response, Xiao Yun's countenance soured significantly. He murmured, "It seems the Jiang family has intervened, anticipating our moves." He surmised that given the recent upheavals within the Jiang family, they too feared covert attacks, prompting them to dispatch skilled protectors to safeguard Jiang Chen from assassination. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Yun spoke again. "You may leave now, and be sure to convey a message to young master by San. I shall await him at our usual location." "Yes, young master." With that, the man in black swiftly retreated. Xiao Yun, his expression grim, returned to his room, grappling with the sting of losing two of his refined cultivators of the 5th tier of body forging. The pain was palpable, for they were individuals he had personally developed. His faction consisted of only 10 such cultivators. To lose two at once was a blow that would unsettle anyone. As for Chunming, to Xiao Yun, the matter was inconsequential. The fellow's demise was of little significance. In the ensuing days, upon realizing the Jiang family had taken precautions, Xiao Yun adopted a more subdued demeanor, abandoning any thoughts of confronting Jiang Chen. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days had elapsed. During this interval, Jiang Wenqing sought out Jiang Chen several times, and the father and son engaged in lengthy discussions. When Jiang Wenqing departed from Jiang Chen's chamber, he was filled with a sense of satisfaction. Turning his back to Jiang Chen, he remarked, "Chener, your insights are indeed astute. My relentless pursuit of power over the years has led me astray, and I am grateful for your timely awakening. By the way, your elder brother has nearly recovered. Do take the time to visit him, as I must enter seclusion for a while." At that moment, Jiang Chen was astonished to observe his father's aura steadily ascending. He instantly grasped that his father was on the verge of a breakthrough. Jiang Chen had not anticipated that their conversation would not only liberate his father's mind, but also enhance his cultivation. "Father, I understand." Jiang Wenqing nodded in satisfaction. "Very well. I shall now retreat into seclusion." With that, he swiftly made his way back to his own courtyard. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen stepped out of his own abode, heading directly towards Jiang Yu's pavilion. Traversing a tranquil pathway, a wooden door materialized before him. He raised his arm and gently knocked. After a brief pause, the tightly shut door creaked open, revealing Jiang Yu. Upon recognizing his visitor as Jiang Chen, Jiang Yu's face lit up with a smile as he slowly stepped aside, inviting, "Second brother, come in and speak." Jiang Chen entered without hesitation. "Elder brother, it appears your injuries have healed well. This brings me great relief. As these words left Jiang Chen's lips, a flicker of emotion crossed Jiang Yu's eyes. He replied, I owe my recovery to the spiritual medicine you provided. Without it, I fear I would not have been so fortunate. Thank you, second brother. At that moment, Jiang Yu's sincerity was palpable. Chapter 11. My brother Jiang Yu possesses the qualities of an emperor. Noticing Jiang Yu's earnest demeanor, Jiang Chen offered a gentle smile in response. Elder brother, there is no need for such gratitude. We are brothers, and it is only natural that we support one another. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Jiang Yu nodded emphatically. Indeed, we are brothers. Before long, the two arrived at the stone hall of the courtyard, where Jiang Yu retrieved several jars of wine from within the house. They then engaged in mutual toasts, the wine flowing freely between them. The bond between the two individuals deepened once more, and unbeknownst to him, Jiang Chen had begun to feel the effects of intoxication. Although the alcoholic beverages in this world were not particularly potent, the sheer volume consumed had its impact. Moreover, Jiang Chen had never possessed a strong tolerance for alcohol in his previous life. Just then, he suddenly realized a significant matter. His elder brother's strength had remarkably ascended to the pinnacle of the 4th level of body refinement, a mere half-step away from the 5th level. It was noteworthy that merely 3 days prior, he had only possessed the strength of the 1st level of body refinement. In such a short time, he had inexplicably risen 4 levels. Brother, what has happened to your strength? Jiang Chen inquired. Upon hearing his question, Jiang Yu revealed a confident smile, gently patting Jiang Chen's shoulder. Dear Chen, it is largely thanks to the spiritual herb you provided, which allowed me to accumulate sufficient energy within me and restored my innate cultivation talent. From now on, with your elder brother here, no one shall bully you. As his words resonated, an aura of unwavering confidence radiated from Jiang Yu. The restoration of his talent? Jiang Chen's heart was filled with certainty regarding his suspicions. His elder brother was indeed the archetype of a protagonist, destined for a meteoric rise. This development would spare Jiang Chen a great deal of trouble, allowing his brother to draw attention while he remained comfortably in the background. At that moment, a phrase surfaced in Jiang Chen's mind. My brother Jiang Yu possesses the potential of an emperor. After clearing his throat a couple of times, Jiang Chen shifted his gaze towards Jiang Yu and softly asked, Brother, what are your thoughts on the Yun family's proposal to withdraw from the marriage? Jiang Yu slowly rose from his seat, gazing upwards at the sky as he began to speak. It is merely a marriage contract. What is past is past. After all, Xinfeng City is too small. We should set our sights further afield. Before long, the Xianxia sect and the Luoyun sect will come to Xinfeng City to recruit disciples, presenting us with a splendid opportunity. Brother, do you intend to join the Xianxia sect? Jiang Chen understood that Yun Shixue was in the Luoyun sect, making it unlikely for his elder brother to choose that path. With a slight smile, Jiang Yu replied, Not just me, but us. We? Jiang Chen echoed, puzzled. Jiang Yu reassured him, You need not worry about your own strength. Soon, I will acquire some medicinal herbs to concoct pills for you. It will be absolutely feasible for you to break through to the 6th level of body refinement before the competition begins. Moreover, this will solidify your foundation. After a while, you could train alongside me to enhance your practical experience. Observing the earnest expression on his elder brother's face, Jiang Chen instinctively nodded, refraining from voicing any objections. Nevertheless, his gaze remained fixed on Jiang Yu, filled with curiosity as he studied him intently. Jiang Yu seemed to have recalled something, a smile gracing his face. Some matters are inconvenient to discuss at present. You need only to remember that I, your elder brother, would never bring you harm. Once I have fully comprehended the thoughts swirling in my mind, I shall elaborate further. In truth, I am somewhat unclear about the situation myself, so I find it difficult to articulate. Jiang Chen, standing nearby, nodded gently. It was already surprising for Jiang Yu to confide so much to him. The two brothers conversed until the late hours of the night. As for the acquisition of medicinal herbs, Jiang Yu summoned a servant midway to arrange the matter. The moon hung high in the sky. Jiang Chen unsteadily rose from the stone bench, stating, Elder brother, it is getting late. I shall return now. Jiang Yu replied, Very well, take care of yourself. I will notify you once everything is prepared. Thus, Jiang Chen wobbled towards his room. Shortly after his departure, Jiang Yu received the herbs procured by the servant. Channeling his internal energy to dispel the remnants of alcohol, he carried the herbs to his chamber, where he began to refine them according to the memories in his mind. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen quickly returned to his room. Instead of using his internal energy to dispel the lingering effects of alcohol, he embraced the drowsiness, sinking into a comfortable slumber. The following morning, Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes. Sunlight streamed through the window. As he circulated his internal energy, the dizziness dissipated entirely, and he felt invigorated. Creak. Upon opening his door, he encountered a figure. The man's arm was poised in midair, as if about to knock. Seeing the door swing open abruptly, the man hastily spoke. "Young master, the master has summoned you to the hall. Breakfast is ready." "All right, I understand," Jiang Chen replied, and he strode towards the hall. As soon as he entered, a robust youth approached him, a hearty smile upon his face. "Second brother, you've arrived. Daoxian, you're here quite early today. Did Uncle Sand not take you for training?" Today is the family banquet. My father said there would be no training, as he has almost given up on me due to my lack of talent." Once he finished speaking, the stout youth scratched the back of his head, revealing another smile. This robust young man, Jiang Daoxian, was the son of Jiang Wenyuan, Jiang Chen's uncle. From his memories, Jiang Chen learned that this uncle was quite easygoing and had little interest in power. Given Jiang Daoxian's innate strength, Jiang Wenyuan held high hopes for him, personally training him each day. However, as time passed, aside from possessing a bit more strength, Jiang Daoxian's cultivation has made rather disappointing progress. Currently, he has only reached the 3rd level of body refinement. What is most concerning is his remarkable appetite. During their conversation, several peers arrived one after another, though their cultivation levels were generally low, with some lacking any cultivation altogether. At this moment, Jiang Chen finally comprehended why the elders of the family had been so excited when his elder brother's talent first emerged. The cultivation aptitude of their generation was indeed subpar. If this trend continues, the Jiang family's power will dwindle, leaving them vulnerable to being consumed by other forces or even facing the potential of complete annihilation. Cough, cough. Everyone, please take your seats. At that moment, a robust voice resonated from outside the door. The family head, Jiang Wenkong, entered alongside a group of elders. To his left, Jiang Chen spotted the figure of his father. Following Jiang Wenkong's command, everyone swiftly took their designated places. Jiang Yu also appeared in the hall, opting to sit beside Jiang Chen rather than in the family head's special seat. The returning family members observed this scene with astonishment. Initially, they had been somewhat skeptical about Jiang Chen's act of delivering medicine, especially given the historically fraught relationship between the two, where Jiang Chen had frequently troubled Jiang Yu, almost to the point of enmity. However, it seemed that their relationship had indeed softened considerably. In Chapter 12, Restoration of Talent, during the banquet, everyone was focused on their meals, waiting for the family head to speak before expressing themselves. After a brief while, Jiang Wenkong cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping over the attendees, revealing a serious demeanor and a hint of fatigue. The crowd ceased their activities, quickly directing their attention to Jiang Wenkong, patiently awaiting his words. After a moment of silence, Jiang Wenkong began, "Everyone, not long ago, Yin Shishu attacked my son Jiang Yu, nearly resulting in his demise. We have now irrevocably severed ties with the Yun family, and I must stress the need for mental preparedness. The Yin family may well join forces with other clans to target our Jiang family." As he spoke, Jiang Wenkong's expression was grave. He then turned his gaze toward Jiang Chen, his eyes softening as he said, "Xiao Chen, last time, thanks to your spirit medicine, your elder brother was spared from great peril." Jiang Chen rose from his seat and offered a slight bow to Jiang Wenkong. With an opening response, the elder remarked, "You are too kind, uncle. We are indeed of the same kin, and assisting one another is only natural." Xiao Cheng's words were indeed astute. At that moment, Jiang Wenqing chimed in with agreement. Jiang Wenkong laughed heartily. "Ha, splendid." After a brief silence, one of the elders raised his gaze towards Jiang Wenkong and spoke solemnly. "Patriarch, given the strength of the Jiang family, it is impossible to confront all 3 major clans simultaneously. What are your plans moving forward? Fear not, if it comes to it. We shall face our demise with courage, willing to fight to the bitter end. We could even drag down a few with us." Before Jiang Wenkong could respond, a fiery-tempered elder voiced his thoughts without hesitation. "The 3rd elder is correct. If it comes to dire straits, we could consider relocating the entire clan. Last time, Xiao Yu nearly perished at the hands of the Yun family. Should they seek to encroach further, why not engage in battle? Indeed, we shall fight them." At this juncture, many echoed their fervor, their frustrations having simmered for too long. The Jiang family members wore expressions of indignation. Jiang Wenkong gently waved his hand, and the crowd fell silent. Clearing his throat, Jiang Wenkong spoke with gravity. "The Jiang family does not seek trouble, but we do not fear it either. If the Yun family dares to strike first this time, we shall fight to the last breath, ensuring the Jiang family's reputation remains untarnished. To the last breath. As Jiang Wenkong's words resonated, a wave of cheers erupted around him. Father, just grant me some time. The insignificant Yin family poses no threat at that moment. Jiang Yu rose slowly, his gaze fixed confidently upon Jiang Wenkong. As Jiang Yu began to speak, the crowd turned their attention to him. Jiang Wenkong intended to inquire further. But upon sensing Jiang Yu's burgeoning aura, his pupils dilated in astonishment, quickly shifting to one of joy. Has your talent been restored? Jiang Wenkong recalled that Jiang Yu's cultivation was merely at the second level of body refinement and had recently faced near destruction. Yet now, he exuded the power of the fifth level of body refinement, brimming with vitality, truly a prodigy. The surrounding elders were equally astonished, their gazes fixed on Jiang Yu, eyes glimmering with anticipation. Observing their eager expressions, Jiang Yu nodded earnestly. Indeed, while Xianxia had brought me to the brink of death, it has also been a blessing in disguise, allowing my cultivation talent to be restored and granting me some opportunities. Pausing momentarily, Jiang Yu continued, it is a legacy. I cannot clarify the details at this moment, but I assure you, my talent will only surpass what it was before. Jiang Yu's words resonated with conviction, exuding an aura of profound confidence. Jiang Wenkong chuckled heartily, expressing his relief. As long as you have recovered, that is sufficient. Regarding the inheritance, you need only to understand it. There is no need to elaborate to us, for it is your own fortune. As his words fell, Jiang Wenkong turned to the elders. Speaking solemnly, esteemed ones, I hope today's events remain strictly confidential. It must not reach the ears of others. Rest assured, family head, we shall remain tight-lipped. The elders replied earnestly, their demeanor grave. They were acutely aware that an opportunity capable of restoring a person who had lost all talent, or even elevating their cultivation in a short span, was undoubtedly a remarkable inheritance, entailing far-reaching implications. The fewer individuals privy to such matters, the better. Furthermore, with Jiang Yu's talent restored, a renewed sense of hope flickered among the group, and their previously grim expressions softened into smiles. Once the atmosphere stabilized, Jiang Yu spoke again. In addition to my restored cultivation, I have also acquired some unique inheritance that will benefit the Jiang family as situation. You may leave the subsequent matters to me. Upon hearing this, the elders exchanged delighted glances, understanding one another without the need for verbal inquiry. After all, this was Jiang Yu's secret, and his willingness to share even this much was indeed a rarity. Observing the elders' reactions, Jiang Wenkong nodded in satisfaction and continued, since Yuer has expressed himself thus, I ask that everyone endure a little during this period, avoiding conflict with the Yun family and allowing them their moment of arrogance. Yes, family head. The elders replied in unison, their responses prompt and devoid of previous irritation. Jiang Wenkong declared, today is a family banquet. Let us refrain from discussing troubling matters and enjoy a hearty drink instead. At this moment, Jiang Wenkong felt a wave of relief wash over him, buoyed by the news of his son's restoration. Jiang Wenqing, smiling gently, raised his cup towards Jiang Wenyan on his left, exclaiming joyfully, Wenyan, let us three brothers share a toast. Hearing this, Jiang Wenyan promptly lifted his cup, smiling, eldest brother, second brother, please. The three then clinked their cups lightly before downing the contents in one swift motion. Laughter erupted among the trio, their joy reverberating throughout the grand hall, dispelling the previously oppressive atmosphere. Jiang Wenkong then addressed the elders, do not just stand there, join in the revelry. Today, we drink until we are merry. With that invitation, the elders felt no need for formality and began to drink heartily. The atmosphere became exceedingly lively. Chapter 13, Preparation for the Medicinal Bath. The sound of clinking glasses resonated throughout the hall. A group of elders engaged in mutual toasts, and soon after, Jiang Wenkong and his companions joined the revelry. Everyone drank with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu approached Jiang Chen, wearing a faint smile. Brother Chen, shall we share a drink? Jiang Chen nodded slightly, of course. That would be delightful. Upon finishing his words, Jiang Chen lifted his glass, and after exchanging smiles, the two brothers simultaneously drained their cups. It must be said that Jiang Yu's willingness to share his personal circumstances caught Jiang Chen by surprise, yet the outcome was quite favorable. The Jiang family was in dire need of hope, and Jiang Yu's restored talents served as a soothing balm for everyone's hearts. Not only did it stabilize the morale, but it also provided an opportunity for the clan to grow more united, achieving a dual benefit. Originally, Jiang Chen had intended to take certain actions, but with Jiang Yu's initiative, he found himself relieved of considerable trouble. Contemplating this, Jiang Chen silently commended Jiang Yu. A quarter of an hour later, the banquet reached its conclusion, and many guests began to depart from the main hall, as numerous matters awaited their attention. After a moment, Jiang Yu rose from his seat, casting his gaze towards Jiang Chen. Second brother, let's take our leave. I have prepared everything we discussed previously. At this, Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly come to his senses. He had thought it would take more time for Jiang Yu to be ready to assist him in strengthening his physique. Yet he was pleasantly surprised by the swiftness of his preparations. Understanding the reasoning behind this, Jiang Chen did not decline and promptly stood to accompany him. At that moment, Jiang Yu turned his attention to Jiang Daoxin. Daoxin, you should come along as well. Hearing his name called, Jiang Daoxin, who had been engrossed in his meal, suddenly looked up, confusion evident in his eyes. Elder brother, where are we going? Father said there would still be training later. As soon as Jiang Daoxin finished speaking, Jiang Wenyin, nearby, could no longer contain his frustration and gave him a light smack on the back of his head. You little rascal, when your elder brother calls, you follow without question. Why all this unnecessary chatter? Dad, is there no training today? Jiang Daoxin replied, taking another bite of his chicken leg. Yu Jiang Wenyin, exasperated by his son's stubbornness, nearly lost his temper, raising his arm as if to deliver another light smack. Jiang Yu, now endowed with the legacy of a powerful lineage, was surely someone from whom great benefits could be obtained. Yet, this foolish child remained oblivious to the opportunity at hand. As he observed his father preparing to take action, Jiang Daoxin swiftly rose from his seat, exclaiming, Father, please refrain from striking. I shall go. He shall go. Simultaneously, he seized another chicken leg and hurried towards Jiang Yu and the others, a bashful smile adorning his face, which elicited laughter from Jiang Wenkong and the others nearby. Subsequently, the trio exited the grand hall together, with Jiang Daoxin trailing behind Jiang Chen. Before long, he had devoured the chicken leg in his hand and inquired, Elder brother, Second brother, what is our destination? Jiang Yu responded with a faint smile. First, we shall go to my place. As for our purpose, you will soon discover. In a short while, they arrived at Jiang Yu's loft. With a creak, the door swung open, and Jiang Yu led the two into a bedroom on the left side, which was devoid of any furnishings, save for two wooden barrels positioned in the center. As they approached the barrels, Jiang Chen heard a bubbling sound emanating from within and instinctively directed his gaze towards them. Upon closer inspection, a look of astonishment flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. Above the barrels, steam rose continuously, and the interior was filled with a crimson liquid that churned as if it were boiling water. Upon nearing, a wave of heat enveloped him instantly. Notably, this liquid exuded a peculiar and enticing aroma. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Daoxin's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he queried, Elder brother, what purpose do these liquids serve? They smell so delightful. Can they be consumed? As he spoke, he unconsciously swallowed hard. Although the medicinal liquid appeared unremarkable, its fragrance was indeed captivating, stirring a desire within Jiang Daoxin. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen and Jiang Yu exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Jiang Yu replied, This is the crimson blood spiritual liquid. It possesses the power to cleanse the body, awaken your innate talents for cultivation, and enhance the vitality within you. As he spoke, Jiang Yu produced 2 porcelain vials from his robe and handed them to Jiang Chen and Jiang Daoxin. These are third-rank meridian opening pills. After your medicinal bath, simply ingest them. The process may be somewhat painful, but if you can endure it, your strength will undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Jiang Chen did not refuse. He accepted the pill from Jiang Yu's hand. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to conceal his cultivation level for the time being. After all, his sudden ascension to the pinnacle of body refinement's 10th level might attract unwanted attention toward the Jiang family, potentially leading to unnecessary troubles. Thus, he deemed it wise to await a more opportune moment. Jiang Chen found himself intrigued by the medicinal bath his elder brother had prepared, eager to ascertain its effects on his own strength. Jiang Daoxin inquired, Elder brother, does soaking in this truly enhance one's capabilities? In response to Jiang Daoxin's question, Jiang Yu nodded affirmatively. I fear no pain, as long as it bolsters my strength and brings joy to Father. A little discomfort is inconsequential, Jiang Daoxin declared resolutely. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu turned his gaze to the side, where Jiang Chen stood. If the third brother fears not, then I, as the second brother, shall not falter either. With that, the two of them shed their long robes and gradually stepped into the wooden tub. As soon as he entered, Jiang Daoxin let out a piercing scream. The intense pain caused his countenance to shift dramatically, compelling him to rise abruptly. Just as Jiang Daoxin was about to leap out of the tub, a firm hand pressed down on his shoulder. Jiang Yu spoke in a low voice, Daoxin, have you forgotten your own words? If you exit now, all will be in vain. I understand, elder brother, Jiang Daoxin replied, gritting his teeth as he sat back down, his anguished cries echoing around him. However, Jiang Chen's demeanor took Jiang Yu by surprise. Upon entering the medicinal tub, aside from a slight furrowing of his brow, he emitted no cries of distress. Chapter 14. Borrowing flowers to offer Buddha, system rewards. Observing this scene, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Jiang Yu's eyes. I never expected my second brother to possess such remarkable will. He remains unperturbed in the face of such pain. As time progressed, the crimson liquid within the tub gradually lightened, and Jiang Daoxin's wails diminished significantly, revealing a layer of black substance forming in the liquid, accompanied by a foul odor. Noting that both of their breathing had stabilized, Jiang Yu slowly retreated from the room, choosing not to linger. With a creak, the door closed, and Jiang Yu's footsteps faded into the distance. After a considerable while, Jiang Chen, with his eyes tightly shut, slowly opened them. Upon observing the floating black substance in the tub, a look of surprise crossed his face. The medicinal bath of my elder brother is indeed extraordinary. I had thought it would be ineffective for me, yet it has yielded unexpected results. In Jiang Chen's view, having recently consumed Ganoderma and undergone a cleansing of his marrow, he believed this medicinal bath would bear no influence on him. Yet the outcome surprised him. Although the impurities in his tub were minimal, he could distinctly perceive the enhancement of his physique. Subsequently, Jiang Chen swiftly channeled his internal energy, rapidly absorbing the power from the medicinal liquid, and his strength gradually ascended. Time flew by. Unbeknownst to him, night had quietly descended, and the liquid in Jiang Chen's wooden tub had turned completely transparent, with a layer of grime floating atop the surface. In contrast, the liquid in Jiang Daoxin's tub had transformed into an inky blackness, and his skin was now marred by considerable dirt. With a splash, Jiang Chen emerged from the tub and swiftly made his way to the backyard, where he rinsed his body with spring water. Just as he finished, Jiang Daoxin rushed out, greeted Jiang Chen with a wave, and leapt directly into a nearby pond. Seizing this moment, Jiang Chen's gaze swept across the courtyard. After a considerable time of observation, he found no sign of Jiang Yu. Suddenly, as Jiang Chen pondered, Jiang Daoxin jumped out of the pond, and upon sensing the changes within himself, a look of exhilaration spread across his face. Second brother, what eldest brother said is indeed true. My strength has broken through a minor realm, and it won't be long before I can break through again. As he spoke, Jiang Daoxin hastened to Jiang Chen's side, his excitement unabashedly visible, much like a child who has just received a sweet treat. Calm down for now. While the effects of the medicine still linger, you should take the elixir that eldest brother gave you, Jiang Chen advised. Upon hearing this, Jiang Daoxin quickly grasped the situation, retrieving a porcelain vial and pouring out its contents. Noticing Jiang Chen's lack of action, he couldn't help but ask, second brother, aren't you going to take it? You go ahead, I will watch from aside. Should anything unforeseen occur, I will be here to assist, Jiang Chen replied. After hearing this, Jiang Daoxin nodded lightly and swallowed the elixir in his hand. The moment the elixir entered his body, he felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through his veins. With a thunderous roar, his blood surged, and his aura began to rise steadily, soon breaking through to the 5th level of body refinement. However, after a short while, a look of confusion appeared on Jiang Chen's face. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Daoxin should have been able to break through to the 6th level of body refinement after refining this 3rd-grade elixir. Yet, something seemed amiss. The energy from the elixir was insufficient for him to reach the 6th level. What is happening? Why does Daoxin require significantly more energy to break through to the body refinement stage compared to others? After observing for a moment, Jiang Chen quickly discerned the issue. In comparison to others at the same level, Jiang Daoxin needed at least a third more energy to make the breakthrough. Soon, Jiang Daoxin slowly opened his eyes. The inability to achieve a breakthrough to the 6th level left a trace of disappointment in his gaze. However, he quickly composed himself. The sudden elevation of 2 minor realms in strength had already brought him great satisfaction. A satisfied smile involuntarily graced Jiang Daoxin's face. At that moment, a porcelain vial was presented to him. Jiang Daoxin inquired, "Second brother, what is this?" Jiang Chen replied with a slight smile, "Take it. Seize the moment. First, strive to break through to the 6th level of body refinement. If you miss this opportunity, it will not be so easy to achieve the next breakthrough." Through his memories, Jiang Chen understood that the 6th level of body refinement represented a crucial threshold. Failing to make a decisive breakthrough would double the difficulty of future attempts. Jiang Daoxin responded, "Second brother, you have given me the elixir, but what about you? I cannot accept this." He shook his head vigorously, refusing to take the elixir Jiang Chen offered. Jiang Chen insisted, "I told you to take it, so take it without further ado. I have no use for it now." With that, Jiang Chen swiftly channeled his inner energy, unleashing the power of the 6th level of body refinement. Upon sensing Jiang Chen's prowess at the 6th level, astonishment washed over Jiang Daoxin's face as he exclaimed, "Second brother, you haven't even consumed the elixir, yet you have already reached the 6th level of body refinement?" Jiang Chen urged, "Stop asking questions. Eldest brother prepared this elixir for us specifically to break through to the 6th level. If you do not wish to disappoint third uncle, you must consume it." Jiang Daoxin replied, "I understand, second brother." With that, he accepted the elixir from Jiang Chen's hand and swallowed it whole, his aura surging violently once more. However, at that moment, the system's notification sound suddenly echoed. "Ding! Congratulations! Host has delivered a 3rd-grade elixir, triggering a 1,000-fold critical effect, and has obtained a 9th-grade elixir, 9-aperture golden elixir." Is this possible? Jiang Chen was taken aback. He never anticipated that, although he was merely offering it to another, he would trigger a reward from the system. Suppressing his excitement, he quickly accessed the system's information page to review the details of the 9-aperture golden elixir. Elixir grade, from 1st grade to 9th grade, demigod elixir, divine elixir. Name, 9-aperture golden elixir, grade, 9th grade elixir, special effect, breaks open the divine reservoir, unblocking the 9 apertures within the body, creating 9 independent energy vortices. After perusing the description, Jiang Chen's face reflected profound shock. If it truly can open the 9 energy vortices, it would be equivalent to possessing 9 dantians. With such abundant inner energy, no one at the same level would be my match. With this thought, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his gaze once more. Meanwhile, Jiang Daoxin was once again attempting to break through to the 6th level of body refinement. Chapter 15. Consuming the golden elixir, opening the energy vortices. Half a stick of incense later, Jiang Daoxin's aura suddenly surged, propelling him into the 6th level of the body refinement realm. With a swift motion, he opened his eyes and stood up, casting an excited glance at Jiang Chen. "Second brother, I did it. I have truly broken through to the 6th level of body refinement. If our father knew, he would be overjoyed." As soon as the words left his lips, he embraced Jiang Chen warmly. At that moment, footsteps approached from a distance, and Jiang Yu's figure came into view. Upon sensing their auras, a satisfied expression graced his face. "Excellent. You both have reached the 6th level of body refinement. It appears the effects of the medicine have been absorbed perfectly." Jiang Daoxin interjected, "Elder brother. Second brother didn't consume the elixir. He gave it to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have achieved this breakthrough." Surprise flickered in Jiang Yu's eyes as he inquired, "Second brother, did you manage to advance to the 6th level of body refinement during the medicinal bath?" Jiang Chen replied, "I owe this breakthrough to elder brother's medicinal bath and a stroke of good fortune." Jiang Yu nodded thoughtfully and continued, "That is also acceptable. Achieving the 6th level of body refinement without relying on medicinal power indicates that the elixir has activated your innate cultivation talent." His gaze shifted back to Jiang Daoxin as he reassured, "Do not concern yourselves with the elixir. I shall assist you in refining more in the future. However, remember that elixirs are merely aids for cultivation. Do not become overly reliant on them." "Yes, elder brother, we understand." Jiang Chen and Jiang Daoxin responded in unison. They were well aware that relying solely on elixirs for advancement would result in superficial growth. Typically, only cultivators facing bottlenecks or those with exceptionally solid foundations would resort to using elixirs to elevate their cultivation. Jiang Chen then posed, "Elder brother, have you devised a plan regarding the Yin family? The Jiang family's profits are dwindling. If there is any way I can assist, please let me know." With a confident smile, Jiang Yu replied, "Rest assured, I will handle the matter of spirit stones. Such trifles are not beyond my capability." Seeing Jiang Yu's assurance, Jiang Chen refrained from further inquiries, choosing instead to trust in his elder brother's abilities, for he was no ordinary man. Meanwhile, Jiang Daoxin observed his two brothers engaged in conversation, feeling somewhat left out and standing quietly to the side. Nevertheless, he was genuinely pleased with the atmosphere. In the past, the discord between his elder brothers and the infrequent return of other family members had left him feeling quite lonely. However, since the matter of the broken engagement, the atmosphere of the entire family has improved significantly, allowing him to deeply experience the profound bond of kinship. After a brief exchange, Jiang Chen and Jiang Daoxin departed from Jiang Yu's loft, each heading to their respective chambers. Upon returning to the courtyard, Jiang Chen settled in a pavilion outdoors, gazing at the luminous moon overhead, a smile naturally gracing his face. This manner of interaction, devoid of ulterior motives, bestowed upon him a sense of tranquility and joy. Suddenly, a series of knocks resonated at the door. Shortly thereafter, a servant hurriedly entered, whispering, "Second young master, a young lady who identifies herself as Xiao Ling has just arrived, and she asked me to deliver this letter to you." As he spoke, the servant presented a letter to Jiang Chen. "Xiao Ling?" Jiang Chen paused momentarily, then reached out to accept the letter from the servant's hands. Upon receiving the envelope, a delicate fragrance wafted forth. "You may leave now," Jiang Chen instructed, and the servant promptly exited. Gently, Jiang Chen's fingers moved, extracting the letter from its envelope, revealing elegantly penned characters. "Dear young Master Jiang, soon the moonlight will depart from Shenfeng City, and before her departure, she wishes to meet with you. If you are willing to meet, please return to the loft for our conversation." At the bottom right of the page was inscribed the name Shangguan Mingyue. Shangguan Mingyue is leaving Shenfeng City? Upon reading the letter, Jiang Chen couldn't help but recall Shangguan Mingyue's exquisite visage in their conversation that night. After a moment of contemplation, he discovered his heart was somewhat unsettled, stirring within him a sense of reluctance. "Perhaps I shall visit in a few days," he murmured. As these words left his lips, Jiang Chen's emotions gradually calmed. He was uncertain why he felt this way. After all, he had only met the woman once, yet she had left such a profound impression. Jiang Chen speculated that this might be the lingering sentiment of the original owner of this body, who had long pursued Shangguan Mingyue. Yet, he could not deny that a part of this feeling was his own, for it was only natural to be captivated by such an unparalleled beauty. Jiang Chen was no exception. Once he had steadied his emotions, Jiang Chen slowly made his way to his bedroom. The appreciation for beauty is a sentiment shared by all. His admiration was not born from possessiveness, but rather from a pure appreciation for the exquisite. However, one thing Jiang Chen was certain of: if he did not resolve matters concerning Shangguan Mingyue, it could very well leave him with inner turmoil. Therefore, he must go. As long as this obsession dissipated, his spirit would seamlessly meld with this body. After securely closing the door, Jiang Chen retrieved the 9-turn golden pill and swallowed it whole. A resounding boom echoed as, shortly after consuming the elixir, a surge of pure energy rapidly spread through his limbs and bones, causing Jiang Chen's strength to ascend incrementally. At that moment, however, a violent pain surged throughout his entire body, causing his complexion to shift dramatically as he emitted a series of muffled groans. This agony was exponentially more intense than the previous experience of marrow cleansing. Beads of sweat began to pour from his forehead, and veins on his temples bulged as his body trembled uncontrollably. Faintly, Jiang Chen discerned a series of subtle cracking sounds, intensifying the pain that enveloped him. Gritting his teeth, he stifled his groans, sweat cascading down his brow. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his aura became wildly chaotic. Despite his utmost efforts to refine the pill's energy, the ferocious potency continued to rampage within him. With great resolve, he endured the excruciating pain, striving to stabilize his mind while fervently circulating his cultivation techniques, directing the energy towards his lower abdomen. The cracking sounds grew louder, and his pallor deepened, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness from the pain. Finally, after 2 grueling hours of struggle, the first cyclone of energy within him took shape. In an instant, a torrent of spiritual energy surged towards Jiang Chen, his strength soaring as the pain began to subside significantly. He reached the pinnacle of the 10th layer of body refinement, then ascended to the half-step Divine Sea Realm, followed by the 1st and 2nd layers of the Divine Sea Realm. Upon reaching the peak of the 3rd layer of the Divine Sea Realm, his rapid ascent halted, and the remaining energy surged anew. with the benefit of his prior experience. The subsequent formation of cyclones became considerably easier. Chapter 16, Golden Reward, the Imperial Falling Eyes. As the 9 cyclones were successfully established, the rate at which Jiang Chen absorbed spiritual energy accelerated, resulting in the emergence of a colossal cyclone above his abode. Yet, as the spiritual energy within him continued to multiply, a look of perplexity crossed Jiang Chen's face. What is happening? My cultivation seems to be declining rather than ascending. Indeed, after the formation of all 9 cyclones, his cultivation plummeted from the peak of the 3rd layer of the Divine Sea realm to the 1st layer. However, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that, although his cultivation had diminished, the density of his true energy had increased severalfold. His combat prowess had, in fact, been significantly enhanced. Not only that, with the second compression of his strength, the very foundation of his being had become more solid. Divine Sea realm, breaking through the limits of the physical body, allowing the internal true energy to be projected outward, achieving the ability to injure from a distance, and forming a protective layer of qi around the body. Furthermore, the sea of consciousness would begin to take shape, leading to a considerable enhancement of his sensory perceptions. With a deep breath, Jiang Chen exhaled, a faint smile gracing his lips as he felt the surge of his formidable strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the Divine Sea realm. The opportunity shop has been unlocked, and a promotion gift package has been awarded. Would you like to open it? The opportunity shop? The promotion gift package? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, but soon, excitement sparkled in his eyes. Jiang Chen, open it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the promotion gift package, acquiring the unranked cultivation technique, Chaos Creation Sutra, Golden, Bound. Congratulations to the host for opening the promotion gift package, acquiring the special item Imperial Falling Dual Pupils, Golden, Bound. Reward item levels: white, green, blue, purple, red, gold. Cultivation technique levels: mundane, yellow, profound, earth, heaven, sacred, semi-imperial, imperial. Jiang Chen, 2 golden legends. System, what is the meaning of this? The Chaos Creation Sutra is an unranked technique. Why is it a golden quality reward? Ding! The tier of this technique depends on the strength of the practitioner. The stronger the practitioner, the higher its tier, and there is no upper limit to its potency. Ah, so this is a growth type technique? The host can understand it this way. With the system's explanation, a glimmer of joy appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. And what does this binding mean? This reward can only be used by you, the host, and cannot be bestowed upon others. It is a unique reward. Upon learning the specifics, a trace of regret flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. However, the thought of it being a golden reward quickly alleviated his disappointment. Chaos Creation Sutra is ready. Would you like to learn it? Learn. As Jiang Chen's voice fell, a vast expanse of information flooded his mind. It was none other than the Chaos Creation Sutra. In a brief moment, Jiang Chen comprehended the technique thoroughly. As the technique continued to operate, his internal true energy underwent yet another compression. Boom! Yet this time, Jiang Chen's strength did not diminish. Rather, it ascended to a new level, reaching the 2nd stage of the Divine Sea realm. Once his aura stabilized, Jiang Chen turned his gaze toward the 2nd reward, the Imperial Falling Dual Pupils. Ding! The fusion of the Imperial Fallen Dual Eyes is ready. Shall we commence the integration? System, will the assimilation of this extraordinary eye have any detrimental effects on me? Rest assured, host, this system guarantees an utterly flawless fusion, indistinguishable from a natural endowment, devoid of any rejection. As the Imperial Fallen Dual Eyes are an ancient anomaly, their integration will invoke celestial phenomena. Considering the host's current frailty, a shielding function has been specifically activated for your protection. Once this function is engaged, the resulting manifestations will remain invisible to all except the host. Hearing the system's assurances, Jiang Chen's final remnants of doubt evaporated. After a moment of contemplation, he softly declared, "Begin the fusion." Ding! Commencement of dual eye integration. No sooner had the system's voice faded than Jiang Chen felt an enveloping darkness. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm. Above him, countless figures loomed, and a man with flowing black hair was besieged. The terrifying aura emanating from his assailants sent a chill through Jiang Chen. Boom! 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 In the face of the relentless assault, the enigmatic black-haired man bore an expression of utter calm, each move unleashing a dreadful power. Suddenly, the man slowly closed his eyes. and when they reopened, his once singular pupil had transformed into a pair of dual eyes. In that instant, the world shifted, with a thunderous roar. Ominous black light erupted from the man's gaze, and the attackers, caught unawares, were obliterated into nothingness. Within mere moments, the remaining adversaries fell victim to the man's singular strike. The sky rumbled with fury. The previously overcast heavens now shone brilliantly. Yet, paradoxically, the thunderous roars intensified rather than diminished. Is this the might of the dual eyes? Such terrifying power unleashed. At that moment, the man in the sky slowly turned his head, and the dual gaze locked with Jiang Chen's. In that exchange, Jiang Chen felt as though the very mountains and rivers were reversing. It seemed that with just a thought, he could rend the fabric of the universe itself. Boom! The instant he made contact with the man's gaze, a thunderous sound echoed in his mind, and the scene before him rapidly faded. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself still in his bedroom, yet his sight pierced through the walls, revealing the world outside. At that moment, a realm of chaos appeared in the skies. Within that void, a colossal azure lotus ascended, rising swiftly and propelling the entirety of the universe upward. At this moment, a remarkable phenomenon emerged, revealing the legendary chaos seed blue lotus. Soon after, the void trembled once more, and a majestic figure materialized in the heavens. Behind him loomed a colossal throne. As the man sat regally above the 9 heavens, his indifferent gaze sweeping across the realms. His every gesture exuded a formidable aura capable of obliterating worlds. Observing this extraordinary sight, Jiang Chen murmured softly, "Is the immortal king descending upon the 9 heavens?" Thunderous roars echoed incessantly in Jiang Chen's mind. As the vision faded, the brilliance in his eyes gradually dimmed, and his aura steadied. Moments later, his pupils astonishingly overlapped, imparting a bewitching charm, while his demeanor grew significantly more imposing. With a long, deep breath, Jiang Chen slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his pupils had returned to their normal state. Congratulations, host, on successfully merging with the imperial fallen heavy pupils. Once he stabilized his aura, Jiang Chen swiftly summoned the system to examine the so-called opportunity system. After a brief observation, astonishment flickered in his eyes. He discovered that the opportunity shop resembled a grand emporium, filled with an array of items, cultivation techniques, secret arts, weapons, and even bloodlines and physical constitutions available for exchange. However, the rarer the item, the steeper its price. To acquire these treasures, one needed sufficient opportunity points, and Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that he possessed 1103 opportunity points. System: how does one acquire these opportunity points? The acquisition of opportunity points is quite simple. They are generated based on the multiplier of the opportunities bestowed by the host, with corresponding multipliers yielding equivalent opportunity points. If I were to gift items from the opportunity shop to others, would I be eligible for critical rewards? You can indeed receive critical rewards. However, to prevent the host from encountering bugs, gifting items from the opportunity shop will not yield point rewards, and this can only be triggered once a month. Damn it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse. According to the system, while he could earn critical rewards by gifting items from the opportunity shop, he would not receive any corresponding critical points, and there would be a cooldown of 1 month. In essence, items exchanged from the opportunity shop could only trigger critical rewards once a month. If he were to exchange more opportunity items to bestow upon others, he would receive no rewards whatsoever. Yet, after some contemplation, Jiang Chen felt a sense of acceptance. This limitation is quite understandable. Without such a constraint, one could simply rely on those around them to continuously accumulate fortune points, effortlessly enhancing their own strength from the comfort of home. There was no need for further deliberation on this matter. Jiang Chen began to ponder for a moment, directing his gaze towards the martial arts section, where he found himself most lacking. Yellow tier superior martial art, transformation palm, exchange price, 100 fortune points. Yellow tier ultimate martial art, dragon's dance spear technique, exchange price, 300 fortune points. Mystical tier inferior martial art, destruction fist technique, exchange price, 500 fortune points. After contemplating for a considerable time, Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and spent 800 fortune points to exchange for a mystical tier intermediate martial art. This technique, named Celestial Sound 9 Mysteries, is an exquisite string art martial skill. Once cultivated to perfection, its unleashed power could rival that of yellow tier superior martial arts. Of course, If Jiang Chen wished to reach mastery, it would be quite simple. The system could directly transmit the technique for personal use, allowing him to assimilate it in no time. However, Jiang Chen chose not to pursue this route. He specifically exchanged this technique as a gift for Shangwan Mingyue. Through recent observations, he had come to realize that she primarily practiced the art of the zither. Since he was about to delve into understanding causality, gifting her this martial skill would also yield a critical reward, achieving two objectives with one action. After securing the martial art, Jiang Chen immediately sat cross-legged, activating the chaotic transformation technique. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into his body, he felt his pores relax significantly. Meanwhile, in a certain young lady's loft, the door creaked open. Xiao slowly entered the room. By the windowsill, a woman clad in a white dress turned her head upon hearing the sound and softly inquired, "Has the letter been delivered?" Xiao replied, "Miss, the servant said the letter has been handed to young Master Jiang, but he did not read it immediately." Shangwan Mingyue responded, "It's fine, as long as it has been delivered." After speaking, she slightly turned her head to glance at a note on the table, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of her lips. The paper on the table was indeed the water melody personally penned by Jiang Chen. Observing her mistress's demeanor, Xiao could not help but speak up. "Miss, you wouldn't genuinely be developing feelings for Jiang Chen, would you? His poetry indeed possesses extraordinary depth, but the disparity in your statuses." At this point, Xiao refrained from continuing, yet her implication was abundantly clear. To fall for someone merely because of a poem seemed rather hasty. Moreover, there was a critical issue at hand. It is evident that Jiang Chen's status is too lowly to be worthy of her lady, which reflects Xiao innermost thoughts. However, in response to Xiao remarks, Shangwan Mingyue gently lifted her head and cast her gaze upon the luminous moon outside the window. "Xiao, do you believe that one needs a reason to love someone?" Upon hearing this, a look of perplexity crossed Xiao face, prompting her to retort, "Isn't it necessary?" Shangwan Mingyue slowly rose to her feet and continued, "Perhaps it is, or perhaps it is not." With that, she picked up a sheet of paper from the table and began reciting, "When will the moon be bright? I raise my glass to ask the clear sky, unaware of the celestial palaces above, what year it is this evening." Xiao listened quietly, refraining from interrupting Shangwan Mingyue. Yet the earlier conversation left her increasingly bewildered. After a considerable pause, Xiao could no longer restrain herself and spoke, "Miss, even if you were to be with young Master Jiang, your family would never approve." As her words fell, a trace of helplessness appeared on Shangwan Mingyue's face, and she let out a soft sigh, murmuring, "I know, but I do not wish to leave myself with regrets. That is why I want to bid him a proper farewell." Hearing her lady's melancholic tone, Xiao felt a sudden tightening in her chest. "Mississippi." Observing Xiao distressed expression, Shangwan Mingyue gently waved her hand and spoke softly, "Do not be sad. Perhaps this is my fate. Although I cannot escape it, at least I still have a chance to choose." Xiao suggested earnestly, "Miss, why not elope with young Master Jiang and hide away where they cannot find you? That way, you would be free from the constraints of others." But upon seeing Xiao earnest demeanor, Shangwan Mingyue shook her head gently and replied, "It is futile. They have placed a soul mark upon me. No matter where I flee, I would be easily located, and it would only implicate him." After saying this, Shangwan Mingyue tenderly caressed Xiao forehead. This girl, who had been by her side since childhood, she regarded as a beloved younger sister, their bond transcending the typical master-servant relationship. Hearing this, Xiao eyes glistened with tears, feeling that her lady's fate was indeed harsh, her voice trembling with emotion. "Miss, do not be sorrowful. Xiao will always be by your side." Shangwan Mingyue gently patted Xiao shoulder, a soft warmth shining in her gaze. "All right, if you cry anymore, you'll become a little drenched cat." With that, she comforted Xiao before sitting back down, her hand lightly gliding over the strings of the guqin, and she began to play slowly. Chapter 18. A heart-to-heart between father and son, the secrets of the Su family. Time flies. When Jiang Chen opened his eyes once more, the sun had already ascended to its zenith, casting radiant beams through the window. With a deep exhale, he slowly rose from his bed. As he did, a series of audible pops resonated from his joints. Feeling the incessant flow of power within him, a satisfied smile graced his lips. The door creaked open, revealing a familiar figure. "Father, what brings you here?" Jiang Chen inquired. "I've completed my tasks, so I thought I'd come and have a chat with you," Jiang Chen replied. Nodding in acknowledgement, Jiang Chen led the way to a pavilion in the courtyard. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wenqing spoke first. "Chener, I came specifically to discuss matters concerning your mother." Jiang Chen's interest piqued. "Is it about my mother?" He recalled that the original host's memories contained scant information regarding her. Having been prepared to inquire about her himself, he welcomed the topic with eagerness. "Father, where has my mother gone? You have kept this from me for all these years. Could there be some hidden truth?" Sighing deeply, Jiang Wenqing began. "Your mother hails from the Su family. Although the Su clan is one of the esteemed families in Tianyu City, they faced a coalition of forces that sought to suppress them. In search of assistance, the Su family hosted a banquet. It was there that I met your mother. Given the collaboration between the Jiang and Su families, our relationship naturally blossomed." As he recounted the tale, a smile unwittingly appeared on Jiang Wenqing's face. "However, shortly after giving birth to you, he then narrated the events of that time. After Jiang Chen's birth, his mother had to attend to some urgent matters within the Su family, which had encountered unforeseen turmoil. Jiang Wenqing, preoccupied with the contest for the position of family head, could not accompany her, instead sending a few guards to ensure her safety. Yet, his mother was gone for half a month, with no word from her. It was only upon his arrival with reinforcements that he discovered the Su family had been reduced to ruins, the ground littered with bodies, an appalling scene that suggested a massacre. At this revelation, Jiang Chen's demeanor shifted, his gaze turning icy as an overwhelming aura began to surge around him. The moment this terrifying energy manifested, Jiang Wenqing felt it instantly, his expression shifting to one of shock as he swiftly focused on Jiang Chen. "Chener, what has happened to your strength?" Recalling the formidable aura from earlier, Jiang Wenqing's gaze lingered on Jiang Chen, his eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation, yet also disbelief. Jiang Chen gently waved his hand and spoke. "Father, when the time is ripe, I shall explain everything to you. As for my mother, the Su family was indeed the maternal lineage of his mother. The annihilation of the Su family left Jiang Chen pondering the fate of his mother, who might also have succumbed to misfortune. However, he clung to a sliver of hope, yearning to hear a different outcome. Observing Jiang Chen's serious demeanor, Jiang Wenqing refrained from pressing further on the matter. Yet, he was certain of one thing. His son's strength had undeniably grown substantially, and that realization was ample for him. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wenqing spoke again. "I'm not entirely certain. We did manage to locate the bodies of the guards, but there has been no trace of your mother." At this revelation, Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. The absence of her body suggests there may still be a chance. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenqing nodded slightly. "Chener, I too have entertained this notion. I have never ceased my search over the years. I share this with you not to foster resentment toward your mother, but to convey that she truly cherished you." With these words, a glimmer of nostalgia mixed with guilt surfaced in Jiang Wenqing's eyes. It was evident that he held profound feelings for Jiang Chen's mother. "Father, I understand," Jiang Chen replied, nodding slightly. From his memories, he recalled that his father seldom mentioned his mother, leading him to believe he had been abandoned by her. Coupled with the Jiang family's deliberate concealment of the truth, numerous rumors had circulated, and over time, Jiang Chen had succumbed to a reckless lifestyle as a way to protect himself. After all, the silent extermination of the Su family indicated a formidable adversary, and with Jiang Chen possessing Su blood, he could not ensure their safety. Notably, since the Su family's demise, no one had approached the Jiang family regarding the matter. Initially, Jiang Wenqing had no intention of discussing this with Jiang Chen. However, following the recent engagement annulment, he sensed a newfound maturity in his son, who no longer acted impulsively. After considerable reflection, he resolved to share this information with Jiang Chen. Moreover, the satisfaction on Jiang Wenqing's face deepened when he recalled the formidable presence Jiang Chen had exuded earlier. Time passed swiftly as Jiang Chen and Jiang Wenqing conversed for an extended period, finally unraveling the long-standing knots in their hearts. As Jiang Chen gazed at his father's retreating figure, a gentle warmth flickered in his eyes. Just then, he felt a profound relaxation envelop him, enhancing his connection with this body significantly. "Is this one of your lingering attachments from life?" Jiang Chen pondered. "Rest assured, father, I shall protect you. If mother has indeed been taken, I will undoubtedly rescue her." With his words spoken, Jiang Chen's thoughts became remarkably clearer. Meanwhile, back in his courtyard, Jiang Wenqing wore a look of contentment. He murmured, "Xiaolin, our son has grown. He harbors no resentment towards you." At this moment, tears welled in Jiang Wenqing's eyes, cascading down his cheeks. After regaining his composure, he slowly retrieved 2 jars of wine and placed a hairpin across from him, speaking to himself as he drank. As night fell, Jiang Chen donned a white robe, pushed open his door, and stepped out into the Jiang family estate, swiftly vanishing into the shadows of the night. With deliberate steps, he strolled along the street. Although it was nighttime, many shops remained open and numerous cultivators engaged in revelry within taverns. Shortly after Jiang Chen had departed, a dark-skinned man emerged from an alley, casting a glance in the direction Jiang Chen had vanished. A cold smirk crept onto his lips as he murmured, "This fellow has finally stepped out. I must relay this news to young Master Xiao without delay." With that, the man hurried off towards the Xiao family residence. However, just moments after the man disappeared, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Since you're so eager for death, I shall grant you an opportunity today. I hope you won't disappoint me." With renewed purpose, Jiang Chen quickened his pace. His objectives had been met, and there was no need for lingering. Chapter 19. With no colorful phoenix wings to fly together, yet hearts connect with an unspoken understanding, the man moved swiftly, soon arriving at the Xiao family estate. Inside the room, a voice exclaimed, "What? You say Jiang Chen has emerged and is now heading to Tianxiang Tower?" "Indeed, young master," replied the informant. Xiao Yun's eyes gleamed with a chilling light. "Excellent at last. After waiting for so many days, that fellow has finally shown himself. This time, who can come to his rescue?" With a renewed fervor, Xiao Yun continued, "Quickly inform the 3rd young master of the Bai family. Tell him that the time for action has come." "Yes, young master." As the man departed, Xiao Yun erupted into a raucous laugh, his face brimming with pride. He spoke solemnly, "Once Jiang Chen is dealt with, I shall handle that useless Jiang Yu, and chaos will surely engulf the entire Jiang family. At that time, I will join forces with Bai Hongfei to strike, undoubtedly reaping considerable benefits from it. Such a development would surely earn me the admiration of my father and elder brother." When mentioning her elder brother, Xiao Yun's eyes brimmed with admiration. His brother, Xiao Feng, possessed extraordinary cultivation talent, previously overshadowed only by Jiang Yu. However, ever since Jiang Yu's cultivation aptitude faltered, Xiao Feng naturally ascended to become the foremost prodigy in Xinfeng City. Yet now, Yin Shixue has emerged with a striking presence, rivaling Xiao Feng. Despite this, Xiao Yun remains steadfastly confident in his elder brother. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen did not head directly towards the Tianxiang Pavilion. Instead, he skillfully evaded the crowd and ascended via a narrow path. As he proceeded, Jiang Chen soon arrived at the pavilion, observing the faintly flickering candlelight through the window. He gently rapped on the door. With a series of footsteps echoing, the door was swiftly opened by Xiaoling. Upon recognizing Jiang Chen, she quickly stepped aside, exclaiming, "Young Master Jiang, please." Jiang Chen nodded slightly and stepped inside, heading towards the 2nd floor. Xiaoling made no attempt to follow. Instead, she closed the door behind her and turned to enter a partition on the 1st floor. After a short while, Jiang Chen reached the 2nd floor and soon spotted Shangguan Mingyue, who was clad in a flowing white gown. A delicate fragrance lingered in the room. Upon hearing his footsteps, Shangguan Mingyue slowly lifted her head and greeted Jiang Chen with a gentle smile, saying, "You have arrived." Jiang Chen responded, "Yes, I am here." Their conversation flowed effortlessly, as if they were well acquainted, devoid of any sense of awkwardness. This time, Shangguan Mingyue was not wearing a veil, and her exquisite beauty remained captivating. Even Jiang Chen found himself momentarily entranced. Clearing his throat to dispel his embarrassment, he quickly composed himself and took a seat across from her. Observing Jiang Chen's demeanor, Shangguan Mingyue could not help but smile a little more, her mood evidently uplifted. She swiftly poured him a cup of tea, and neither spoke, silently enjoying their drinks. After a contemplative pause, Jiang Chen looked up at Shangguan Mingyue and asked, "Are you leaving?" As he spoke, Shangguan Mingyue slowly raised her head, their gazes locking. At that moment, she found herself at a loss for words. After a brief moment of contemplation, she gently nodded in response. As the moment of departure approached, "The mere sight of you filled me with joy." Despite Jiang Chen's prior preparations, an involuntary pang of reluctance surged within him, and he parted his lips slightly, yet ultimately refrained from uttering any words of retention. Observing this scene, Shangguan Mingyue's eyes revealed a flicker of bitterness. Though skillfully concealed, Jiang Chen discerned it nonetheless. The moment he perceived the expression in her gaze, a tremor coursed through his heart, igniting an impulse to embrace her. Just then, after swiftly regaining her composure, Shangguan Mingyue spoke again. I greatly admire the poem you composed last time, Shui Diavitu, as I prepare to leave Shinfeng City. Would you be able to write another piece for me? Gazing into her expectant eyes, Jiang Chen gently nodded. Subsequently, he slowly grasped the brush resting on the table, allowing instinct to guide him as he began to write without excessive contemplation. Shangguan Mingyue watched quietly at his side. As the brush fell, she delicately lifted the sheet of paper. Last night's stars and winds, beside the painting tower to the west and the osmanthus hall to the east, with no colorful phoenix wings to fly in pairs, yet hearts connected through a single thought. This poem, penned by the Tang Dynasty poet Li Shangyin, was now invoked by Jiang Chen in a moment of bravado. Shangguan Mingyue mused over the line, with no colorful phoenix wings to fly in pairs, yet hearts connected through a single thought, a smile blossoming on her face as her gaze remained fixed on Jiang Chen. At this juncture, Jiang Chen maintained a calm demeanor, locking eyes with Shangguan Mingyue. Upon witnessing the expression in her eyes, his previously resolute heart wavered for the first time. After lifting his brush, he instinctively composed the poem, offering her an explanation while also providing himself with closure, ensuring neither would harbor regrets. As time ticked by, Shangguan Mingyue subtly raised her gaze to Jiang Chen, a blush adorning her cheeks. Soon, a sorrowful smile graced her lips as she softly murmured, "My family's power is formidable. There are matters beyond my influence. Your presence here brings me great joy." Seeing her melancholic smile, Jiang Chen felt a slight tremor within, a dull ache blossoming in his heart. Following a brief silence, he lifted his head, his gaze firmly meeting hers, and declared earnestly, "Then I shall become stronger than them." Witnessing the determination in Jiang Chen's eyes, Shangguan Mingyue smiled. Though her expression was laden with desolation, she was acutely aware of the strength of his faction. In comparison, her family seemed insignificant. Given Jiang Chen's current prowess, the notion of altering her family's decisions appeared nothing short of a pipe dream. As she beheld the tears glistening at the corners of Shangguan Mingyue's eyes, a sight both poignant and heart-wrenching, Jiang Chen, as if possessed by some unseen force, extended his arms. He gently brushed the corners of her eyes. Shangguan Mingyue's skin was exquisitely delicate. Jiang Chen felt as though he were caressing silk. As his fingertips made contact with her cheek, Shangguan Mingyue's body stiffened momentarily before a blush swiftly crept across her face. Yet, she did not deter his actions. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Chen hesitated for a brief moment before enveloping Shangguan Mingyue in his embrace. "Trust me," he declared earnestly, "I shall grow stronger, and at that time, no one shall dictate the course of your life." Gazing into Jiang Chen's earnest eyes, Shangguan Mingyue, after a fleeting moment of hesitation, spoke softly, "In 2 years' time, I must wed that man." Ultimately, she articulated a deadline, harboring little hope. Yet the unwavering determination reflected in Jiang Chen's gaze ignited a flicker of hope within her, a chance she wished to take. As her words fell, Shangguan Mingyue presented Jiang Chen with a small pouch. "Open it when you have attained sufficient strength," she instructed softly. Jiang Chen accepted the pouch, his voice solemn as he replied, "Wait for me." These two succinct words conveyed Jiang Chen's unwavering resolve. Chapter 20, A Hundredfold Reward, Earth-Level Techniques. Just then, a series of footsteps echoed from behind them, accompanied by the astonished voice of Xiaoling. "Miss you." Upon hearing Xiaoling's voice, Shangguan Mingyue immediately separated from Jiang Chen, her face flushing a deep crimson before she swiftly regained her composure and turned her gaze toward Xiaoling. "What is it, Xiaoling? Has something happened? Why did you come up so suddenly?" Xiaoling paused for a moment, observing the subtle signals from Shangguan Mingyue. Although she was initially taken aback by the earlier scene, she quickly steadied her emotions. "Miss, this is the tea you asked me to prepare earlier. How do you find it?" As she spoke, Xiaoling extended her hands, revealing a collection of fragrant tea leaves. As the leaves drew near, a gentle aroma wafted toward Jiang Chen's nostrils. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoling discreetly stole glances at Jiang Chen. In response to her scrutiny, Jiang Chen remained composed, his expression tranquil, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Ahem. At that moment, Shangguan Mingyue noticed Xiaoling's furtive glances and could not help but cough softly twice. Upon hearing her voice, Xiaoling quickly redirected her gaze and, with the tray in hand, slowly descended the stairs. After Xiaoling departed, the atmosphere lingered with unspoken tension. The room once again fell into silence, and Shangguan Mingyue felt a flush creeping to her cheeks, too shy to lift her gaze to meet Jiang Chen's. After a moment of composure, she suppressed her embarrassment and locked her eyes with his, speaking once more. Jiang Chen, may I play a piece for you? Certainly, he replied. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Shangwan Mingyue's lips as her fingers gently caressed the strings of the zither, beginning to play slowly. The ethereal melody resonated throughout the loft, and her expression was one of intense concentration as her fingers danced over the strings. After taking a sip of his tea, Jiang Chen slowly closed his eyes. As the last notes faded into the air, Shangwan Mingyue glanced at Jiang Chen, her eyes brimming with affection. After a thoughtful pause, he gradually opened his eyes, their gazes intertwining. Under his steady gaze, a deeper blush colored Shangwan Mingyue's cheeks, and she shyly lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. Enchanted by her bashful demeanor, Jiang Chen found himself momentarily lost for words. Noticing his silence, Shangwan Mingyue softly inquired, "What are you looking at?" "Nothing at all," he stammered, flustered. Seeing the awkward expression on his face, Shangwan Mingyue couldn't help but burst into laughter, her joy blooming like a garden in spring. Jiang Chen's attention was once again drawn to her. Once he regained his composure, he retrieved an ancient tome from his robe, the Tianyin Zhuxuan, which he had exchanged for at the fortune shop. "Mingyue, this martial technique is a gift I specially prepared for you. I hope you like it," Jiang Chen said. "Martial technique?" A spark of curiosity ignited in Shangwan Mingyue's eyes as she accepted the book from him. Tianyin Zhuxuan? Could this possibly be a musical martial technique? She pondered, not immediately opening the book, but instead directing her gaze toward Jiang Chen with her question. He nodded slightly and replied softly, "Indeed, it is a mid-tier mystical musical skill. Once cultivated to perfection, its power rivals even that of advanced mystical martial arts." "What? A musical martial technique comparable to advanced levels? This is far too precious. How could you possess such a treasure?" she exclaimed, but as soon as the words left her lips, she quickly shook her head, adding, "I apologize. I shouldn't have asked that. I was just a bit too excited." At this, Shangwan Mingyue hesitated, her unspoken thoughts lingering in the air, yet Jiang Chen understood her sentiment. He gently shook his head in response. "It's all right. What matters is that you like it." Shangwan Mingyue nodded with joy, showing no further concern regarding the origins of the martial arts technique. In fact, she intentionally sidestepped the topic. For her, as long as it was given by Jiang Chen, that was sufficient. The source of the technique was of no consequence. It is noteworthy that within the Divine Wind City, the highest grade of martial arts available was merely of the yellow tier, with not a single top-tier yellow technique in sight. Yet, Jiang Chen had presented her with a profound grade technique, undoubtedly harboring many unknown secrets. Shangwan Mingyue, an astute woman, understood the delicate balance of inquiry, what to ask and what to leave unspoken. Meanwhile, a hint of bewilderment crossed Jiang Chen's face. Given the strength of Shangwan Mingyue's family, acquiring a profound grade technique should pose little challenge. They might even possess earth-tier techniques. Logically, a profound grade technique would not elicit such excitement from her. Seemingly perceiving Jiang Chen's thoughts, Shangwan Mingyue spoke up. "Indeed, our Shangwan family lacked for earth-tier techniques, yet what you have given is distinct. The heavenly sound 9 mysteries may appear trivial to others, but for practitioners of musical cultivation like us, its worth is no less than that of an earth-tier technique." "Oh," Jiang Chen's eyes widened in surprise, his curiosity piqued. "And why is that?" Shangwan Mingyue replied, "Few are those who practice musical cultivation, and musical techniques are exceedingly rare. The technique I have been cultivating is merely a low-grade, profound technique, and it is incomplete. Yet, even this flawed technique cost me a considerable price to obtain. In comparison, would you not agree that this gift is indeed precious?" As her words hung in the air, Shangwan Mingyue's beautiful eyes bore into Jiang Chen's, and a blush crept upon her cheeks once more. Jiang Chen smiled gently, saying, "What matters is not the value of the gift, but its usefulness to you. In my hands, it serves little purpose. Thus, it is merely a matter of it being put to good use." After conversing for a while, Shangwan Mingyue slowly opened the heavenly sound 9 mysteries. Just a glance at its contents captivated her. At that moment, a system prompt chimed in. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully gifting a mid-grade profound martial technique. You have triggered a 100-fold critical reward, receiving an earth-tier low-grade technique. Dragon Elephant Suppressing Heaven Fist, protection period, 1 month. Note, after the protection period, the host may freely trade this technique, but cannot trigger critical rewards. Upon reading this information, Jiang Chen immediately understood. The system's current restrictions were designed to prevent him from endlessly stacking rewards. It seemed the system had indeed invested considerable thought into this. Chapter 21. A Beauty in Embrace. A moment of warmth. After a while of contemplation, Shangguan Mingyue slowly closed the book titled Tianin Jiushuan, her eyes sparkling with delight. Subsequently, she turned her gaze towards Jiang Chen and spoke softly, "Thank you. I truly appreciate it." As her words lingered in the air, she carefully tucked the manual away. Time flew by as the two enjoyed their tea and engaged in conversation. Before they realized it, a faint light appeared on the horizon. Watching the sun rise gently in the east, Jiang Chen turned to Shangguan Mingyue and wondered, "In such haste to depart, can you not linger a while longer?" Shangguan Mingyue shook her head slowly and replied, "I can no longer delay. They wished for my return 3 days ago." At this, her head bowed slightly, her voice softening, and she chose not to elaborate further. Jiang Chen nodded gently, remaining silent as he slowly wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Shangguan Mingyue leaned slightly, resting her head upon his shoulder. In that moment, silence enveloped them as they gazed at the steadily rising sun. Unbeknownst to them, they remained in this tranquil state for half an hour. Finally, Shangguan Mingyue spoke softly, "I must take my leave." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen turned his head slowly. Their eyes meeting, given their proximity, their noses nearly touched with the movement. At that moment, feeling the warmth of Jiang Chen's masculine presence, a blush crept onto Shangguan Mingyue's cheeks, causing her heart to race. Meanwhile, captivated by her exquisite features, Jiang Chen felt a flutter in his heart and could not help but lean in closer. Soon, their noses brushed against one another. As this connection occurred, Shangguan Mingyue gradually closed her eyes, her trembling eyelashes revealing her nervousness, though she endeavored to maintain composure. Inhaling the faint, delicate fragrance that enveloped her, Jiang Chen tilted his head slightly, and their lips met almost immediately. In that instant, Shangguan Mingyue's body stiffened, her mind going blank, her hands clasping tightly together. Appearing somewhat flustered, after a few moments, Jiang Chen slowly lifted his head, while Shangguan Mingyue remained with her eyes tightly shut, her cheeks flushed. Sensing his movement had ceased, her eyelashes fluttered open, revealing her enchanting gaze. The moment she opened her eyes, she found herself staring at Jiang Chen, reminded of their recent encounter. She quickly averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes, and took a moment to compose herself. As Shangguan Mingyue's emotions gradually settled, the flush on her cheeks slowly faded. She gazed deeply at Jiang Chen and retrieved a pendant from her bosom, extending it towards him with a gentle tone. "This is my most cherished jade pendant. You must keep it safe and return it to me the next time we meet." Jiang Chen accepted the pendant from her hand, assuring her earnestly, "Rest assured, I shall return this pendant to you, in pristine condition." Observing the sincerity etched upon Jiang Chen's face, Shangguan Mingyue could not help but smile, her delight evident. Subsequently, she rose slowly from her seat. Although Jiang Chen intended to stand as well, she placed a gentle hand upon his shoulder, saying, "Please remain here and depart only after I have left. I wish for you to remember me and my most beautiful." Hearing the slight plea in her voice, Jiang Chen halted his movement and nodded softly. With his agreement, Shangguan Mingyue lifted her arm, delicately caressing Jiang Chen's cheek before turning to depart. Jiang Chen did not look back, his gaze fixed upon the slowly rising sun. Understanding that Shangguan Mingyue refrained from allowing him to accompany her out of fear that she might shed tears upon parting. Thus, she chose this manner of farewell. Downstairs, as Shangguan Mingyue descended, Xiao appeared within her line of sight, laden with various items. "Miss, what of young Master Jiang?" she inquired. "It's nothing. Let us leave." Shangguan Mingyue replied. Noting her reluctance to elaborate, Xiao chose not to pursue the matter further, and the two swiftly exited the loft. They did not descend the mountain, but instead ventured into the adjacent dense forest. Just before they departed, Shangguan Mingyue could not resist glancing back, murmuring, "Chen, I await you." With those words, she quickly turned her head, leading Xiao swiftly through the trees, her aura once again exuding an air of aloofness. And she donned a veil upon her face. After a brief walk, they encountered a group of men clad in black, beside which rested a sedan chair. Upon noticing Shangguan Mingyue, the leading man respectfully announced, "Miss, the master has sent us to escort you. Please, step into the chair." After casting a cold glance at them, Shangguan Mingyue stepped into the sedan. The black-clad men promptly lifted the chair and, astonishingly, traversed into the void, soon vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen sat in the loft for about half an incense stick's worth of time before slowly rising from his seat. Rather than searching for Shangwan Mingwei, he made his way directly towards the foot of the mountain. However, just as he exited the loft's narrow path, he sensed an unseen presence observing him. His lips curled into a subtle smile. Subsequently, Jiang Chen chose not to take the main road back to the Jiang family, but instead veered into a secluded path. Shortly after his departure, two figures emerged swiftly from the thicket to his left, their gaze fixated on the direction Jiang Chen had vanished. After a moment of contemplation, a man with dark skin spoke first. "I will follow Jiang Chen. You must hurry to inform young Master Xiao and bring others here." "Understood," replied the other man with a nod, hastening towards the entrance of Xianxia Tower. Meanwhile, the dark-skinned man swiftly pursued the direction Jiang Chen had taken. Before long, he spotted Jiang Chen, who walked at a leisurely pace, as if on a casual excursion. However, the dark-skinned man sensed something amiss. The path was overgrown with shrubs, and though there were some plants nearby, the surroundings felt desolate, far from an ideal scenic spot. To him, the only advantage of this location was the absence of ferocious beasts. Beyond that, he struggled to find any merit. Observing Jiang Chen's unhurried gait, the man gradually slowed his pace, trailing discreetly behind. In his heart, he mused, regardless of this fellow's intentions, once young master and the others arrive, my task for today will be satisfactorily accomplished. With this thought, his spirits lifted considerably. After roughly half a stick of incense had passed, Xiao successfully reunited with the man, following the markers he had left along the way. Upon sighting Jiang Chen, a cruel smile crept across Xiao lips as he coldly remarked, "Fortune truly favors me. I thought this plan would fall through yet again. But it seems Jiang Chen is in a hurry to meet his demise, even selecting his own burial ground." Beside him, Bai Hongfei also revealed a cold smirk upon hearing this. Chapter 22. Are you here for a stroll as well? The two exchanged glances, their eyes quickly scanning the surroundings without rushing to confront Jiang Chen. Shortly thereafter, two middle-aged men approached briskly, whispering to Xiao, "Young master, we have thoroughly scouted the area and can confirm that Jiang Chen is indeed alone. There are no hidden followers." Hearing this, Xiao eyes brightened instantly, and Bai Hongfei's lips twisted into a slight, cruel smile. Then, they no longer concealed their presence, charging forward with their subordinates. The distance between the two parties steadily diminished. Xiao called out, "Second young master Jiang, what a coincidence to encounter you in such a place today." As they drew closer, Xiao boldly called out. Upon hearing someone speak, Jiang Chen halted his steps, a faint smile gracing his lips, and a glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. However, as Jiang Chen turned his head, those emotions were swiftly suppressed, and he deliberately feigned a look of confusion. His gaze fell upon the leading Xiao, and he spoke. "Young Master Xiao, I did not anticipate encountering you here. Are you also here for a leisurely stroll?" With this remark, Jiang Chen wore an expression of understanding, as if he had encountered a kindred spirit. Yet, in response to Jiang Chen's words, Xiao showed no intention of replying, his gaze remaining calm and filled with mockery. Suddenly, Bai Hongfei let out a derisive laugh, coldly stating, "We are not here for a stroll. We have specifically come to find you, young Master Jiang." Jiang Chen replied, "You came specifically to find me? I wonder what your intentions are in bringing so many people to seek me out?" At this moment, although Jiang Chen was acutely aware of their intentions, he chose to play the fool, eager to discern what tricks they might employ. Concurrently, his gaze swept over the others present. It was undeniable that Xiao and his companions had indeed put in considerable effort. Among them were two cultivators at the 8th layer of body refinement. It is noteworthy that within the 4 great families of Shenfeng City, the highest known cultivation level is merely the peak of the 4th layer of Divine Sea. Should one break through to the 1st layer of Divine Sea, they could directly ascend to the status of an elder within their family. Furthermore, those cultivators above the 7th layer of body refinement, yet below Divine Sea, are considered the backbone of their families. The appearance of 2 8th layer body refinement cultivators at once indicates that Xiao and his associates were determined to eliminate Jiang Chen. On the other side, hearing Jiang Chen's inquiry, Bai Hongfei had no intention of continuing the charade. With a chilling gaze fixed upon Jiang Chen, he coldly declared, "We have come today specifically to send you on your way, young Master Jiang." With these words, Bai Hongfei no longer concealed his murderous intent, his eyes glinting with amusement as they regarded Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen feigned a look of terror, instinctively retreating 2 steps, and solemnly remarked, "You intend to kill me? Are you not afraid of the Jiang family's retribution?" Observing Jiang Chen's expression of fear, Bai Hongfei's face revealed satisfaction. He relished the terrified expressions of those facing death. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun, upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, could not help but emit a derisive laugh. In a low voice, he declared, "The Jiang family is already crumbling from within. What is there for us to fear? Last time, you narrowly escaped a calamity, but today, such fortune will not be afforded to you again. Moreover, this desolate place is devoid of witnesses. Even if the Jiang family eventually learns of your demise, they would never suspect us." A hearty laugh erupted from Bai Hongfei and Xiao Yun in unison. Yet, after a brief moment of mirth, their expressions quickly sobered. They realized that Jiang Chen's reaction was rather peculiar. Under normal circumstances, a typical person faced with such peril would, regardless of their fearlessness, display some semblance of trepidation. However, Jiang Chen remained unervingly calm, his serene demeanor leaving Bai and Xiao momentarily bewildered. Yet, upon recalling the presence of a formidable 8th-level body refinement practitioner, their expressions regained composure. They surmised that Jiang Chen was merely feigning calmness, attempting to extract a sliver of hope from the situation by putting on an act. With this realization, their mockery intensified. At that moment, Jiang Chen's voice resonated slowly. "Indeed, this is an ideal locale for murder and plunder. Since you are so eager to meet your end, allow me to facilitate that for you." "What?" Upon witnessing Jiang Chen's audacity, Bai Hongfei immediately turned to the man behind him, his voice laced with fury. "Luneng, break that fellow's limbs. I want him to perish in despair and agony." "Yes, young master." As Bai Hongfei's words fell, one of the 8th-level body refinement practitioners advanced swiftly toward Jiang Chen. With each step, his aura intensified, creating a small whirlwind around him, the air resonating with a whooshing sound. Luneng sneered, "Boy, to offend young Master Bai, you must accept the consequences." As he spoke, Luneng wielded his palm like a blade, striking down toward Jiang Chen's hands, clearly intending to incapacitate him. As the distance between them diminished, Jiang Chen remained rooted, seemingly in a trance. Bai Hongfei and Xiao Yun exchanged glances of delight, their smiles growing ever broader. Crash! However, the next unfolding scene caused their pupils to constrict in shock, and Bai Hongfei couldn't help but exclaim, "How is this possible?" At that moment, not only did Luneng fail to strike Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen had instead seized his wrist with a firm grip. Crack, crack! As Jiang Chen's grip tightened, the distinct sound of bones fracturing echoed, causing Luneng's face to shift between shades of blue and purple, followed by a piercing scream. "What?" Upon hearing this wailing, Xiao Yun swiftly regained his composure from a shock, casting his gaze upon the individuals behind him. In a deep voice, he commanded, "Do not just stand there. All of you, charge together. We must capture this man today." As soon as his words fell, another practitioner at the 8th level of body refinement dashed forward, gripping a short sword tightly, aiming directly for Jiang Chen's vital point. This cultivator was named Xiao, brought along by Bai Hongfei. In the meantime, Xiao Yun and the others, unwilling to lag behind, drew their weapons and charged towards Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen's strength was unexpected, Xiao Yun remained unfazed. In his view, they had 2 8th-level body refinement practitioners on their side, and with their assistance, subduing Jiang Chen would undoubtedly be within reach. Chapter 23. No survivors in an instant. Xiao reached Jiang Chen, his dagger glinting ominously as he thrust it towards Jiang Chen's chest. Meanwhile, Luneng, caught by the arm, wore a grim expression. He felt the true energy within him surging rapidly, and with his free arm, he swiftly reached into his robe, drawing forth a jade-green short sword. With a swift motion, Luneng aimed the jade-green blade at Jiang Chen's abdomen. However, at that critical moment, a sudden wall of qi materialized around Jiang Chen, effortlessly deflecting their attacks. The 2 daggers struck against the qi wall simultaneously, and despite their desperate attempts to channel more true energy, they could not breach the barrier. Damn it! This is a protective qi barrier. He is a powerful practitioner of the divine sea realm. Xiao exclaimed in horror, his face contorted with disbelief as he quickly retreated. Although Xiao managed to withdraw, Luneng's arm remained firmly grasped by Jiang Chen, leaving him with no opportunity for resistance. Divine Sea Realm? Upon hearing this revelation, Xiao Yun and the others halted in their tracks, their eyes wide with incredulity as they gazed at Jiang Chen. Just then, Jiang Chen seized the dagger from Lu Ning's grasp and, with a swift motion, plunged it into Lu Ning's chest. Moments later, Lu Ning's body began to convulse, froth escaping from his mouth, and after a brief struggle, he fell silent. It was evident that the dagger was laced with potent poison. Is he dead? Bai Hongfei's face turned pale as he beheld the demise of the man he had brought along, a look of terror finally manifesting upon his features. The chilling gaze from Jiang Chen sent shivers coursing through his body. Flee! Although they could not comprehend how Jiang Chen had suddenly ascended to the divine sea realm, their instinct for survival prompted them to react swiftly, turning and fleeing into the distance. As soon as Bai Hongfei made a move, Xiao Yun swiftly turned and fled, devoid of any lingering sentiment. Simultaneously, he shouted to his subordinates, "Stop him! You must restrain him. If anything happens to me today, your kin will undoubtedly face dire consequences." Upon hearing these words, the 8th-level body refinement practitioner hesitated momentarily, but ultimately chose to flee, showing no intention of obstructing Jiang Chen. Observing that even the most powerful among them had fled, the others naturally did not possess the foolishness to sacrifice their lives, and they too began to run for their lives. Realizing this, Xiao Yun was nearly consumed by rage, exclaiming, "You will all pay for this. Upon my return, I shall ensure that your kin are utterly annihilated." However, before the crowd could distance themselves significantly, Jiang Chen had already commenced his actions. With his inner energy surging rapidly, a tremendous force coursed through his entire being. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Jiang Chen shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, swiftly closing the distance to Xiao Yun and his companions. In no time, he positioned himself directly in their path, his gaze radiating an icy glare as he watched them intently. Finding themselves with no escape, Xiao Yun could no longer suppress the terror within him. With a thud, he knelt down, saying, "Young Master Jiang, please forgive my transgressions and spare me this once. We were merely jesting with you. We never intended any harm." As he finished speaking, Xiao Yun bowed his head repeatedly. Observing Xiao Yun's abject plea for mercy, Bai Hongfei, though reluctant, succumbed to the instinct for self-preservation. After a brief internal struggle, he too slowly knelt and echoed, "Xiao Yun is correct. We were only trying to have a bit of fun." Jiang Chen replied, "Oh, is that so?" Noticing a shift in Jiang Chen's demeanor, Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with a hint of hope, prompting him to hastily add, "Yes, we were merely joking. You must believe us." With that, Xiao Yun lowered his head once more, adopting a notably humble stance, and Bai Hongfei followed suit. However, once their heads were bowed, both faces bore the mark of humiliation, and their eyes flashed with malice. Inside, Xiao Yun seethed, "Jiang Chen, how dare you humiliate me so? I will surely kill you." At that moment, Bai Hongfei gripped the ground tightly, his inner turmoil evident. Yet, in the interest of preserving his life, he cast aside any semblance of dignity. After all, as long as one retains the mountains, there is no fear of lacking firewood. To perish here would mean losing everything. After a brief silence, Jiang Chen let out a derisive chuckle and mocked, "Do you take me for a mere child? When one commits a wrongdoing, one must bear the corresponding consequences." Upon hearing these words, Xiao, situated not far away, immediately turned and fled in the opposite direction. Xiao Yun and Bai Hongfei's expressions shifted dramatically as they abruptly rose from the ground and swiftly retreated. However, before Xiao could cover much distance, a verdant dagger shot forth, piercing through his body. With a thunderous impact, Xiao was propelled forward by Jiang Chen's strike, crashing heavily onto the ground. Coupled with the dagger's lethal poison, he soon succumbed to death. Xiao exclaimed, "Jiang Chen, if we perish, the Xia and Bai families will never let the Jiang family off the hook. Are you certain you can bear the consequences? The Jiang family is already in dire straits." Realizing that pleading for mercy was futile, Xiao Yun opted to threaten directly. Meanwhile, Bai Hongfei, retreating, added, "The Jiang family has already offended the Yun family. If you provoke our two families further, do you truly believe there will be a place for you in Divine Wind City?" Unfazed by their threats, Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged as he coldly replied, "You need not concern yourselves with the fate of the Jiang family, for you shall not have the opportunity to witness it." In a swift motion, Jiang Chen advanced towards them, seizing both of their necks and lifting them off the ground. Faced with Jiang Chen's strength at the Divine Sea Realm, Xiao Yun and Bai Hongfei found themselves utterly powerless to resist, the sensation of suffocation quickly setting in as their faces turned crimson. Xiao Yun gasped, "Jiang Chen, you cannot." Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Chen crushed his neck with a brutal snap. Witnessing this, Bai Hongfei realized that his demise was inevitable. With a fierce resolve, he bellowed, "Jiang Chen, even if I must die today, I will ensure you do not have an easy end." As his words echoed, Béonfei aura surgi violently. Yet, it was short-lived. Jiang Chen effortlessly shattered Bai Hongfei's dantian, obliterating his essence. Bai Hongfei stammered, "You," with a sudden exertion of force. Jiang Chen swiftly dealt with Bai Hongfei as well. Of course, he spared no one else. In no time, all those who had come to ambush him were annihilated, leaving not a single survivor. Chapter 24, Information Investigation, The Gluttonous Divine Body. Drawing from his previous experience, Jiang Chen felt no discomfort this time. His demeanor was remarkably composed. With a resounding boom, as his true energy surged, the corpses were swiftly amassed together by Jiang Chen. Subsequently, he ventured deeper with the corpses, progressing for about half a stick of incense. Jiang Chen cast the bodies into a ravine and then turned away, departing without a glance back. Shortly after Jiang Chen's exit, numerous ferocious beasts, drawn by the scent of blood in the air, swiftly converged upon the remains, filling the gorge with their incessant roars. In the forest, Jiang Chen leapt gracefully among the trees, soon finding his way back to the street. He then concealed his aura and began to walk slowly towards the Jiang family residence. Jiang Chen understood that it would not be long before the two major clans discovered the demise of Xiao Yun and the others. The reason for his decision to erase the evidence was merely to delay the progress of their investigation. Should the Xiao and Bai families take action at this juncture, it would place the Jiang family at a significant disadvantage, potentially triggering a chain reaction. After all, he was acutely aware of the principle that when the walls crumble, everyone pushes. Furthermore, should the Jiang family fall, the surplus resources would be a tempting fortune that many had long coveted. During his journey, Jiang Chen utilized the remaining opportunity value to exchange for a martial skill named Concealment Technique from the Fortune Shop. This technique was designed to perfectly mask one's strength, thereby preventing enemies from discerning one's true capabilities, a vital skill for any astute practitioner. As the system finished transmitting the information, Jiang Chen swiftly comprehended the technique, successfully anchoring his strength at the 6th level of body refinement. Upon returning to the Jiang residence, Jiang Chen visited his father, and after a lengthy conversation, he made his way toward his loft. However, before he could reach his quarters, a flicker of confusion crossed his gaze. "What is Dao Xian doing in front of my door?" As Jiang Chen approached, Jiang Dao Xian heard his footsteps and looked up towards the source of the sound. Upon recognizing Jiang Chen, he quickly rose from the stone steps, a faint smile gracing his face. "Second brother, you're back," he exclaimed. "Zhao Xin, what brings you here today? Didn't third uncle take you for training?" Jiang Chen inquired. "Hee. Ever since I learned that my strength has reached the 6th level of body refinement, my father said I no longer need to train and should just listen to you and elder brother," Jiang Dao Xian replied. Jiang Chen nodded thoughtfully and then asked, "By the way, I see you've been waiting here for quite a while. Is there something on your mind?" Scratching his head, Jiang Dao Xian responded, "Elder brother sent me here. He said that when he returns, he'll take us to the 100 Beasts Mountain for training, so I came to let you know. I figured since you weren't home and I had nothing else to do, I might as well wait for you here." 100 Beasts Mountain? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's interest was piqued. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. One must admit, he held a profound anticipation for that place. During this period, his strength had indeed seen considerable enhancement. However, his experience in actual combat remained rather scant. Consequently, he found himself unable to fully unleash his potential. The forthcoming expedition to the 100 Beasts Mountain Range presented a splendid opportunity to augment his combat experience. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen gently pushed open the door and, accompanied by Jiang Daoxin, made his way to the courtyard. "Do you have any idea when elder brother will return?" He left rather abruptly. "Do you know what he was up to?" Jiang Chen inquired. Upon hearing this, Jiang Daoxin shook his head vigorously and responded, "Elder brother departed in haste, appearing quite mysterious. He merely provided a brief explanation before leaving." After listening to Jiang Daoxin's account, Jiang Chen refrained from probing further and turned his gaze toward him. As his eyes swept over, a series of information swiftly materialized before him. Name, Jiang Daoxin. Identity, direct descendant of the Jiang family strength. 6th level of body refinement bloodline. None physique. Gluttonous divine body. Inactive gluttonous divine body. Capable of devouring the flesh and blood of various demon beasts. as well as diverse heavenly materials and earthly treasures to enhance one's strength. Upon reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, one can consume the very essence of the heavens, the sun, the moon, and the stars. Upon viewing this information, an expression of astonishment crossed Jiang Chen's face. The system's ability to inspect others' information was something he had only discovered upon his return, and he had not anticipated such a remarkable revelation on his first use. The gluttonous divine body ranked among the top 20 on the physique leaderboard, and Jiang Chen was utterly taken aback to discover that his seemingly simple and honest brother concealed such extraordinary potential. Noticing Jiang Chen's scrutinizing gaze upon him, Jiang Daoxin's eyes also reflected a hint of confusion, prompting him to inquire, "Second brother, is something the matter? Why do you look at me so? Is there an issue?" Jiang Chen gently waved his hand and replied, "Daoxin, have you noticed any changes in your body lately?" There was a reason behind his question. Logically speaking, prior to the awakening of the gluttonous divine body, it would have been quite challenging for Jiang Daoxin to enhance his strength, as the awakening of one's physique necessitates a substantial amount of energy. Without sufficient energy to saturate the physique, there would be no surplus energy available for strengthening oneself. Yet now, Jiang Daoxin had already broken through to the 6th level of body refinement, indicating that the gluttonous divine body was on the verge of awakening. Jiang Daoxin responded, "Changes? I don't feel any changes. If feeling hungrier counts, then perhaps." Jiang Chen pondered, "Feeling hungrier?" Jiang Daoxin, "Indeed. I usually find that a single meal sustains me for several hours. Yet now I am perpetually consumed by hunger, as though I shall never be satisfied." Gurgle. No sooner had Jiang Daoxin uttered these words than his stomach audibly responded in agreement. Jiang Chen, "Very well, I understand. You may go to the backyard and prepare something for yourself. We shall discuss any matters upon my return." Jiang Daoxin, "All right, second brother." With that, he set off towards the backyard. At this moment, Jiang Chen noticed another concern. Jiang Daoxin's physique had noticeably diminished. Remarkably, in a mere span of a day, he could distinctly observe that Jiang Daoxin appeared smaller than usual. Upon realizing this, Jiang Chen's suspicions were further solidified. It appears that this journey into the mountains can be effectively utilized to fully awaken third brother's potential. With this thought, a glimmer of anticipation shone in Jiang Chen's eyes. Chapter 25, The Ice Body. During the time Jiang Daoxin was preparing food, Jiang Chen did not remain idle. Instead, he returned to his chamber and commenced his cultivation of the chaotic creation technique. Yin family. In a certain young lady's chamber, the door creaked open as Xianxia stepped out. Upon seeing her, the maid at the entrance immediately spoke with utmost respect. "Miss, greetings." "Xianxia, where's my father?" "Maid, miss, today there's an auction at the Baibao Pavilion, and the family head has already taken some people there." "An auction, you say?" After a moment of contemplation, Xianxia continued, "By the way, during my seclusion, has there been any reaction from the Jiang family?" At the mention of the Jiang family, a cold glint flickered in Xianxia's gaze. Although the Luoyun sect kept a watchful eye, preventing outsiders from speaking freely, many believed it was Jiangyu who had been rejected. To them, the notion of a divorce was merely a facade the Jiang family had constructed to preserve their dignity. Yet, Xianxia was acutely aware that she had indeed been discarded by that good-for-nothing Jiangyu. "Maid, miss, since your seclusion, the Jiang family has remained remarkably low-key, as if nothing has transpired. Moreover, with the continuous targeting of the Jiang family by our clan and the other two major families, their situation has deteriorated significantly. It won't be long before we can execute our next plan." Upon hearing this, Xianxia's expression remained largely unchanged as she nodded slightly and replied, "Very well, I understand." With those words, she proceeded towards the grand hall. In truth, Xianxia could have gone directly to the Luoyun sect, but she chose not to. The reason for her decision to remain was that she wished to join the Luoyun sect under the spotlight of public attention. For her, it was paramount. The so-called assessment is merely a formality. The reason for adopting this method is twofold. Firstly, it serves to intimidate other factions, making them aware that a member of the Yun family has joined the Luoyun sect, thereby discouraging them from acting recklessly. This can be seen as a protective measure for the family. After all, once one enters a sect, the possibility of returning remains uncertain, which also constitutes a form of indirect severance of causality. Secondly, Xianxia aims to make Jiangyu acutely aware of the disparity between them, compelling him to confront reality. Moreover, having failed to eliminate Jiangyu previously, should he dare to confront her again, it would provide the perfect opportunity for her to eradicate him. Contemplating this, a cold smile crept upon Yun Shishue's lips. Upon entering the hall, Yun Shishue casually took a seat and then gently closed her eyes to practice her cultivation techniques. As her aura steadily intensified, the temperature in the hall rapidly dropped, with frost beginning to accumulate on the tables and chairs. After a brief interval, she slowly opened her eyes, a satisfied expression gracing her face as she murmured, "As the ice body continues to awaken, my strength is escalating at an ever-increasing pace. At this rate, it will not be long before I break through to the 8th layer of body refinement." Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the hall. A middle-aged man, leading several elders, entered. Upon seeing Yun Shishue, a smile swiftly broke through his serious demeanor. The man quickened his pace and approached Yun Shishue, exclaiming, "Schwerer, I didn't expect you to finish your seclusion so quickly. Just today, I acquired something remarkable at the auction that you will surely find useful." This middle-aged man was none other than Yun Xianxia, the head of the Yun family. Seeing her father's excited expression piqued Yun Shishue's curiosity. Before she could inquire, Yun Xianxia produced a porcelain vial from his robes and carefully placed it on the table. With a pop, the lid was removed, and an enchanting fragrance of elixir instantly filled the hall. The elders present could not help but display a glimmer of desire in their eyes upon catching the scent, though they quickly suppressed their emotions. They understood that their talents had reached their limits. Even if they consumed this elixir, it would merely be a waste of resources. As the alluring fragrance wafted through the air, Yun Shishue stood up from her seat, reaching for the porcelain vial. Her gaze fixated on the ancient brown elixir within, and a look of astonishment crossed her face. Yun Shishue, "Father, what is the efficacy of this elixir, and how many spirit stones did you expend to procure it?" Yun Xianxia, "This exquisite chi blood pill, though merely a 3rd-tier concoction, possesses effects that rival those of a 4th-tier elixir. Its primary purpose is to enhance the vitality within a cultivator's body. Furthermore, this pill has the ability to cleanse the flesh to a certain extent, fortifying the physique while simultaneously augmenting the practitioner's inherent talent for cultivation." Yun Shishue, "Are you implying that this pill also facilitates the cleansing of the marrow and bones?" Upon hearing this, Yun Xianxia gently nodded and responded, "Although the effects are not overtly pronounced, it indeed serves as a rudimentary means of marrow cleansing. This elixir has been personally appraised by the esteemed Master Gufeng. Thus its authenticity is beyond question. As for its cost, I acquired it for 30,000 lower-grade spirit stones. There were 3 pills auctioned in total, with the highest bid reaching as much as 40,000 lower-grade spirit stones." Upon hearing this price, Yun Shishue nodded slightly, refraining from further comment. It is noteworthy that the Yun family spirit stone mine yields no more than 50,000 lower-grade spirit stones in a month, and the acquisition of this pill alone consumed 30,000. This clearly illustrates Yun Xianxia's regard for her. However, after a moment of contemplation, Yun Shishue returned the porcelain vial to its place. "Yun Xianxia, Schwerer, what are you doing?" Faced with his daughter's actions, a look of perplexity crossed Yun Xianxia's face. It is important to note that his intention in acquiring this elixir was specifically for Yun Shishue. In response to his query, Yun Shishue replied calmly, "The efficacy of this pill is indeed commendable and would benefit me to some extent, yet my physique has already undergone a cleansing. Consuming it would hold little significance for me. You should give this elixir to Xingting. It would serve him far better than it would me." Yun Xingting is the second son of the Yun family and Yun Shishue's younger brother, Yun Xianxia. But the Xiao family has also procured an elixir. Should that Xiao Feng consume it, his strength will surely increase, and the assessment is approaching. Are you certain there will be no issues? Yun Shishue, "Father, you need not worry. My ice-cold body has awakened significantly. Even if Xiao Feng consumes the chi blood pill, he cannot hope to rival me." As she spoke, confidence radiated from Yun Shishue's face. Chapter 26. The Canglong Body, the Remnant Soul of the Emperor. Observing his daughter's unwavering confidence, a smile graced Yun Xianxia's face. He replied, "Very well, since you have such conviction, I shall reserve this elixir for Xingting." After a brief exchange, Yun Shishue rose to depart from the Grand Hall. Once she had left, Yun Xianxia commenced a discussion with the elders. "Yun Xianxia, esteemed colleagues, with the Jiang family currently under our relentless pressure, I believe it will not be long before they can no longer endure. What are your thoughts on this matter?" After a moment of contemplation, the elder seated at the forefront raised his gaze towards Yun Xianxia. In a low voice, he remarked, patriarch, in my humble opinion. The Yin family currently holds an undeniable advantage. There is no need to rush towards a conclusion. A gradual approach, akin to boiling a frog in warm water, will effectively wear down the Jiang family. Moreover, the Jiang and Yun families have historically been cordial. Hastily severing ties could yield unfavorable repercussions. As the elder concluded his statement, the remaining elders nodded in agreement. However, dissenting voices emerged. Patriarch, I believe the third elder is overthinking this. With the support of the falling cloud sect, we need not concern ourselves with the whispers of others. Swiftly subduing the Jiang family would be more prudent. After all, no one pays heed to the vanquished. The truth is dictated by the victors. Thus, a heated debate ensued within the Grand Hall. Xianxia interjected, "Enough. Let us proceed as the third elder suggests. It is indeed unwise to be overly ostentatious at present, especially considering that the Xiao and Bai families are not to be underestimated. We must remain vigilant. Should we corner the Jiang family too hastily, they may resort to desperate measures, leading to significant losses on our part." Upon Xiao's decision, the bickering in the hall subsided. The third elder slowly rose from his seat, exclaiming, "The patriarch is wise. The patriarch is wise." Witnessing this, the others also stood in unison, echoing his sentiment. After the deliberation concluded, Xianxia departed with the medicinal concoctions in hand. Meanwhile, within the Jiang family's conference hall, Jiang Wenkong occupied the main seat, with Jiang Wenqing and other core members seated beside him. As they beheld the storage pouch on the table, their eyes reflected shock, quickly giving way to elation. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wenkong spoke slowly, "This is the spirit stone gifted by you. With this sum, the current crisis facing the Jiang family is temporarily alleviated. You may all continue as usual." Following his words, the other elders were filled with astonishment. Even the usually composed Jiang Wenyin could not suppress his surprise. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. This represented the entirety of the Jiang family's earnings for 2 months. And they could scarcely fathom how Jiang Yu had acquired such wealth. Though curiosity surged within them, the elders quelled their inquisitiveness and refrained from inquiring further. Meanwhile, Jiang Wenyin privately resolved to remind Jiang Daoxin to remain close to Jiang Yu and learn diligently. Concurrently, the elders began to regard Jiang Yu with heightened respect. Not only had he restored his talent, but his ability to amass spirit stones so swiftly was truly remarkable, a true dragon among men. Jiang Wenkong declared, "All right, everyone has been working hard lately. Take a couple of days to rest." After making some brief arrangements, he dismissed the elders. Subsequently, Jiang Wenkong turned his attention to Jiang Wenqing and Jiang Wenyin. "Wenqing, Wenyin, since we have no pressing matters today, how about the three of us share a drink?" Jiang Wenqing, "Since elder brother has personally spoken, we naturally have no reason to refuse." As his words fell, a smile emerged on Jiang Wenqing's face. Jiang Wenyin beside him nodded in agreement. Thus, the three of them set off towards Jiang Wenkong's attic. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu arrived at Jiang Chen's loft. After the trio prepared a few essentials, they ventured into the depths of the Baisho mountain range under the cover of night. "Jiang Daoxin, elder brother, what if we leave like this? My father will be unable to find me." "Jiang Yu, rest assured, I have already informed my father about this matter. He will explain the situation to your father." Jiang Daoxin nodded in acknowledgement, casually taking out some food to eat again. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, remained remarkably quiet. 3 hours later, the trio arrived at the entrance of the Baisho mountain range. Without hesitation, they swiftly plunged into the mountains. As they delved deeper, their pace significantly slowed. Roars echoed around them, and the oppressive darkness of the night was daunting. It was Jiang Daoxin's first time in such a place, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. However, upon observing the calm demeanor of his two elder brothers, his anxiety gradually subsided. After walking for a while, the leader, Jiang Yu, halted. He spoke, "Let us find a place to rest first. We will begin our search for the ferocious beast tomorrow. It is far too perilous to act at night." Jiang Chen agreed. Subsequently, the three quickly located a stone cave, sealing its entrance with a massive boulder before a fire began to flicker to life. At this moment, several wild rabbits lay nearby, caught by Jiang Chen upon entering the cave. These rabbits were notably plump, common low-tier demon beasts in the Baisho mountain range. Watching Jiang Chen skillfully prepare the rabbits, both Jiang Yu and Jiang Daoxin displayed expressions of astonishment. They had never anticipated that the once carefree Jiang Chen possessed such skills. His proficiency made it clear that this was not his first endeavor in such tasks. Jiang Chen, stop staring and come lend a hand. Do you still wish to eat? Upon hearing this, smiles broke across Jiang Yu and Jiang Daoxin's faces, and they quickly assisted him in processing the rabbit carcasses. Before long, the rabbits were ready. Crackling flames danced, and, as the fire roasted the meat, enticing aromas wafted through the cave, causing Jiang Daoxin to salivate. Seizing the moment, Jiang Chen utilized the system's probing function to scrutinize his elder brother. Name, Jiang Yu. Identity, direct line of the Jiang family strength. 8th level of body refinement bloodline. None golden finger. Remnant soul of the emperor, 15 absorbed. Physique, Sanglong body, 10 activated. Upon reading this message, Jiang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. In just a short span of time, Jiang Yu's strength had remarkably ascended to the 8th level of body refinement, and he possessed the legendary Sanglong body. The Sanglong body is a force to be reckoned with, rivaling even the Feishan body. Once the potential of this physique is fully unleashed, its physical prowess can match that of pure blood dragons. More importantly, his elder brother had also absorbed a remnant soul of an emperor. The Tao harmonization realm, often referred to as the Emperor realm, is a threshold that only a rare few can surpass, a testament to unparalleled talent in cultivation. The insights encapsulated within their souls are indeed priceless treasures. Now, with both the Sanglong body and the cultivation insights from an Emperor-level master at his disposal, his elder brother had truly become an extraordinary force, soaring to remarkable heights. Chapter 27. The plans of two great families. After a brief interval, the three began to indulge in their meal. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, while partaking in the feast, remained vigilant, observing the changes in Jiang Daoxin. He noted that after consuming the rabbit meat, a faint glow began to emanate from Jiang Daoxin, coalescing towards various parts of his body. It was evident that this glow was the energy material contained within the rabbit meat. Though the quantity was modest, it was sufficient to affirm Jiang Chen's hypothesis. The ability to perceive such phenomena was due to his heavy gaze. Otherwise, even a cultivator in the cave heaven realm would find it impossible to discern such anomalies. Once they were satiated, the trio engaged in a brief exchange before commencing their respective training sessions. Jiang Yu imparted some martial techniques to Jiang Chen and the others, and they cooperated without further inquiries, understanding the unspoken bond between them. The following day, under Jiang Yu's guidance, the three brothers roamed the outskirts of the 100 Beasts mountain range. Given their current limitations in strength, they exercised caution, avoiding deeper ventures that might lead to encounters with formidable beasts of the Divine Sea realm or beyond, which would be catastrophic for them. Roars echoed from within the secret forest. At that moment, Jiang Yu and Jiang Daoxin stood aside as Jiang Chen grappled with a massive black bear. This black bear possessed peak strength at the 7th level of body refinement, while Jiang Chen skillfully restrained his own power to the early 6th level. The ensuing clash between man and bear was a fierce exchange, causing numerous trees to topple in their wake. As Jiang Chen faced the formidable black bear, he not only held his ground, but also pressed the attack. Jiang Yu's satisfaction grew increasingly evident, fostering a deeper faith in his younger brother. It is well known that the physical prowess of demonic beasts far surpasses that of humans. Thus, a victory over an opponent of equal standing is a mark of exceptional talent. The fact that Jiang Chen continued to excel in combat was beyond Jiang Yu's expectations. Nonetheless, this only heightened Jiang Yu's contentment. With such innate ability, coupled with his guidance, his brother was bound to achieve remarkable feats. Moreover, Jiang Yu discerned another notable aspect. His third brother, Jiang Daoxin, was indeed extraordinary. Having only recently arrived at the 100 Beast mountain range, his strength had already ascended to a higher realm. Not only that, but Jiang Daoxin's physique had transformed from a portly figure to that of a normal individual, although his appetite had notably increased. In truth, during their time in the 100 Beast mountain range, Jiang Daoxin had enjoyed the most opulent experiences, as half of the flesh from each slain beast found its way into his mouth. With a resounding roar, the black bear succumbed to Jiang Chen's piercing strike, collapsing backward with a thunderous crash. Witnessing this, Jiang Daoxin dashed towards the fallen beast, his face alight with unrestrained joy. Second brother, shall we feast on bear paws tonight? This delicacy must be incredibly nourishing. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and replied, certainly, but first, you should prepare the carcass. I will assist you shortly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Daoxin's spirits soared as he eagerly dragged the black bear's body towards the creek. At that moment, Jiang Yu approached Jiang Chen. Second brother. The Xianxia sect and the Luoyun sect are about to commence their disciple recruitment. We should return. Jiang Chen nodded gently in agreement, saying, let us return tomorrow. This affords us more time to prepare. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu responded with a subtle nod. After a brief exchange, the two brothers made their way towards Jiang Daoxin. And soon the trio had successfully processed the enormous bear's carcass. Meanwhile, in Xinfeng City, the Xiao and Bai families sensed that something was amiss. Days had passed without any sign of Xiao Yun or Bai Hongfei, which instilled a sense of foreboding. Thus, the two prominent families dispatched numerous individuals to the head of the Bai family. Bai Zhantong wore a grim expression. Although Bai Hongfei was merely a bastard son, he was nonetheless his flesh and blood, and now his body had been discarded in the wilderness. The fury brewing within him was palpable. Bai Zhantong commanded, investigate. I do not care what methods you employ, but within 3 days, I demand to know how Hongfei met his demise. Yes, master. As soon as Bai Zhantong's words fell, several men clad in black swiftly retreated, soon vanishing from sight. At this moment, Xiao Longshan raised his head, casting his gaze upon the man beside him. In a furious tone, he barked, what are you idling about here for? Hurry and investigate. If you fail to uncover the true murderer, I shall ensure that you worthless fools accompany him to the grave. Upon hearing Xiao Longshan's words, the men's faces turned pale, and without a moment's hesitation, they rushed out of the valley. At that instant, a man on Xiao Longshan's left stepped forward, approaching him respectfully. Master, I recently heard from my subordinates that it seems the young master has been planning an attack on the second young master of the Jiang family. Could it be? He hesitated, realizing that mishandling the situation could ignite a conflict between the two prominent families, a responsibility he could not bear. This man was named Zhong Qing, a trusted confidant of Xiao Longshan who had served him for nearly several decades. Bai Zhantong, overhearing this, turned his gaze toward Zhong Qing. Xiao Longshan inquired, are you suggesting that Yun Er's death could be related to Jiang Chen? Before Zhong Qing could respond, Bai Zhantong interjected, impossible. Jiang Chen is nothing but a waste. Moreover, 2 cultivators at the 8th level of body refinement died this time. Do you truly believe he possesses the capability? In the face of Bai Zhantong's inquiry, Zhong Qing replied softly, while Jiang Chen may lack the strength to slay 8th level cultivators, the Jiang family does not consist solely of him. What if others acted in the shadows? As Zhong Qing's words lingered in the air, both Xiao Longshan and Bai Zhantong fell into a contemplative silence. After a moment of reflection, they exchanged glances, and a chilling resolve flickered in their eyes. After a brief pause, Bai Zhantong spoke first. If Hongfei's death is indeed connected to the Jiang family, I would not mind seeing one less Jiang in Xinfeng City. Xiao Longshan nodded slightly, coldly stating, if that is the case, let us direct our investigation toward the Jiang family, and also reach out to the Yun family. If it truly is the Jiang family behind this, we 3 major families shall act in unison. Agreed. Let be as you say. After discussing their plans, the two departed the valley with the remnants of the corpse. Before leaving, however, Xiao Longshan and his companion arranged for several men to enter the valley and clear out the beasts within, regarded as a means of accruing interest for himself. Chapter 28. Return to the Jiang family, sect assessment. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Jiang Chen and his companions emerged from the 100 Beast mountain range, swiftly making their way towards the Jiang family. At this moment, a hint of resolute determination adorned their youthful faces, and a faint aura of ferocity enveloped them. It was evident that during their days in the 100 Beast mountain range, they had vanquished numerous ferocious beasts. In Xinfeng City, the Xiao and Bai families, after a period of investigation, had ultimately directed their ire towards the Jiang family. Xiao Longshan and Bai Zhantong covertly convened, strategizing on how to confront the Jiang family. Moreover, this time, Xianxia was also involved. In a secret chamber, Xiao Longshan wore a chilling countenance. He spoke in a deep voice. Yun'er met his demise at the hands of the Jiang family. This vendetta must be avenged. The reason I summoned you both today is to inquire about your current plans. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Zhantong was the first to respond. I have no objections. As long as we can avenge Hongfei, I am ready to act at any moment. Upon uttering these words, a fierce glint appeared in Bai Zhantong's eyes. Although Bai Hongfei was merely a bastard son, Bai Zhantong had always held deep affection for him, which explained why he had insisted on bringing him back to the Bai family against all odds. Subsequently, both men turned their gazes towards the nearby Yun Xingting. Clearing his throat, Xianxia spoke, I understand your sentiments. Indeed, the enmity of a slain son is one that cannot be overlooked. However, the sect will begin recruiting disciples tomorrow, and it is not prudent to act at this juncture. The Jiang family cannot escape. We can deal with them after the recruitment is completed. After a brief pause, Xianxia continued, with the innate talents of your clan's younger generation. Passing this assessment should be a mere formality. At that point, with the sect as our backing, we need not harbor any reservations when taking action. Upon hearing this, Xiao and Bai Zhantong's eyes brightened. After pondering for a while, Xiao said solemnly, very well, if that is the case. Let the Jiang family live a little longer. With their abysmal cultivation talents, they could never hope to pass the assessment. Bai Zhantong added, agreed. We shall act in a couple of days. Once their discussions concluded, the group did not linger any longer. They returned to make arrangements and prepare for the following day's assessment. At the Jiang family, upon returning, Jiang Chen and his companions were immediately ushered into the main hall by Jiang Wenkong and others. As they sensed the bloodthirsty aura emanating from the trio, satisfaction was evident on everyone's faces. At that moment, Jiang Wenqing directed his gaze towards Jiang Chen and inquired, Chener, it seems your experience in the 100 Beast Mountain range has yielded substantial rewards. Jiang Wenqing internally sighed with relief. During the time Jiang Chen had been absent, he had been consumed with worry, fearing that something unfortunate had befallen his son. Upon hearing his father's words, Jiang Chen smiled and replied, it is thanks to my elder brother. Without his assistance, we would not have made such significant progress. Jiang Wenqing turned to Jiang Yu, speaking earnestly, thank you, Xiao. In the past, I was indeed misguided. I hope you do not harbor resentment towards me. Hearing this, Jiang Yu promptly rose from his seat. Uncle, you are being too modest. If it were not for your precious spirit herb, I might have already perished. It is I who should be expressing gratitude. At this moment, Jiang Yu spoke with sincerity, his expression exceedingly grave. All right, enough of this formality. We are all family. Let's take our seats once more, chimed in Jiang Wenkong. As he spoke, everyone returned to their seats. Jiang Chen, however, noticed that his third uncle was scrutinizing Jiang Daoxin with astonishment in his eyes. After a considerable pause, he could not help but mutter, are you truly my son? Ha ha ha. As soon as Jiang Wenyan uttered these words, the hall erupted in laughter, all eyes turning toward Jiang Daoxin. Feeling the gaze of the crowd upon him, Jiang Daoxin appeared somewhat awkward, scratching his head in embarrassment, which lent him an endearing quality. He then quietly replied, Father, what are you saying? If I am not your son, could I have sprung forth from a rock? The moment these words left his lips, the laughter grew even louder. They understood that Jiang Wenyan's comment was merely to highlight the remarkable transformation of Jiang Daoxin and to lighten the atmosphere. Clearly, his attempt was successful, as the ambience in the hall improved significantly, and conversations became more relaxed. Though they jested, Jiang Wenqing's eyes were filled with pride as he sensed his son's cultivation, and he appeared greatly gratified. After a while, as the discussions waned, Jiang Wenkong cleared his throat twice and resumed. Recently, the three great families have been in frequent contact. I suspect they are conspiring something in the shadows, and there is a considerable likelihood they may strike against the Jiang family. Once Jiang Wenkong finished speaking, Jiang Wenyan interjected, Elder brother, given the current strength of Jiang Chen and his brothers, they should have no issues passing the assessment, so there is no need for excessive concern. As long as they succeed in the sect's evaluation, even if the three great families have some nefarious plot, they would be too cautious to act recklessly. However, Jiang Wenkong's expression remained troubled as he solemnly remarked, while that may be true, you are also aware of your situation. Yun Shixue is a designated disciple of Yun Zong, and this upcoming assessment may not be as smooth as we imagine. Jiang Wenqing, brother, are you concerned that the people from the Falling Cloud sect may deliberately target Xiao and the others? Jiang Wenkong, indeed. As these words were spoken, the hall was immediately enveloped in an ominous silence. If they were truly to be intentionally obstructed by the adversary, even if they managed to pass the assessment by sheer force, their days within the sect would undoubtedly be fraught with adversity. It could even jeopardize their very lives. At that moment, Jiang Yu, who had remained silent until now, slowly rose and cast his gaze upon Jiang Wenkong, declaring, Father, there is no need for concern. The two major sects have come this time, and I have no intention of joining the Falling Cloud sect. They will have no opportunity to target me. Beside him, Jiang Chen slightly nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, we have never contemplated joining the Falling Cloud sect, so there is no need for your worries. Upon receiving this reassurance, Jiang Wenkang's expression visibly softened. His reason for bringing up this matter was to prevent Jiang Yu from harboring resentment and insisting on joining the same sect as Xianxia. Now it seemed that Jiang Wenkang had overthought the situation, as his son did not appear to be troubled by the betrothal annulment. Jiang Wenkang, there is nothing more to discuss for now. Everyone should return and rest early in preparation for tomorrow's assessment. With these words, Jiang Wenkang turned to Jiang Wenyin and reiterated, Wenyin, please keep a close watch on the three major families. Notify me immediately if anything unusual arises. Jiang Wenyin, understood, brother. As their conversation concluded, the crowd gradually departed from the Grand Hall. Chapter 29, Epiphany, the Divine Eye Technique. Creak. Upon returning to his chamber, Jiang Chen retrieved a manual from the system space, which was the Earth-grade martial skill he had received as a reward, Dragon Elephant Suppressing Heaven Fist. By the way, I seem to recall that I have 3 opportunities for Epiphany left, but these techniques are directly transmitted. Epiphany may not be particularly beneficial for me. Ding. The host can utilize the Epiphany opportunities on the Emperor's falling Divine Eye. Although you have completely fused with the Divine Eye, comprehending its lethal techniques requires considerable time. Using the Epiphany will significantly accelerate your understanding of the Emperor's falling Divine Eye, thereby unleashing greater power. Upon hearing the system's explanation, a smile immediately graced Jiang Chen's face. I never expected the Epiphany could be utilized in such a manner. System, I wish to employ the Epiphany. Ding. Preparing for Epiphany. The system has activated the Heavenly Mechanism Shield, ensuring that all occurrences within this location remain concealed from outsiders. Buzz. As the system's voice faded, a resounding roar echoed within Jiang Chen's mind. Subsequently, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. When Jiang Chen opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a strange place, reminiscent of the moment he awakened the Emperor's falling Divine Eye, albeit with a different setting. Above him, the celestial dome. 2 figures were locked in a fierce battle, and before Jiang Chen could observe further, he suddenly found himself appearing in the heavens above. Not only that, the youth opposite him was swinging his fists, rapidly hurling them in his direction. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the approaching blows, Jiang Chen's expression changed dramatically. He attempted to raise his arm to block the impending strike. However, he was alarmed to discover that his body seemed incapable of movement, as if his spirit and flesh had severed their connection. Just as anxiety gripped him, his body moved of its own accord, unleashing a formidable force as he instinctively raised his fist to strike forward. Boom! The 2 fists collided, producing a deafening roar that reverberated through the air. In an instant, they exchanged several blows. After a brief observation, Jiang Chen realized that he was experiencing this battle from a first-person perspective, inhabiting the body of the young man he had seen during his last awakening of the Imperial Heavy Eye, albeit in a more youthful form. In this immersive state, Jiang Chen's combat experience surged, allowing him to glean insights into how they harnessed their vital energy. The intensity of their conflict escalated. After a resounding clash, the distance between them quickly widened. Suddenly, Jiang Chen felt darkness enveloping his vision, and when he opened his eyes again, it seemed as if the entire world had changed its hue. He immediately understood that the time had come to employ the ultimate technique of the Heavy Eye. Jiang Chen dared not delay for an instant, summoning every ounce of focus, annihilating divine light. Faintly, he heard those 4 words. Boom! As these words resonated, an immense power surged towards his eyes, locking his gaze onto the youth before him. At that moment, the boy was surrounded by radiant light, with shimmering runes dancing around him, exuding an overwhelming might that filled the sky. With a whoosh, a jet of black light erupted from Jiang Chen's eyes, hurtling towards the youth ahead. Crackle! As the black beam shot forth, the surrounding world transformed instantly, fissures appearing in the void. Faced with the terrifying assault of the Heavy Eye, the youth displayed no sign of fear, continuously unleashing various treasures to counter the oncoming black light. Boom! Just at that crucial moment, Jiang Chen's vision darkened once more, and when he opened his eyes again, his spirit had returned to his own body. At this juncture, a faint black glow flickered in his eyes, the overlapping pupils appearing eerily distinct. Thunderous roars resounded from outside the room, and shortly thereafter, a torrential rain began to pour down, and with a sudden crash, the window was flung open by the force of the rain, allowing a fierce gust of wind to sweep into the room. Jiang Chen instinctively shivered, only then realizing that beads of cold sweat had formed upon his brow during this moment of enlightenment. It was the chill brought by the wind that made him feel inexplicably cold. Moreover, he was engulfed by a profound sense of fatigue, as though he had just emerged from a great battle, his body aching indescribably. With a decisive click, he secured the window and quickly washed himself before returning to his bed. Memories began to resurface in his mind, not only those of the battles he had fought, but also the secret technique of the shattering divine light. This revelation filled him with exhilaration. Who would have thought that enlightenment could yield not only combat experience, but also the comprehension of secret techniques? Once he had digested these memories, Jiang Chen gradually relaxed, a wave of weariness washing over him, and he gently succumbed to sleep. The night passed in silence. When Jiang Chen opened his eyes again, he discovered it was already noon. Before he could rise from his bed, a commotion outside his door caught his attention. Knock, knock, knock. Second brother, are you awake? The sect members are nearly at Shunfeng City. We need to prepare. It was Jiang Daoxin's voice. Jiang Chen quickly sprang from his bed and replied, understood. I'll be right there. With a creak, he opened the door and immediately spotted Jiang Daoxin, who stood outside munching on some food. Ever since his strength had increased, Jiang Chen had noticed that his brother seemed to be perpetually eating. Second brother, would you like some? Jiang Daoxin inquired, offering more food as he spoke. No need. Keep it for yourself. Where is eldest brother? Is he still asleep? Jiang Chen asked. Eldest brother mentioned he needed to prepare a few things, so he asked me to come and wake you up. We are to meet with the clan head afterward, Jiang Daoxin explained. Then let us go find eldest brother, Jiang Chen declared, stepping outside. However, they had not walked far when they encountered Jiang Yu approaching them, a subtle smile gracing his face, indicating he was in good spirits. Before Jiang Chen could utter a word, Jiang Yu produced 2 porcelain vials and handed them to the brothers, stating, these are 4th grade dragon blood pills. They will enhance your vitality by approximately 10%, boosting both your combat prowess and physical strength. Upon receiving the pills, a look of astonishment flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. In a soft voice, he began, brother, I never expected that you could even refine a 4th grade elixir. Jiang Yu replied, it's merely a stroke of good fortune. I am still far from being a true 4th grade alchemist. You may consume this elixir at your convenience. It will not be needed for this assessment. Through their time together, the 3 had developed a mutual understanding of each other's personalities. Jiang Chen did not hesitate to accept the elixir, promptly putting it away. Following this, the trio made their way toward the hall. Chapter 30. The gathering of aristocratic families, the assessment begins. Upon arriving at the hall, they found that nearly all the expected guests had arrived. Jiang Wenkong cast his gaze upon the trio and spoke, today marks the day of the assessment. The future of our Jiang family rests in your hands. Jiang Yu reassured him, fear not, father. Beside them, Jiang Daoxin patted his chest and added, uncle, you can rest assured, we will surely pass this assessment. Jiang Wenkong laughed heartily, excellent. The time is nearly upon us. Let's embark. With his words, the group set forth from the Jiang residence, making their way to the assessment site. The streets were bustling with a larger crowd than usual, including many outsiders. After all, the requirements for the sect's assessment had long been established. Anyone with a cultivation level of at least the 3rd stage of body refinement and under the age of 25 could participate. As they walked, Jiang Wenqing approached Jiang Chen, speaking softly, Chener, your current strength. He trailed off, a look of deep curiosity in his eyes. During their last conversation, Jiang Chen had revealed a hint of his aura. Although Jiang Wenqing had been unsure of his precise strength at the time, he estimated it to be at least the 7th stage of body refinement, possibly even the 8th. Yet, after observing Jiang Chen over the past few days, he had only noted a 6th stage cultivation, leaving him perplexed. In response to his father's inquiry, Jiang Chen smiled gently. It is merely an illusion. Do not concern yourself too much, father. I assure you, I will not disappoint you. Hearing this, Jiang Wenqing's worries dissipated, replaced by a comforting smile that eased his demeanor. For Jiang Wenqing, as long as his son was not facing any physical issues, that was sufficient. As they continued on their way, the number of people around them increased. Yet due to the Jiang family's esteemed status, those in proximity maintained a respectful distance, unwilling to draw too close. The assessment was to take place in a grand plaza situated at the heart of Shunfeng City. Upon their arrival, Jiang Chen and his companions discovered that the members of the other 3 prominent families had already gathered, with their respective heads engaged in jovial conversation, appearing to share an amicable rapport. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Wenkong immediately furrowed his brow, swiftly sensing something was amiss, his countenance slightly darkening. The other elders also wore somber expressions, detecting an unusual scent in the air. It is worth noting that, although the three prominent families usually engaged in dealings, there existed an underlying tension among them, their relationships perpetually lukewarm, occasionally marred by conflict. Yet today, the heads of the three families were seated together in amiable demeanor. Not only Jiang Wenkong and his associates observed the peculiarity, but even the onlookers murmured among themselves. Heavens, given the current situation, could it be that the three families are uniting? It seems plausible. The Jiang family's numerous enterprises have faced considerable suppression. If the three families were to act in concert, the Jiang family could potentially face obliteration. Lower your voices. Be wary of the repercussions of your words. With the rising whispers, Xiao and others turned their gazes toward the Jiang contingent, their lips curling into subtle smirks. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao gradually rose from his seat, his eyes locking onto the approaching Jiang Wenkong. He derisively remarked, "Jiang Wenkong, I thought your family might refrain from attending this time. It appears that our illustrious prodigy of Shanfeng City still harbors some reluctance, eager for one last struggle." Ha ha ha! As Xiao concluded his taunt, a wave of laughter erupted from the others, their eyes darting to Jiang Yu, their expressions rife with mockery. They understood that Xiao words aimed to expose the Jiang family's vulnerabilities, seeking to humiliate them publicly. After all, when Jiang Yu's talents were at their zenith, Xiao Feng had been meticulously suppressed, and his resentment had long since festered. Now, with his own son having perished at the hands of the Jiang family, Xiao displayed no restraint, clearly poised to escalate the confrontation. Nevertheless, in the face of Xiao derision, Jiang Wenkong exhibited no signs of anger. Instead, a smile graced his lips as he calmly replied, "Since the head of the Xiao family has personally spoken, I shall certainly fulfill your wish, allowing you to witness our Jiang family's foremost prodigy. I trust you shall not be disappointed." As he spoke, Jiang Wenkong's smile held a profound significance. Observing Jiang Wenkong's resolute demeanor, Bai Zhantong and the others were momentarily taken aback. Xiao had anticipated that by deliberately mentioning these matters, Jiang Wenkong would erupt in fury, or, at the very least, engage in a heated exchange. Yet now, Jiang Wenkong not only remained unperturbed, but greeted them with a smile, albeit with an expression that seemed to perceive them as jesters, which left Bai Zhantong and his companions decidedly uncomfortable. Before they could utter another word, Jiang Wenkong, accompanied by the other elders, turned and strode towards the designated area for the Jiang family. Xiao was left speechless, taken aback by the unfolding events. Xiao suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, as if a heavy weight had settled there, leaving him with an overwhelming urge to vent his frustration. At that moment, Bai Zhantong approached him and whispered, "Let the Jiang family revel in their arrogance for a while longer. Once the tests conclude, their reckoning shall arrive." With a long exhale, Xiao responded, "Very well, we shall grant them this reprieve." As his words fell, he resumed his seat, his expression dark and uncertain, his gaze frequently darting towards the direction of the Jiang family. Meanwhile, Bai Zhantong's face was etched with a cold glint, his fists clenched tightly, brimming with a murderous intent. Behind him, a young man in his 20s slowly raised his head and said solemnly, "Father, do not worry. Once I join the Luoyuan sect, I will ensure the Jiang family pays the price they deserve." Upon hearing his son's words, Bai Zhantong's face softened with a hint of pride. "Well said, Su. Your determination is commendable." The young man, known as Bai Su, was Bai Zhantong's eldest son, possessing a peak cultivation level of the 5th stage of body refinement. Although his talent did not quite match that of Xiao Feng and Xianxia, he was nonetheless among the elite within Shanfeng City, and passing the assessment would be a mere formality. "Look, what is that?" Suddenly, a voice cried out, drawing everyone's attention. Their eyes widened in astonishment as a shadow appeared in the sky above Shanfeng City, rapidly approaching the square. As it drew nearer, they realized it was a massive flying vessel, with numerous figures standing on its bow. Chapter 31. Enemies meet, tension rises. Upon recognizing the emblem on the warship, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. It was the Luoyun sect. None could have anticipated such a large contingent arriving this time. What do you know? The Luoyun sect recently recruited disciples in Biluo City, so these must be newcomers. Merely accompanying them back to the sect came a voice from the crowd, prompting a collective understanding to dawn upon their faces. Suddenly, A piercing cry echoed from the heavens, and another enormous shadow loomed overhead, with fierce winds swirling around them. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, the crowd looked up to the sky, where a colossal black eagle circled, with numerous individuals standing upon its back. Much like the situation with the Luoyan sect, excitement sparkled in the eyes of these newcomers, who were none other than members of the Xianxia sect. The emaciated elder at the bow of the ship observed the scene with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. It was evident that they had arrived first. Yet the limelight had been entirely seized by the Xianxia sect. Contemplating this, the gaunt elder spoke in a low voice. Old Chun, the Xianxia sect remains unchanged, always indulging in such attention-seeking antics. Upon hearing this, an elder from the Black Hawk swiftly directed his gaze towards him and replied indifferently, Du Qingfeng. The ability to attract attention is also a skill in itself. Could it be that you are envious? With a hearty laugh, the elder showed no restraint. Observing the elder's incessant mirth, Du Qingfeng's expression darkened considerably, his countenance becoming somewhat grim. Then, as if struck by a thought, a cold smile crept upon his lips as he retorted, Humph, I shan't waste my breath on you. This time, the Luoyan sect has gathered numerous talents. Were it not for the limited disciple slots, there would be no place for your Xianxia sect. With these words, a triumphant smile adorned Du Qingfeng's face, clearly implying that the disciples recruited by the Xianxia sect were merely the dregs left behind by the Luoyan sect. In response to Du Qingfeng's biting sarcasm, the elder of the Xianxia sect's expression stiffened momentarily, but was quickly suppressed. He spoke calmly. Having talent merely means one starts ahead. It does not prove much. Du Qingfeng scoffed, a stubborn old duck. With that, he disregarded the elder and maneuvered the warship to gently descend to the ground. With a rumble, the Black Hawk circled briefly before also landing smoothly. Witnessing the palpable tension between the two formidable factions, the expressions of the spectators shifted, and they began to ponder. Although both the Luoyan sect and the Xianxia sect were major sects, the gap between them had widened considerably in recent years due to the Luoyan sect's relentless advancements. Furthermore, the lifespan of the Xianxia sect's leader was dwindling, having been stuck at the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm for an extended period. Should he fail to break through, his demise would merely be a matter of time. Although the leader of the Luoyan sect was also at the 9th level of the void-breaking realm, he possessed ample longevity. Even if he could not break through, he could outlast the leader of the Xianxia sect. The relationship between the two sects had deteriorated significantly over the years, with the Luoyan sect suppressing the Xianxia sect in various aspects. It was understood that once the ancestor of the Xianxia sect passed away, losing the protection of a powerful void-breaking expert, the Luoyan sect would undoubtedly be the first to strike. After all, if they could claim the Xianxia sect as their own, the entire eastern wilderness would fall under the control of the Luoyan sect. Thus, while it was ostensibly a recruitment event for both sects, the majority of individuals were actually inclined towards the Luoyan sect, many of whom had chosen to join the Xianxia sect only after being rejected by the Luoyan sect. As the members of the two sects touched down, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. The three prominent families immediately surrounded them. Jiang Wenkong said, You three brothers rest here for a moment. I will go take a look. Jiang Yu replied, All right, father. After receiving the response, Jiang Wenkong promptly led a group of elders forward. At this moment, Jiang Chen's gaze was fixated on the elder from the Falling Cloud sect. That Du Qingfeng was none other than the elder who had previously accompanied Xianxia to the Jiang family to annul the engagement. Furthermore, Jiang Chen had discovered Xianxia on the warship, where she stood quietly at the bow, her expression marked by a hint of indifference, akin to a proud white swan. Jiang Chen had to concede that Xianxia was not only beautiful, but also possessed a cold demeanor that held a fatal allure for men. Yet, compared to Shangwan Mingyue, Xianxia still fell short. Shangwan Mingyue not only had unparalleled beauty, but also exuded a unique aura that Xianxia could not hope to match. At that moment, a man stood beside Xianxia, surveying the crowd with an air of arrogance, his gaze filled with disdain. Upon seeing the two of them, Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint aura of killing intent radiating from him, but he quickly suppressed it. Had it not been for Jiang Chen's spiritual medicine last time, he might have already perished. Naturally, encountering his adversaries stirred a fury within him. Suddenly, Xianxia seemed to sense something. She turned her gaze towards Jiang Chen and the others, and their eyes met. Upon spotting Jiang Yu, a cold smile crept onto Xianxia's lips, and she thought to herself, It truly takes a grave situation for one to recognize their folly. Since you are so oblivious, today I shall show you just how vast the chasm between us truly is. With that thought, Xianxia cast a dismissive glance at Jiang before redirecting her attention. Meanwhile, the man beside her noticed this action and followed her gaze, quickly catching sight of Jiang. His expression darkened as he coldly remarked, "Junior Sister Yun. These worthless Jiang family members have also arrived. Last time, it was merely luck on their part. Shall I assist you in dealing with them this time?" As he spoke, a glint of icy killing intent flickered in his eyes. The man, named Wang Ning, was an inner disciple of the Falling Cloud sect, and his father was an elder of the sect, which elevated his status significantly. Few dared to offend him within the sect. Upon hearing Wang Ning's suggestion, Xianxia gently shook her head and responded, "Thank you for your kindness, Senior Brother Wang, but I can handle this matter myself. There is no need for you to intervene." Hearing this, Wang Ning spoke softly, "Very well, since my junior sister has personally stated her wishes, I shall allow them to live a little longer." Wang Ning cast a tender glance at Xianxia. Ever since their first encounter, he had been captivated by her exquisite beauty and unique aura, having long regarded her as his own. Thus, when Jiang publicly divorced his wife, Wang Ning felt compelled to take action against him, placing him firmly on his list of targets. Had it not been for his desire to let Xianxia take matters into her own hands, he would have discreetly dispatched someone to deal with Jiang long ago. Chapter 32. A clash of wits, no longer subdued. On the other side, with the welcoming presence of several prominent families, the elders from the Luoyun sect and the Xianxia sect took their seats of honor. Meanwhile, the disciples they brought along were arranged in the audience, filling the atmosphere with palpable excitement for the upcoming evaluation. Before long, Jiang Wankong and others returned, and the leaders of the major families settled into their seats, silencing the murmurs of the crowd. Ahem. Once the audience quieted, an elder from the Xianxia sect cleared his throat and rose slowly, his gaze sweeping across the room. He spoke in a resonant voice, "I am Chen Hongchuan, serving as an outer elder of the Xianxia sect. Those who pass this assessment and wish to join our ranks shall be awarded an entry token." No sooner had Chen Hongchuan finished speaking than Du Qingfeng could not contain a derisive laugh. "Chen Hongchuan, your Xianxia sect truly has no standards. It's no wonder your strength has waned over the years. It seems you have resigned yourself to decline." Laughter erupted from Du Qingfeng, unabashed. The newly initiated disciples of the Luoyun sect looked upon their counterparts from the Xianxia sect with scornful eyes, their expressions radiating an air of superiority, as if their affiliation with the Luoyun sect elevated them above all others. In response to Du Qingfeng's taunts, Chen Hongchuan cast him a calm glance and retorted coolly, "Du Qingfeng, do you intend to keep rattling on?" Du Qingfeng scoffed, "One does not weep until they see the coffin. Since you are so skeptical, I shall make you confront the reality of the vast chasm between our two sections." With that, Du Qingfeng rose from his seat, fixing his gaze firmly on Chen Hongchuan. He continued, "Let us commence the evaluation. I am eager to see which of us has gathered the most talents." As Du Qingfeng's words lingered in the air, Chen Hongchuan took 2 deliberate steps forward, positioning himself at the center of the vast plaza. His hand swept across his storage belt, and with a thunderous sound, a massive block of black, profound iron materialized, crashing heavily onto the ground and reverberating throughout the venue. Crack, crack. As dust swirled around, fissures appeared on the ground, revealing the extraordinary nature of the profound iron. After a brief pause, Chen Hongchuan, this assessment consists of 2 components. The first is a test of strength, overseen by our Xianxia sect. This celestial steel, crafted from Xiantai, requires a force of 100 pounds for every inch of indentation. To pass the first assessment and advance to the second, one must demonstrate a strength of 500 pounds. The specifics of the second assessment will be arranged by the Luoyun sect. Prepare yourselves, for the evaluation will commence shortly. 500 pounds? Upon hearing this, a flicker of apprehension appeared in the eyes of many. It is important to note that with each advancement in the body refinement realm, strength only increases by a little over 200 pounds. At the 3rd level of body refinement, one might reach a maximum of 700 pounds. However, achieving this requires ample training resources, which those from less affluent backgrounds cannot afford to procure. As such, their inherent strength is unlikely to meet such a high standard. Consequently, this first assessment will undoubtedly eliminate a significant portion of those present. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, having listened to Chen Hongchuan's explanation, displayed no change in his expression as he approached Jiang Daoxin. He whispered, Daoxin, when it's your turn to test, do not hold back. Exert 50% of your strength. Jiang Daoxin paused for a moment before responding, all right, second brother, I understand. However, your words sound quite similar to what elder brother just told me. He also advised me not to be too reserved and to earn some face for our father. With that, a smile spread across Jiang Daoxin's face, and a glimmer of anticipation shone in his eyes. Oh, Jiang Chen inquired. Elder brother mentioned this to you as well? Indeed, Jiang Daoxin affirmed. The essence of his message was much like yours. He urged me not to be too low-key and to restore our Jiang family's honor by striking back at them. Gently, Jiang Chen patted Jiang Daoxin's shoulder. All right, second brother understands, but do temper yourself. Do not be overly ostentatious. I understand, second brother. After conversing with Jiang Daoxin, Jiang Chen gradually approached Jiang Yu. Elder brother, what are your plans for the upcoming assessment? Jiang Yu smiled slightly. I was just about to discuss that with you. We need not be overly flamboyant, yet we must ensure that the Jiang family is not underestimated. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately grasped his elder brother's intent. He was ready to put on a display of superiority. Initially, Jiang Chen had thought Jiang Yu's suggestion for Jiang Daoxin to reveal some strength was a strategy to divert attention while he stayed in the background. However, it appeared that his elder brother had no intention of being low profile. Rather, he sought to publicly confront the prominent families. Since elder brother and third brother have chosen this path, I certainly cannot lag behind. Otherwise, our father would lose face. At that moment, Chen Hanchuan's voice resonated once more. All right, I hereby declare that the assessment has begun. As Chen Hanchuan's voice faded, the participants instinctively formed two lines. Commencing the first round of assessment, a resounding thud echoed through the air as the foremost man unleashed his power, channeling his internal energy into a formidable punch that struck the celestial star monument, generating a thunderous roar. To everyone's astonishment, his blow caused a noticeable indentation of approximately 6 inches in the stone. The disciple responsible for recording the results promptly announced, Li Shan, 4th level of body refinement. Score, 600 pounds, has passed the first round of assessment. Please wait to decide. Upon hearing that he had successfully passed the first round, a look of elation spread across Li Shan's face. He quickly acknowledged the announcement and made his way to the designated spot, with Li Shan setting a positive precedent. The confidence of the subsequent participants surged, their eyes gleaming with determination. Yet, when they took their turns, reality dealt them a harsh blow. Boom! Lu Qing, score, unsatisfactory. Zhao Chong, score, unsatisfactory. Unsatisfactory. The consecutive failures left the onlookers dumbfounded, their previously settled nerves now taut with anxiety. How could those at the 4th level of body refinement not pass? The standards are exceedingly high. Indeed, the elimination rate was alarmingly steep. Just then, a tremendous crash interrupted the murmurs of the crowd. Gu Xi, 5th level of body refinement, test score, 1,600 pounds, has passed the first round of assessment. 1,600 pounds? The announcement sent waves of astonishment across the faces of the others, all eyes turning towards Gu Xi. A young man in a gray robe slowly retracted his arm, his expression remarkably indifferent, exuding an air of nonchalance. However, as his gaze swept over the remaining participants, a hint of arrogance flickered in his eyes, as if none could rival him. Chapter 33. The Revelation of Events. At that moment, Du Qingfeng abruptly rose from his seat and directed his gaze towards Gu Xi, declaring in a resonant voice, So, it's you, Gu Xi. If you are willing to join the Falling Cloud sect, not only will you be exempt from the subsequent 2 assessments, but I can also promise you the status of an outer disciple. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd at Du Qingfeng's words, envy gleaming in the eyes of the others. It was well known that passing the assessments here meant starting as a servant disciple, with only the opportunity to ascend to the status of an outer disciple after undergoing a secondary evaluation within the sect. Du Qingfeng's direct offer of outer disciple status underscored his significant regard for Gu Xi's talents. Indeed, Du Qingfeng's eagerness to recruit was a clear indication of his recognition of Gu Xi's exceptional abilities. To possess the ability to wield a weight of 1,600 pounds at the 5th level of body refinement is a testament to a remarkably solid foundation. With proper cultivation from the sect, it is highly likely that another formidable being at the Divine Sea realm, or even at the level of creation, could emerge. Such potential is certainly not to be overlooked, as a powerhouse at the creation realm constitutes the middle-tier strength of the sect. However, before Gu Xi could respond, Chen Hongchuan turned his gaze towards Du Qingfeng and spoke in a grave tone. Du Qingfeng, it is merely the first round of assessment, and you're already attempting to poach talent. Is that not somewhat unreasonable? Do you truly regard our Xianxia sect as mere decoration? Du Qingfeng retorted, Xianxia. The decision of which sect to join is entirely their own. Is there any rule that stipulates one must pass all assessments to be accepted as a disciple? If you are dissatisfied, you may certainly try your hand. Should he wish to join your Xianxia sect, I will have no objections. With that, Du Qingfeng directed his attention back to Gu Xi. Chen Hongchuan, not to be outdone, quickly fixed his gaze upon Gu Xi and said, Young friend Gu Xi, if you are willing to join our Xianxia sect, not only will you become an outer disciple, but I can also offer you an additional third-grade meridian opening pill. Hearing Chen Hongchuan's conditions, Du Qingfeng's expression remained unchanged, a confident smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, the crowd turned their eyes towards Gu Xi, eager to see how he would decide, especially since both sides presented similar incentives. Gu Xi's gaze swept across the two men, a slight smile playing on his lips. He then offered a respectful bow to Du Qingfeng and replied, Disciple Gu Xi, I am willing to join the Falling Cloud sect. Du Qingfeng erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, excellent, splendid. As Gu Xi's declaration echoed, Du Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with derision as he glanced at Chen Hongchuan, mockingly stating, Old Chen, it seems our Falling Cloud sect has taken the lead once more. This esteemed disciple is now under my wing. Chen Hongchuan's countenance darkened, yet he forcefully suppressed his fury and responded coldly, Do not rejoice too soon. This is merely the beginning. We shall see how this unfolds. Oh, is that so? Du Qingfeng replied with a smile, his voice ringing out, Today, our sect will increase the number of disciples we accept by 10. I hope everyone seizes this opportunity. What? An increase of 10 slots? The crowd erupted in excitement, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they displayed a sense of eagerness. Chen Hongchuan exclaimed, Du Qingfeng you, however. Chen Hongchuan was visibly incensed, for Du Qingfeng's actions were undoubtedly a direct affront to the Xianxia sect, and he showed no signs of concealing it. Du Qingfeng keeped. Old Chen, let us wait and see. After a hearty laugh, he concluded the exchange. Du Qingfeng strode towards the gathering place alongside Gu Xi, paying no heed to Chen Hongchuan's unpleasant expression. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, became even more resolute in their decision to join the Luoyuan sect. The situation did not linger for long. The testing soon resumed its normal course. Although many were eliminated, a considerable number also succeeded in the assessment. As time progressed, the number of those yet to be tested dwindled, prompting the 4 prominent families to take action. The first to step forward was Bai Su. He cast a cold glance at the Jiang family before striding towards the Tianxing steel, his vital energy surging around him. With a thunderous roar, Bai Su unleashed a powerful punch, causing the Tianxing steel to emit a resounding boom, showcasing his peak strength at the 6th level of body refinement. Bai Su, at the pinnacle of the 6th level of body refinement, recorded a test score of 1,800 pounds, successfully passing the first round of assessment. Upon this revelation, the crowd displayed expressions of astonishment. However, Bai Su's countenance was far from pleasant. It was evident that Gu Xi's strength was considerably inferior to his, yet the difference in their scores was a mere 200 pounds. This stark realization led him to understand that, under equal circumstances, he would undoubtedly not prevail against Gu Xi. This outcome was somewhat unbearable for him. Nevertheless, the thought of the Jiang family's few inept members languishing at the bottom lifted his spirits considerably. Meanwhile, upon witnessing this, Du Qingfeng spoke once more. Bai Su, should you be inclined, you may join my Luoyuan sect directly and be granted the status of an outer disciple. Not far off. Bai Zhantong's face lit up with excitement upon hearing these words, his demeanor brimming with anticipation as he mused inwardly. This is splendid. Su'er has successfully joined the Luoyuan sect, and our subsequent actions will face no reservations. Conversely, Chen Hongchuan's eyes reflected a glimmer of helplessness in response to Du Qingfeng's recruitment attempt. The decline of the Xianxia sect over the years left many willing to join his sect, yet an even greater number gravitated towards the Luoyuan sect. Unsurprisingly, Bai Su accepted Du Qingfeng's invitation without hesitation. Observing this, the others bore expressions of incredulity. The assessment had barely commenced, yet Du Qingfeng had already enrolled several disciples, rendering the so-called assessment nearly meaningless. As Baisu exited the stage, Xiao Feng gradually approached the Tianqing stele. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Jiang family, he halted, directing a cold smile at Jiang Yu. In a chilling tone, he remarked, Jiang Yu, regardless of the circumstances, you were once the foremost genius of Shunfeng City. I eagerly anticipate your performance. Of course, your family must also pay the corresponding price for their past deeds. As he spoke, an intense aura of murderous intent surged from Xiao Feng, unmasked and unmistakable. Faced with Xiao Feng's words, Jiang Yu maintained an utterly indifferent demeanor. After casting a fleeting glance at him, he replied nonchalantly, Is that so? I eagerly anticipate it. With that, Jiang Yu withdrew his gaze, showing no further regard for Xiao Feng, effectively dismissing him. Observing Jiang Yu's haughty demeanor, Xiao Feng's eyes turned increasingly frigid as he muttered, Humph. Let us see how long you can revel in your pride. With that, Xiao Feng took another step forward. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen reflected on Xiao Feng's earlier remarks, revealing a contemplative expression on his face. It seems that the matter concerning Xiao Yun has been exposed. No wonder the three prominent families are so active. They must be planning to take action. With this thought, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen averted his gaze. He felt no surprise that the Bai and Xiao families were privy to the truth. After all, while Shunfeng City is neither particularly large nor small, if one truly wishes to investigate something, it is merely a matter of time. Uncovering the truth is not a daunting task. However, Jiang Chen was indifferent to the matter. Should the Xiao and Bai families dare to act recklessly against the Jiang family, he would not hesitate to send them on their way. After all, the strongest in Shunfeng City are merely at the 5th level of the Divine Sea Realm. Jiang Chen, now possessing the same level of cultivation, coupled with his unique eye technique, found it quite feasible to engage in combat beyond his current rank. On another front, Xiao Feng approached the Heavenly Star Stele. His prowess at the 8th level of the body refinement realm unmistakable, his raven hair dancing in the air. Upon sensing Xiao Feng's aura, the surrounding crowd displayed expressions of astonishment, unable to restrain their murmurs. Goodness, Xiao Feng is just in his 20s and has already broken through to the 8th level of the body refinement realm. It seems it won't be long before he challenges the Divine Sea Realm. Indeed, had it not been for the emergence of Xianxia from the Yun family, with Xiao Feng's talent, he would undoubtedly be the foremost genius in Shunfeng City. That might not be certain. Although Xianxia has been directly taken as a disciple by the Falling Cloud sect, it does not necessarily mean she is superior to Xiao Feng. After all, several others were also directly accepted as disciples just now. Upon hearing this, many in the crowd nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they quickly fell silent, directing their gazes towards the direction of Xiao Feng, eagerly anticipating his forthcoming performance. With a roar, Xiao Feng unleashed a powerful shout, swinging his fist towards the Heavenly Star Stele. The immense force he exerted stirred up a tempestuous wind around him. Observing this scene, Du Qingfeng, seated at the forefront, exhibited a look of surprise in his eyes, a smile playing on his lips as he slowly remarked, Not bad, not bad. The ability to control power so exquisitely marks one as an exceptionally rare genius. It is astonishing that such a small town as Shunfeng could yield such remarkable results. However, in stark contrast to Du Qingfeng's elation, Chen Hongchuan wore a rather grim expression. He sighed, for not long ago, upon their reception by the 4 prominent families, he had discerned certain troubling matters. Aside from the Jiang family, the other 3 families were all inclined towards the Luoyun sect. And although they treated the Xianxia sect with a veneer of respect, Chen Hongchuan could sense that it was merely superficial. Thus, it was evident to him that Xiao Feng would undoubtedly choose to join the Luoyun sect. Reflecting on the recent experiences, Chen Hongchuan lamented, Once, our Xianxia sect was a revered sanctuary for countless cultivators. Now, we struggle even to recruit disciples. Truly, we have failed our ancestors. With this thought, he involuntarily clenched his fist. Meanwhile, under the gaze of the onlookers, Xiao Feng's fist struck the Tianqing monument, causing a significant indentation to form instantly. The disciple tasked with recording the results stared in astonishment, his mouth agape. The force generated by Xiao Feng's punch swept past the disciple's cheek, jolting him back to reality. He quickly exclaimed, Xiao Feng, an 8th level body refinement cultivator, achieved a score of 5,500 gene. What? 5,000 gene? As soon as the disciple's words fell, the crowd erupted in a frenzy, their expressions filled with shock. It is well known that typically, An 8th-level body refinement cultivator can exert around 3,000 gene of force. Yet Xiao Feng had surpassed that by 2,000 gene. With this outcome, his standing among the people rose significantly once more. On the other side, Xiao Lingshan beamed with satisfaction upon witnessing his son's achievement, his demeanor radiating pride. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards Xianxia, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, Bai Zhantong remained silent. Although his own son had performed admirably, Xiao Feng's result rendered it somewhat insignificant. The members of the Jiang family observed this scene with furrowed brows, their expressions darkening. Jiang Wenyin cast a glance at Jiang Wenkong and spoke in a hushed tone. Elder brother, the other 3 prominent families seem to be forming an alliance. With Xiao Feng's terrifying talent, our Jiang family may soon face dire straits. Jiang Wenkong replied, "Rest assured, while Xiao Feng's talent is indeed formidable, we must have faith in Daoxin and the others." Hearing Jiang Wenkong's words and reflecting on his son's recent changes, Jiang Wenyin's anxiety noticeably diminished. As the results of Xiao Feng emerged, Du Qingfeng immediately extended an invitation to him, promising additional benefits. Without any hesitation, Xiao Feng readily agreed to join the Falling Cloud sect. At this moment, Chen Hongchuan also realized that the assessment had lost all significance. The so-called 2 rounds of evaluation were nothing more than a farce. Consequently, he seized the opportunity to select a few disciples from the crowd of those who had passed the first round, though the outcome was not particularly remarkable. Many still wished to wait for the second round of assessment before joining the Falling Cloud sect. After all, the purpose of joining a sect is to cultivate. The stronger the sect, the more abundant the resources, and the faster the pace of enhancing one's strength. As Xiao Feng exited the stage, the onlookers shifted their gaze towards the Jiang family. Xiao Lingshan mockingly spoke up, "Jiang Wenkong, everyone else has been tested. It is now your family's turn. Let us all witness your family's top talent." Laughter erupted around him. Nearby, Su scoffed disdainfully, remarking, "What top talent? He is merely a discarded waste, unworthy of our expectations." Following Bai Su's words, the crowd's expressions directed at Jiang Yu were filled with contempt. However, faced with Bai Su's provocation, Jiang Yu regarded him with the same disdain one would reserve for a jester, his demeanor utterly indifferent. He then turned to Jiang Chen and Jiang Daoxin, speaking in a muted tone. "Did you two hear that barking just now? It's maddening." Jiang Chen immediately understood, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he replied, "Mad dogs love to bark. For such blind mutts, a single strike is all that is necessary." Listening to the exchange between the 2 brothers of the Jiang family, Bai Su's eyes nearly ignited with fury, his entire being on the brink of rage, veins bulging on his forehead. Audacious. Just then, before Bai Su could respond, Du Qingfeng unleashed a furious hua. His gaze fixed on Jiang Wenkong, he coldly declared, "Jiang Wenkong, last time, out of respect for Xixue, I spared your family. Yet, not only have you shown no gratitude, but you also dare to insult the disciples of my sect. If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, I shall not hesitate to personally discipline him." With his words, Du Qingfeng's cultivation realm erupted, an overwhelming aura enveloping the area, causing the temperature to drop noticeably. At this moment, the atmosphere grew tense. Jiang Wenkong and his companions appeared somber. They had anticipated that after the previous conflict, although Du Qingfeng harbored some dissatisfaction towards the Jiang family, as an elder of the sect, he should ideally not let such matters weigh heavily on his mind. However, the current situation suggests otherwise. It is evident that Du Qingfeng has held a grudge against the Jiang family since the last incident and is now seizing the opportunity to retaliate. Bai Zhantong and his companions, witnessing this scene, immediately displayed expressions of schadenfreude, eager to see how the Jiang family would navigate this predicament. At that moment, Chen Hongchuan stepped forward, his voice resonating with authority. "Pray tell, when did the Luoyun sect descend to such a disgraceful level? An elder, devoid of principles, chooses to attack others over trifles. Are the disciples of your sect permitted to insult others while the rest must remain silent?" Upon hearing this, Du Qingfeng turned his gaze sharply towards Chen Hongchuan, his tone icy. "Old Chen, what business do you have with my Luoyun sect? I advise you not to meddle." Chen Hongchuan retorted, "Humph, this matter is precisely my concern today. If you remain unconvinced, I would not mind engaging you in a contest right here." Du Qingfeng scoffed. "Do you truly believe I fear you?" With a thunderous sound, Du Qingfeng's chi surged violently, emitting a terrifying aura that caused the ground beneath him to crack and fissure. His demeanor suggested that should Chen Hongchuan utter another word, he would not hesitate to act with aggression. Meanwhile, Chen Honchuan refused to back down, his own aura intensifying, his gaze sharpening, and his back straightening with determination. Not far away, Wang Ning observed this confrontation, a smirk of derision crossing his face as he turned to Yun Shishu, stating solemnly, "Junior Sister Yun, it appears the Jiang family lacks any self-awareness. They dare to offend Elder Du at such a time, truly a group oblivious to their own peril." Looking at the two elders locked in a standoff, Yun Shishu spoke coldly. "Since the last incident, my Yun family has severed all ties with the Jiang family. If he is so eager to court disaster, he has no one to blame but himself." With that, she averted her gaze. On the other side, Du Qingfeng's eyes were fixed intently on Chen Honchuan as he spoke again. "Chen Honchuan, do you truly wish to oppose me over such a trivial family?" Chen Honchuan replied, "Spare me your idle chatter. Use whatever means you wish. I shall accompany you to the end today." Du Qingfeng growled, "You seek death." With these words, he prepared to strike. What has come over these two elders today? Their tempers flaring so violently. Is there no room for civil discourse? Just then, a deep voice resonated from beyond the square. Upon hearing this voice, Du Qingfeng's momentum faltered slightly as he quickly turned to the source, his expression darkening. Today, a series of obstructions from others left him feeling exceedingly irritable, teetering on the brink of fury. As his gaze fell upon Du Qingfeng, the crowd instinctively retreated to either side, fearing further misunderstandings. With this retreat, a clear path soon emerged. Approaching slowly were three figures, the foremost of whom was a young woman. She possessed an exquisite oval face, delicate willow-shaped brows, and almond-shaped eyes, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years of age. Dressed in a flowing purple gown, her stunning beauty immediately captivated the onlookers, many of whom revealed glimmers of admiration in their eyes. "How beautiful! My goodness! This woman is extraordinarily lovely. Such breathtaking beauty can only be rivaled by Miss Shangwan." Indeed, since Miss Shangwan's disappearance, although Yun Shishu has ascended as the most beautiful in Shanfeng City, she pales in comparison to this woman. At that moment, the lady in purple strolled ahead with her hands behind her back, skipping playfully while curiously surveying her surroundings. As the trio drew nearer, Du Qingfeng furrowed his brow slightly and then reined in his imposing presence, directing his attention to a slightly portly man on his left. "In charge of the Wind City. This matter surely falls outside your jurisdiction, does it not? Are you truly willing to stand for the Jiang family? Isn't this against the established order? Lord of the Wind City?" Upon hearing Du Qingfeng's words, the crowd instantly reacted. "Good heavens, it is City Lord Feng Hao Ian. I thought the dynasty refrained from intervening in sect affairs. Why is he here today? And who is that woman, that even the City Lord walks behind her?" As this revelation spread, curiosity intensified among the onlookers. On the other side, Feng Hao Ian, hearing Du Qingfeng's remarks, smiled gently. "Deacon Du, you think too much. I am merely here to escort the princess to the assessment and have no other intentions." "Princess?" Upon hearing this, Du Qingfeng immediately turned his gaze to the lady in purple. After observing her for a moment, he shifted his attention to the elderly man in black. Sensing the aura emanating from him, a look of apprehension crossed Du Qingfeng's face, his expression turning grave. Indeed, this young lady is none other than the daughter of the ancient prince, Princess Xiao. My purpose here is solely to escort her for the entrance examination. Princess Xiao. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Wenqing displayed a peculiar expression, glancing toward Jiang Chen beside him. Noticing his father's gaze, Jiang Chen's face reflected confusion. "Father, what is it? Why do you regard me with such an expression?" Nothing at all." Jiang Wenqing retracted his gaze. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Jiang Chen discerned the identity of the woman. The lady in purple was named Gu Xiao, the daughter of Gu Tianxiong, a prince of the Tianlong dynasty. Beyond her distinguished lineage, he possessed formidable prowess in the Broken Void realm, holding a significant position within the Tianlong dynasty. As for the man clad in black robes, he was Gu Xiao's protector, wielding strength comparable to that of Du Qingfeng, both being at the creation realm. However, the intensity of his aura appeared to be significantly more profound than that of Du Qingfeng. On the other side, Wang Ning's gaze ignited with fervor upon beholding Gu Xiao's beauty. Yet, upon recalling that Yun Shishu stood nearby, he swiftly quelled this emotion. At that moment, as she overheard the crowd comparing herself to Gu Xiao, Yun Shishu's brow furrowed slightly, her countenance revealing signs of discontent. She had waited for so long, yearning to join the Luo Yun sect with exceptional merit under the spotlight of the masses. Yet now, before she had even made her entrance, the illustrious Princess Xiao had emerged, stealing her thunder entirely. This left Xianxia feeling quite vexed. However, upon contemplating that her rival was also here for the assessment, her displeasure softened considerably. Internally, she scoffed. For the princess, my talent is unrivaled. Even she cannot surpass me. With this thought, Xianxia's confidence resurfaced. Chapter 36. 9 Levels of Body Forging. 6,000 Strength. Observing Du Qingfeng's silence, Feng Haotian maintained a gentle smile and spoke once more. Elder Du, Elder Chen, today marks the day our sect recruits disciples. There is no need for such a quarrel over trivial matters. How about I mediate this dispute? He continued, moreover, the princess has come specifically to participate in your sect's assessment. It would be wise for both of you to take a step back and consider this as if nothing had transpired. Upon hearing this, Du Qingfeng cast a glance at the man in black before responding solemnly. Since Lord Feng has spoken, I, Du, shall naturally show respect. Let this matter rest. However, should anyone dare to overstep their bounds again, do not blame me for being unsparing. As he spoke, Du Qingfeng deliberately directed a glance towards the Jiang family. The implication clear. Meanwhile, Chen Hongchuan nodded towards Feng Haotian, subsequently retracting his own imposing presence. Just then, upon hearing the mention of the Jiang family, Gu Xiao's gaze immediately shifted in their direction, and she proceeded to step towards where the Jiang family resided. A crisp voice emanated from her lips. Jiang Chen. Which of you is Jiang Chen? Step forward so this young lady may take a look. As Gu Xiao spoke, all eyes were drawn to her. Curiosity etched upon their faces, and murmurs began to circulate. What is happening? How does Princess Xiao know the name of the second young master of the Jiang family? Has Jiang Chen offended her? It is quite possible. Perhaps she has come here specifically to cause trouble for the Jiang family. Alas, the Jiang family truly courts disaster. Offending the Falling Cloud sect was not enough, and now they have also incurred the wrath of Princess Xiao. No one can save them now. Of course, some offered different perspectives. No, if they had truly angered Princess Xiao, she would not need to intervene personally. Given the affection Duke Gu holds for her, he would surely obliterate the Jiang family on her behalf. Upon hearing this, the crowd found it plausible, their curiosity intensifying. Even Du Qingfeng, standing nearby, found himself intrigued. It was hard to fathom how a mere Jiang family could be entangled with Princess Xiao. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was left utterly bewildered. He could assert with absolute certainty that he had no recollection of Princess Xiao whatsoever, nor had he ever encountered her. At that moment, Jiang Yu and Jiang Daoxin also turned their gaze toward Jiang Chen, their expressions rife with confusion. Do you believe me when I say I do not know her? Jiang Chen queried. I believe you, second brother, Jiang Daoxin replied, his words betraying his true feelings. Jiang Chen felt an overwhelming urge to kick him. Just as the crowd buzzed with speculation, Jiang Wenqing rose voluntarily, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He spoke softly, Xiao, my dear. It has been so many years since we last met. You have grown into a graceful young lady. Upon hearing this, the crowd sensed something amiss. It was evident from his words that there seemed to be no animosity between the two, but rather a cordial relationship. After a moment of surprise at seeing Jiang Wenqing, Gu Xiao tentatively inquired, Are you Uncle Wenqing? Haha. Who would have thought you still remembered me, little girl? You were merely 3 years old back then. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiao quickly affirmed, her voice bright, Uncle Wenqing, it has been over a decade since we last met. My father has wished to repay your kindness over the years, but due to his busy affairs, he has been unable to do so. Please do not take offense. No offense again. It was merely a fortuitous circumstance that allowed me to assist you a little. Your father has also provided me with ample resources. So in truth, it is I who have benefited from you. As they conversed, the other 3 prominent families immediately changed expressions. The Jiang family was unexpectedly intertwined with Duke Gu. Several individuals had planned to take action against the Jiang family after the assessment, but now this unexpected development had caught them off guard. Xiao Lingshan cursed under his breath, lamenting Jiang Wenqing's fortuitous connection with Gu Tianxiong, wondering if his son was destined to perish in vain. Clenching his fists in frustration, he was interrupted by Zhan Tong, who approached slowly and stated in a steady voice, It may not be as dire as it seems. Even if Jiang Wenqing has some association with Prince Gu, their relationship cannot be too close. Otherwise, The position of the Jiang family's head would not have fallen to Jiang Wenkong. Upon hearing this, Xiao Longshan's eyes brightened, a glimmer of hope returning to his expression. Very well, once this matter concludes, we shall investigate the relationship between Jiang Wenqing and Prince Gu. If they are indeed merely acquaintances, we can proceed with our plans. Meanwhile, after a brief conversation, Jiang Wenqing turned to Jiang Chen and urged, Chener, why do you not greet Princess Xiao? Can't you see she is looking for you? Though still puzzled by the situation, Jiang Chen rose from his seat and directed his gaze towards Gu Xiao, slowly articulating, Greetings, Princess Xiao. Are you Jiang Chen? Gu Xiao inquired, her eyes scrutinizing him intently. After a moment of contemplation, she muttered, He is quite handsome, but merely a pretty face. I fail to see what is so special about him. Her words elicited a displeased expression from Gu Xiao. Jiang Chen, bewildered by her sudden interest and subsequent disdain, was left nonplussed. Just as he was grappling with her reaction, an elderly man in a black robe approached Gu Xiao, his raspy voice breaking the silence. Princess, let us proceed with the assessment first. We can address matters concerning the Jiang family later. The princess stated that everything is at your discretion and that he will provide compensation. Very well, let us commence with the assessment. Gu Xiao affirmed. As her words echoed, the black-robed elder turned his attention to Du Qingfeng and the others, solemnly asking, Shall we continue? Gentlemen, Du Qingfeng nodded gently, responding, Indeed, Princess Xiao. Please proceed. After receiving affirmation, Gu Xiao stepped forward to the Tianqing steel, raising her delicate arm and nonchalantly delivering a punch. With a resounding crash, the steel caved in swiftly, showcasing Gu Xiao's formidable strength at the 9th level of the body refinement realm, leaving the disciples in charge of registration nearly wide-eyed in astonishment. With great excitement, someone exclaimed, Princess Xiao has achieved a physique cultivation level of the 9th tier with a remarkable result of 6,000 pounds. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. It is widely acknowledged that a 9th tier physique capable of producing 6,000 pounds is already impressive. Thus, Princess Xiao's achievement, having doubled this figure, is undeniably extraordinary. Yet, considering her status as the daughter of the ancient prince, many deemed such an accomplishment to be expected. After all, as a princess, she would undoubtedly have access to ample resources for cultivation, and her physique would have been rigorously refined, an advantage that others could hardly match. Chapter 37. Yun Shixue takes the stage. Observing Gu Xiao's achievement, Du Qingfeng's expression suddenly became serious, and a glimmer of intrigue shone in his eyes. It is known that both of the current major sects contain members of the royal family. Thus, Du Qingfeng was quite eager to recruit Princess Xiao into their sect. Although these royal members typically join sects to establish their own power and gather talented individuals under their banner for future power struggles, an endeavor that might seem akin to poaching, their inclusion would undoubtedly facilitate the sect's acquisition of spirit stones and resources. In truth, this represents a mutually beneficial arrangement. Moreover, those true talents are often proud individuals, unlikely to be easily manipulated. Consequently, the overall impact of these royal additions leans toward the advantageous. Furthermore, with Princess Xiao's exceptional talent, Du Qingfeng could not possibly allow her to be claimed by the Xianxia sect. Contemplating this, a smile broke upon his face as he turned his gaze toward Gu Xiao and proclaimed, Princess, your talent is unparalleled. You truly embody the legacy of the ancient prince, an exemplary daughter of a noble lineage. After a moment of reflection, Du Qingfeng continued, Should Princess Xiao choose to join Luoyuan's sect, I would gladly recommend you as an inner disciple. With your prodigious abilities, becoming a core disciple would be well within your reach. Upon hearing these words, not only the onlookers, but even Yun Shixue displayed a look of shock. It was noteworthy that even with her awakened ice body, she had only secured a single inner disciple spot. Yet this Gu Xiao, who merely excelled in physical prowess, had received the same treatment as herself. This revelation was difficult for Yun Shixue to accept. 6,000 pounds is nothing. My ice body has already reached a minor perfection stage. Soon, you shall witness what true genius looks like. With this thought, confidence returned to her countenance. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen regarded Gu Xiao's achievement with a nod of acknowledgement. As Jiang Chen lifted his gaze, he discovered that Gu Xiao was intently observing him, her eyes glimmering with a hint of provocation. This realization deepened the confusion in Jiang Chen's heart. While everyone anticipated that Gu Xiao would readily agree to join the Falling Cloud sect, she unexpectedly voiced a surprising response. Thank you, Elder Du, for your kind offer. But the assessment is not yet concluded. I would prefer to decide on a sect after the evaluation is complete. Upon hearing this, the elder in black robes momentarily froze in disbelief. Before their arrival, Gu Tianxiong had explicitly stated that the Falling Cloud sect was the preferred choice. Yet now, despite the alluring conditions presented, his young master had not acquiesced. Though perplexed, the elder refrained from speaking, as his sole responsibility was to protect Gu Xiao, leaving other matters beyond his jurisdiction. Meanwhile, Du Qingfeng felt a slight stiffness in his smile upon hearing Gu Xiao's response. However, he quickly regained his composure and chuckled. No worries, Your Highness. Take your time to consider. Observing this exchange, Chen Hongquan's eyes sparkled with delight as he promptly interjected, Your Highness. Should you choose to join the Xianxia sect, you would attain the status of an inner disciple, and with successful completion of the sect's assessments, you are assured a promotion to core disciple within a year. As his words hung in the air, Chen Hongquan gazed at Gu Xiao with eager anticipation. With the most talented individuals already claimed by the Fallen Cloud sect, he was determined not to miss this rare opportunity. Thank you, Elder Chen, for your generous offer. I will consider it, Gu Xiao replied politely. Although Chen Hongquan felt a tinge of regret at her noncommittal answer, he nonetheless wore a warm smile. It's beneficial to think it over. My Xianxia sect will always welcome you, Your Highness. While Gu Xiao had not explicitly accepted, her lack of outright refusal left a glimmer of hope. Once the discussions among the crowd had reached a satisfactory conclusion, Du Qingfeng turned his attention to Yun Xixue. Xixue, since the princess has taken her turn, it's your moment to shine. The second round of assessments is upon us. At this, Yun Xixue rose from her seat and strode confidently towards the heavenly star stele. As she passed by the Jiang family's area, she cast a haughty glance at Jiangyu, her gaze filled with arrogance. Subsequently, she quickened her pace, soon arriving before the heavenly star stele. The onlookers, intrigued by her appearance, directed their attention towards her. After all, had it not been for Gu Xiao's unexpected entrance, Yun Xixue would have undoubtedly been the star performer of the day. Now, the crowd is filled with curiosity. Who possesses the greater talent, Princess Xiao or Yun Xixue? Crackle, crackle. At that moment, a subtle sound drew everyone's attention. What is happening? Why does it suddenly feel so cold? Look quickly. The ground around Miss Xixue has frozen over. It is truly astonishing. Upon hearing the shout, the crowd immediately directed their gazes towards her. It seems the rumors hold truth. Miss Xixue indeed possesses the ice physique. No wonder the Luoyun sect accepted her as an inner disciple. Her talent is undeniably formidable. As this revelation came to light, others displayed expressions of understanding. Even the old man in the black robe revealed a hint of astonishment in his eyes. One must understand that anyone with such a physique has a high probability of breaking through to the creation realm, and they might even aspire to reach the cave heaven realm. He truly did not expect to encounter such a physique in a place like Shinfeng City. Observing the astonished expressions on the faces of others, Du Qingfeng wore a proud smile and deliberately cast a provocative glance at Chen Hongquan. Upon witnessing this, Chen Hongquan promptly turned away to avoid Du Qingfeng's gaze. The only option left for him was to ignore and remain unbothered. Boom! Crackle, crackle. Yun Xixue struck the Tianxing monument with her fist, and a surge of icy energy erupted from her body. A layer of frost appeared on the Tianxing monument. 7,500 Jin. After snapping back to reality, the disciple responsible for recording immediately shouted, his eyes filled with shock. Wow! As this result emerged, the scene fell into silence. They had sensed Yun Xixue's aura earlier. Both she and Princess Xiao were at the same cultivation level, yet under identical circumstances. She surpassed Princess Xiao by over 1,000 Jin. This was sufficient to prove that her talent eclipsed that of Gu Xiao. At this moment, the most exhilarated was none other than Yun Xingting. With such a genius emerging from the Yun family, their status would undoubtedly rise, and their ascent was now unstoppable. After witnessing Yun Xixue's achievement, many began to contemplate how to curry favor with the Yun family in the future. Chapter 38. The Jiang family makes their appearance, shocking everyone. After taking a deep breath, Yun Xixue slowly withdrew her hand, a hint of a smile gracing her icy visage. Subsequently, she gradually turned her gaze towards Gu Xiao, only to find that the latter's attention was not on her, but rather intermittently directed towards the Jiang family. Upon realizing this, Yun Xixue's smile abruptly faded. A consequence of Gu Xiao's blatant disregard, which left her feeling insulted. Instinctively, she cast her gaze towards the Jiang family, only to find the three brothers engrossed in their own conversation, occasionally interrupted by bursts of laughter. The realization struck her, and she clenched her fists tightly. The sound of her bones cracking resonating in the air, her icy aura intensifying. Why should it be so? I, Xianxia, am the protagonist. How dare you ignore me? I shall ensure that you pay for this affront. Despite the astonishment that Xianxia's achievements elicited, the onlookers refrained from excessive discussion. After all, she possessed the unique physique of the ice body. Although her prowess surpassed Gu Xiao's significantly, the latter held the status of a princess, rendering any comments precarious. Comparing Xianxia to others would not adequately highlight her formidable talent. Thus, an awkward silence ensued. Once the shock subsided, the crowd merely observed Xianxia in silence, none daring to speak. This scene diverged entirely from Xianxia's expectations, exacerbating her already sour mood. At that moment, Du Qingfeng seemed to recognize the underlying tension. After a couple of dry coughs, he spoke solemnly. All right, the first round of testing has concluded. Let us proceed to the second round. With that, he prepared to move the Tianqing steel aside. Wait, a voice from the direction of the Jiang family interrupted Du Qingfeng's actions. Du Qingfeng slowly turned to face the Jiang family and was taken aback to find it was Jiang Chen who had called out, causing his expression to darken. He retorted angrily, "What is it? Do you have something to say?" Unfazed by Du Qingfeng's grim demeanor, Jiang Chen met his gaze and replied calmly, "Elder Du, our Jiang family has yet to undergo testing. How can you declare the first round over?" A dismissive chuckle escaped Du Qingfeng as he mocked. "With your Jiang family's few useless members, testing would merely be a waste of time. It makes no difference whether you proceed or not." Laughter erupted among the disciples of the Falling Cloud sect at Du Qingfeng's words. Nearby, Su snickered derisively and coldly remarked, "Jiang Chen, do you truly believe Jiang Yu is still the once great prodigy? Spare us the embarrassment. Indeed, one must possess the awareness befitting one's worthlessness, and not squander the time of others." On the other hand, observing the composed yet unyielding Jiang Chen, Gu Xiao's eyes reflected a hint of surprise, prompting her to regard him with newfound respect. In truth, Du Qingfeng's inability to discern the cultivation levels of Jiang Chen and his companions was largely due to the secretive nature of their practice technique. Shortly after Jiang Chen had begun his training, he transferred this technique to Jiang Yu and Jiang Dao Xian. Through their time together, the three brothers had established an unspoken understanding. There were certain questions that were best left unasked. Consequently, upon receiving the technique from Jiang Chen, they refrained from inquiring about its origins and immediately immersed themselves in their training. Enough. At that moment, a commanding voice abruptly silenced the murmurs of the crowd. Shen Hongchuan stepped forward, his tone grave as he declared, regardless of innate talent, as long as one meets the requirements for the assessment, participation is permitted. With that, he directed his gaze toward Du Qingfeng, stating solemnly, "Du Qingfeng, as a respected elder of the sect, surely you would not disregard the rules. For how could you command respect otherwise?" Du Qingfeng retorted, "Very well. If you insist on embarrassing yourselves, I shall witness the capabilities of the three prodigies of the Jiang family." His eyes were laced with derision as he emphasized the phrase, "three prodigies." Following his words, he leisurely returned to his seat, while Xianxia seized the opportunity to return to the gathering place of the Falling Cloud sect. Observing Jiang Chen and his companions standing against Du Qingfeng, a mocking glint flickered in her eyes. To her, Jiang Yu and his group were merely seeking attention. Upon spotting Xianxia, Wang Ning approached her with a broad smile. "Junior sister, your ice body has indeed grown more formidable. Even Princess Xiao pales in comparison." Xianxia responded with a calm acknowledgement. "You flatter me, senior brother," and then fell silent once more. Wang Ning subtly turned his gaze towards the Jiang family's direction. At this moment, undeterred by Du Qingfeng's blatant mockery, Jiang Chen turned to Jiang Dao Xian and spoke firmly, "Dao Xian, since Elder Du wishes to witness the strength of the Jiang family, let us show him." "Understood, second brother." Xian Dao seemed deeply. With that, he rose swiftly from his seat and dashed toward the celestial star steel without hesitation. Crash! Before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, Jiang Dao Xian's fist collided with the celestial star steel. With his back to the spectators, the angle of his arm obscured their view, rendering them incapable of discerning what was unfolding. Although the condition of the Heavenly Star Monument was obscured the prowess of Jiang Daoxin at the 8th level of body refinement was evident to all, leaving many in a prolonged state of astonishment. How could this be? How could Jiang Daoxin possibly possess such formidable strength? No one in the crowd could provide an answer to this perplexing question. Suddenly, Du Qingfeng rose from his seat, his expression clouded with disbelief. He had clearly misjudged the situation. Yet, even so, he remained unconvinced that the Jiang family could achieve any noteworthy success. He urged impatiently, "Xiaoping, why are you dawdling? Announce the results at once." Upon hearing this, Xiaoping quickly steadied himself and stammered, "Jiang Daoxin, strength at the 8th level of body refinement. Results, 20,000 pounds. What? 20,000 pounds? As Xiaoping's words echoed through the air, an immediate silence enveloped the gathering. Everyone instinctively held their breath, their faces etched with shock. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. How could this waste, Jiang Daoxin, possibly achieve such a feat? After suppressing his astonishment, Bai Su shouted in disbelief. An 8th level body refiner achieving 20,000 pounds? This is utterly unheard of. In another part of the venue, Xianxia stood up, her eyes brimming with incredulity. Meanwhile, Xiao Lingshan and the others wore solemn expressions, engulfed in silence. Even the usually unflappable old man in black exhibited a flicker of concern in his gaze. The smile faded from Feng Haoyan's face, replaced by a profound astonishment. As the lord of Shinfeng City, he possessed some knowledge of the Jiang family, and he recalled that Jiang Daoxin's talent was rather mediocre. His previous cultivation was merely at the 3rd level of body refinement. Yet now, after just a brief absence, Jiang Daoxin had ascended to the 8th level, coupled with Gu Xiao's recent visit to the Jiang family. Feng Haoyan quickly deduced that the Jiang family was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. No wonder they had connections with the ancient prince. Resolving to strengthen ties with the Jiang family, he made a silent pledge. Meanwhile, Gu Xiao was equally astonished. Her large eyes filled with curiosity as they darted towards the Jiang family. Internally, she was riddled with confusion. What is happening? This information contradicts what I had learned. Just then, Du Qingfeng swiftly dashed towards Jiang Daoxin's location, intent on verifying the authenticity of his results. However, Chen Hongquan, witnessing this, assumed Du Qingfeng intended to confront Jiang Daoxin and hurriedly stepped forward to block his path. "Chen Hongquan, Du Qingfeng, what do you intend to do? Do you wish to disregard my presence entirely?" At that moment, observing the smug expression on Chen Hongquan's face, Du Qingfeng's countenance turned exceedingly grim. Currently, the Falling Cloud sect and the Jiang family are at odds, and it is certain that Jiang Daoxin will ultimately align with the Suqing sect, inadvertently gifting a prodigy to the opponent. This reality was difficult for Du Qingfeng to accept. Suppressing his emotions, Du Qingfeng coldly replied, "Old Ghost Chun, I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you. I wish to personally verify his achievements. Is that too much to ask?" Chen Hongquan responded with a hearty laugh. "Ah, if you wish to personally assess, that is certainly permissible. However, I must ensure the safety of this young lad. Shall we proceed together? Du Qingfeng Guft, suis yourself." With that, the two made their way toward the celestial star tablet, Du Qingfeng maintaining a sullen demeanor throughout, feeling as if he had ingested a dead fly. Upon approaching Jiang Daoxin, a warm smile spread across Chen Hongquan's face as he completely disregarded Du Qingfeng's presence. He inquired, "Young man, would you be willing to join the Suqing sect? I can offer you a position as an inner disciple." Upon hearing Chen Hongquan's words, Du Qingfeng, who had been examining the celestial star tablet, immediately wore a derisive expression and retorted coldly, "Chen Hongquan, after all these years, I didn't expect the Suqing sect to remain so rigid. Such a talented disciple is only offered a single inner disciple spot?" Then, Du Qingfeng shifted his gaze to Jiang Daoxin and stated, "If you join the Falling Cloud sect, I can overlook the Jiang family's transgressions against you, and I can also guarantee your swift rise to become a core disciple." After his earlier investigation, Du Qingfeng confirmed that Jiang Daoxin indeed possessed strength surpassing 20,000 pounds. Hence, he was unwilling to relinquish such a talent to the Suqing sect. Meanwhile, Chen Hongquan's expression shifted upon hearing Du Qingfeng's remarks. He coldly retorted, "What do you know? As long as the disciple possesses strength, becoming a core disciple is merely a matter of time, without first honing one's skills at the grassroots level. What difference does it make if one becomes a direct disciple immediately?" Du Qingfeng sneered, "In the end, it is simply a matter of your Suqing sect's inadequacy." With that, Du Qingfeng's gaze turned toward Jiang Daoxin, awaiting his response. At that moment, the three major families bore the most distressing expressions. Should Jiang Daoxin become a core disciple of the Falling Cloud sect, they would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with the Jiang family, let alone avoid being directly engulfed by them. On the other side, Jiang Wenkong and others displayed signs of temptation. Although there was animosity between Jiang Yu and Yun Shixue, the conditions proposed by Du Qingfeng were undeniably alluring. If Jiang Daoxin were to become a core disciple, then Yun Shixue would no longer pose a significant threat. Nevertheless, Jiang Wenkong and the others remained somewhat apprehensive, considering the past discord between Du Qingfeng and the Jiang family. Du Qingfeng's current demeanor is rather perfunctory. Although he verbally acknowledges Jiang Daoxin as a core disciple, his face betrays a lack of genuine sincerity. Upon noticing this, Jiang Wenkong and the others immediately grasped that Du's intentions likely revolve around preventing Jiang Daoxin from joining the Xianxia sect. The notion of a core disciple may well be a mere ruse. Meanwhile, Yun Shixue, after initially being taken aback, managed to regain her composure, though an icy aura enveloped her. The relentless overshadowing by others today has rendered her presence increasingly negligible. While she could tolerate the earlier attention on Gu Xiao, the fact that the Jiang family, whom she holds in disdain, has now stepped forward to slap her in the face is intolerable. Notiking yun kitwets akitacion, vang ninkentli spoke, tikue. Do not take it to heart. Jiang Daoxin is merely a bit stronger physically. With your ice body, once you break through to the divine sea realm, you shall undoubtedly trample this waste beneath your feet. After a moment of contemplation, a cruel smile crept across Wang Ning's lips as she added, furthermore, should Jiang Daoxin join the Luoyun sect, I can take my time to deal with him. Elder Du would never allow him to flourish. Encouraged by Wang Ning's words, Yun Shixue nodded in agreement, yet remained silent, her gaze fixed on Jiang Daoxin in the distance. Just as everyone anticipated that Jiang Daoxin would agree to join the Luoyun sect, he uttered a response that took them by surprise. Core disciple? I have no interest in that. My elder brothers have told me to join the Xianxia sect this time. It would be futile to offer me a position as a personal disciple. His declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. Good heavens, he actually refused. Is he out his mind? To forego the core disciple title for an intersect position, Jiang Daoxin is certainly a character. Du Qingfeng, enraged, darkened his expression, unleashing a formidable aura towards Jiang Daoxin. At that crucial moment, a figure stepped protectively in front of Jiang Daoxin. Du Qingfeng, as a master of the creation realm, do you not fear ridicule for attacking a junior? Shen Hongchuan challenged. What is there to be proud of? This boy possesses an average physique. He is merely stronger than others in brute strength. Only you would consider him a treasure, Du Qingfeng retorted. On the other side, the three prominent families sighed in relief upon Jiang Daoxin's refusal. At that instant, Jiang Chen rose once more from his seat, directing his gaze at Du Qingfeng. With an air of indifference, he inquired, Elder Du, might I ask if my Jiang family's talent has caught your eye? His words dripped with sarcasm, as he relished the opportunity to vex the old man who had persistently targeted the Jiang family. Du Qingfeng scoffed, I find this rather unimpressive. With a chuckle, Jiang Yu exchanged a glance with Jiang Chen, and the two rose simultaneously from their seats. In Chapter 40, How Can the Six Be By My Side? Du Qingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of mockery gracing his features. To him, Jiang Chen and his companion seemed merely to be seeking attention. Meanwhile, the onlookers exhibited expressions of curiosity. Gu Xiao rested her chin on her hand, her gaze flitting over Jiang Chen. Initially, Baisu intended to ridicule Jiang Chen and the others, but recalling Jiang Daoxin's previous encounter, he suppressed the thought. What? Do the two of you wish to test yourselves as well? Du Qingfeng inquired. Jiang Chen and Jiang Yu did not respond. Instead, they strode toward the Celestial Star Monument, their aura intensifying with every step. What? Upon sensing their cultivation levels, Xiao and the others abruptly stood, their faces awash with astonishment. Bai Zhantong exclaimed, How is this possible? They both possess the 8th level of body refinement. What on earth is happening? Xiao cursed, damn it. The Jiang family must have been deliberately concealing their prowess. We have been made fools of. After uttering his anger, a murderous glint ignited in Xiao's eyes. Just then, he sensed someone observing him. Looking up, he found the city lord, Feng Haotian, regarding him with a profound gaze. Moreover, within that scrutiny, Xiao detected an implicit warning. Realizing this, his expression darkened, and a sense of foreboding enveloped him. If the city lord favored the Jiang family, they would dare not act recklessly. While the Falling Cloud sect was formidable, Feng Haoyan was backed by an empire, and the sect would never confront a dynasty over a mere clan. Yin Xianxia and Bai Zhantong also recognized this unsettling implication, their faces reflecting their dismay. The elderly figure in black appeared increasingly perplexed, his expression growing more peculiar. Before arriving, he had perused the Jiang family's dossier. However, based on the current situation, the information seemed entirely inaccurate save for the name. What are the Shadow Pavilion members doing? Even their intelligence gathering is flawed. It seems I must suggest improvements to the prince upon my return. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen and his companions' energies surged wildly as they simultaneously swung their fists toward the celestial star monument. With a resounding crash, two thunderous echoes reverberated through the air, captivating the attention of the onlookers, whose faces were filled with anticipation. Yet, when Jiang Chen gazed at his elder brother, he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. After such a grand display, he had merely achieved a result of 15,000 pounds. Meanwhile, despite having restrained much of his power, he managed to produce a score of 40,000 pounds. Noticing the confusion in Jiang Chen's eyes, Jiang Yu offered a faint smile and whispered, "Second brother, let the ostentatious moments be yours to enjoy with Dao Xun. I prefer to remain understated." With this, he even playfully winked at Jiang Chen. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt a mix of frustration as he became aware of the collective gaze of the crowd upon him. On the other side, Yin Shixue wore a blank expression. The series of humiliations she had faced today had rendered her numb. However, her inner resolve for vengeance grew ever stronger. There was no need for anyone to announce scores. All present could see clearly, and the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Upon witnessing Jiang Chen's result, Gu Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment as she scrutinized him, a smile unconsciously forming on her lips. After a considerable pause, Jiang Yu broke the silence, fixing his gaze upon Du Qingfeng. He spoke solemnly. "Elder Du, might my second brother's seemingly ordinary talent catch your discerning eye?" The crowd nearly gasped in disbelief. If such talent was considered ordinary, then what did that make them? Jiang Chen, hearing his brother's boastful words, felt a headache coming on. Du Qingfeng exhaled deeply, his gaze lingering on Jiang Yu for a moment before shifting to Jiang Chen. He huffed, refusing to respond, and turned his attention to the others. The first round of assessments has concluded. We shall now proceed to the second round. With that, Du Qingfeng produced a formation plate from his robe and casually tossed it, instantly forming a small array. He continued, "The second task is one of endurance. Any who can withstand for half a stick of incense shall be deemed successful in the assessment." With his words hanging in the air, Du Qingfeng turned and walked away towards the gathering of the Falling Cloud sect. At that moment, a surge of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, his fists clenching audibly as he silently vowed, "The Jiang family will pay for their arrogance. And as for that old fool Chen Hongchuan, he will regret his actions today." Jiang Yu and Jiang Chen both sensed this ominous aura, exchanging glances filled with mutual understanding. A glimmer of cold light flickered in his gaze. Unmistakably marking Du Qingfeng for elimination. In stark contrast to Du Qingfeng's fury, Chen Hongchuan wore a grin that seemed to stretch from ear to ear, his small eyes narrowing with delight. Just moments ago, Jiang Daoxin had proclaimed that all disciples of the Jiang family were to join the Xianxia sect, and suddenly, 3 prodigious talents were acquired without effort. Anyone in his position would be elated. Chen Hongchuan approached Jiang Chen and the others, speaking softly, "My young friends, you must have heard what I just conveyed to Daoxin. Should you wish to join the Xianxia sect, I can petition the sect for additional rewards on your behalf." After exchanging a glance with his elder brother, Jiang Chen smiled and replied, "I kindly ask Elder Chen for your continued support." "Ha ha ha! Excellent!" Chen Hongchuan exclaimed, his hearty laughter echoing in response to Jiang Chen's affirmation. At that moment, Gu Xiao slowly rose and interjected, "I shall not participate in the second round of assessments." Is what Elder Chen said still valid? The black-clad elder's expression shifted immediately upon hearing her words, and he hastily replied, "Your Highness, you," before he could finish. Gu Xiao interjected, "Zhou Lao, I will explain matters to my father. You need not worry." Upon hearing her declaration, the black-clad elder opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his words. He was acutely aware of how much the prince cherished the princess, and since she had made her decision, there was no need for him to voice further objections. Meanwhile, Chen Hongchuan quickly grasped Gu Xiao's intent. He promptly affirmed, "Of course it stands." As long as Princess Xiao is willing to join the Xianxia sect, the benefits I mentioned will remain unchanged. Very well, then I shall join the Xianxia sect, Gu Xiao declared, casting a meaningful glance at Jiang Chen. At the same time, Du Qingfeng's expression grew even darker upon witnessing this exchange. His fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Chapter 41. Conclusion of the sect assessment. As for the so-called second assessment, it had begun to seem rather superfluous. Jiang Chen and the others had no intention of participating. With the passage of time, more individuals were ejected from the formation, each one appearing disheveled and bloodied. Clearly, they had failed the second pressure test. As seconds ticked away, the number of participants dwindled, and within 2/3 of the time, half had already been eliminated. Many, under immense strain, coughed up blood but continued to endure. To abandon now would. All previous efforts would be rendered futile, a conclusion they were reluctant to witness. As the incense dwindled to its final remnants, Du Qingfeng swiftly retrieved the formation plate with a flick of his arm. With the removal of the formation plate, the remaining individuals immediately displayed expressions of elation, many even collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. However, among them were still several who maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unaffected by the ordeal. Observing this scene, Du Qingfeng spoke once more. Those who excelled in the second round of assessments may join the Luoyun sect as outer disciples, while those whose injuries exceed 30% may become servant disciples. At that moment, Chen Hanchuan stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "Our Xianxia sect is no different. The choice of sect rests solely with you." Having already accepted the 3 brothers of the Jiang family, Chen Hanchuan felt satisfied, indifferent to the number of disciples he could acquire thereafter. The situation unfolded as anticipated, with the majority opting to join the Luoyun sect, though a significant number also chose the Xianxia sect. They were acutely aware of their capabilities, recognizing the challenge of passing the assessment. Joining the Luoyun sect would likely entail greater hardships in the future, making the Xianxia sect a commendable alternative. Despite the decline in overall strength, the Xianxia sect remained an established sect, rich with opportunities. Observing the dozens of newly injured disciples before him, Chen Hanchuan produced an array of healing elixirs and distributed them among the crowd. He then declared, "I grant you 3 days to bid farewell at home. After 3 days, all shall gather here, and I will escort you to the Xianxia sect." "Thank you, Elder." The crowd responded in unison, their faces alight with excitement. Subsequently, many bid farewell to Chen Hanchuan and rushed towards the outskirts of the plaza. The situation at the Luoyun sect mirrored this, as they watched the throng depart. Xiao Lingshan and others wore somber expressions, their gazes occasionally drifting towards Jiang Chen and his companions. They noticed Feng Haoyan had unexpectedly appeared at the Jiang family's position, engaged in jovial conversation with Jiang Wenkong and others, as if they were old friends reunited after many years. Witnessing this, Xiao Lingshan and Bai Zhantong's expressions darkened, their demeanors growing increasingly grim, while Yin Qinqiu's countenance was equally unfavorable. After exchanging glances, the 3 of them led their clans towards the Luoyun sect. After a brief conversation, the Luoyun sect members followed the 3 prominent families out of the plaza. However, before departing, Du Qingfeng exchanged a few words with the elder in black, refraining from leaving abruptly. After all, behind the other party stood Prince Gu Tianxiong, and the courtesy that was due must be observed. As for the city lord Feng Haoyan, Du Qingfeng paid him little mind. As an elder of the Falling Cloud sect, a mere city lord was hardly deserving of his regard. After witnessing the departure of the Falling Cloud sect, Chen Hanchuan turned his gaze toward Jiang Chen and the others, softly stating, "I shall be residing at the Shenheng Inn for the next 3 days. Feel free to seek me anytime should you require assistance." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately grasped the implication. Chen Hanchuan was making it clear that if anyone dared to trouble the Jiang family, they could seek his aid directly. Promptly, Jiang Chen expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Elder Chen." Observing Jiang Chen's swift reaction, a look of satisfaction spread across Chen Hanchuan's face, and he could not help but smile. He boisterously declared, "Ha, no need for formality. As a disciple of the Xianxia sect, it is only natural for me to ensure your family's safety. Now then, it is getting late. I shall escort these youngsters to rest. You all should return early as well." As his words settled, Chen Hanchuan directed his gaze towards Gu Xiao, gently inquiring, "Princess Xiao, will you accompany me now, or will you come after 3 days?" After all, they were in Shenheng City, quite distant from Prince Gu's territory, making Gu Xiao's return somewhat impractical. Thus, Chen Honchuan posed a question. Gu Xiao replied, "There is no need. I have some matters to attend to. I shall seek you out in 3 days." Receiving her response, Chen Honchuan stepped toward the elder in black robes, engaging in brief conversation before bidding farewell to Jiang Wenkong and his companions. Having completed these exchanges, Chen Honchuan led the group of disciples he had previously gathered toward the Tianxing Inn. Casting a glance around, Jiang Chen shifted his gaze to Jiang Yu and the others, softly suggesting, "Let us return as well." Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. As her words fell, the three prepared to depart. However, at that moment, Gu Xiao called out to Jiang Chen and the others, her tone laced with irritation. "Excuse me, are you not aware that there are still people here?" It was baffling for her, a striking beauty, to be entirely overlooked, leaving her feeling quite speechless. Upon hearing Gu Xiao's sudden interjection, Jiang Chen and the others turned to her, their gazes fixed upon her. Jiang Yu and Jiang Daoxin made no attempt to speak, instead becoming mere spectators, their eyes flitting between Jiang Chen and Gu Xiao. After all, Princess Xiao had come seeking Jiang Chen from the very beginning. There was undoubtedly some connection between them. Glancing at the attentively observing Gu Xiao, Jiang Chen softly inquired, "Princess Xiao, do you have any further matters to discuss?" Observing Jiang Chen's bewildered expression, Gu Xiao felt an immediate surge of frustration, nearly on the verge of an outburst. Suppressing her anger, she spoke in a low voice. "Have you not heard of me?" Jiang Chen replied, "I hadn't previously, but just now I heard others mention that you were the daughter of Prince Gu Tianxiong." Upon hearing this response, Gu Xiao was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to proceed, a sense of powerlessness swelling within her. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached from behind. Jiang Wenqing and his companions made their way over. Upon seeing his son's perplexed expression, Jiang Wenqing quickly grasped the situation and hastened his pace. He soon reached the pair, directing his gaze towards Gu Xiao, and gently remarked, "Ah, Princess Xiao, let us discuss this matter back at the Jiang residence. Chen'er is unaware of certain details." At these words, Gu Xiao was slightly taken aback, but then nodded in acquiescence, responding, "That sounds agreeable." Thus, the group proceeded towards the Jiang family home. Chapter 42. The Secrets of Years Past, the Fiancé. City Lord Feng Haoyan did not depart, but instead followed Jiang Wenkong and the others towards the Jiang residence. Meanwhile, as the testing concluded, news of the 3 dragons of the Jiang family swiftly disseminated throughout the entirety of Shenfeng City, causing quite a stir. "What? Are you certain you are not jesting? The top 3 of this assessment were all claimed by the Jiang family? Why would I lie? This news has already spread across Shenfeng City, and many have witnessed it firsthand. Do you truly believe there could be any fabrication?" "Indeed. But what astonishes us is that the best performer was not Jiang Yu, but rather Jiang Chen, who astonishingly achieved a score of 40,000 pounds. It is simply terrifying." On the streets, Jiang Wenkong led Feng Haoyan and others ahead, while Gu Xiao cast a glance at Jiang Chen before approaching the elder in black, engaging in a quiet exchange. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Chen quickly approached Jiang Wenqing, speaking softly. "Father, what exactly is the situation with Princess Xiao? Do you have any connection with her father?" After a moment of silence, Jiang Wenqing replied softly, "The story dates back over a decade, to a time when Gu Tianxiong had not yet attained his current stature." He then slowly recounted the events of that time. It turned out that, due to a rebellion, Gu Tianxiong had fallen victim to a treacherous plot by enemy forces and suffered severe injuries. Nevertheless, he valiantly fought his way out of the encirclement alongside Princess Gu, though both sustained numerous wounds during their escape. Ultimately, they managed to evade capture. Yet, Gu Tianxiong fell into a coma as a result, and Gu Wangfei, being with child, found it even more challenging to move. At this critical moment, Jiang Wenqing and his mother discovered Gu Tianxiong. Initially, upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Wenqing instinctively wished to distance himself, for it was evident that the man had been pursued. Engaging in this affair could very well lead to dire consequences. However, in the end, Jiang Wenqing's mother, perceiving the delicate condition of Gu Wangfei, was moved by her innate compassion as a healer and successfully persuaded her son to rescue both Gu Tianxiong and his wife. Indeed, Jiang Wenqing learned from his mother that their family belonged to an ancient lineage of physicians, albeit one that had seen its glory long fade, with many traditions now nearly extinguished. This explained the decline of the Su family. Ultimately, under his mother's care, the injuries of Gu Tianxiong and his wife began to heal, and this act of salvation forged a bond between Jiang Wenqing and Gu Tianxiong. At that time, Jiang Chen had yet to be born, and during a drunken revelry, Jiang Wenqing and Gu Tianxiong made a pact. Should they be of the same gender, they would become sworn brothers. Should they be of different genders, they would enter into matrimony. To put it simply, two inebriated men arranged a betrothal for Jiang Chen. Not long after, when Jiang Wenqing uncovered the true identity of Gu Tianxiong, he was profoundly astonished. He had never anticipated that he had rescued a prince. Subsequently, the two maintained frequent interactions, and Gu Tianxiong did not look down upon Jiang Wenqing due to his status. In fact, he generously provided Jiang Wenqing with numerous cultivation resources. Nevertheless, Jiang Wenqing was acutely aware of the vast disparity in their standings. Frequent association could bring him trouble. The Jiang family, while not weak in Shinfeng City, paled in comparison to the true noble houses, lacking any real comparability. Gu Tianxiong understood this as well, and thus tacitly accepted Jiang Wenqing's cautious approach. He was keenly aware that his strength could intimidate many, yet he had also accumulated numerous adversaries over the years, making it impossible for him to constantly protect the Jiang family. Therefore, reducing their interactions was the wisest course of action. Simultaneously, after learning of Gu Tianxiong's true identity, Jiang Wenqing chose to disregard the verbal engagement made in their drunken state. After all, the difference in status was substantial, and such words spoken during inebriation were better left unheeded. However, casting a glance at Gu Xiao before him, Jiang Wenqing could not suppress a smile tinged with resignation as he murmured, "I had thought that Prince Gu would regard our agreement from years past as mere jest. However, now that Princess Xiao has arrived, it seems that the ancient lord has not forgotten their agreement. It remains to be seen what the purpose of Princess Xiao's visit is. So I hope you're mentally prepared." As the words fell, Jiang Wenqing's gaze fixed upon Jiang Chen. At that moment, Jiang Chen appeared utterly bewildered. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. "So, you mean to say that this current Princess Xiao is my fiancée?" Jiang Wenqing replied, "You may understand it that way." On the other side, Jiang Daoxin and Jiang Yu listened with rapt attention, unable to refrain from expressing their thoughts. Jiang Daoxin remarked, "No wonder this young princess sought out my second brother immediately upon her arrival. It turns out she is to become my sister-in-law." Before he could finish his thought, Jiang Daoxin suddenly recalled Gu Xiao's demeanor and couldn't help but murmur, "She wouldn't be here to seek a divorce from my second brother, just like Xianxia, would she?" As soon as Jiang Daoxin uttered those words, he realized he had misspoken and quickly covered his mouth with his hand, glancing nervously between Jiang Yu and Jiang Chen. However, upon hearing Jiang Daoxin's comment, Jiang Yu remained completely unfazed, his expression utterly indifferent, showing no sign of anger. Jiang Wenqing, on the other hand, gently nodded, his gaze shifting to Jiang Chen as he spoke softly, "This is also what I wish to convey. So Chen, you must prepare yourself mentally. After all, she is the daughter of the Lord, and you may have to endure some discomfort." Observing his father's serious expression, Jiang Chen appeared entirely unconcerned, responding nonchalantly, "So it's just this minor matter. Father, rest assured, I shall do my utmost to cooperate." Jiang Wenqing, taken aback by Jiang Chen's relaxed demeanor, had expected his son to erupt in anger upon receiving such news. Instead, Jiang Chen displayed no signs of fury. Rather, he seemed somewhat pleased. Indeed, Jiang Wenqing could affirm this sentiment of delight. At that moment, Jiang Chen was genuinely in high spirits. When his father mentioned that this was his fiancée, he had been grappling with how to navigate this unexpected situation. After all, he had never met Gu Xiao, and the sudden emergence of a fiancée was challenging for him to accept. Although Gu Xiao was undeniably beautiful, this fact did not sway Jiang Chen's resolve. He still had another beloved waiting for him. Reflecting on this, he touched the jade pendant at his waist, and a faint smile graced his face. Meanwhile, the old man in the black robe looked at Gu Xiao and softly inquired, "Princess, would you prefer to speak to Jiang Chen yourself? Or shall I assist you in conveying your message?" Upon hearing this, Gu Xiao turned her gaze toward Jiang Chen, observing his handsome visage, recalling the moments from the test. A flicker of hesitation appeared in her eyes. Chapter 43. The Bewildered Princess Xiao. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Xiao softly replied, "Zhou Bo, there is no rush regarding this matter. After all, we still have 3 days to handle it, so we can take our time." The aged man in black, known as Zhou Tong, was a trusted confidant of Gu Tianxiong. Upon hearing Gu Xiao's response, a look of astonishment appeared upon Zhou Tong's withered face. It is noteworthy that had it not been for Gu Xiao's insistence on canceling the engagement, they would not have found themselves in this predicament today. After all, if Xiao wished to join a sect, she merely needed the approval of the Duke and could directly report to the sect. Yet now, after such a long journey, arriving at Shunfeng City, Xiao was hesitating. One must acknowledge that Jiang Chen's earlier performance had indeed been remarkable. Even Zhou Tong was taken aback by his accomplishments. Furthermore, Du Qingfeng had spoken some truth. Without a formidable physique, no matter how impressive one's display in the body refinement stage, one would inevitably falter in subsequent stages, unable to keep pace with those endowed with superior physiques. It was precisely for this reason that Du Qingfeng had aligned himself with Yun Shixue, assisting her in various schemes against the Jiang family, even going so far as to engage in conflict with Chen Hongquan. Though filled with questions, Zhou Tong opted to remain silent, recognizing that this matter ultimately required Gu Xiao's own decision. Under Jiang Wenkang's guidance, a throng returned to the Jiang residence. At this moment, Gu Xiao retreated once again, her gaze occasionally darting towards Jiang Chen, yet she had no intention of speaking. Upon entering the Jiang manor, Jiang Wenqing approached Jiang Chen, casting a glance at the distant Gu Xiao before softly stating, "There is not much left to attend to, since Princess Xiao has come a long way. Why not let you show her around the Jiang family? We shall handle the rest." With that, Jiang Wenqing produced a small spatial pouch and handed it to Jiang Chen. "Take these spirit stones. Should you find yourselves bored at home, feel free to explore." With those words, Jiang Wenqing made his way to the reception hall. After exchanging pleasantries with Gu Xiao, Zhou Tong followed him into the hall. Observing that most had departed, Jiang Yu exchanged looks with Jiang Daoxin. Understanding the unspoken cue, Jiang Daoxin promptly spoke, "Second brother, I shall take my leave with elder brother for now. We will visit you later." With that, Jiang Daoxin approached Jiang Yu, who then shifted his gaze towards Jiang Chen and gently remarked, "Second brother, I believe our uncle's words hold merit. While Shunfeng City may not be particularly bustling, it possesses many intriguing places. You can take the princess out to explore." Subsequently, Jiang Yu patted Jiang Daoxin's shoulder, and the two turned to depart. After the two departed, Jiang Chen turned to the side where Gu Xiao stood, momentarily at a loss for words. They exchanged silent glances, and after a brief pause, Jiang Chen broke the silence, saying, "You must be weary after a long day of travel. Allow me to escort you to a place of rest. We can explore tomorrow just as well." At that moment, Jiang Chen wished to settle the young lady quickly so he could return to his chamber for a well-deserved respite. However, upon hearing his words, Gu Xiao slightly furrowed her brow, her expression hinting at displeasure. She fixed her gaze upon Jiang Chen and, in a clear voice, inquired, "If I am not mistaken, Uncle Jiang must have informed you of the circumstances, correct?" "Indeed," Jiang Chen replied. "What are your thoughts on the matter now?" "I am your betrothed." After a moment's hesitation, Gu Xiao boldly expressed her thoughts. Observing her demeanor, Jiang Chen could not help but smile faintly, teasing, "What thoughts could I possibly entertain? Naturally, it is to marry you and ascend to the pinnacle of life." Jiang Chen understood that to expedite this matter, he needed to adopt a somewhat frivolous demeanor, avoiding any complications. If Gu Xiao formed a poor first impression of him, the dissolution of their engagement could proceed smoothly. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Gu Xiao's brows knitted together as she retorted in a delicate tone, "What a beautiful notion you have. When did I ever declare my intention to marry you?" "Oh, then what does the princess propose?" Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he posed the question. Gu Xiao let out a haughty snort and declared, "To be candid, I have come to the Jiang residence to annul our engagement." As her words lingered in the air, Gu Xiao stared intently at Jiang Chen, expecting him to display sorrow at her announcement and plead for her to reconsider. To her astonishment, however, Jiang Chen's countenance remained remarkably tranquil, devoid of any visible turmoil, and they maintained their gaze. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen softly responded, "Very well, I agree. Rest assured, I shall communicate this matter clearly to my father. He should have no objections." Gu Xiao was left dumbfounded by Jiang Chen's response. "You agree? Just like that?" "Yes, I agree. But you and I." Jiang Chen's uncharacteristic response bewildered Gu Xiao, leaving her with a sense of profound disappointment. As soon as she spoke, to her astonishment, he readily assented, displaying no hesitation whatsoever, which left her feeling a profound sense of frustration. How infuriating! What is wrong with this fellow? Here I am, an exquisite beauty, and despite his engagement, he fails to seize this opportunity and simply declines without a second thought. The very notion sent her into a frenzy. Since the dawn of her memories, it was the first time she found herself at such a loss for words. Observing the silent Xiao, Jiang Chen spoke once more. Princess Xiao, since there is nothing further to discuss, allow me to show you to your chamber. Xiao retorted, I shan't go. I have no desire to see any chamber. The sky is still bright, and remaining cooped up in this room is utterly tedious. Accompany me for a stroll outside. As her words hung in the air, Xiao fixed her gaze firmly upon Jiang Chen. His expression transformed into one of confusion upon hearing her insistence. He simply could not fathom why she, who had been perfectly fine just moments ago, was now in such a tempestuous state. It appeared as though she were genuinely vexed. Jiang Chen could not help but concede that Xiao was indeed strikingly beautiful. Even her anger bore an aesthetic charm. After a brief moment of reflection, he softly replied, Very well then. Witnessing Jiang Chen's reluctant demeanor, Xiao clenched her teeth in frustration, on the verge of an outburst. After a deep breath, she managed to regain her composure and turned to stride towards the entrance of the estate. Observing this scene, Jiang Chen had no choice but to follow in her wake. Chapter 44. The Lantern Festival. Before long, the two had exited the Jiang residence. Though the sky was gradually darkening, the streets were still bustling with pedestrians, and lanterns illuminated various corners. As she took in the lively atmosphere, Xiao felt her spirits lift considerably. Her gaze flitted across the stalls, and in less than a quarter of an hour, her hands were laden with an assortment of trinkets. Naturally, these were merely common items of little value, hardly worth a few spirit stones. At that moment, Jiang Chen simply trailed behind her, covering the costs. After traversing a lengthy street, they arrived at an even more vibrant thoroughfare, where crowds continued to gather. Gazing up at the lanterns suspended overhead, Xiao's eyes sparkled with surprise and wonder. After a moment of contemplation, she turned her attention to Jiang Chen and inquired, Is it always this lively in your Shinfeng city at night? Jiang Chen gently shook his head and replied, Not at all. The reason for today's exuberance is the Lantern Festival, which takes place at this time each year and lasts for 2 days. The Lantern Festival? Xiao surveyed her surroundings, her gaze flitting across the myriad of lanterns, a look of understanding dawning in her eyes. So, aside from admiring the lanterns during this festival, are there no other activities? She inquired. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before softly responding, It is not merely about observing the lanterns. At this time, numerous talented scholars congregate by Mingwe Lake, engaging in poetry recitals and sharing their insights with one another. Poetry recitals? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Xiao's curiosity was piqued. As the daughter of the ancient prince, she was well-versed in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The notion of such an event intrigued her greatly. Then let us head to Mingwe Lake. It is still early, and I wish to see what kind of talented individuals gather there. Very well, let's take a look, Jiang Chen replied, and with that, he turned southward, Xiao quickly following in his footsteps. They traversed a narrow, secluded alleyway until they arrived at a vast lake. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by the sight of throngs of people on both banks, the vibrancy rivaling that of the earlier square. Furthermore, numerous small boats floated upon the lake, with a grand vessel docked at its center, drawing the attention of those in smaller boats who were hastening towards it. The men aboard the small boats were predominantly clad in white robes, their long hair secured with hairpins, each wielding a folding fan, reminiscent of the scholarly attire of ancient times. Xiao gazed at the drifting lanterns upon the lake and the imposing ship, her interest visibly ignited. Noticing her captivated expression, Jiang Chen suggested, Let us also procure a small boat. Merely watching from here lacks excitement. Indeed, I was just thinking the same. She agreed. The two then made their way to the designated area for boat rentals. At that moment, there were few individuals present, and as soon as they arrived, a middle-aged man approached them with a smile. Greetings, I am Wang Gang, the attendant here. How may I assist you? Xiao replied. Wang Gang, is it? We would like to rent a small boat to venture onto the lake. Please quote us a price in spirit stones. Upon hearing this, a puzzled expression crossed Wang Gang's face. I take it this is your first visit? Yes, indeed. Is there a problem? Xiao responded. Wang Gang explained here. We are primarily a gathering place for literary figures, and we do not charge any fees. However, to obtain a boat, one must compose a poem. Only upon passing our head's evaluation, confirming your literary proficiency, will we allocate a boat to you. At this revelation, Xiao turned to Jiang Chen, her eyes seeking his response. A perplexed smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face as he softly remarked, This is my first visit as well. I had no idea there was such a rule. Why don't you showcase your talents to them? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Xiao displayed an expression of disbelief. You are the second young master Jiang. Just as Xiao was about to ask the other party to prepare paper and pen, a voice filled with astonishment emerged from behind Wang Gang. Subsequently, a group of slender men hurried forward, their gazes towards Jiang Chen awash with surprise and a hint of admiration. Jiang Chen replied, "Yes, it is I. What is the matter?" With Jiang Chen's response, the smile on the face of the slender man deepened. He quickly introduced himself. "Greetings, young master Jiang. Li Sanshun. Wang Gang has just arrived, and I hope you will not take offense." Upon finishing his words, Li Sanshun turned to Wang Gang and instructed, "Wang Gang, quickly prepare boats for young master Jiang and his companions. I will handle things here." Hearing this, Wang Gang stammered, "Sanshun, but the head has already given instructions. We must compose a poem, otherwise we would be breaking the rules." Li Sanshun, clearly irked by Wang Gang's response, retorted, "When I tell you to go, just go. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Haven't you always admired Shui Diao Gu Tu? It was penned by young master Jiang himself. Do you still have doubts? Vong Gong Exilema? What? Shui Diao Gu Tu was actually written by him? This." Suddenly, recalling Li Sanchuan's address to Jiang Chen, he quickly grasped Jiang Chen's true identity. He hastily apologized. "Young master Jiang, please do not take offense. I failed to recognize your esteemed identity. I will prepare the boats for you right away. Please wait a moment." With that, Wang Gang quickly retreated, his gaze towards Jiang Chen now filled with admiration. Witnessing this scene, Xiao's face bore an expression of astonishment. Prior to her arrival, she had conducted an investigation into Jiang Chen and discovered that he was merely a frivolous young master, lacking any scholarly prowess and indulging in a life of debauchery. It was not an exaggeration to label him as a wastrel. However, upon arriving in Shinfeng City, Jiang Chen unexpectedly displayed the strength of the 8th layer of body refinement, which had already taken Xiao by surprise. But now, judging by the dialogue between these two individuals, it seemed Jiang Chen's literary accomplishments were also noteworthy. Otherwise, they would not exhibit such admiration. Suddenly, a thought struck Xiao. She cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Chen. Could it be that news of my arrival in Shinfeng City was leaked in advance, prompting Jiang Chen to orchestrate this performance with others to make me regard him with newfound respect? The more she contemplated this, the more plausible it seemed to her. It must be so. Today, I shall undoubtedly expose Jiang Chen's true colors. The mere thought of Jiang Chen's resolute agreement to dissolve their engagement ignited a surge of anger within Xiao. Subsequently, she turned her gaze towards Li Sanshun, her voice ringing with curiosity as she inquired, "You mentioned that he composed a poem titled Shui Diao Gu Tu. It appears rather impressive. Might I have the pleasure of viewing it?" Xiao had anticipated that her request would be met with refusal from Li Sanshun. After all, if he were merely a pawn, even if there were poetry, it could hardly be of high caliber, and she would easily discern the truth. To her astonishment, upon hearing her desire to see Shui Diao Gu Tu, Li Sanshun, as if he had found a kindred spirit, eagerly produced a slip of paper and swiftly extended it toward Xiao. Chapter 45. The Fairy of Water and Moon. Gazing at the paper in Li Sanchuan's hand, Xiao accepted it without hesitation. Initially indifferent, she soon found herself captivated, her expression transforming into one of astonishment as she read. "When will the bright moon appear? I raise my cup to ask the vast heavens. I know not what year it is tonight in the celestial palaces. I wish to ride the winds and return, but the height is too chilling. This is a challenge difficult to fulfill. May we all live long, sharing the beauty of the moon, even 1,000 miles apart." Observing Xiao's reaction, Li Sanshun spoke again. This was specially written by young Master Jiang for Miss Mingwei. Initially, he only penned a few lines. The complete version of Shui Diao Gu Tu is, however, obtained by the Fairy of Water and Moon from Miss Shangwan. As the words left his lips, Li Sanshun directed a gaze of admiration towards Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, a look of understanding crossed Jiang Chen's face. The Fairy of Water and Moon was not a resident of Shinfeng City, yet she attended the Lantern Festival at Mingwei Lake each year. The magnificent boat on the lake was indeed under her purview. The literary talents were eager to participate in the contest, hoping to board the boat and relish the splendid scenery alongside her. Moreover, as the fairy also practiced the art of music, she had formed a close friendship with Shangwan Mingwei, which explained how she had acquired this piece. Miss Mingwei? On the other hand, Xiao's curiosity was piqued at the mention of this name, prompting her to inquire, "Who is this Miss Mingwei?" Li Sangshun responde slowly. Miss Mingwei is the most beautiful woman in Shenfeng City. Though no one has seen her true visage, her regal demeanor and enchanting eyes captivate all. However, young Master Jiang is likely the most informed, being the only one who has spent time alone with her. Furthermore, young Master Jiang has been pursuing her. Coughing interrupted Li Sanchuan's words, as Jiang Chen's cough resonated nearby. Upon hearing the sound of coughing, Li Sanchun immediately reacted, hastily closing his mouth. Gu Xiao turned her head to glance at Jiang Chen and spoke. Is there something you wish to keep from me? Xianxia replied, No. I merely wanted to inform you that the boat is ready. Indeed, Gu Xiao turned to see that Wang Gang had prepared the small vessel. Meanwhile, Li Sanchun began to contemplate, gazing at Gu Xiao's exquisite visage, feeling an unsettling familiarity, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. After hesitating for a moment, he mustered his courage and stepped forward respectfully, saying, Young Master Jiang, Princess Xiao, the Lantern Festival has commenced. You should embark soon. With that, Li Sanchun quickly lowered his head. Upon hearing his words, Gu Xiao cast a detached glance at him before diverting her gaze. She was not surprised that he recognized her identity. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Xiao dismissed her concerns and turned her attention back to Jiang Chen, saying calmly, Let us go and take a look. With her words, Gu Xiao began to walk toward the small boat, and Jiang Chen promptly followed suit. Once they had distanced themselves, Li Sanchun let out a long sigh of relief, his expression one of liberation. Just then, Wang Gang hurriedly approached Li Sanchun, inquiring, Third brother, who is that beautiful lady with young Master Jiang? I don't believe we have such beauties in Shenfeng City. Although Wang Gang had never seen Shangwan Mingwei, he had encountered Yin Shishua, whose beauty had also astonished him. Yet upon seeing Gu Xiao, he felt that Yun Shishua paled in comparison. Hearing Wang Gang's words, Li Sanchun quickly gestured for silence, whispering, Be quiet. That is Princess Xiao, someone you cannot discuss. If you seek to court disaster, do not involve me. Wang Gang, upon hearing the name Princess Xiao, immediately shuddered and quickly closed his mouth. Li Sanchun added, All right, let us keep this quiet. Just carry on as if nothing has occurred. Wang Gang replied, Understood. With that, the two hastened toward a nearby pavilion. Meanwhile, upon boarding the small boat, Jiang Chen casually picked up an oar. With the sound of the oar slicing through the water, a gentle symphony of flowing water resonated around them, and the surface shimmered with dancing light. Occasionally, lanterns drift across the lake's surface, their reflections creating an enchanting spectacle. As the small boat glides forward, the distance between the two individuals and the grand vessel diminishes. Furthermore, the surrounding boats multiply. Yet these newcomers do not advance, but maintain a respectful distance from the majestic craft. A contemplative expression graces the faces of all present. The arrival of Jiang Chen and his companion swiftly captures the attention of others. However, not all visitors hail from Shenfeng City. Many are unfamiliar with Jiang Chen. Upon noticing his incongruous attire, disdain flickers in their eyes, and whispers begin to circulate. Who is this, wearing brocade robes in such a place? Clearly lacking any sense of decorum. Why is this surprising? Every year at this time, affluent youths come seeking to behold the ethereal beauty of the water-moon fairy. Futile endeavor. Without genuine talent, no amount of wealth will secure a place on the grand vessel. Amidst the murmurs, several individuals also take note of Gu Xiao, their expressions transforming into awe. However, before any greetings can be exchanged, someone recognizes the identities of Jiang Chen and Gu Xiao, exclaiming loudly, It's young Master Jiang and Princess Xiao. Who would have thought they would appear here together? It seems the Jiang family and Prince Gu truly have ties. Upon hearing this, the crowd's demeanor shifts dramatically. Those who had intended to engage Gu Xiao suddenly swallow their words. Jiang Chen, having secured first place in the recent sect evaluation, has gained considerable renown throughout Shenfeng City, with few remaining unaware of his exploits. As for Gu Xiao, her striking beauty and noble lineage, combined with her exceptional cultivation talent, ensure she draws attention wherever she goes. Despite recognizing Jiang Chen's status, many still display displeasure upon seeing him share a boat with Gu Xiao. A bit of cultivation talent is hardly impressive, especially in a place dedicated to poetry, where such skills hold no merit. Indeed, everyone here must adhere to the established customs. It seems he is merely seeking to attract attention. Among the crowd are numerous outsiders whose familial power rivals that of the Jiang family, emboldening them to speak freely. While they dare not offend Gu Xiao, disparaging Jiang Chen poses no risk. Chapter 46. Jiang Chen composes poetry listening to the surrounding conversations before Jiang Chen can respond. A young man in a green robe steps forward, directing his gaze towards the critics. In a low voice, he began, "Humph, what a group of ignorant individuals. What right do you have to discuss the talents of young Master Jiang, who is capable of composing verses as exquisite as Shui Diao Gu Tu? Indeed, how dare you act so arrogantly upon arriving in our Shenfeng city? Do you truly believe no one can contain you?" At this moment, those who spoke in defense of Jiang Chen were all scholars of Shenfeng city. Although Jiang Chen's previous demeanor had irked them, the release of Shui Diao Gu Tu significantly improved their impression of him. Moreover, these scholars had long endured oppression from outsiders, and with Jiang Chen's arrival, they felt compelled to support their own. As they listened to the rebuttals from the scholars of Shenfeng city, the expressions of the outsiders grew increasingly disdainful. While we may not frequent this place, it does not mean we are unaware of young Master Jiang's character. You know better than I do what sort of person he is, a frivolous scion, lacking in scholarly pursuits. Do you truly believe he could suddenly pen such exquisite lines? Brother Liu is right. In my opinion, Shui Diao Tu was likely copied, not composed by him. Upon hearing this, the young man in the blue robe immediately flushed with anger. He spoke with a deep voice, such slander. If these verses were penned by someone else, they would have long been renowned. How could they only now be attributed to young Master Jiang? Do you, from Tianyu City, assume that we possess the minds of petty men? As soon as the blue-robed man spoke, the one who had made the earlier remark found himself at a loss for words. At this moment, Jiang Chen stood as an observer, watching the heated debate unfold. Faced with the blue-robed man's argument, the people from Tianyu City found themselves speechless. After all, he was correct. A scholar yearns for recognition, and should one truly compose such remarkable verses, they would be eager to share it with the world, not hide it away. Thus, the likelihood that Jiang Chen authored the poem became increasingly plausible. Yet even with this realization, they could not bring themselves to acknowledge Jiang's talent, for doing so would be akin to slapping their own faces. After a moment of contemplation, one man's eyes suddenly brightened. He swiftly turned his gaze towards Jiang Chen and declared, "If you wish to convince us, it is quite simple. The topic from the Fairy of Water Moon has been released, and as of now, no one has produced poetry that satisfies her. Why not, young Master Jiang, compose a piece for us to witness your prowess? If your work passes the examination, I, Yi Feng, will publicly apologize. However, should you fail, I will not make it difficult for you. Simply declare before everyone that you are a failure." As he spoke, Yi Feng's gaze fixed intently on Jiang Chen, a confident smile adorning his face. In his view, Jiang Chen's previous ability to compose such exquisite verses must have been a stroke of sheer luck. Thus, Yi Feng remained confident of his own prowess. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon Jiang Chen, eager to witness his forthcoming decision. On the deck of the ship, a lady perched upon the windowsill gazed curiously towards Jiang Chen and his companions, her beautiful eyes illuminating with intrigue. She murmured softly, "Is this the man that Sister Mingyue has taken a liking to? I shall observe closely and discern what makes him so exceptional." As her words faded, the enchanting woman turned her attention to her maid behind her, speaking in a hushed tone, "Xiao, please convey a message for me and share the topic with young Master Jiang." "Of course, miss," replied Kia promptly. Thereafter, the maid named Xiao swiftly departed. With a series of light footsteps, she soon arrived on the deck and called out brightly, "Young Master Jiang, my lady has heard much about you and has longed to witness your literary talents. Might you fulfill her wish?" It was indeed Xiao, the personal maid of the Water Moon Fairy. Her appearance indicated that even she was compelled to personally deliver this message, signifying the significance of the Water Moon Fairy's interest. Observing this scene, Yi Feng's smile broadened. He could not help but taunt, second young Master Jiang, with the Water Moon Fairy herself taking notice. "If you truly lack the courage, you need only declare in public that you are a failure, and I shall let this matter rest." Jiang Chen paid no heed to Yi Feng's smug demeanor. Instead, he directed his gaze towards Xiao on the ship and replied calmly, "Since the Water Moon Fairy has spoken, I shall certainly honor her request. Please inform Miss Xiao of the topic." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the smiles on Yi Feng and his companions' faces froze. He actually agreed. It is merely a matter of pride. Before long, his true nature will be revealed." Meanwhile, Gu Xiao chose to disregard the murmurs surrounding her. quietly observing Jiang Chen with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She, too, had not anticipated that Jiang Chen would acquiesce. Seeing his agreement, Xiao gently continued. In this splendid moment, indulging in wine and merriment is indeed one of life's greatest pleasures. However, our peace is safeguarded by the valiant warriors stationed at the borders. Therefore, today's theme must not only include wine, but also pay homage to those brave souls who confront the enemies beyond. As Xiao concluded her statement, the other attendees immediately displayed expressions of contemplation, their brows furrowing in unison. Even Xiao appeared troubled. It would have been somewhat manageable to compose solely on one aspect, but now they were required to intertwine two themes, dramatically escalating the challenge. The young man in the green robe shook his head repeatedly, muttering, "Difficult, exceedingly difficult." The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the gravity of his assertion. The night breeze and others wore expressions of amusement, their faces betraying a keen interest in the unfolding spectacle. However, at that moment, Jiang Chen found himself in high spirits. Though he was not a poet himself, he had memorized numerous exquisite verses from his ancestors. Now, he finally understood the myriad benefits of diligent study. Ignoring the mocking gazes of the night breeze and his companions, Jiang Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, lifting his chin slightly. His dark hair danced in the wind, and then, with a resounding voice, he proclaimed, "Amidst the night, the cup of fine wine gleams, to drink. The pupils call hastens. Drunkenly lying on the battlefield, do not laugh. Throughout history, how many have returned from war?" This poem, titled Two Poems on the Yangzhou, the first, was composed by the Tang Dynasty poet Wang Han. Thunderous applause erupted. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the crowd felt as though thunder had struck their minds, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression a mix of shock and incredulity. The night breeze exclaimed, "This is impossible." Yet before he could finish his protest, Jiang Chen's voice rang out once more. "Drunkenly, I light the lamp to gaze upon my sword." Dreaming back to the sound of horns in the encampment, the steed Lu gallops swiftly, the bowstring like thunder quivers. These lines were penned by the renowned poet Xianxia. Silence. As Jiang Chen concluded, the venue fell into a profound hush, with many left speechless, their mouths agape. Suddenly, within the boat, the water moon fairy rose from her seat, her eyes wide with astonishment. If any of her acquaintances were to witness her current demeanor, they would surely be taken aback. It is known that the water moon fairy possessed a deep-seated composure. To elicit such a reaction from her attests to the profound impact Jiang Chen had on her. Chapter 47. The hidden danger. After a period of immersion in the moment, the crowd gradually emerged from their shock, yet no one dared to speak, silently observing Jiang Chen. The night breeze, now unsteady, staggered backward several steps, exclaiming, "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible." At this moment, his expression bore traces of horror. Had Jiang Chen composed only a single poem, he might have contested it, but to his utter disbelief, Jiang Chen had conjured two consecutive masterpieces, each imbued with breathtaking artistry. Now, even the night breeze, with his thick skin, could not muster the audacity to speak nonsense, for the multitude bore witness, and the Night family could ill afford such disgrace. The night breeze was acutely aware that if today's affair were mishandled, the news would swiftly circulate throughout Tianyu City, and his standing within the family would be gravely affected. After all, Tianyu City was no monolith, and the Night family was rife with both overt and covert rivalries. Such a splendid opportunity is certainly not to be missed by those individuals. Contemplating this, Yi Feng's eyes revealed a glimmer of resolution. Once he steadied his emotions, he spoke in a low voice, "Young Master Jiang, the earlier incident was due to my own lack of discernment. I hope you will not hold it against me." As he finished speaking, Yi Feng offered a slight bow to Jiang Chen. One cannot deny that Yi Feng's demeanor prompted Jiang Chen to regard him with newfound respect. At the very least, this fellow could accept defeat with grace and displayed a commendable honesty. As the others regained their composure, they too directed their gazes toward him, while the local literati of Shunfeng City wore expressions of sheer exhilaration. The young man in the blue robe surveyed the individuals from Tianyu City and remarked solemnly, "Weren't you quite eloquent just moments ago? Why the silence now?" Upon hearing this, the scholars from Tianyu City averted their gazes, opting to feign ignorance, though their countenances betrayed their discomfort. To speak now would be akin to inviting ridicule upon themselves. The literati of Shunfeng City found great satisfaction in this scene. Their spirits lifted as if they themselves were the victors. Xiao savored the verses of the two poems, a peculiar glimmer appearing in her eyes as she began to waver internally. Suddenly, a series of footsteps drew the attention of the crowd. A woman clad in a white dress gracefully descended from the deck of the boat. With a face resembling a perfect oval, her eyes sparkled like the stars above, radiating an enchanting brilliance. Her cherry-red lips sparked endless imagination. Even under the cover of night, her skin, as pure as jade, stood out remarkably. This woman was none other than the star of the evening, the Water-Moon Fairy. Upon beholding the delicate beauty of the Water-Moon Fairy, even Xiao could not suppress her astonishment. However, when her gaze fell upon Jiang Chen, she was momentarily taken aback. For since the Water-Moon Fairy's appearance, the crowd's eyes had been filled with fervent admiration. Yet Jiang Chen remained utterly unchanged, as if confronted by an ordinary person, his expression still remarkably tranquil. Recognizing this, Xiao's satisfaction deepened. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd had completely succumbed to fascination, their eyes filled with adoration as they gazed upon her figure. Although Xiao's beauty was not inferior to that of the Water-Moon Fairy, her status commanded a reverence that prevented any display of disrespect. After a brief silence, the Water-Moon Fairy spoke softly. "Young Master Jiang, your extraordinary talent is evident. What a splendid line. A cup of exquisite wine under the moonlight, urging the lute to sing. What a remarkable achievement to resolve the affairs of the realm and earn a name both in life and posthumously. How lamentable that it all fades to gray." As she expressed her sentiments, her gaze remained fixed on Jiang Chen, who stood not far away. Her gaze held a peculiar brilliance. No wonder Sister Mingyue appeared as though she had lost her soul. A man capable of crafting such exquisite verses is indeed captivating. After suppressing her inner emotions, Fairy Shuiwei spoke once more. "Young Master Jiang, might I invite you aboard for a gathering? I have prepared tea." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. Goodness, Fairy Shuiwei has extended an invitation to Jiang Chen. Does this mean we have no chance? Alas, after eagerly awaiting this opportunity, I had hoped to engage in profound conversation with Fairy Shuiwei, but unexpectedly, a figure like Xiao has emerged, leaving one feeling somewhat powerless. With the two poems he recited earlier, it was evident that none among us could surpass him, making Fairy Shuiwei's invitation to Jiang Chen entirely predictable. After a brief discussion, everyone turned their gaze toward Jiang Chen, curious to see how he would respond, especially with Princess Xiao by his side. Just then, Jiang Chen sensed a faint yet palpable killing intent, as if someone were watching him. Upon realizing this, his heart tightened, and he scanned his surroundings with his peripheral vision. However, the aura of menace appeared and vanished in an instant. He could no longer feel the presence of the observer. What could this mean? Could it be that the three great clans were becoming impatient and intended to act prematurely? Yet, after a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen felt something amiss. After all, Princess Xiao was beside him. Under normal circumstances, the three great clans would not dare to act at such a moment. Furthermore, the chilling nature of the killing intent was distinctly dangerous and did not resemble that of the three great clans. After a moment of deliberation, Jiang Chen understood that he could not linger here any longer. He needed to return to the Jiang family without delay. Thus, Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at Fairy Shuiwei, speaking earnestly. "Thank you for your kind invitation, but I have suddenly recalled pressing matters at home and shall not impose further. I promise to personally offer my apologies next time." With that, without allowing anyone a moment to react, Jiang Chen deftly maneuvered the small boat, swiftly heading toward the lake shore, soon distancing himself from the crowd. Witnessing Jiang Chen's decisiveness left Fairy Shuiwei momentarily speechless, while the others looked on in bewilderment, astonished by his rejection. He turned them down so resolutely, without a hint of reluctance. Young Master Jiang is indeed a model for us all, maintaining such an extraordinary detachment. However, it wasn't long before everyone regained their composure. With Jiang Chen's departure, it signified the arrival of their own opportunity. Filled with excitement, the crowd buzzed with anticipation as Fairy Shuiwei emerged from her astonishment. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards the direction in which Jiang Chen had vanished, the curiosity in his eyes intensifying. Subsequently, the Water-Moon Fairy spoke softly. "Now that the first place has been determined, I shall refrain from posing further questions. However, in gratitude for your presence, I will perform a piece for you all, and I hope you will indulge me." Upon hearing her words, a profound sense of regret surfaced on the faces of the crowd. Yet, with her subsequent announcement, Their spirits lifted considerably, smiles returning to their countenances, their eyes glimmering with anticipation. Chapter 48. The Hidden Door and the Ambush in the Alley. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen and Xiao had returned to the shore. Observing Jiang Chen's somewhat solemn demeanor, Xiao was filled with confusion and could not help but inquire. "What is it? Why do we leave so abruptly?" Jiang Chen replied, "It's nothing. The hour is getting late. We should return." Although Xiao felt somewhat displeased by Jiang Chen's reluctance to elaborate, she did not dwell on the matter further. They then retraced their steps. Shortly after Jiang Chen and his companion departed, the tranquil lake suddenly rippled with disturbance. A man clad in black emerged from the waters, his gaze revealing a hint of suspicion. A hoarse voice escaped his lips. Why did he leave so suddenly? Could it be that he truly sensed my presence? Simultaneously, a melodious tune wafted from the direction of the boat. The man in black paused briefly before swiftly pursuing the path taken by Jiang Chen and Xiao. As they traversed the dimly lit path, Jiang Chen remained silent. At that moment, Xiao sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off and quickened her pace. Just then, Jiang Chen, who was leading, abruptly halted. Thud! Xiao, caught off guard by a sudden stop, collided with his back. "You!" Xiao intended to chastise him, but upon seeing his grave expression, she suppressed her thoughts. Jiang Chen's gaze was fixed ahead, his voice cold as he commanded, "Who goes there? Step forward." Upon hearing his words, Xiao's expression shifted, her face betraying a sense of gravity. After a few moments of silence, a heavy footfall echoed slowly from the shadows. Jiang Chen turned to follow the sound, and soon beheld a figure clad in a black robe. The man was enveloped in darkness, his face concealed beneath a pitch-black mask, emanating an aura of chilling malevolence. Recognizing the peak strength of a sea of divine spirits cultivator emanating from the figure, Jiang Chen's expression turned increasingly serious. The man in the black robe halted directly in front of Jiang Chen, his gaze sweeping over Xiao with a penetrating intensity. In a low voice, he inquired, "Young man, it appears you indeed noticed my presence just now. I am most curious as to how you discern me." As his words echoed, the black-robed figure fixed his sharp gaze upon Jiang Chen. It was crucial to note that his art of concealment could deceive even those of the transformation realm. Yet now, a mere practitioner at the body refinement realm had managed to uncover him, piquing the black-robed man's interest. Meanwhile, upon observing the black-robed man's attire, Xiao spoke coldly. "Another from the Dark Gate. Truly a relentless bunch. Do you not fear the retribution from my father?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen instantly comprehended the situation. The black-robed figure was here for Xiao. Furthermore, from her words, it was evident that this was not their first encounter. Ha ha ha! In the face of Xiao's threat, the black-robed man erupted into a discordant laugh before responding gravely. "Little princess, discussing such matters is futile. We are merely mercenaries, and as for the consequences you speak of, we are quite capable of bearing them." With that, the black-robed man redirected his gaze to Jiang Chen, speaking coldly, "Young man, if you merely answer my previous question, I may consider sparing your life." As he spoke, the oppressive aura surrounding him intensified, causing the temperature in the vicinity to drop inexplicably. At this moment, Xiao's expression turned grave. A peak expert at the Divine Sea realm was far beyond her current capabilities. Gritting her teeth, she turned to Jiang Chen and said solemnly, "He is after me. You should find an opportunity to escape." As her words fell, Xiao's aura began to ascend, quickly elevating her strength to the first level of the Divine Sea realm. Observing her newfound prowess, Jiang Chen felt no surprise, for he had long suspected she was concealing her true abilities. Seeing this unfold, the black-robed elder resolved not to delay any longer and charged swiftly towards Xiao, a pitch-black dagger appearing in his hand. Whoosh! In response, Xiao deftly flipped her wrist, revealing a cerulean longsword that materialized almost instantly. Raising her sword, she advanced to meet him, shouting, "Run!" Xiao understood that the black-robed elder had locked onto her presence. Fleeing at this moment would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, she had no choice but to fight with everything she had. Whoosh! With her declaration, Xiao surged towards the black-robed elder. A resounding clash echoed as their weapons collided with great force. The weapons had scarcely been exchanged when a muffled groan escaped Xiao's lips, and blood began to trickle from the corners of her mouth as her figure was propelled backward at great speed. The man in the black robe, witnessing this scene, not only continued his assault but also felt his aura surge with renewed intensity. his eyes brimming with murderous intent as he swiftly pursued Xiao. It was evident that he intended to eliminate her with utmost haste. As the black-clad figure drew nearer, despair flickered in Xiao's eyes, compelling her to slowly close them. Just as she did, a sharp sound sliced through the air, and to her astonishment, she felt herself being caught. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that it was Jiang Chen who had saved her, radiating an aura that suggested he had attained the third level of the Divine Sea Realm. With a resounding crash, Jiang Chen swung his fist to collide with the dagger wielded by the man in black. Following a tremendous noise, Jiang Chen was sent hurtling backward. Yet Xiao's gaze sharpened in disbelief. For against all expectations, Jiang Chen's fist had not been breached by the dagger, leaving only a faint white mark upon it. "Jiang Chen, your strength?" she exclaimed, bewildered. Meanwhile, the black-robed man also stared in astonishment, his expression shifting to one of suspicion. At that moment, Jiang Chen paid no heed to Xiao's queries. Instead, he swiftly harnessed his internal energy to stabilize his chaotic aura. After a brief moment, both landed gracefully on the ground, and Jiang Chen gently set Xiao down. The black-robed man halted before Jiang Chen and remarked solemnly, "I never anticipated that such a prodigy could emerge from a mere place like Shenfeng City. You must harbor some secrets." A glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes as he spoke. Without delay, the black-robed man charged at Jiang Chen. As Jiang Chen activated the chaotic transformation art, his blood surged vigorously, producing a thunderous roar. Rather than retreating, he pressed forward, launching himself at the black-clad adversary. Xiao's face betrayed her anxiety at this sight. But before she could utter a word, Jiang Chen had already engaged in combat with the black-robed figure. Chapter 49. The Might of the Dual Pupils and the Annihilating Divine Light. Empowered by the chaotic transformation art, Jiang Chen's physical strength was exponentially enhanced. And combined with the 9 swirling energies within him, he wielded no weapons. Barehanded, he clashed fiercely with the man in the black robe. Observing the dark-haired Jiang Chen, Xiao was momentarily stunned, her eyes filled with astonishment. How is this possible? He is merely at the 3rd level of the Divine Sea Realm, yet he is able to confront a cultivator at the 9th level head-on. Furthermore, Xiao noticed Jiang Chen's reaction time was extraordinarily swift, as if he could foresee his opponent's moves in advance. The reason for this, of course, was attributed to his previous epiphany. That immersive battle, along with the newfound combat experiences in his mind, facilitated immense growth for Jiang Chen. Throughout this time of continuous assimilation, his adaptability in battle had reached a terrifying level. At that moment, the man in the black robe grew increasingly alarmed. The youth before him, merely at the 3rd level of the Divine Sea Realm, possessed a remarkable depth of true energy that astonished the black-robed man. Even with the advantage of his higher cultivation, he found the confrontation exceedingly taxing. Damn it, what kind of monster is this kid? How can someone at the 3rd level of the Divine Sea Realm possess such strength? As time progressed, the black-robed man's expression darkened further. He had expended approximately 30% of his true energy, while Jiang Chen remained vibrant, showing no signs of fatigue. Upon realizing this, a trace of unwillingness flickered in the black-robed man's eyes, and an urge to retreat began to stir within him. He had already lingered too long. Given the current situation, it was impossible to eliminate Xiao. If he delayed any further, he might also fall victim here. Having come to this conclusion, the black-robed man made a decisive choice. With a resounding clash, he used the force of the rebound to swiftly distance himself from Jiang Chen. Exhaling deeply, the black-robed man cast a cold glare at Jiang Chen, chillingly stating, "Boy, daring to intervene with our dark sect's affairs, you shall pay dearly for your actions today. Once I report this, your family will face relentless assassination attempts, and I will ensure you live in perpetual regret." As he spoke, a sinister laugh escaped the black-robed man's lips. Hearing this, a potent surge of killing intent erupted from Jiang Chen. The mention of targeting his family had undoubtedly struck a nerve deep within him. "You seek death." With those words, Jiang Chen's aura began to surge violently, cracks forming incessantly on the ground beneath him. At that moment, upon sensing the aura emanating from Jiang Chen, Xiao experienced an overwhelming sensation of breathlessness. The man in the black robe also detected something amiss. The hairs on his body stood on end as an acute sense of life and death crisis enveloped him. Suddenly, he noticed that Jiang Chen's eyes were undergoing a perplexing transformation, with his pupils gradually overlapping. "What is this?" The black-robed man, gazing into Jiang Chen's swirling, dark eyes, could no longer suppress the terror surging within him. He abruptly turned and fled towards the exit. As he retreated, Jiang Chen's half-lidded gaze slowly opened, causing the terrifying aura around him to swell once more. Cough! Under the oppressive weight of this fearsome presence, Xiao instinctively took several steps back, coughing involuntarily. With a swift motion, when Jiang Chen fully opened his eyes, the oppressive force dissipated entirely. Then, he uttered 4 words, annihilating divine light. Boom! The moment Jiang Chen spoke, a resounding echo reverberated in Xiao's mind. Vaguely, she beheld a terrifying beam of black light erupting from Jiang Chen's eyes, shooting forth at an inconceivable speed towards a man in black. As this dark light surged forth, Xiao felt the world around her plunge into silence, her ears ringing as if she had become deaf. Moreover, the sky above darkened rapidly, as if drenched in thick ink. The abnormality came swiftly and departed just as quickly. When light reemerged, the figure of the black-robed man had vanished without a trace. Jiang Chen stood silently not far away. Thump, thump, thump. At that moment, Xiao could distinctly hear the pounding of her own heart. The scene she had just witnessed had left an indelible visual impact on her. Cough. Just then, a cough escaped Jiang Chen's lips, and his body began to tremble. Observing this, Xiao rushed forward to support him, extending her arm to steady Jiang Chen. It was then that she noticed his eyes tightly shut, his body quivering slightly. Are you all right? She inquired anxiously. Hearing her voice, Jiang Chen gently shook his head. A hoarse voice emerged. I'm fine, merely experiencing a bit of backlash. We should not linger here. I must return to the Jiang residence. All right, I understand. Xiao replied. With that, she assisted Jiang Chen in swiftly departing the area. As they walked, Xiao occasionally cast sidelong glances at Jiang Chen, her eyes reflecting a peculiar hue. Especially when she recalled how he had rescued her, a blush crept onto her cheeks, and her gaze softened with warmth. In merely a day, the perception of Jiang Chen within her heart transformed time and again. Xiao suddenly felt that having such a fiancé was rather agreeable. Although numerous questions lingered in her mind, she recognized that this was not the opportune moment for inquiries. She swiftly suppressed her curiosity. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was immersed in contemplation. My physical form is still too feeble. If I do not enhance its strength promptly, I will be unable to fully unleash the might of the heavy eye. In truth, had Jiang Chen not retreated swiftly, the backlash he experienced would have been considerably more severe. However, this battle illuminated his shortcomings and delineated a path for his future cultivation. At the same time, he profoundly appreciated the formidable nature of the heavy eye. A cultivator at the 9th level of the Divine Sea realm had been obliterated by his strike without a trace. This terrifying power filled Jiang Chen with anticipation. As he gazed upon the gradually approaching Jiang residence, Jiang Chen turned to the side and addressed Xiao softly. Princess, could you keep today's events confidential? Suddenly, under the scrutiny of Jiang Chen's piercing gaze, Xiao's face betrayed a hint of fluster. Once she composed herself, she hastily replied, no problem at all. Noticing her pronounced reaction, a flicker of confusion crossed Jiang Chen's eyes. Yet, since she had so readily acquiesced, he chose not to dwell on the matter. Subsequently, the two entered the Jiang residence swiftly. Upon returning to the estate, Jiang Chen refrained from disturbing others and led Xiao to the room he had prepared for her. You should rest early. If anything arises, just inform the 2 maids outside. I shall not intrude further, he stated. As his words concluded, Jiang Chen was unable to suppress a fit of coughs. Witnessing this, Xiao displayed an expression of concern and inquired, Are you all right? Do you need me to escort you back? You don't appear to be in good condition. Jiang Chen gently shook his head and replied, No need. I have nearly recovered. A brief rest at home will suffice. With that, he turned and exited the room. Xiao opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained, closing the door only after Jiang Chen's figure had completely vanished. As for the 2 maids outside, Xiao summoned them back to rest. Under the soft glow of the lamp, Xiao sat quietly at her desk, holding a brush in her hand as she began to write slowly. The elegant characters gradually emerged, and at this moment, Xiao's expression appeared particularly earnest as her arms moved rhythmically. With a gentle tap, she set down the brush in her hand. Gazing at the content on the paper, a satisfied smile graced her face. What she had just penned were the 2 poems composed by Jiang Chen at the Moonlight Lake. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao lifted her brush once more. relying on the memories in her mind to transcribe the water melody. As she beheld the 3 poems before her and recalled the scene of Jiang Chen rescuing her, she felt her heart race and her cheeks warm slightly. What is happening to me? Why am I thinking of that fellow? Xiao murmured, her words trailing off, her face betraying a hint of shyness, accompanied by a flicker of anxiety in her heart. Shaking her head gently, she swiftly composed herself and began to circulate her inner energy to address the injury she had sustained. After all, she had just endured a direct blow from the man in the black robe, leaving her with considerable internal injuries. Meanwhile, upon returning to his room, Jiang Chen quickly entered a meditative state. The chaos creation technique surged within him, continuously healing his wounds. Simultaneously, he made an unexpected discovery. Although he had completely drained the true energy from the 9 vortexes while using the annihilation divine light, he found that a small amount of true energy had once again gathered within them. It was noteworthy that since the end of the battle, he had not actively absorbed any true energy. This revelation surprised him. System, what is happening? Ding. The vortexes differ from the dantian. While the dantian requires active absorption to gather true energy, the vortexes can autonomously absorb true energy at all times, even without deliberate operation. Of course, the rate of autonomous absorption is slow and far inferior to the speed of the host's active absorption. This is a normal phenomenon. Upon hearing the system's explanation, a glimmer of joy appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. After calming his emotions, he swiftly entered a state of deep meditation, actively mobilizing his 9 vortexes to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy of the universe. After a period of cultivation, Jiang Chen concluded his practice. As if struck by a sudden thought, a smile spread across his face. Creak. Moments later, Jiang Chen opened his door and stepped outside. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing a knock, Xiao slowly opened her tightly shut eyes and spoke in a calm voice. Who is it? It's me, Jiang Chen. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's voice, Xiao immediately rose and soon arrived at the door. Creak. She opened the door. Xiao immediately spotted Jiang Chen's figure, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Though they had only been apart for a short while, Jiang Chen appeared significantly improved, radiating vitality that belied any signs of injury. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao inquired, "What brings you back so suddenly? Is there something amiss?" Jiang Chen replied, "I have brought you a little something." With that, he produced a porcelain vial from his robe and casually extended it towards Xiao. Upon seeing the contents of the vial, Xiao's gaze sharpened, her face registering shock as she quickly accepted it. After scrutinizing the vial for some time, an expression of disbelief crossed her features. "Is this the dragon blood pill?" Jiang Chen confirmed, "Indeed, it is the dragon blood pill." Although he did not possess extensive knowledge about medicinal pills, he was not surprised that Xiao could identify this particular one, considering her distinguished background and exceptional insights. As she absorbed Jiang Chen's affirmation, Xiao's astonishment deepened, and she cautiously opened the vial. Upon discerning the pill's quality, her expression shifted dramatically. "It is actually a superior dragon blood pill. Are you truly willing to give this to me?" Noticing her reaction, Jiang Chen asked in confusion, "Is this item truly that precious?" Xiao, taken aback by Jiang Chen's obliviousness, felt at a loss for words but nonetheless explained, "Precious is an understatement. The crafting of the dragon blood pill is exceedingly intricate, and the current recipes are often incomplete, rendering them far less effective. However, the one you have presented is different. It not only ranks at the 4th tier, but its flaws have been rectified, making it a perfect dragon blood pill, a treasure beyond price." Jiang Chen's eyes widened in surprise at her explanation. He had not anticipated that the pill his brother had given him was of such immense value. Yet, this realization was fortuitous, for the more precious the item, the greater the benefits he could reap. With this thought in mind, Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly, I see. Then you should take it quickly. It will aid in healing your wounds." Xiao said, "I have just articulated its value so clearly, and you still wish to bestow this pill upon me?" Jiang Chen insisted, "It is merely a single pill. Please accept it." Seeing the earnestness in Jiang Chen's expression, Xiao felt a surge of emotion. He is willing to part with such a precious pill. Could it be that he harbors feelings for me? At this thought, a flush crept onto her cheeks, and her demeanor became shy and bashful. As Jiang Chen beheld the countenance of Xiao, a flicker of perplexity danced in his eyes. Meanwhile, Xiao, realizing her lapse in composure, hurriedly reined in her emotions and softly uttered, "Thank you." Upon uttering these words, she promptly lowered her gaze. unable to meet Jiang Chen's eyes. In Chapter 51, titled Tenfold Critical Hit Reward, Jiang Chen surveyed Gu Xiao and said, "Princess, you should rest early. I shan't disturb you any further." Hearing this, Gu Xiao still dared not lift her head to meet his gaze, responding softly, "All right." With the sound of the door closing, Gu Xiao finally mustered the courage to raise her head, her cheeks aflame with a rosy hue. Her eyes fixated on the porcelain vial in her hand, and a faint smile graced her lips. Shortly after Jiang Chen departed from Gu Xiao's chamber, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have presented a 4th-grade dragon blood pill, triggering a tenfold critical hit reward, and you have received one 4th-grade pill, the Xianlong pill. Upon hearing this reward, a look of astonishment crossed Jiang Chen's face. System, are you quite certain? What I offered was merely a 4th-grade pill, even with a tenfold reward. It shouldn't still be a 4th-grade pill, should it? Rest assured, host, the value of the Xianlong pill is undoubtedly equivalent to 10 dragon blood pills, as it contains true dragon blood. Though it is ordinary dragon blood, it remains a coveted treasure. Furthermore, this is no ordinary 4th-grade pill. Upon hearing the system's explanation, surprise illuminated Jiang Chen's face. He then hastened his steps, returning to his room in no time. After securely closing the door, he retrieved the pill awarded by the system. Upon observing the pill, Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened slightly. The surface of the pill was adorned with intricate patterns, and, as it appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be drawn towards it, rapidly converging in its direction. As the spiritual energy continuously surged in, cloud-like patterns emerged on the surface of the pill. Indeed, it bears pill patterns. No wonder the system claimed this pill was exceptional. This must be the reason. It is well known that the presence of pill patterns can enhance efficacy by at least 40%. Coupled with the fact that this is a top-tier 4th-grade pill, its potency would be nothing short of formidable. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen swiftly activated the system's detection interface. Name: Xianlong pill. Properties: refined using dragon blood as a guide. It contains a substantial amount of vitality, enhancing physical strength and expanding the meridians. After perusing the information regarding the Xianlong Dan, a smile graced Jiang Chen's face. Splendid. With this elixir, the issue of the backlash for my dual pupils should be resolved. With this thought, Jiang Chen swiftly regulated his breath. He took a deep breath and swallowed the Xianlong Dan in one swift motion. Boom! Shortly after the pill was ingested, his blood surged within him. A sharp, piercing pain soon followed. Under the intensity of this agony, Jiang Chen couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Crackle, crackle. At that moment, sounds emanated from all around him, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Boom! As the refining process continued, Jiang Chen sensed a powerful surge of vitality coursing through him. With each wave of this energy, his body seemed to swell slightly, straining against his clothes. Ripping sound. After enduring for a brief moment, his garments were utterly shattered, revealing his robust musculature to the air. Concurrently, those muscles appeared to come alive, quivering and expanding continuously. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was not idle. He fervently operated the chaos creation technique, refining the excessive vitality within him. The current predicament was a result of an overabundance of this life force. Under Jiang Chen's relentless refining, his engorged physique gradually diminished. Furthermore, he discovered that his meridians had expanded by approximately 1/3. The incessant flow of vitality left him feeling invigorated, as if he possessed boundless strength. What terrifying effects this potion has! My physical strength has at least doubled. If I were to employ the Annihilation Divine Light now, I would undoubtedly be free from any backlash. After experiencing this transformation, Jiang Chen realized that not only had his injuries healed, but his power had also ascended to the 4th level of the Divine Sea Realm. Boom! After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen fully activated the chaos creation technique, drawing a substantial amount of true energy towards him, replenishing the 9 vacuous energy whirlpools. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Yun family, Du Qingfeng occupied the main seat, with Wang Ning and Yun Shixue seated beside him. At this time, the family head, Yun Xianxia, was seated among the elders. Notably, Bai Zhantong and Xiao Longshan were also present. However, the atmosphere in the hall felt somewhat oppressive. After a period of contemplation, Yun Xianxia directed his gaze towards Du Qingfeng. In a low voice, he began, "Elder Du, the Jiang family has become exceedingly arrogant. Now they have entangled themselves with the ancient prince, rendering them even more unrestrained. Upon hearing Xianxia's remarks, others quickly echoed their agreement. Xiao added, "Indeed, those young rascals from the Jiang family are utterly contemptuous, showing no regard for you." Elder Du by Zhan Tong remained silent, yet his eyes brimmed with boundless killing intent. As Xiaolingshan's words faded, the great hall fell into silence once more. Du Qingyun slowly set down his teacup and spoke solemnly. Dealing with the Jiang family is not particularly challenging. But we now face not only the obstruction of that old cadre Chen Hongchuan, but also the involvement of Princess Xiao. Until we ascertain the nature of the Jiang family's relationship with the ancient prince, we cannot move against them. Upon hearing this, although Yun Qinxiu and the others felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, they could only nod in agreement. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Longshan spoke again. Elder Du, if the Jiang family has no significant ties with the ancient prince, might we not take direct action? At this, the others turned their gazes toward Du Qingfeng. However, Du Qingfeng shook his head once more and replied, "Had those young lads from the Jiang family not joined the Xinjing sect, your proposal would indeed be feasible. But now it is no longer possible. It took considerable effort to recruit these few talents, and Chen Hongchuan will certainly not allow them to encounter any mishap. Although the Luoyun sect is formidable, if the Xinjing sect fights to the death, the repercussions would be beyond my capacity to bear." With Du Qingfeng's words, the expressions of Yun Qinxiu and the others grew grave. At that moment, Wang Ning rose from his seat and proclaimed, "In truth, there is a way." Oh? Upon hearing this, curiosity flickered in the eyes of Yun Qinxiu and the others. Wang Ning did not keep them in suspense, continuing, 1 month after the recruitment of disciples, there will be a competition between the two sections. If we can eliminate the 3 brothers of the Jiang family during the contest, all our problems will be resolved. After all, Chen Hongchuan's support for the Jiang family merely stems from his admiration for Jiang Chen's talents. However, a genius who falls midway holds the least value. As Wang Ning's words resonated, the others immediately grasped his intent, their eyes brightening with understanding. Chapter 52, Preparations from All Sides. Du Qingfeng nodded in agreement, softly stating, "Wang Ning is correct. This is indeed the best course of action at present. With Xishue's talent, her strength will surely increase significantly over the next month, making it no daunting task to deal with those Jiang lads." Yun Qinxiu and the others nodded repeatedly, their previously grim expressions now adorned with smiles. After conversing for a while, they gradually departed from the Great Hall. Meanwhile, in Shunfeng City, at the Ningxiang building, in a secluded chamber, the ethereal water moon fairy sat in solitude, while Xiao stood quietly beside her. Before them lay a sheet of paper, inscribed with the poetic verses of Jiang Chunlang, composed not long ago. Watermoon Fairy inquired, "Xiao, what do you think of these 2 poems?" Upon hearing her mistress's question, Xiao paused, her expression thoughtful, reflecting a moment of contemplation. After a brief silence, she spoke earnestly, "Mistress, the literary talent of young Master Jiang is beyond my humble judgment." A gentle smile graced Watermoon Fairy's face at Xiao's words. She gazed out at the luminous moon and softly remarked, "Indeed, such artistry is truly rare. Initially, when Mingwen mentioned him, I harbored doubts. However, it seems I was rather short-sighted." With that, Watermoon Fairy picked up a brush and began to inscribe upon the paper before her. After a delicate flourish, she set down her brush and lifted the sheet. "Please send this letter. I'm certain Mingwen will be delighted to see these words." "Understood, mistress," responded Xiao, preparing to depart. Just then, Watermoon Fairy added, "After you send the letter, please make the necessary preparations. We must leave Shunfeng City." "Of course, I shall prepare at once," Xiao replied. The door creaked shut, enveloping the room in silence once more. Time slipped away effortlessly, and soon a day had passed. At Zhang's residence, Gu Xiao emerged from her quarters, a smile illuminating her face. Having refined the dragon blood pill the previous night, not only had her injuries fully healed, but her strength had also ascended to a higher realm. Not long after her emergence, an elder approached her, a figure of significance, her protector, Zhou Tong. Upon sensing the aura emanating from Gu Xiao, Zhou Tong's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He recognized that not only had her strength increased, but her vital energy surged with remarkable vigor. In just a day's absence, such a profound transformation had taken place. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Zhou Tong inquired, "Miss, what has transpired with your strength?" Gu Xiao offered a faint smile and replied softly, I gained some insights during my cultivation, which has led to a considerable enhancement of my abilities. Zhou, why have you arrived so early? Is there something on your mind? Regarding the events of last night, Gu Xiao had no intention of divulging anything to Zhou Tong, as she had promised Jiang Chen to keep it confidential. Upon hearing Gu Xiao's response, a look of skepticism crossed Zhou Tong's face, yet he did not dwell on the matter. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke softly, Miss, during our conversation last night, although Master Jiang did not state it explicitly, he subtly indicated that matters should proceed according to your wishes. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiao immediately grasped the implications. Her brows furrowed slightly. Jiang Chen was indeed eager to annul their engagement, and now Jiang Wenqing seemed to share the same sentiment. At that moment, a wave of frustration washed over Gu Xiao. After suppressing her troubled thoughts, she gently shook her head and replied, There is no rush regarding this matter. The engagement was arranged by my father, and even if it is to be dissolved, he must be consulted first. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong's face displayed a look of astonishment, momentarily rendering him speechless. It was important to note that before their arrival, Lord Gu had clearly stated that Gu Xiao should take charge of this matter, and he would provide compensation to the Jiang family afterward. Gu Xiao had spent considerable time persuading Lord Gu to agree to this arrangement. Yet, within less than a day of their arrival, Gu Xiao's stance had shifted so dramatically. He opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his words. At this moment, Gu Xiao secretly clenched her small fist. The more Jiang Chen acts this way, the more resolute I shall be in not yielding to his wishes. Soon, she devised a rational justification for herself. Just then, a series of footsteps echoed behind them. Gu Xiao turned to see Jiang Wenqing approaching. Shortly after, he reached Gu Xiao's side and smiled, saying, Princess, everything is prepared for your meal. Let us proceed together. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiao softly replied, Understood, Uncle Jiang. You may simply call me Xiao. Referring to me as princess feels too distant. Jiang Wenqing laughed heartily in response. Subsequently, under Jiang Wenqing's guidance, the three of them made their way toward the hall. As they entered the hall, Gu Xiao's gaze fell upon Jiang Chen, and a look of surprise illuminated her eyes. At that moment, Jiang Chen appeared radiant, entirely unlike someone who had been injured. Simultaneously, Gu Xiao noticed that Jiang Chen's strength had once again ascended to the 8th level of the body refinement realm. On the other side, upon seeing Gu Xiao immediately look towards Jiang Chen, Jiang Daoxin and Jiang Yu exchanged glances with one another. A smile involuntarily graced the corners of his lips. Subsequently, both individuals turned their gaze towards Jiang Chen, revealing a look imbued with profound significance. Observing their carefree demeanor, a shadow of annoyance crossed Jiang Chen's forehead. Clearing his throat, Jiang Wenqing, upon witnessing this, emitted a soft cough, persistently gesturing towards Jiang Chen with his eyes. Yet, before Jiang Chen could utter a word, Gu Xiao took the initiative to step forward, seated herself to Jiang Chen's left. The sight of this elicited smiles from Jiang Wenkong and the others. Soon, the assembly was complete, and laughter resonated throughout the grand hall. Seizing a moment amidst the chatter of others, Gu Xiao directed her gaze towards Jiang Chen and softly spoke. Thank you for the elixir. Upon hearing this, a faint smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face as he quietly replied, It was nothing. I am simply glad it is of use to you. After casting a deep glance at him, Gu Xiao swiftly averted her gaze. The banquet did not linger for long. Once it concluded, Jiang Wenqing slowly rose, directing his attention to Jiang Chen, and gently remarked, Chenner, there are matters of the shop that require my attention. Please keep Xiao company and do not neglect her. Observing his father's earnest expression, Jiang Chen nodded slightly in response. As the words fell, Jiang Wenqing turned to Gu Xiao, smiling as he said, Dear niece Xiao, I kindly ask for your understanding. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to inform little Chen. I've already instructed the steward. Gu Xiao replied, Uncle Jiang, you need not worry about me. I'm quite all right here. With Gu Xiao's assurance, Jiang Wenqing provided a few more instructions before departing with Jiang Wenkong and the others from the Jiang residence. On the other side, Zhou Tong stepped into the grand hall. Approaching Gu Xiao, he spoke softly, Your Highness, I bring news from the prince. Now that you have joined the Xianxia sect, my mission has concluded, and I must return today. Please take care of yourself. Initially taken aback by his words, Gu Xiao quickly responded, Rest assured, Uncle Zhou, I will look after myself. Please inform my father not to worry. Those within the Xianxia sect would not dare to act against me. Zhou Tong nodded gently, and then turned his gaze towards Jiang Chen, stating, Young friend Jiang, I would appreciate your care for the princess in the times to come. I thank you in advance. Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement, replying, Uncle Xiao, you are too kind. I will certainly do my utmost within my capabilities. Jiang Chen did not overstate his commitment, and Zhou Tong discerned the underlying meaning, yet found Jiang Chen's response sufficiently reassuring. After conversing for a while, Zhou Tong did not linger here for long and departed directly from Shinfeng City. Observing the dwindling number of individuals within the Grand Hall, Jiang Daoxin's gaze inevitably shifted towards Jiang Yu. In response to Jiang Daoxin's look, Jiang Yu nodded in acknowledgement and gradually rose from his seat. Directing his attention towards Jiang Chen, he spoke softly, Second brother, we shall take our leave now. There are certain lessons I wish to impart to Daoxin. Very well. You may go, Jiang Chen replied. A smile graced Jiang Daoxin's face as he gently said, Second brother, we will take our leave now. Farewell, princess. Gu Xiao turned her gaze towards Jiang Daoxin and nodded slightly in response. With the departure of Jiang Daoxin and his companion, only Jiang Chen and Gu Xiao remained in the Grand Hall. Jiang Chen had anticipated that Gu Xiao would request him to take her out today, but her subsequent words rendered him momentarily stunned. I shall return to my cultivation now. My prowess has significantly improved since yesterday, and I need to solidify it further. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen could not have been more pleased. He promptly replied, All right, if you require anything, just have Xiao Cui inform me. After a nod in acknowledgement, Gu Xiao stepped outside. Observing the vast emptiness of the Grand Hall, a contemplative expression crossed Jiang Chen's face. The Dragon Elephant Town Sky Fist can be transmitted directly. There is no urgency at this moment. I shall utilize this time to further explore the potential of the Heavy Eye. Upon returning to his chamber, Jiang Chen closed the door behind him. System, I wish to utilize insight. Preparing insight, the system responded. As the words echoed, Jiang Chen's vision darkened. When he opened his eyes again, the surroundings had transformed anew. The protagonist remained the same Heavy Eye youth, yet this time his opponent had changed. The adversaries appeared quite peculiar. Some bore wings while others were enveloped in molten lava. Though these humanoid beings were bizarre in appearance, their presence exuded an aura of terror. What astonished Jiang Chen most was that, despite the onslaught from these strange creatures, the Heavy Eye youth maintained an air of composure. His cold countenance filled with an expression of pride. In a moment of disorientation, Jiang Chen realized his position had shifted once more. Drawing from his previous experience, he remained remarkably calm this time. At that moment, Jiang Chen re-entered the fray in a first-person perspective. The ground trembled as booming sounds reverberated through the air. Jiang Chen attentively absorbed the nuances of each strike and movement. After a period of intense combat, the number of humanoid creatures began to dwindle. With a sudden sound, a new development unfolded. The last humanoid creature fell at the hands of the man with dual pupils. At that moment, Jiang Chen's vision began to blur. He realized he was on the verge of exiting his state of enlightenment. With a flicker, when Jiang Chen reopened his eyes, his consciousness had returned to his body, and his mind was flooded with unfamiliar memories. Prison of heaven and earth, wherever the gaze falls, it becomes the realm. This technique can confine the void, sealing all actions of the opponent. The stronger the practitioner, the longer the duration. Indeed, during this moment of enlightenment, Jiang Chen had comprehended the second secret technique of the dual pupils, to restrict the enemy's actions. If used in conjunction with the annihilation divine light, it could yield unforeseen effects. A smile unconsciously graced Jiang Chen's lips at this thought. Time flew by, and soon the appointed day arrived. The Jiang family escorted Jiang Chen and the others to the designated location. At that moment, Chen Hongchuan looked at Jiang Chen and his companions, a smile spreading across his face. He then spoke, All right, since everyone is gathered, we should set off now. As his words fell, Chen Hongchuan produced a vertical flute from his pocket. A melodious tune soon filled the air. Just as the flute's notes echoed, a cry suddenly pierced the clouds. Soon, a fierce wind swept through the surroundings, casting a colossal shadow upon the ground. Startled, everyone looked up at the sky to witness a massive black eagle drawing closer. The tempestuous wind a product of its powerful wings. Sensing the ferocious aura emanating from the black eagle, many newcomers turned pale, instinctively retreating several steps. With a thunderous roar, after circling above, the black eagle landed gracefully on the ground. Under the gaze of all, the eagle's form began to swell, growing ever larger. As its size stabilized, astonishment filled the eyes of the onlookers. Once the black eagle had settled, Chen Hongchuan turned his attention to the crowd and declared, All of you, Line up in 2 rows and ascend onto the eagle's back. We shall now head to the Su Qing sect. With that, the others promptly began to move. Although a sense of trepidation lingered regarding the black eagle, excitement predominated in their expressions. After all, the mere thought of soaring through the skies upon such a magnificent creature was exhilarating. Jiang Chen turned to his father, Jiang Wenqing, and softly said, "Father, take care of yourself. Should any insurmountable issues arise, do not hesitate to send word to me." Jiang Wenqing chuckled, assuring, "Rest assured, my dear. Upon your arrival at the Xianxia sect, remember to avoid acting impulsively. The cultivation of your skills should be your utmost priority." "I understand, Father," Jiang Chen replied. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Chen and Gu Xiao made their way towards the Black Eagle, followed by Jiang Yu. Chapter 54, The Land of Thunderclouds. Before long, all the newly initiated disciples had ascended onto the back of the Black Eagle. With a swift motion, Chen Hongquan leapt to the top of the Black Eagle and declared in a deep voice, "Let us depart." As his words echoed, the Black Eagle, previously crouched on the ground, slowly rose, unfurling its enormous wings in an instant, which began to flap vigorously. With each powerful stroke of its wings, the distance between the group and the ground increased. The fierce wind buffeted against their faces. Upon reaching a certain altitude, a protective energy shield enveloped the Black Eagle, effectively isolating them from the raging winds. With the emergence of the shield, the expressions of the group visibly softened. With a sharp cry, the Black Eagle surged forward with remarkable speed. Observing the scenery rapidly receding behind them, excitement illuminated the faces of the group. Even Jiang Chen appeared astonished, curiously surveying his surroundings. Gu Xiao maintained her composure, while Jiang Yu mirrored her demeanor, promptly sitting cross-legged to commence his cultivation. In contrast, Jiang Daoxin seemed carefree, pulling out provisions he had prepared earlier and beginning to eat. Noticing Jiang Yu in deep meditation, Jiang Daoxin approached Jiang Chen and softly said, "Second brother, princess, I have an abundance of food. Would you care for some?" "No, you keep it for yourself," Jiang Chen replied, with Gu Xiao gently shaking her head to decline Jiang Daoxin's kind offer. At this moment, to the left of Jiang Chen and the others, a group had gathered. A man dressed in a brocade robe cast a dark glance at Gu Xiao and Jiang Chen standing together. Observing the displeasure etched on the brocade-clad man's face, one of his companions immediately adopted a fawning expression and whispered, "Young Master Su, the breathtaking beauty of Princess Xiao is worthy only of you. Shall I warn that boy?" Upon hearing this, the others chimed in, "Indeed, young master, you possess the thunder body. Jiang Chen is but an ordinary mortal. Though his achievements are commendable, he cannot be compared to you." As he absorbed the flattery from those around him, the brocade-clad man's expression brightened considerably. After retracting his gaze, he murmured, "No need. The woman I desire must be conquered by my own hand. I, Su Tian, disdain such despicable tactics." Upon hearing Su Tian's words, a chorus of compliments resounded among the crowd. Indeed, the demeanor of young Master Su was extraordinary. Once he joined the Xianxia sect, he would undoubtedly ascend to great heights and become an unparalleled powerhouse. After retracting his gaze, Su Tian found a seat for himself. In truth, Su Tian was the scion of a prestigious family, yet he was not under the jurisdiction of the Tianlong dynasty. His decision to join the Xianxia sect stemmed from his inquiries about a forbidden area within the sect known as the Thunderclap Abyss, which was said to harbor the essence of lightning. The purpose of Su Tian's journey was to obtain this elemental source. Once he succeeded, his thunder body would be fully awakened, exponentially enhancing his strength. The mere thought of such a scene brought a smile to Su Tian's lips. Suddenly, a thunderous roar captured everyone's attention. Looking up, they noticed dark clouds gathering ominously overhead, with flashes of lightning flickering within. The sight instilled fear in many disciples, for it was evident that the area shrouded in black clouds was their unavoidable passage. Observing the troubled expressions of the crowd, Chen Hongquan spoke slowly, reassuringly, "Fear not, everyone. This is merely ordinary lightning and cannot breach the Black Hawk's shield. You are safe." Upon hearing Chen Hongquan's words, the disciples' apprehensive expressions softened considerably. Meanwhile, Gu Xiao regarded Jiang Chen's calm demeanor and inquired, "Why do you appear so unperturbed?" Jiang Chen smiled gently, replying, "Did Elder Chen not say that this lightning poses no threat to us? What is there to fear?" Gu Xiao, upon hearing Jiang Chen's response, exhibited a hint of skepticism. Yet recalling Jiang Chen's previously displayed power, she soon wore an expression of understanding. Unbeknownst to Xiao, Jiang Chen had encountered scenes far more terrifying during his enlightenment. Such minor occurrences could hardly stir his emotions. At that moment, a commotion arose from behind the Black Hawk. The crowd turned to investigate the source of the noise. They beheld a flying vessel approaching, with Du Qingfeng standing at the bow, his gaze cold and indifferent as he surveyed the disciples of the Xianxia sect. Xianxia stood on the deck, and her eyes immediately fell upon Jiang Yu and the others, revealing a glimmer of icy disdain. However, after a cursory glance, she withdrew her gaze. Many disciples aboard the vessel were casting furtive glances at Xianxia, but upon noticing Wang Ning beside her, they hesitated. The group swiftly diverted their gazes. At the bow of the ship, Du Qingfeng directed his attention towards Chen Hongchuan, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he taunted. "Old Chen, surely your Xianxia sect can overcome this minor hurdle? Do you require my assistance?" In response to the derision evident on Du Qingfeng's face, Chen Hongchuan cast him a fleeting glance before coldly retorting, "No need. You should focus on your own affairs. Such trifles cannot possibly thwart my Xianxia sect." With a scoff, Du Qingfeng replied, "Is that so? I shall await the outcome." As his words hung in the air, the warship gradually accelerated, heading directly towards the ominous clouds. Observing this scene, Chen Hongchuan gently patted the head of the Black Eagle. Acknowledging his signal, the Black Eagle surged forth towards the dark clouds. Boom! As they drew nearer, the sky reverberated with thunderous roars, flashes of lightning slicing through the air. Despite Chen Hongchuan's assurances that the lightning posed no danger, many individuals displayed signs of trepidation, their complexions paling considerably. Witnessing this, Chen Hongchuan raised his voice. Embarking on the path of cultivation means engaging in a struggle against the heavens. This journey will undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. If you cannot overcome this modicum of fear, then what hope do you have of achieving greatness? As cultivators, you must possess a fearless heart. Only then can you advance further. Upon hearing Chen Hongchuan's words, several disciples appeared contemplative, while their faces remained pale. The expressions of fear had significantly diminished. Observing this transformation, Chen Hongchuan's demeanor brightened. At that moment, no one was more elated than Su Tian. Within the clouds, lightning surged, and an abundance of electric energy enveloped the surroundings. He realized that his cultivation pace had accelerated considerably. Furthermore, as his techniques operated, Su Tian discovered that he could absorb the electrical energy emanating from the clouds. Chapter 55, Entering the Xianxia Sect, the Rules of Appropriation. At this juncture, rain began to pour from the sky. Upon entering the dark clouds, the ambient light diminished drastically, severely obstructing the visibility of the crowd. The sound of thunder echoed incessantly, and the rainfall intensified. However, protected by the Black Eagle's formidable energy shield, the falling raindrops could not touch them. After a period of adjustment, the fear etched on the faces of the crowd gradually waned, replaced by curiosity as they surveyed their surroundings. At this moment, Chen Hongchuan took note of Su Tian's actions, a look of satisfaction emerging on his face. Although Su Tian's thunder body was not fully developed, he nonetheless exhibited the potential of an exceptional talent. Su Tian's admission into the Xianxia sect took Chen Hongchuan by surprise. After all, Du Qingfeng had proposed quite favorable terms at that time. Meanwhile, Du Qingfeng had also taken note of the circumstances surrounding the Xianxia sect, and the smile on his face quickly faded. With a cold huff, he swiftly redirected his gaze and increased the ship's speed, veering off in another direction. The Black Hawk also surged forward, darting away in the opposite direction of the warship. The howling wind echoed persistently in the ears of the onlookers. After a brief interval, the Black Hawk propelled everyone out of the stormy cloud region, sunlight once again bathing them in its warmth. Concurrently, the speed of the Black Hawk continued to escalate, rendering the surrounding scenery into mere shadows. On the other side, Su Tian slowly opened his eyes, his expression betraying a lingering sense of unfulfilled desire. The effects of a mere spark of lightning power are so pronounced. If I could attain the very essence of lightning, I would undoubtedly undergo a profound transformation. As this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of excitement sparked in his eyes. At this moment, Jiang Chen had lost interest and found a spot to meditate. Time passed swiftly, and the others gradually quieted, the sound of the rushing wind a constant presence. Unbeknownst to them, they had spent half a day aboard the Black Hawk. Just as ennui began to set in, A few towering peaks emerged within their line of sight. Various structures nestled upon these summits, each crowned with a winding stone staircase. Ancient trees thrived, shrouded in mist, creating an ethereal atmosphere akin to a celestial paradise. Upon witnessing this scene, the group instantly displayed signs of exhilaration. Their spirits rejuvenated as they stood and gazed around. The Black Hawk emitted a sharp cry before beginning its rapid descent. Jiang Yu, having concluded his meditation, stepped forward to join Jiang Chen. With a thunderous sound, the Black Hawk made a steady landing upon platform. Simultaneously, the group noticed that a considerable number of individuals had gathered around the platform, their faces adorned with smiles as they observed them. Following this, a wave of discussions ensued. The last batch of junior disciples has arrived. No one should compete with me for them. I've already reserved their points. On what grounds do you reserve them? Do you think we would let such a prime opportunity slip away? Moreover, they still have a day of protection. Your reservation means nothing. Indeed, to earn points, one must rely on strength. Mere words will not suffice. Listening to these peculiar conversations, the group aboard the Black Hawk wore expressions of confusion, especially upon noticing the fervent gazes from the crowd, which left them feeling utterly bewildered. Upon observing the individuals surrounding him, Chen Hongchuan spoke aloud, "Enough. Cease congregating here and attend to your own matters. Otherwise, do not blame this elder for sending you to the cliff of reflection." As soon as his words fell, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. One among them spoke up, "Elder Chen, we merely sought to familiarize ourselves with our junior brothers and sisters. Since you have spoken, we shall take our leave. Indeed, we shall depart," echoed another. And with that, the crowd swiftly dispersed, vanishing without a trace in a remarkably practiced manner, clearly indicating that this was not their first occurrence. Once the disciples had left, Chen Hongchuan turned to the remaining individuals and declared, "Follow me. I shall now take you for your registration into the sect." Upon hearing this, the group promptly leaped down from the back of the Black Eagle. Once all had landed, the Black Eagle exerted its powerful wings and vanished into the clouds. "Very well, come along," Chen Hongchuan instructed, leading the group along a narrow path toward the pavilion atop the mountain. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Hongchuan continued, "Upon becoming outer disciples, your identity tokens will each contain 100 points. To exchange for any resources within the sect, you will need to utilize these points." Hearing this, the group quickly comprehended that points served as the universal currency of the Xianxia sect. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Elder Chen, how may we acquire points? And what is this protection period they mentioned?" At Jiang Chen's question, curiosity flickered in the eyes of the others. Chen Hongchuan responded slowly, "Points can be obtained by completing tasks. As for the protection period, once your entry procedures are finalized, you will enjoy a day of protection, followed by a day of plundering." As Chen Hongchuan elaborated, the group began to grasp the situation. During the protection period, no one may harm you. After this day, unless you have advanced to core disciple status, others may attack new disciples to seize the points in their tokens. Conversely, if your strength is sufficient, you may also retaliate and claim points from your opponents. Of course, after the plundering period, higher-ranked individuals cannot seize points from those of lower rank. Yet the latter may challenge the former. This constitutes a form of indirect protection. Therefore, the plundering period is essentially a feast for the senior disciples. Upon concluding his explanation, the expressions of the crowd turned grim. Jiang Chen and Jiang Yu exchanged glances, a faint smile gracing their lips. In truth, Jiang Chen found the sect's plundering period understandable. It was a regulation instituted by the sect. It was merely an intention to allow oneself and others to profoundly experience the cruelty of the cultivation world and the significance of strength. After all, if one possesses sufficient power, even during times of plundering, none would dare to strike. Observing the grim expressions of those around him, Chen Hongchuan remained silent, his demeanor calm as he led the way. The others were not foolish. After a moment of contemplation, they quickly grasped the underlying meaning. Although their faces still bore signs of distress, many revealed a glimmer of fighting spirit in their eyes, with some even anticipating the raiders. Before long, under Chen Hongchuan's guidance, they entered the pavilion and received their respective identity tokens. Most of them were mere outer disciples, with only a few being inner disciples. Apart from a Jiang Chen trio and Gu Xiao, there was also one Su Tian. Upon receiving the token, Jiang Chen noticed that the number inscribed was 500, whereas the outer disciples had 200. Chapter 56, The Top 10 Caves. Once everyone settled down, A series of coughs emanated from Chen Hongchuan's mouth. Upon hearing the sound, the crowd promptly lifted their heads, directing their gazes toward him. Chen Hongchuan stated, "All right, next, arrangements will be made for your accommodations. Feel free to inquire directly if you have any questions." As his words fell, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. A man and a woman stepped in. "Greetings, Elder Chen." Upon entering the hall, the two greeted Chen Hongchuan in unison. Chen Hongchuan replied, "All right, I entrust this group of new junior disciples to you too. Please take them to familiarize themselves with the surroundings." With that, the two nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The male cultivator stepped forward and spoke, "Outer disciples, follow me. I will now escort you to your dwelling." Upon hearing this, the outer disciples immediately followed him out. Subsequently, the female cultivator also took a step forward, a gentle smile gracing her face as she softly said, "You may follow me." After exchanging glances, Jiang Chen and the others followed the woman out of the hall. After walking for a while, the woman spoke again, "My name is Zishi. You may call me Sister Zishi. If you have any uncertainties, feel free to ask me, and I will do my utmost to clarify any doubts." As Zishi finished speaking, Su Tian stepped forward, a warm smile illuminating his face as he calmly asked, "Sister Zishi, are the living quarters of the outer disciples and inner disciples located within the same area?" While speaking, Su Tian discreetly observed Zishi, and one could not help but admire. Although the other's beauty may not rival that of Xiao, she is nonetheless a rare and exquisite woman. As Su Tian beheld her tall figure and proud curves, a flicker of fervor ignited in his eyes. Upon hearing Su Tian's inquiry, Zishi offered a slight smile and replied, "Indeed, outer disciples reside within the same vicinity as inner disciples. Yet the quality of one's cave dwelling is intrinsically linked to one's own strength." Subsequently, Zishi elucidated the rules to the assembly. Once one becomes an outer disciple, they attain the right to a private cave dwelling. The location of these caves is of great significance. Those situated closer to the inner circle are imbued with a richer concentration of spiritual energy. However, cave dwellings are not fixed. All individuals possess the right to challenge the current occupant, and upon defeating them, may claim their abode. This explains why she remarked that the quality of a cave dwelling correlates with one's capabilities. After all, lacking the requisite strength means that even the finest cave would be untenable. As the crowd absorbed this information, Zishi continued, "Since you have just joined the sect and are entitled to new disciple benefits, I will assign you to one of the top 10 cave dwellings. Once the initial protection period concludes, should anyone come to challenge you, assess your own abilities." The prospect of residing in one of the top 10 cave dwellings instantly brought joy to the faces of the gathered disciples. Jiang Chen also nodded slightly, compelled to acknowledge the shrewdness of the Xianyuan sect strategy. By granting new disciples access to premier cave dwellings from the outset, the potential disappointment of being relegated to lower-tier accommodations later is mitigated. Consequently, in their quest to reclaim the esteemed dwellings, the disciples would undoubtedly exert themselves in their cultivation, thereby enhancing the sect's overall strength. From the perspective of the current regulations, Jiang Chen deemed them quite effective, anticipating commendable results. Logically, if this operational approach were maintained, the Xianyuan sect should not only grow stronger, but at the very least, avoid decline. However, Jiang Chen found himself puzzled, for the stark reality was quite the opposite. The sect's strength had been waning over the years, which stirred a sense of confusion within him. At that moment, observing Jiang Chen lost in thought, Xiao displayed a hint of concern in her eyes and softly inquired, "What troubles you?" Hearing her voice, Jiang Chen gently shook his head, responding, "It's nothing. Just a moment of distraction." Jiang Daoxin, following closely beside Jiang Yu, cast curious glances around, occasionally indulging in morsels of food. After glancing at Jiang Chen ahead, Jiang Daoxin turned his attention to Jiang Yu and quietly remarked, "Eldest brother, I sent the princess here to annul her engagement with second brother? Yet, the situation seems rather amiss." Jiang Yu smiled faintly and responded, "What? Do you wish the princess to annul her engagement?" Jiang Daoxin replied, "No, that is not my intention. I am merely curious." Jiang Yu continued, "Well, you must trust Brother Chan. He is indeed quite astute and will certainly not encounter any trouble." Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Jiang Daoxin nodded gently, a smile gracing his face as he quietly murmured, "In truth, I believe that second brother and the princess are quite well matched. It would be wonderful if they could be together." As Jiang Daoxin finished speaking, Jiang Yu also nodded in agreement. At that moment, the individuals ahead came to a halt. She turned to the group and softly spoke. This is Qingyun Peak, the place where you will reside from now on. Of course, should you advance to core disciples, you will gain access to even better abodes. The crowd followed Shi's gesture and soon discovered numerous dwellings, each marked with a corresponding number, with the numbers decreasing as one ventured further inward. Without hesitation, she led them deeper into the peak. As they progressed, the concentration of spiritual energy in the air became considerably richer. Sensing this transformation, the anticipation in their eyes intensified. She was remarkably efficient. In no time, she arranged accommodations for the 6 outer disciples. Xiao was assigned to the 4th dwelling, and after greeting Jiang Chen and the others, she stepped into her abode. The first 3 dwellings were secured by the 3 brothers, Jiang Chen included. Once everything was settled, Shi did not linger, but promptly turned to leave. Jiang Chen approached the entrance of the first dwelling, holding a jade talisman, with a low hum and a rumble. As Jiang Chen infused his vital energy, the stone door of the dwelling slowly opened, and a surge of pure spiritual energy burst forth. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen stepped inside. Upon entering, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Truly, this is the first dwelling. The concentration of spiritual energy is at least 5 times stronger than outside. If I can cultivate here continuously, it will undoubtedly save me a great deal of time. With this thought, Jiang Chen wasted no more time and began his cultivation. As the chaotic creation technique continued to operate, a torrent of spiritual energy surged towards Jiang Chen. With this influx of energy, he felt his pores expand, a warm sensation enveloping his entire being. Chapter 57. Heart to heart among brothers, movements from all sides. At this moment, a vortex appeared beside Jiang Chen, with spiritual energy within the dwelling rushing fervently into his body. After absorbing for a while, Jiang Chen sensed that the 9 major vortices within him were nearly saturated. To his astonishment, despite fervently absorbing the spiritual energy for an extended period, the concentration of spiritual essence within the cave showed little sign of diminishing. Meanwhile, the others were also engaged in their frantic cultivation, for they had only a single day to seize every precious moment. As night fell, Jiang Chen gently closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged upon the stone platform, silently comprehending the misty sword technique. At this moment, he utilized his sea of consciousness to begin simulating the technique. The misty sword technique, which he had exchanged for with his opportunity points, was of a high-grade, mysterious tier, clad in flowing white garments. Jiang Chen's spirit wielded a long sword within the sea of consciousness, executing strikes at varying speeds. Although the motions appeared quite ordinary, the surrounding terrifying waves of energy vividly illustrated the formidable nature of this swordsmanship. After a brief period, marked by the burning of half a stick of incense, Jiang Chen exhaled a long breath, slowly opening his eyes to reveal a glimmer of satisfaction. Through this period of contemplation, he had essentially grasped the essentials of the misty sword technique. It must be said that the systematic transmission indeed saved a considerable amount of time. Once he had replenished the depleted spiritual energy within him, Jiang Chen chose not to continue his cultivation. With a thunderous sound, the door to his chamber swung open, and he made his way toward room 3. Shortly after stepping out, he noticed a considerable number of individuals. Jiang Chen could distinctly sense the avaricious glint in the eyes of several upon catching sight of him, and their gazes were utterly unabashed. Observing the scene, a slight smirk crept onto Jiang Chen's lips. It was noteworthy that among the inner disciples, the highest cultivation level barely reached the peak of the Divine Sea realm. In the past, facing someone at this pinnacle might have posed some challenges for Jiang Chen. However, after consuming the Xianlong pill, his strength had received a significant enhancement, rendering such opponents no longer a threat to him. In other words, within the ranks of the inner disciples, Jiang Chen was virtually invincible. Moreover, within the Xianxia sect, a breakthrough to the creation realm would qualify one as a core disciple. While the Divine Sea realm and the creation realm may seem closely related, the difficulties in achieving the latter are beyond imagination. Among 100 peak Divine Sea practitioners, having 10 achieve breakthrough to the creation realm would be considered quite remarkable. Therefore, each individual at the creation realm is of immense importance to the sect. Before long, Jiang Chen arrived at the entrance of Cave 2, with a resounding boom. Before he could even make a move, the stone door of Jiang Yu's cave swung open, allowing him to step inside. As Jiang Chen entered the cave, the The stone door gradually closed behind him. A murmur of discussion arose around them. The Jiang family is indeed remarkable. They have produced 3 prodigies all at once. Could they possibly be a hidden lineage? Hidden lineage? They are merely a modest family from Shunfeng City, lacking even the right physique to be considered true geniuses. Indeed, I have heard that those brothers from the Jiang family have possessed divine strength since childhood, which may well be the primary reason for their emergence, hardly qualifying as true talent. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in understanding. Then someone spoke again. Whether they are geniuses or not is of little concern to me. I am primarily interested in the points they possess, as that represents a considerable fortune. At the mention of points, a fervent glimmer sparked in the eyes of the others. I am also quite curious, given Princess Xiao's status, what could have compelled her to join the Zwanking sect? Upon hearing this, someone immediately interjected. Regardless of her reasons for being here, it is not our concern. The 6th prince has always pursued Princess Xiao. Now that she has arrived, he certainly will not let this opportunity slip by. You would do well to suppress your thoughts. The methods of the 6th prince are likely clearer to you than to me. Upon hearing this, the man who had initially spoken felt a shiver run through him, and he steadied himself, softly replying, Brother Long, you jest. I would not act foolishly. Let us depart. There are many eyes on them. We should return and discuss our strategy, he concluded. Subsequently, those concealed in the shadows departed slowly. Inside the cave, Jiang Chen and Jiang Yu sat across from one another, a pot of hot tea before them. At that moment, Jiang Chen realized that his elder brother had remarkably broken through to the first level of the Divine Sea realm, with his Canglong physique activated at 20%. Looking at Jiang Chen, Jiang Yu spoke softly, Second brother, you specifically came to see me late at night. Has something occurred? Jiang Chen slightly shook his head and replied, It is nothing significant. I merely wish to hear your plans, elder brother. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu instantly grasped the underlying meaning, a subtle smile appearing on his face as he gently spoke. You are inquiring about the issue of plunder rights, are you not? Jiang Chen nodded slightly. In truth, had it not been for Jiang Yu's 6 brothers' actions last time, Jiang Chen would not have made this trip. Coughing lightly at Jiang Chen's meaningful expression, Jiang Yu displayed an awkward smile. Once he had steadied his emotions, he softly stated, to strive for what is inevitable. That is my stance. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately understood his thoughts. As Jiang Chen pondered, Jiang Yu spoke once more. Chen Di, your current prowess surely exceeds the mere 8th layer of body refinement, does it not? As his words echoed, Jiang Yu regarded Jiang Chen with an amiable smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen momentarily appeared taken aback. Yet a subtle smile soon graced his lips as he softly replied, It seems I cannot conceal anything from you. Elder brother, Jiang Yu's ability to discern his strength did not come as a surprise to Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Yu had merged with the remnants of an emperor's soul, granting him extraordinary insight. Moreover, not long ago, Jiang Chen had imparted a concealed cultivation technique to Jiang Yu and others, making it quite feasible for Jiang Yu to deduce the truth. Upon receiving Jiang Chen's response, a look of understanding illuminated Jiang Yu's face. Subsequently, silence enveloped the cave abode. The 2 brothers exchanged glances, both breaking into smiles. They engaged in conversation for an extended duration. As midnight approached, Jiang Chen departed from Jiang Yu's cave. With Jiang Chen's exit, the cave fell into tranquility. Jiang Yu chose not to resume his cultivation, softly murmuring, The Xianxia sect is merely a starting point. In the future, the 3 of us shall undoubtedly stand proudly at the pinnacle of the heavens. As he spoke these words, a fierce determination radiated from Jiang Yu. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped by, and the night passed without notice. With some time remaining before the protection period concluded, few dared to disturb Jiang Chen and his companions. As time progressed, an ever-increasing crowd gathered outside the cave. Jiang Chen and his companions ceased their cultivation and opted to emerge from the cave. Chapter 58. The major guilds select their representatives. Observing the throng gathered outside, Jiang Chen maintained an impassive demeanor, his gaze sweeping indifferently across the surroundings. The others followed suit, stepping out of the cave in succession. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu approached Jiang Chen alongside Jiang Daoxin. At the same time, Gu Xiao gracefully approached. Upon sighting Gu Xiao, the crowd's eyes gleamed with fervor, yet none dared to approach her. However, their glances directed at Jiang Chen bore a hint of schadenfreude. Soon, murmurs began to circulate among the onlookers. The connection between Princess Xiao and the Jiang family appears rather intriguing. The sixth prince is returning soon. Should he learn of this, he will surely not let it rest. Indeed, the probing should soon conclude. Fortunately, the formidable ones have already passed. Today has truly favored us. As these words were spoken, many in the vicinity nodded in agreement. Subsequently, a burly man stepped forward. With a loud voice, he addressed the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, given the limited number of participants today, let us first allocate our resources to prevent any potential conflicts later on. My Shanghai society requires merely 1 internal disciple's points, while the rest can be distributed among yourselves. Is that request unreasonable? As soon as the robust man finished speaking, someone immediately responded. In that case, our Tianyan society also demands 1 internal point. The remainder could be divided as you see fit. Our Xianxia society requires 1 as well. Before long, everyone had established their respective goals. Notably, no one dared to set their sights on Xiao. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Tian and his companions displayed an exceedingly grim demeanor. Their original plan had been to find a secluded spot to lay low, but the opposing side had directly blocked their path, leaving them no opportunity whatsoever. As they assessed the strength of this group, Su Tian perceived no glimmer of hope for victory. On the other side, Jiang Daoxin surveyed the surrounding crowd, displaying no signs of anxiety. Instead, he began to eat nonchalantly before everyone. Xiao, observing Jiang Daoxin's reaction, couldn't help but express a hint of confusion. After all, her first impression of him was that he was either eating or on his way to procure food. What baffled her most was that the majority of his consumption consisted of ferocious beast meat, and rather than gaining weight, he appeared to have slimmed down considerably. Furthermore, he seemed perpetually unsated. Noticing Xiao's gaze upon him, Jiang Daoxin flashed a shy smile and softly offered, "My lady, would you care for some? I have plenty prepared." Xiao gently shook her head in response, replying, "You may keep it for yourself. I am not hungry." Upon hearing her response, Jiang Daoxin did not press the matter further. After acknowledging her, he resumed his solitary feast. As Xiao observed the eager crowd around her, a slight furrow formed on her brow. Yet, recalling Jiang Chen's formidable prowess, her expression softened significantly, and a trace of pity emerged in her gaze towards the throng. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly. As Xiao scanned the group, she discerned that the strongest among them barely reached the 6th level of the Divine Sea realm, a stark contrast to the formidable black-robed man she had encountered previously. At that moment, a bald man stepped forward, directing his attention towards Su Tian. In a low voice, he stated, "Young man, I have reviewed your information. Should you wish to join the Biluo Society, I can reserve 200 points for you. I hope you seize this opportunity. For the Biluo Society is not an organization that just anyone can join." Upon hearing this, Su Tian's expression revealed a flicker of interest. After all, the prospect of retaining 200 points was indeed enticing. It is undoubtedly far better than having nothing at all. Moreover, from the murmurs around, it is evident that the Biluo Society ranks among the elite in the Xianxia sect, with the president being a formidable presence among the core disciples. After a brief moment of hesitation, Su Tian directed his gaze toward the bald man and spoke softly, "I wish to join the Biluo Society." Upon hearing this response, a smile graced the bald man's face as he replied calmly, "A wise choice. You shall surely feel grateful for today's decision." Having made his choice, Su Tian did not linger, striding purposefully toward the bald man. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the bald man instructed Su Tian to present his token. As their tokens lightly touched, the number on Su Tian's token transformed to 200. Witnessing this scene, the others displayed expressions of intrigue and quickly voiced, "We also wish to join the guild. Could we perhaps retain some points?" Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd erupted in smiles. The burly man replied nonchalantly, "That is certainly feasible, but outer disciples may retain only 50 points." As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining crowd showed no hesitation and promptly agreed to this proposal. Observing this, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Given the current circumstances, it seemed the incentive rules established by the sect had become virtually meaningless. The atmosphere resembled that of a bustling marketplace, where the essence had entirely shifted. Remarkably, even though the protection period had not yet expired, the so-called plundering phase had seemingly concluded prematurely. However, Su Tian and the others discerned a troubling fact. The burly man's group appeared disinclined to invite Jiang Chen and his companions. Noticing this, Su Tian and his peers exchanged glances filled with anticipation. As seconds ticked by, the smile on the burly man's face grew increasingly pronounced. As the protection period came to an end, The bald man eagerly stepped forward, then turned his gaze toward Jiang Chen, grinning maliciously. Kid, I have heard that you are the top achiever in Xinfeng City, an exceptionally rare talent. Yet, your luck seems to have run out for Lu Biao. Take particular pleasure in dealing with prodigies. Will you surrender your points willingly, or shall I take matters into my own hands? With his words, Lu Biao's aura began to intensify, his eyes brimming with arrogance. Observing Lu Biao's boldness, the others grew less anxious, choosing instead to remain in place and enjoy the unfolding drama. Su Tian, witnessing this, could not suppress a hint of delight in his eyes, thinking, humph, you thought you could overshadow me. Now, you will have to face the consequences. Subsequently, Su Tian turned his attention to Gu Xiao. A glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes, but it was swiftly suppressed. Meanwhile, as Lu Biao's words echoed, Jiang Chen slowly lifted his gaze towards him and spoke with a calm demeanor. I possess a habit of not relinquishing what I have acquired. Laughter erupted from Lu Biao in response to Jiang Chen's statement. He coldly remarked, in the past, many have shared your lofty pride, yet after my lessons, they have become rather subdued. I hope you can maintain your arrogance. Do not let me down too much. As his words concluded, a surge of energy began to emanate from Lu Biao. Chapter 59. The collective shock of the onlookers upon witnessing Lu Biao's seriousness, curiosity intensified among the others. Sensing the formidable power of the fifth level of the divine sea realm radiating from his opponent, Jiang Chen's expression remained largely unchanged, his demeanor as serene as ever. Lu Biao, perceiving Jiang Chen's calmness as an affront, felt his countenance darken. Jiang Chen, he declared, you cannot refuse today's challenge. If you willingly hand over the token, I can spare you some physical suffering. At these words, all eyes turned to Jiang Chen, eager to see his choice. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu glanced over at Jiang Chen and quietly suggested, shall I take care of this? A confident smile illuminated his face as he spoke. However, Jiang Chen gently shook his head and replied, there is no need. I can handle this. With that, Jiang Chen stepped forward. The others had clearly overheard the exchange between him and Jiang Yu. One audacious young man. Lu Biao's cultivation level was the 5th level of the divine sea realm, while Jiang Chen was merely at the 8th level of the body refinement realm. How could he dare to look down on his opponent? Such ignorance of his own limitations. He truly believed that a mere achievement made him exceptional. Soon he would face the consequences. At that moment, Lu Biao's expression darkened as he coldly declared, very well. You are the first newcomer to provoke me in such a manner. Let us see what strength you possess. With those words, Lu Biao began to stride towards Jiang Chen, his aura intensifying with each step. As the distance between them diminished, Lu Biao suddenly dashed forward, his figure blurring as he charged at Jiang Chen. With a swift motion, he swung his fist towards Jiang Chen's chest. Though he felt disdain for Jiang Chen, Lu Biao tempered his strength, knowing that while seizing points was permitted, causing grievous harm could lead to dire repercussions. Boom! The events that followed evoked expressions of astonishment among the surrounding crowd, their faces marked by incredulity. In the face of Lu Biao's ferocious punch, Jiang Chen slowly raised his palm and astonishingly caught Lu Biao's fist with steadiness. Witnessing this scene, gasps of disbelief erupted from the crowd. How could this be possible? Jiang Chen had actually withstood Lu Biao's attack. What was happening? When had the body refinement realm become so formidable? No, that was incorrect. Jiang Chen's strength was not merely at the body refinement realm. He possessed the cultivation level of the divine sea realm. Upon this revelation, the onlookers' eyes widened in shock. Su Tian's expression also shifted dramatically, his fists clenching tightly. Meanwhile, Lu Biao's face displayed a look of bewilderment, his eyes narrowing. You. However, before Lu Biao could finish his sentence, Jiang Chen swiftly swung his other fist towards Lu Biao. The speed of his movement astonishingly rapid. Damn it! Realizing the terrifying force of the punch, Lu Biao's complexion changed drastically. He dared not show any hesitation and quickly raised his arm to shield himself, barely managing to block Jiang Chen's strike. The impact was thunderous. Ugh! The moment their arms collided, Lu Biao's face shifted in color, a muffled groan escaping his lips. Not only that, but he was also forced to retreat several dozen steps, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd at this sight. Simultaneously, the other leaders of the guilds turned pale. Stepping forward, their expressions grave. It was known that Lu Biao ranked among the top 3 in strength within the gathered crowd. Yet now, after merely 2 exchanges with Jiang Chen, he had been grievously injured. Once he regained his balance, Lu Biao's gaze fixed intently on Jiang Chen. Although he was profoundly shocked to learn of Jiang Chen's cultivation at the first level of the Divine Sea realm, he could somewhat accept it. What Lu Biao found intolerable was that, as a fifth-level cultivator of the Divine Sea realm, he had been injured in an instant by his opponent. Of course, the reason Jiang Chen only revealed his first-level Divine Sea cultivation was intentional. Revealing his fourth-level prowess would create a significant disparity, likely attracting unwanted attention from those with ulterior motives. On the other side, Jiang Yu observed this spectacle, a satisfied glimmer appearing in his eyes. Jiang Daoxin also ceased his actions, a look of joy gracing his features as he turned to Jiang Yu, exclaiming excitedly, "Elder brother, second brother is truly remarkable. After just a few days, he has already broken through to the Divine Sea realm." Jiang Yu offered a faint smile and softly spoke, "Simply follow my instructions, and it won't be long before you can ascend to the Divine Sea realm." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Daoxin promptly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen cast a sweeping glance at Lu Biao and slowly began to approach him. As Jiang Chen moved, Lu Biao's expression instantly hardened, instinctively taking 2 steps back. Realizing his reaction, a look of displeasure crossed Lu Biao's face, feeling somewhat humiliated. Having been a member of the Xianxia sect for nearly 2 years, it was indeed embarrassing to be intimidated by the actions of a newcomer. Determined to reclaim his dignity, Lu Biao's face hardened with resolve as he bellowed, "How dare you underestimate me?" With that, Lu Biao charged once more at Jiang Chen. Aware of Jiang Chen's formidable prowess, Lu Biao unleashed his full strength as a fifth-level Divine Sea practitioner, his black hair billowing in the wind. With a thunderous roar, he propelled himself forward, shouting, shattering fist. As his voice echoed, a layer of pale yellow energy enveloped his fist, and his skin took on a bronze hue. Observing Lu Biao's transformation, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. It was the low-grade yellow-tier martial technique, shattering fist, in which Lu Biao had achieved considerable mastery, nearing its perfected state. It was unexpected for him to resort to such a move, indicating his intent to fight earnestly. However, in response to Lu Biao's attack, Jiang Chen advanced rather than retreating, quickening his pace. Subsequently, he raised his arm to meet Lu Biao's fist head-on. Noticing Jiang Chen's intention to confront him directly, Lu Biao's face lit up with excitement. In an instant, their fists collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that radiated outward. After a resounding clash, the two remained locked in place. A tense stalemate ensued. Suddenly, a series of faint cracking sounds reached the ears of the spectators. Upon hearing this noise, the crowd erupted into smiles, directing their gaze towards Jiang Chen. They understood all too well that the sound was that of bones fracturing, and given the current circumstances, it undoubtedly came from Jiang Chen. After all, Lu Biao had just utilized a martial technique, while Jiang Chen had refrained from using any technique and was at a disadvantage in cultivation level. Thus, no one would presume that Jiang Chen could gain the upper hand. However, amidst various conjectures from the onlookers, a sudden cough erupted from Lu Biao, his complexion paling significantly, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Moments later, Lu Biao's arm slowly fell, his body trembling faintly. Subsequently, he lifted his gaze to Jiang Chen, his eyes filled with terror as he struggled to articulate why your physical form. On the other side, the remaining spectators, witnessing this scene, were momentarily speechless, their eyes widening in disbelief. Jiang Chen cast a casual glance at Lu Biao and calmly inquired, "Will you submit your points willingly, or shall I take matters into my own hands?" Upon hearing this, Lu Biao laboriously raised his head, his expression twisted in anguish. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a low voice, "Jiang Chen, let us maintain some decorum. I am a member of the Star Sea Society. Offending me will not bode well for you. Why not we each take a step back and consider today as if it never occurred? What do you say?" As his words fell, Lu Biao's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, the others were taken aback by Lu Biao's sudden capitulation, their astonishment deepening. At that moment, Su Tian observed this exchange with an incredulous expression. After averting his gaze, he slightly raised his head to glance at the distant Gu Xiao, only to find her eyes fixed on Jiang Chen. Upon realizing this, his fists clenched tightly. Conversely, unfazed by Lu Biao's intimidation, Jiang Chen's countenance remained unchanged. Just as Lu Biao anticipated a favorable response from Jiang Chen, the latter unexpectedly reached out his hand towards the token at Lu Biao's waist. "You, Lu Biao's expression transformed in an instant, but the proximity between them, coupled with his injuries, left him no time to evade. Unsurprisingly, Lu Biao's token was swiftly seized by Jiang Chen. After a cursory examination of the token, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow and couldn't help but mutter, how impoverished. The remark stemmed from the fact that the token contained a mere 300 points. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's derision, Lu Biao's face stiffened. Jiang Chen then remarked, well, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. With that, he transferred the points from Lu Biao's token into his own. With a decisive motion, Jiang Chen discarded Lu Biao's token back to him. Lu Biao gazed at the token before him, his expression a portrait of despair. Lifting his gaze to the figure of Jiang Chen before him, Lu Biao gritted his teeth and declared, very well. I, Lu Biao, shall remember today as events. The mountains may not shift, but the waters will flow. As his words fell, Lu Biao casually retrieved his token, using his other hand to clutch his injured arm. Without a backward glance, he turned and departed from the scene. The remaining members of the Star Sea Society observed Lu Biao's retreat and promptly followed suit. For Lu Biao had met with defeat, rendering their presence here meaningless. The other guild members, witnessing this turn of events, fell into a contemplative silence. Jiang Chen cast a sweeping gaze over the crowd and spoke calmly. Is there anyone else who desires my points? Upon hearing his words, no one dared to respond, and silence enveloped the gathering. After a moment of contemplation, a bald man took a step forward, surveying Jiang Yu and the others before directing his gaze toward Jiang Chen, revealing a hint of reluctance in his eyes. After a brief hesitation, the bald man stated in a deep voice, I never expected such a talent to emerge among the new students. This time, I shall forfeit my claim in the Heavenly Fortune Guild. With that, the bald man turned to Su Tian and the others, reiterating, let's depart. Su Tian glanced at Jiang Chen before turning to follow the bald man out. As the bald man exited, the remaining guild members likewise chose not to linger, swiftly escorting their newly recruited disciples away. In light of their departure, Jiang Chen made no attempt to intervene. Before long, the crowd had thinned considerably. Just then, a man approached Jiang Chen, a faint smile adorning his face. Upon reaching Jiang Chen, the man spoke softly, greetings, junior brother Jiang. I am Long Outyin. I wonder if you might consider joining a guild? Oh. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback by this inquiry. Regaining his composure, he gently shook his head and replied, thank you for your kindness, senior brother Long, but I currently have no intentions of joining a guild. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's response, a look of regret crossed Long Outyin's features. However, he maintained a gentle smile as he continued, since you have no intentions at present, I shall not press further. Should you change your mind, do consider the Purple Cloud Society. Seeing the warm demeanor of Long Outyin, Jiang Chen naturally reciprocated, replying, I will certainly give it some thought. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu and the others approached. Noticing the three who had suddenly come closer, Long Outyin adopted a familiar attitude and began to introduce himself. After a brief exchange, the smile on Long Outyin's face faded somewhat as he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Chen. With a grave tone, Long Outyin addressed Jiang Xiao, junior brother. Today you have offended Lu Biao. Rest assured, he will not let this matter rest easily. You must remain vigilant. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiao replied softly, thank you for the reminder, senior brother. I will be cautious. Observing Jiang Xiao's seemingly indifferent demeanor, Long Outyin pressed on, do not underestimate the situation. The Star Sea Society possesses numerous formidable individuals. Lu Biao, though, ranks only in the lower tiers of power within the Star Sea. As the exploration of the secret realm is nearing its conclusion, it won't be long before the powerful members of the Star Sea Society return to the sect. You must prepare yourself against them. Long Outyin's words prompted a more serious expression from Jiang Xiao. Noticing this shift, Long Outyin appeared satisfied. Junior brother, you might take this opportunity to exchange your points for some cultivation resources, he suggested. Thank you for the advice, senior brother, Jiang Xiao responded. Seeing Jiang Xiao's quick reaction, Long Outyin's smile deepened. Jiang Xiao understood that this suggestion was made with his best interests in mind. Utilizing his points before the return of others would indeed avert many potential troubles. After conversing for a while, Long Outyin turned to leave. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao stepped forward and softly remarked, what that senior brother said holds merit. You cannot afford to be careless. Visiting the technique pavilion to exchange for some skills is indeed a wise choice. Jiang Daoxi nodded in agreement with Xiao's observation. Subsequently, he queried, Princess, do you not intend to go? Xiao turned to Jiang Daoxi, shaking her head slightly as she replied, I already possess my own techniques. The skills accessible to inner disciples hold no value for me. Understanding her words, Jiang Daoxin realized that she looked down upon the techniques of the Xianxia sect. In truth, Jiang Xiao also held little interest in the so-called technique pavilion, as he possessed the opportunity shop of the system, ensuring that he lacked for nothing as long as he had sufficient opportunity points. After exchanging a few more words, Xiao chose not to linger, bidding farewell to Jiang Qiao and the others before returning to her cave dwelling. Once Xiao departed, Jiang Yu turned to Jiang Qiao and suggested softly, since there is nothing pressing, let us go explore the technique pavilion. Hearing this, a look of confusion crossed Jiang Qiao's face. It was worth noting that Jiang Yu had absorbed the remnants of an emperor's soul and, logically, should not be in need of techniques. Considering he had left behind numerous skills for his family before arriving at the Xianxia sect, all of which were at least of the lowest yellow tier. The pinnacle is the middle tier of the mysterious realm. It is important to understand that, given the privileges of inner disciples, they are only permitted to access the foundational martial techniques of the mysterious realm. Observing Jiang Chen's puzzled expression, Jiang Yu gently remarked, do not underestimate the Xianxia sect. Its enduring legacy is undoubtedly far more intricate than it appears. Since you say so, brother, let us go and take a look, Jiang Chen replied. Consequently, the three of them proceeded along the narrow path toward the pavilion of techniques. After the span of half an incense stick, they arrived before a magnificent structure. At that moment, the entrance was bustling with individuals, and the youthful countenances of these newcomers indicated that they were merely fresh initiates. Noticing the sparse crowd, Jiang Yu spoke. The number of people here is surprisingly few. It seems that the secret realm mentioned by Long Ao Yin is indeed extraordinary, prompting the sect to dispatch so many disciples. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement, reflecting on their journey thus far. Although they had encountered a few disciples along the way, most were novices, and they had not met many senior members. Meanwhile, Jiang Daoxin glanced around, filled with curiosity about the surroundings. Moments later, the three reached the entrance of the pavilion. Cough! Cough! As they approached, a series of coughs echoed from ahead. Jiang Chen turned to see an elderly man with snow-white hair. At that moment, the old man reclined comfortably in a wooden chair, basking in the sunlight. With a creak, the old man slowly rose, the chair protesting under his weight. He surveyed Jiang Chen and his companions before speaking slowly. If you wish to enter the Pavilion of Techniques, please come here to register. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen and the others promptly approached him. Simultaneously, Jiang Chen activated the system's investigative interface to examine the old man's information. Name, Chun Tianxian. Cultivation, 7th layer of the void-breaking realm. Current dilemma, heart and mind damage during the path of inquiry, resulting in a bottleneck in cultivation. Unable to break through the current realm. Upon reading this information, Jiang Chen's heart tightened slightly. The fantastical tales do not deceive. Indeed, the gatekeeper is a formidable figure. To think that upon my arrival here today, I would encounter a master of the void-breaking realm. Despite his astonishment, Jiang Chen maintained excellent composure, revealing no signs of his inner turmoil. Under Chun Tianxuan's guidance, the trio completed their registration. After glancing at their tokens, Chun Tianxian slowly stated, I am Chun Tianxian. You may call me Chen Lao. Please be aware that inner disciples may only access the 3rd level of the Pavilion of Techniques at most, and may select only 2 martial arts or techniques at a time. Do you understand? Chun Tianxian directed his gaze towards Jiang Chen and the others. Upon sensing his attention, the 3 responded in unison, acknowledging their understanding. A smile graced Chun Tianxuan's face at their reply. He then reclined slowly into his chair, his eyes narrowing slightly, appearing as if he had succumbed to slumber. After exchanging glances, the 3 began to stride towards the entrance. As soon as Jiang Chen stepped into the loft, he was greeted by a subtle scent of sandalwood, accompanied by a gentle breeze. The 1st floor was expansive, with enormous counters flanking both sides of the corridor, each adorned with a plethora of books. The trio did not linger together for long. Shortly after entering the 1st floor, they dispersed to explore. Jiang Chen, not particularly in need of martial arts techniques, chose to meander rather than ascend to the 2nd floor. From Chun Tianxian, he learned that acquiring a technique from the 1st floor required 50 points, 100 for the 2nd, and 200 for the 3rd. Techniques such as the Iron Mountain Palm, a low-grade yellow technique, could, when mastered, wield the might to shatter mountains and stones. The breath control technique. Also, a low-grade yellow technique could enable one to completely conceal their aura, entering a state of apparent death. The mountain-splitting blade technique, another low-grade yellow technique, was similarly offered. After wandering for a while, Jiang Chen ascended to the second floor, where the techniques were of significantly higher caliber, all being at least mid-grade yellow. This level was notably smaller than the first, with the surrounding wooden cabinets only half as numerous. After a brief observation, Jiang Chen's interest waned once more, prompting him to proceed towards the third floor. At this moment, several individuals on the second floor were selecting techniques, casting glances at Jiang Chen as he made his way to the third, their eyes betraying a hint of envy. As he approached the entrance to the third floor, Jiang Chen's token began to vibrate. With a soft crackle, a gap formed in the previously sealed light barrier, just wide enough for a person to pass through. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen stepped forward into the threshold. Upon entering the third floor, a look of surprise crossed Jiang Chen's face. The decor here resembled that of the previous two levels. Yet in addition to books, there were numerous jade talismans displayed. Each talisman contained a record of a specific technique or martial skill. Approximately 50 talismans were housed within a wooden rack, alongside around 40 books. Furthermore, the lower shelves held an array of beast bones. Although the items on the third floor were few, the room size was comparable to that of the first floor, creating an impression of vast emptiness. Chapter 62. The Monkey's Peach-Stealing Technique. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen strode towards the wooden cabinet, his gaze sweeping over the jade talismans upon it. It must be said that the martial arts techniques on the third level were remarkably impressive, with the lowest grade being top-tier yellow rank, and many of them even belonging to the mysterious rank. Just then, a sound of footsteps echoed from behind him, prompting Jiang Chen to turn and look back. He beheld a man approaching him directly. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, the man's expression momentarily faltered. Regaining his composure, his face darkened immediately. The newcomer was none other than Su Tian, a participant in the Tianyan conference. After casting a glance at Jiang Chen, Su Tian silently walked to the side and began to meticulously select his options. Sensing the hostility emanating from Su Tian, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow in confusion. At that moment, another set of footsteps resonated in the air. Jiang Daoxin stepped through the passageway. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, a smile graced his face as he softly remarked, "Second brother, I didn't expect you to arrive at the third level so swiftly. Have you found anything of value?" In response to Jiang Daoxin's inquiry, Jiang Chen gently shook his head and subsequently asked, "Where is eldest brother? Has he already made his selections?" Jiang Daoxin replied, "Eldest brother is currently on the second level. It seems he has no intention of coming up. He is selecting a martial technique, though it appears to be a fragmented scroll." As he spoke, Jiang Daoxin scratched his head, an expression of deep perplexity etched on his face. After all, during their time in the Jiang family, Jiang Yu had produced several techniques of considerable rank. It was puzzling that he would now choose a scroll of inferior quality. This left Jiang Daoxin's heart filled with uncertainty. However, Jiang Chen was acutely aware of his elder brother's extraordinary capabilities and understood that there must be a reason behind the choice of that incomplete martial technique. Having come to this realization, Jiang Chen turned his attention to Jiang Daoxin and gently said, "All right, do not dwell on it too much. Go and peruse these techniques to see if there is anything you require." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Jiang Daoxin nodded in agreement. He then moved towards the nearby wooden cabinet, while Su Tian cast a glance at Jiang Daoxin before returning to his focus selection. Jiang Chen took a moment to survey his surroundings once more before stepping towards the left side of the counter, his gaze slowly scanning over the jade talismans. As time passed, a number of individuals began to arrive at the third level. Observing the sudden influx of people, Jiang Daoxin approached Jiang Chen and quietly remarked, "Second brother, it seems that this group entering the third level consists entirely of newcomers. I don't recall so many people when we were processing the paperwork." Jiang Chen remarked, "There is nothing peculiar about it. The Zwanking sect recruits disciples in batches and has 4 dormitory areas. If they were all gathered together, the number would undoubtedly be even greater." Upon hearing this, Jiang Daoxin's expression shifted to one of understanding. Subsequently, he spoke again, "Second brother, there is nothing here that piques my interest. I wish to visit the resource pavilion nearby. Would you care to join me?" Jiang Chen replied, "You may go ahead. I will find you shortly." After Jiang Daoxin nodded in agreement, he made his way toward the exit. Once Jiang Daoxin departed, Jiang Chen turned his attention back to the wooden rack. The shadow step, a low-grade martial technique of the Xian rank, when perfected, could triple one's speed and create illusory shadows to confound adversaries, with a maximum of 3 shadows able to be produced. After glancing at the description of this movement technique, Jiang Chen placed it back on the rack, feeling little interest in it. The 9-fold wave measuring stick, also a low-grade martial technique of the Xian rank, caught his eye, along with the monkey stealing peach technique, which belonged to the Xian rank as well. Upon reading the description of the monkey stealing peach technique, Jiang Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips, a frown of disbelief appearing on his forehead. He truly did not anticipate that the Zwanking sect would include such a technique, which was frankly undignified and difficult to behold. However, just as Jiang Chen returned this technique to its place, a male voice emerged from nearby. "My good fellow, if you no longer require this martial technique, may I take a look?" Hearing the inquiry, Jiang Chen turned his head to see a lean man approaching. Though not remarkably handsome, he possessed a certain charm that grew on one with time. Furthermore, the gleam in his eyes suggested he was quite astute. In response to the question, Jiang Chen lightly shook his head and replied, "Feel free." Instantly, the lean man broke into a smile, softly saying, "Thank you, kind sir. I am Xiao, may I ask your name?" "Xiao." The name took Jiang Chen by surprise, but he responded nonetheless, "I am Jiang Chen." "Ah, so it is Brother Jiang. A pleasure to make your acquaintance." After this exchange, Xiaolu's gaze fell upon the monkey stealing peach technique. Upon reading its description, his eyes sparkled with delight, and he exclaimed, "Wonderful, wonderful. I never expected the sect to house such an elegant martial technique, tailor-made for a gentleman like myself." "Elegant? Gentleman?" Hearing Xiaolu utter such terms, Jiang Chen quickly cast a glance in his direction, dark lines appearing on his forehead. What a farce! Detecting Jiang Chen's gaze, Xiaolu. A gentle chuckle escaped Xiaolu's lips as he swiftly retracted his martial techniques, a satisfied expression adorning his face. After completing this, he raised his gaze towards Jiang Chen and softly spoke, "Brother Jiang Chen, I am truly grateful for your assistance today. Had it not been for you, I would not have been able to select a suitable cultivation method so promptly. Consider it a debt of gratitude I owe you, should you ever require my aid. Do not hesitate to ask. For now, I must take my leave." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement, bemused by Xiaolu's peculiar nature. After receiving Jiang Chen's response, Xiaolu eagerly turned and departed. Jiang Chen chose not to dwell on the matter further. After a moment of contemplation, he prepared to exit the 3rd level. However, just as he was about to leave, his gaze inadvertently fell upon an ancient tome, instantly piquing his interest. Subsequently, he crouched down and retrieved a tattered book from the bottom of a wooden cabinet. The cover bore the inscription Hunyuan Ju in large characters. With a gentle shake of the book, a cloud of dust swirled around him. Once the dust settled, Jiang Chen slowly opened the first page. The introduction read, Hunyuan Ju, a non-grade cultivation method for refining vital energy. Upon reading this, an expression of surprise crossed Jiang Chen's face. This text was an auxiliary method capable of refining various complex energies within the body. However, to his disappointment, the Hunyuan Ju was incomplete, containing only the first 2 levels of cultivation techniques, rendering it ineffective for practitioners of the Divine Sea realm. It was, in essence, a rather superfluous technique, likely the reason it was classified as a non-grade method. Yet, just as disappointment clouded Jiang Chen's features, a notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Detection of incomplete high-grade auxiliary technique. Repairing the first 5 levels requires 1,000 opportunity points. Would you like to activate the repair function? High-grade auxiliary technique? Upon hearing the system's notification, a flicker of astonishment shone in Jiang Chen's eyes. However, he did not initiate the repair function. Instead, he turned towards the exit. At that moment, a male voice resonated from behind him. Jiang Chen, you've lingered in the 3rd level for so long only to choose a book fit for propping up a table. Your taste is indeed unique. Turning slowly to glance back, Jiang Chen discovered that the speaker was Su Tian. Su Tian deliberately raised his tone, drawing the attention of others nearby. Isn't it the non-grade technique Hunyuan Ju? Why on earth would Jiang Chen select such a futile cultivation method? It seems I recall that this technique is placed on the 1st level, though I am uncertain who brought it here to serve as a makeshift support. At this moment, Su Tan, who stood nearby, heard these words, and the smile upon his face grew more pronounced, his gaze toward Jiang Chen laden with mockery. However, in the face of Su Tian's derision, Jiang Chen's eyes held a tranquil expression. After casting a brief glance at him, He proceeded directly to descend to the second level. Su Dian, feeling utterly disregarded by Jiang Chen's indifference, was consumed by frustration. Yet, considering the opponent's formidable strength, he refrained from voicing his subsequent thoughts. Clenching his fists tightly, a creaking sound emanated from them. Snorting coldly, Su Tian withdrew his gaze and turned once more toward the wooden rack. Jiang Chen continued his descent and soon arrived at the first level. After surveying the surroundings, he found no sign of Jiang Yu and the others. After pondering for a moment, he made his way toward Chen Tianxian. Upon sensing someone approaching, Chen Tianxian slowly opened his half-closed eyes. After casting a glance at Jiang Chen, he spoke in a measured tone. Once you have made your selection, come to register. One thing to remember, never leak the technique. Master Chen, I understand. Jiang Chen replied respectfully to Chen Tianxuan's words. Good. Chen Tianxian nodded in satisfaction, then shifted his gaze to the book in Jiang Chen's hands. Upon seeing the book Jiang Chen held, an expression of astonishment flickered across Chen Tianxuan's eyes. You spent so much time and chose this item? Jiang Chen replied. I believe this martial technique is rather commendable. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Chen Tianxian furrowed his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke again. This auxiliary technique may have some utility for the body refining stage, but you are currently at the divine sea stage. It holds no benefit for you. Acquiring points as a newcomer is not easy, and you are in a prime period for cultivation. There is no need to squander time on this technique. Listening to Chen Tianxuan's advice, Jiang Chen understood that the elder was merely looking out for him, wishing to prevent him from wasting time in this regard. Nevertheless, he was determined to take the technique with him. After all, the system had indicated that it could repair this technique, and anything that could prompt the system to speak must be of no ordinary significance. With this in mind, Jiang Chen softly replied, Master Chen, I understand your concerns. Rest assured, I will not waste time on this. Observing Jiang Chen's unwavering resolve, Chen Tianxian slightly shook his head and said gently, Very well. Proceed to register and submit the 300 points. Upon hearing the mention of 300 points, a look of astonishment crossed Jiang Chen's face, and he could not help but exclaim, Elder Chen, I just heard them say that this cultivation technique was originally placed on the first level. Why then do you still charge me 300 points? Coughing lightly, Chen Tianxian responded, It is true that this technique was once on the first level, but now you are retrieving it from the third level, so naturally, it requires 300 points. As he spoke, a faint smile graced Chen Tianxuan's lips. He continued, If you do not wish to acquire this technique, I can offer you the opportunity to select another. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately discerned the other's intention and smiled in return. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Chen, but I would still like to attempt this technique. With that, Jiang Chen extended his identity token towards Chen Tianxian. Acknowledging Jiang Chen's resolve, Chen Tianxian refrained from further persuasion, for he had done what was necessary. Subsequently, as he accepted the token and saw Jiang Chen's name, he inquired, Your name is Jiang Chen. What is your relation to Jiang Yu? Jiang Chen replied, He is my elder brother. Upon hearing this response, a peculiar expression emerged in Chen Tianxuan's eyes. After scrutinizing Jiang Chen for a moment, he murmured, So they are brothers. No wonder they both possess such unique insights. Realizing the implication of Chen Tianxuan's words, Jiang Chen recalled Jiang Daoxin mentioning that his elder brother had also selected a fragmentary scroll. No wonder Chen Tianxian exhibited such an expression. After completing the registration, Chen Tianxian handed the technique to Jiang Chen, stating, Very well, remember to return it in 3 months. You may take it with you. Jiang Chen replied, I understand, Master. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxian reclined back into the wooden chair, his eyes narrowing slightly. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before striding towards the resource pavilion, recalling that Jiang Daoxin had mentioned going there not long ago. Before long, Jiang Chen arrived at the entrance of the resource pavilion. It was not far from the technique pavilion, so he did not spend much time traveling. The crowd here was considerably larger than that of the technique pavilion. Just as Jiang Chen was about to enter the resource pavilion, he spotted Jiang Yu and another figure preparing to leave. On the other side, Jiang Daoxin and his companion also recognized Jiang Chen and quickened their pace towards him. Upon reaching Jiang Chen, Jiang Daoxin spoke first, Second brother, my elder brother and I have exchanged for quite a number of resources. See if you need anything. Jiang Daoxin raised his arm and handed the storage bag to Jiang Chen. Upon receiving the bag, Jiang Chen waved his hand gently and replied, Hold on to it for now. We shall discuss it later. After a brief conversation, Jiang Chen entered the resource pavilion, exchanging his remaining points for a considerable amount of medicinal herbs. Having completed these tasks, the three brothers made their way to the dormitory area. Upon returning, Jiang Chen entrusted all the herbs to Xianxia, as he was the one skilled in alchemy. Only he could truly unlock their potential. Upon reaching the cave, Jiang Chen immediately activated the system, preparing to comprehend the Earth-level martial technique, Dragon Elephant Suppressing Heaven Fist. Chapter 64. Insights into Techniques, Restrictions, and Layers. After swiftly adjusting his energy, Jiang Chen settled into a meditative position. Ding! The Dragon Elephant Suppressing Heaven Fist is ready. Would you like to begin the transmission? Begin. With his command, a surge of unfamiliar information flooded Jiang Chen's mind. Subsequently, his vision darkened, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. This scene was no longer strange to him, as he had experienced such occurrences before. At that moment, a whisper echoed in his mind. Dragon Elephant Suppressing Heaven Fist, low-grade, Earth-level technique, harnessing the power of one's vital essence, condensing the souls of myriad dragons and elephants. When mastered, one can shatter mountains with a mere gesture and overturn seas with a flick of the hand. Roar. As the whisper faded, Jiang Chen heard a tremendous roar. A man in a white robe appeared before him, turning his back to Jiang Chen as he slowly raised his arm, beginning to unleash a series of powerful punches. With each strike, a roar reminiscent of dragons and elephants resonated through the air, an overwhelming aura spreading wildly. In an instant, Jiang Chen's perspective shifted again. He found himself within a man's body, experiencing the Dragon Elephant Suppressing Heaven Fist from a first-person viewpoint. The terrifying power surged within the man's fists, and Jiang Chen could distinctly feel the vital essence coursing like a tempest within him. A fearsome strength erupted from his fists. Roar! Crack! Crack! The shadows of the fists danced through the air, causing fissures to appear on the ground, accompanied by a cacophony of booming sounds. Dust and debris rose within a radius of thousands of feet. Boom! This body seemed tireless, delivering punch after punch, each strike growing in intensity. After a quarter of an hour, Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes, a look of delight gracing his face. Crack! Crack! As he slowly rose, a cacophony of bone creaks resonated throughout his body. With a thunderous rumble, he began to channel the Dragon Elephant Suppressing Heaven Fist, drawing upon the formidable vitality surging within him. The cave was filled with continuous roars, yet fortunately, the soundproofing was remarkably effective, sparing him from drawing the attention of others. After taking a deep breath, a look of satisfaction graced Jiang Chen's face. Following a brief moment of respite, he retrieved the primordial formula. System, commence restoration. Ding! 1,000 opportunity points successfully deducted. Restoration of the first 5 layers of the primordial formula has begun. The first layer restoration complete. Ding! The first 5 layers of the primordial formula have been successfully restored. Would you like to initiate the transmission function? Jiang Chen's expression shifted to one of surprise upon hearing the system's inquiry. System, you can directly transmit techniques acquired from the outside world. Any technique or martial skill scanned by this system can have the transmission function activated. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen responded promptly, commence transmission. Ding! The primordial formula is now being transmitted. As the system's announcement faded, a torrent of information surged into Jiang Chen's mind. This time, he did not experience a separation of spirit, but instead followed the influx of knowledge to commence his practice. As he continuously channeled the primordial formula, he felt a gentle warmth enveloping his body, as various energies within him began to stir violently. He discovered that the complex energies within him were being refined with each cycle of the primordial formula. Although his cultivation level showed no immediate change, his combat prowess had significantly increased. Booming sounds echoed as his vital energy surged. Jiang Chen realized that his meridians were contracting, having diminished by approximately 1/3 under his diligent refinement. Concurrently, the vital energy within him, while decreasing in quantity, transformed into a deeper crimson hue through the purification of the primordial formula. Amidst this series of transformations, Jiang Chen distinctly sensed that the power contained within him could now coalesce with ease, eliminating any previous sense of blockage. To illustrate, where he once could exert only 90% of his strength, he now found himself capable of unleashing a full 100% after undergoing the refinement of the primordial formula. What a remarkably unique technique. No wonder the system holds it in such high regard. With this auxiliary formula at my disposal, I need no longer worry about impurities within my body. With this thought, a smile involuntarily appeared at the corners of Jiang Chen's lips. System. If I give this technique to my elder brothers, will I be able to receive critical hit rewards? Ding. The repair techniques cannot trigger critical hit rewards, and using the method of borrowing flowers to present to Buddha can only be utilized 5 times within 2 months. You have already used it 4 times, leaving only one opportunity within the 2-month period. Borrowing flowers to present to Buddha, the act of passing on something gifted by another to yet another person. Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment immediately appeared on Jiang Chen's face. Alas, after a moment of silence, a single word escaped Jiang Chen's lips. His original plan was to exploit this loophole for his own gain, only to find that the system had straightforwardly blocked his path. System. If I exchange items in the opportunity shop to gift to others, will that also count towards the 5 times? Ding. Rest assured, dear host, the two are independent of each other, and their counts do not merge. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen felt considerably relieved. After pondering for a moment, he wrote down the first 5 layers of Hunyuan Ju. System, did you not say that Hunyuan Ju has 9 layers in total? Why have the subsequent layers not been repaired? Ding. The host's opportunity value is insufficient to unlock the repair of the last 4 layers, and your current strength is also inadequate. Even if Hunyuan Ju were repaired in 9 layers, you would still be unable to utilize it. Well then, a casual inquiry resulted in the system deeming him too weak, leaving Jiang Chen with a speechless expression. Unbeknownst to him, an entire night had slipped away. Bang, bang, bang. In the morning, 3 resounding bell chimes shattered the silence, prompting everyone to hastily emerge from their caves. Boom! Just moments after stepping out of the cave, Jiang Chen overheard some senior students engaged in animated discussions. The sect summoned them so early. It seems the results of the secret realm exploration have been revealed, and now they can earn more points. Enough chatter. Let us hurry. We should first check the mission hall for updates. Indeed, this is a perfect opportunity to complete this month's tasks. Meanwhile, not long after Jiang Chen exited, he spotted Jiang Yu and Jiang Daoxin approaching him. At the same time, Xiao also emerged from her cave. After exchanging glances, the group set off towards the mission hall. As they drew closer, the crowd around them began to swell, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Aside from the miscellaneous disciples, nearly all inner and outer disciples had gathered. Chapter 65. The Sixth Prince Xianxia. At this moment, in the center of the plaza stood an elderly man clad in a gray robe. Upon the sight of the elderly man, the surrounding crowd exhibited expressions of reverence, whispering softly among themselves. Jiang Chen, we meet again. At that moment, a male voice called out from behind Jiang Chen. Upon hearing his name, Jiang Chen turned to locate the source of the voice, only to find Lu Biao approaching with a group of companions. The despondency that once marked Lu Biao's countenance had vanished, replaced by an aura of boundless confidence. Jiang Chen cast a quick glance, utilizing the system to glean information about Lu Biao, and a look of understanding flickered in his eyes. It turned out that Lu Biao's strength had remarkably ascended to the 6th level of the Divine Sea realm, which likely explained the significant transformation in his demeanor. With swift strides, Lu Biao reached Jiang Chen's side. After surveying the old man in the gray robe from a distance, he spoke in a low tone. Jiang Chen, the humiliation you have inflicted upon me will be repaid tenfold. Our affair is far from over. As his words lingered in the air, Lu Biao cast a sidelong glance at Xiao, and then returned his gaze to Jiang Chen, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. Jiang Chen had anticipated Lu Biao might attempt to complicate matters for him. However, to his surprise, after a brief appraisal, Lu Biao simply turned and departed with his entourage, heading towards the opposite side of the plaza, as if his purpose had merely been to deliver a veiled threat. Yet, the enigmatic smile Lu Biao wore caused Jiang Chen to furrow his brow, prompting him to direct his attention towards Xiao nearby. Not long ago, he had learned from others that within the Xianxia sect, there existed a 6th prince who seemed to be ardently pursuing Xiao. Lu Biao's demeanor suggested he might exploit this situation to his advantage against Jiang Chen. As time passed, the vast plaza became increasingly crowded. Silence. At that moment, a low growl emanated from the gray-robed elder. As those 2 words resounded, the crowd felt as if thunder had struck beside them, promptly closing their mouths. Observing this reaction, a satisfied expression appeared on the elder's face. After clearing his throat twice, the elder spoke calmly. I am Yang Zhengqi, the 6th elder of the Xianxia sect. I have gathered you all here today to discuss matters concerning the Abyssal Secret Realm. At the mention of the Abyssal Secret Realm, the crowd erupted into a flurry of excitement, their eyes ablaze with anticipation. Once their enthusiasm had subsided, Yang Zhengqi continued, after our recent expedition, we have successfully located the entrance to the Abyssal Secret Realm. We have now reached an agreement with the Falling Cloud sect to dispatch disciples to explore within. This time, I shall present a series of collection tasks. You may seize this opportunity to enter the Secret Realm, fulfill this month's task requirements, and concurrently earn the corresponding points. Upon hearing this, a wave of cheers erupted among the disciples. It is worth noting that upon becoming outer disciples, they are exempt from the menial chores assigned to the servant disciples, yet they are still required to complete 3 tasks each month. Naturally, upon a successful completion of these tasks, the sect will reward them with points, creating a mutually beneficial scenario. Silence. As Yang Zhengqi's words echoed, the crowd fell silent once more. Yang Zhengqi continued, I will now share some crucial details that you must heed attentively. He then began to elaborate. It turns out that the Abyssal Secret Realm was jointly discovered by 2 sects, and it took considerable time to locate the entrance. After some exploration, it was determined that the Secret Realm has an age restriction. Only cultivators with a bone age not exceeding 30 may enter. Furthermore, within the realm, there exists a suppression formation. On the first level, one can only utilize peak body refinement strength, while on the second level, one may access peak divine sea strength. Thus, Yang Zhengqi summoned both inner and outer disciples to explore the first level, while the exploration of the second level would naturally be entrusted to the core disciples. After all, outer disciples are predominantly at the body refinement stage, and even those inner disciples who have reached the divine sea stage possess insufficient cultivation to venture into the second level. Ahem. Once the crowd had digested the information, Yang Zhengqi cleared his throat again and proclaimed in a resonant voice, that will be all for today. You may return to prepare, and tomorrow we shall head to the Secret Realm together. With that, Yang Zhengqi soared into the air, swiftly darting towards the main peak, and soon disappeared from sight. As he departed, the surrounding crowd began to cluster in small groups, engaging in hushed discussions. At that moment, Jiang emerged from his contemplation, a smile inadvertently gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Yang Zhengqi had just mentioned that the Abyssal Secret Realm was replete with opportunities. Should he discover such an opportunity, his system could manifest its potential, rendering this secret realm a veritable paradise for him. Observing the smiles on Jiang Chen and Jiang Yu's faces, Jiang Daoxin couldn't help but reveal a hint of perplexity in his gaze. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached from Jiang Chen's left. Accompanying this was a gentle male voice. Xiao, at first I found it hard to believe. Yet here you are at Xianxia sect. Why did you not inform me in advance? I could have come and greet you. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Chen and the others immediately turned their gazes in the direction of the voice. There approached a young man adorned in a resplendent golden python robe. He appeared to be in his early 20s, strikingly handsome, with a pair of sword-like eyebrows, standing over 8 feet tall. His long black hair cascaded freely over his shoulders. Upon recognizing the young man's features, Xiao involuntarily furrowed her brow. At that moment, Jiang Chen's gaze swept across, and the details about the young man immediately surfaced. Name, Xianxia. Identity, 6th Prince of the Tianlong Dynasty. Cultivation, 1st level of the Creation Realm. Physique, azure wine body. Bloodline. After perusing the information, Jiang Chen cast a sidelong glance at Xiao. He had anticipated that the 6th Prince would arrive, but he did not expect it to be so soon. Simultaneously, Jiang Chen spotted Lu Biao, who was standing not far away, watching them with a malicious grin. However, Lu Biao did not approach. After observing them for a moment, he respectfully followed a man in a purple robe and departed. At this juncture, Xiao cast a dismissive glance at Zhao Tiange and spoke in a measured tone. Your Highness, you are too courteous. I am merely a distant relative, a county princess. How could I trouble you to receive me personally? Indeed, the royal family of the Tianlong dynasty bears the surname Xiao, and Gu Tianxiong is an external prince. This preferential treatment is undoubtedly linked to his formidable prowess, along with his illustrious achievements on the battlefield, where he has rendered significant contributions to the Tianlong dynasty. Faced with Gu Xiao's frosty demeanor, Zhao Tiange's expression momentarily stiffened, but quickly returned to normal. He replied softly, Xiao, you flatter yourself. With that, Zhao Tiange turned his attention to Jiang Chen. Speaking with an air of indifference, you must be Jiang Chen. I have heard that Liu Biao was defeated by you, though his strength is modest. It is indeed commendable for a newcomer like you to achieve such a feat." As he spoke, Xiao regarded Jiang Chen with a glimmer of admiration, though his expression was predominantly one of arrogance. Chapter 66. Recruitment as a War General. In response to Xiao Tiange's haughty demeanor, Jiang Chen merely cast a fleeting glance at him and refrained from offering a reply. While Jiang Chen pondered, Xiao Tiange shifted his gaze away from him, observing Jiang Yu and Jiang Daoxi nearby. After a moment of scrutiny, a look of satisfaction emerged in his eyes. With an air of arrogance, Xiao Tiange spoke. "I trust you understand that joining the guild within the Xianxia sect will provide significant advantages in acquiring cultivation resources, while also ensuring your safety." He deliberately paused at this juncture. Observing his demeanor, Jiang Chen calmly inquired, "What is it that His Highness the Sixth Prince wishes to convey?" At this question, a smile crept across Xiao Tiange's face as he replied, "Upon my observation, I find your trio possesses commendable talent, which has sparked my interest. Thus, I wish to enlist you as my warriors." Upon hearing this declaration, admiration was immediately evident among those gathered behind him, with whispers of astonishment circulating. Goodness! The Sixth Prince intends to recruit them as warriors. What an immense honor. They are truly fortunate. Indeed, just the other day, a formidable figure at the half-step creation realm sought to become a warrior, yet the Sixth Prince declined. The three of them had indeed ascended to great heights. With the Sixth Prince as their patron, they could navigate the inner sect with ease. As the murmurs enveloped him, Xiao Tiange's smile broadened, and his pride intensified. Not long ago, he had heard rumors about Jiang Chen's unusual relationship with Xiao, which irked him deeply. However, within the sect, even with his formidable background, he dared not eliminate an inner disciple so recklessly. The sect might turn a blind eye elsewhere, but inter-sect conflict could yield dire consequences. Having painstakingly built his current influence, he was unwilling to jeopardize his years of effort over a mere inner disciple. After all, they formed the foundation of his bid for the throne. Furthermore, with Xiao present, her temperament would undoubtedly prevent him from taking any action against Jiang Chen. Thus, enlisting Jiang Chen and his companions as his warriors was a solution that served both purposes. By keeping them under his control, he could manipulate them at will, even leveraging Jiang Chen's assistance in pursuing Xiao. Xiao Tiange's obsession with winning Xiao's favor was motivated not solely by her beauty, but also by the potential alliance with Xianxia. As a prominent minister of the Heavenly Dragon dynasty with unparalleled strength, securing such a heavyweight figure for his faction would significantly enhance his chances in the contest for the throne, raising the probability of success to at least 70%. Coupled with his preparations over the years, he could almost guarantee victory. Therefore, Xiao Tiange was determined to win Xiao's favor. On the other hand, as Xiao Tiange's words lingered in the air, the smile on Jiang Chen's face faded, and Jiang Yu slowly lifted his gaze toward Xiao Tiange. The peculiar glimmer in their eyes flickered continuously. Although Jiang Daoxin felt quite displeased internally, he chose to remain silent, observing that neither his elder brother nor his second brother spoke up, and thus he refrained from engaging with Xiao Tiange. Meanwhile, Xiao furrowed her brows and spoke in a low voice. "Your Highness the Sixth Prince, what do you mean by that?" Xiao Tiange replied, "Xiao, my proposal is for their benefit. As long as they become my warriors, Liu Biao would undoubtedly refrain from causing trouble for Jiang Chen and the others. Is that not sufficient?" Upon finishing his statement, Xiao Tiange displayed a smile as warm as a spring breeze. However, a fleeting chill flickered in the depths of his eyes. He then turned his gaze toward Jiang Chen and the others, prompting the rest to follow suit. In their view, as long as the Jiang brothers were of sound mind, they would not refuse such an offer, considering that the benefits of becoming warriors outweighed the drawbacks. Yet, amidst the expectant gazes, Jiang Chen responded nonchalantly. "Thank you for your kind offer, Your Highness the Sixth Prince, but my brothers and I are accustomed to our freedom and do not wish to be subjugated." Upon hearing this, the group behind Xiao Tiange was left dumbfounded, their expressions reflecting disbelief. A refusal? He outright rejected the offer. How ungrateful, when so many would covet such an opportunity, and he failed to appreciate it. Indeed, if that opportunity were bestowed upon me, I would accept without hesitation. In that moment, Xiao Tiange's smile slightly stiffened upon hearing Jiang Chen's response, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. However, he quickly regained his composure, his smile reappearing as he gently said, "Since you are unwilling, I shall naturally respect your choice. However, Whether your elder brothers are willing is a decision they must make for themselves. Would you not agree? As he spoke, Xianxia slowly turned his gaze toward Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, I have no interest. Jiang Yu coldly interjected before Xianxia could finish a sentence. Crack. Faced with Jiang Yu's demeanor, Xianxia nearly lost his temper. Yet he managed to restrain his emotions. Nevertheless, his fists clenched tightly within his sleeves, the sound of creaking echoing softly. Before Xianxia could take any further action, Jiang Daoxin took the initiative to speak. I'm not interested either. I simply wish to remain with my elder brother and second brother. And I have no intention of becoming a warrior. With that, Jiang Daoxin, perhaps feeling a bit peckish, took out some snacks to eat, mumbling a few indistinct words. After a long sigh, Xianxia's smile returned, as if nothing had transpired. He gently said, It seems I have overstepped, and since you all have made your choices, I shall not press further. Clop, clop, clop at that moment. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed in the ears of the onlookers. A young maid swiftly approached, heading directly towards Gu Xiao. Upon reaching her, she whispered, Princess Xiao, Elder Seven has sent me to invite you. She wishes to speak with you. After a moment's reflection, Gu Xiao realized that this Elder Seven was an old acquaintance of her father, and it was evident that her father was behind this summons. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chen spoke up, If there are no further matters to discuss, we shall take our leave. Subsequently, Jiang Chen and his companions exchanged pleasantries with Gu Xiao before making their way towards the accommodation area, while Gu Xiao followed the young maid away. Observing the departing figures, Xianxia remained silently rooted in place, the atmosphere around him growing increasingly oppressive. The others, witnessing this scene, lowered their heads, afraid to utter a word. Chapter 67. The Movements of the Star Sea Society. After exhaling deeply, Xianxia spoke in a low voice, Let's go. With that, he strode towards the resource pavilion. Noticing Xianxia's demeanor had softened somewhat, a man in blue hastened his steps to approach him respectfully, saying, Sixth Prince, those young rascals are exceedingly arrogant. Should I send someone to teach them a lesson? However, Xianxia merely shook his head lightly, replying coldly, There is no need. Lu Biao is one who harbors grudges. He will not let the previous incident rest easily. Let the Star Sea Society stir things up for now. As he spoke, a cold smile crept onto Xianxia's face. Once those three brothers grasp the situation at Xianxia sect, they will understand just how foolish it was to decline my invitation today. The man in blue nodded vigorously, flattering. The sixth prince is indeed wise. The sixth prince is indeed wise. The others quickly echoed their agreement. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen and his companions made their way down a narrow path, soon arriving at the dormitory area. However, as they drew closer, they sensed something amiss. A crowd had already gathered in front of their cave dwelling. Upon spotting Jiang Chen and his companions, the crowd immediately converged towards them. Among them, Jiang Chen caught sight of Lu Biao. With a confident stride, Lu Biao approached Jiang Chen, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Jiang Chen, you have finally returned. I've been waiting for you here for quite some time. Before Jiang Chen could respond, a man in white stepped forward to Lu Biao's side. With a mocking tone, he remarked, Lu Biao, this Jiang Chen is merely at the first level of the Divine Sea realm. I had expected a formidable opponent, yet you have succumbed to him. It appears your cultivation has regressed. As the words left the cloaked man's lips, the smile on Lu Biao's face instantly froze. After regaining his composure, he turned to the man in white, speaking in a low voice, Wang Qing, I wish to avoid any argument with you today. Do not forget Brother Duan's instructions. Should we delay important matters, you will certainly face repercussions upon your return. With Lu Biao's statement, a cold snort escaped Wang Qing's lips. Although he felt a surge of displeasure, the mention of Brother Duan rendered him silent. Instead, his gaze shifted towards Jiang Yu and the others. As a fellow member of the Star Sea Society, Wang Qing had been vying for the captaincy with Lu Biao, which had strained their relationship considerably. Now, with an opportunity to undermine Lu Biao, Wang Qing was reluctant to let it pass. However, recalling Brother Duan's admonition and Lu Biao's current demeanor, he suppressed the thought for the time being. Simultaneously, many onlookers began to take notice of Lu Biao and his companions, converging to witness the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow slightly, casting a cold glance at Lu Biao. What is it? Is the lesson I imparted last time not sufficient? Are you now rushing to bestow points upon me? Lu Biao, taken aback, fell silent, his expression darkening. At that moment, Jiang Yu interjected calmly, if memory serves. The plundering period has already elapsed. You no longer possess the authority to act against us. However, as Jiang Yu's words hung in the air, Wang Qing erupted into laughter. He turned to Jiang Yu, speaking with an air of superiority. We have come specifically to contend for the cave dwelling, not to seize the points you possess. Thus that rule does not apply to us. Within the Xianxia sect, the points challenge was subject to cultivation restrictions. Higher-ranked cultivators could not challenge lower-ranked ones. However, there were no such constraints regarding the contest for cave dwellings. As long as one was an outer disciple or an inner disciple, they had the right to challenge, irrespective of their cultivation level. Naturally, if faced with an overwhelming opponent, one could concede and relinquish the cave dwelling. While speaking, Wang Qing scrutinized Jiang Yu, and upon gauging his first-level divine sea realm strength, a glimmer of amusement sparkled in his eyes. He then turned to Lu Biao, smirking. Today, I shall refrain from contesting with you. Let Jiang Chen handle you. I shall challenge his elder brother instead. After all, their strengths are comparable. You have no objections to this arrangement, do you? Certainly, if you fear that you are not a worthy opponent, we may easily exchange adversaries. At this juncture, a hint of derision flickered in Wang Qing's eyes. In truth, Wang Qing's intention behind such remarks was to deliberately provoke Lu Biao. He had no desire to confront Jiang Chen. Although he had persistently pressured Lu Biao, Wang Qing had to concede that their strengths were not vastly different. The last time Lu Biao suffered a thorough defeat left a trace of apprehension in Wang Qing's heart. Despite his recent improvements in power, he still preferred to avoid a confrontation with Jiang Chen. After all, since Lu Biao's defeat at Jiang Chen's hands, he had gradually gained the upper hand in their competition for position. Therefore, Wang Qing sought stability, merely intending to make a fleeting appearance. Indeed, as soon as Wang Qing's words fell, Lu Biao was incensed. He spoke in a low voice. There is no need for that. I have come here specifically to vindicate the humiliation of that day. Upon hearing Lu Biao's response, a smirk crept across the corners of Wang Qing's mouth. At that moment, a man with a cold demeanor approached, casting a glance at Lu Biao and his companion. He spoke icily. Ensure the task is executed flawlessly. Brother Duan awaits news. The dignity of the Shanghai Association is not to be trifled with. Upon seeing this man's figure, both Lu Biao and Wang Qing displayed expressions of reverence. They replied, Brother, we understand. The man responded softly, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Chen and his companions before continuing. I leave this to you. I have matters to attend to. Wang Qing assured, Rest assured, Brother Chen, we will handle it well. Lu Biao quickly nodded in agreement. After receiving their replies, the cold man turned and departed. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen seized this opportunity to observe the grim man. Upon closer inspection, he realized the opponent had attained the realm of half-step transformation and was a core disciple. Within the Xianxia sect, there are two paths to becoming a core disciple. The first is to break through to the transformation realm, which grants direct admission as a core disciple. The second involves passing assessments set by the sect to be promoted to core disciple. It was evident that this cold man belonged to the latter category. Once the cold man had moved out of earshot, before Lu Biao could make a move, Wang Qing stepped forward, his gaze fixed upon Jiang Yu as he coldly declared, Will you accept my challenge now, or will you obediently vacate your dwelling? A sinister smile adorned Wang Qing's face as he spoke. As the remaining onlookers witnessed Wang Qing taking the initiative, their eyes shimmered with anticipation, darting back and forth between the two figures. Chapter 68. The Power of Jiang Yu. Just as the crowd presumed that Jiang Yu would choose to forego resistance, he took a bold step forward, approaching Wang Qing. The scene ignited a fervor among the crowd. Jiang Yu had audaciously accepted Wang Qing's challenge, displaying remarkable courage. Undoubtedly, he shared a striking resemblance in temperament with his brother Jiang Chen, leaving one to ponder the extent of his abilities. Wang Qing's prowess was renowned as one of the foremost in the inner sect of the southern district, and he would undoubtedly have no trouble handling Jiang Yu. On the other side, Wang Qing observed Jiang Yu's approach, momentarily taken aback before a cruel smile crept across his face. He spoke in a low voice. You exhibit considerable bravery and confidence. Let's hope your strength matches your audacity. As his words fell, the smile on Wang Qing's face gradually faded, and his aura began to surge, revealing the formidable strength of the sixth level of the divine sea realm. The onlookers instinctively recoiled a few steps, creating ample space for the confrontation, primarily out of fear of collateral damage. At that moment, Jiang Daoxin felt the terrifying aura emanating from Wang Qing, concern evident in his eyes as he turned to Jiang Chen. Second brother, do you think elder brother will be all right? Jiang Chen reassured him, "Do not worry. Elder brother's strength is not as feeble as you presume. You must have faith in him." Jiang Daoxin's expression softened considerably upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. Simultaneously, Jiang Yu's aura continued to ascend, and before the crowd's astonished gaze, his strength soared to the second level of the Divine Sea realm. The realization that Jiang Yu's power surpassed even that of Jiang Chen bewildered everyone. What is happening? This new student is extraordinarily powerful. Several individuals at the Divine Sea realm have emerged among this batch. Others echoed the sentiment, noting that the recent developments in the other 3 districts mirrored this phenomenon, with several new students exhibiting Divine Sea realm capabilities, some even boasting unique physical attributes. As the crowd struggled to contain their astonishment at Jiang Yu's prowess, Wang Qing furrowed his brow but quickly regained his composure, a smile returning to his face. The second level of the Divine Sea realm is indeed commendable among newcomers. But alas, you have encountered me today. With that, Wang Qing launched an aggressive advance toward Jiang Yu, his eyes glinting with cold determination. Boom! Watching Wang Qing charge toward him, Jiang Yu propelled himself forward with fierce resolve. In an instant, their fists collided. After the impact, Wang Qing's previously calm expression suddenly stiffened, his eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. How is it possible? Your physical form. However, before Wang Qing could finish his sentence, Jiang Yu's other fist had already come crashing down. With a resounding thud, Wang Qing swiftly distanced himself from Jiang Yu, propelled by the force of the blow. The events transpired so rapidly that by the time the onlookers processed what had occurred, the initial clash between the two had already concluded. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd as they absorbed the scene before them. Although Wang Qing had seemingly been testing the waters, Jiang Yu not only held his ground, but appeared to have gained a subtle advantage, which completely defied their expectations. Meanwhile, Li Biao observed this spectacle with a slight furrow in his brow. Initially, he had believed that only Jiang Chen of the Jiang family possessed considerable prowess. He was taken aback to discover that Jiang Yu was also formidable. Though Jiang Yu's strength surprised Li Biao, he quickly regained his composure, his demeanor remaining remarkably unperturbed. Having collaborated with Wang Qing for an extended period, he was acutely aware of the latter's capabilities. The earlier exchange had merely been a preliminary probe and held little significance. As if to affirm Li Biao's thoughts, Wang Qing sprang into action once more. He charged towards Jiang Yu, enveloped in a pale yellow aura, the atmosphere around him swirling with a fierce wind. Raising his palm, he aimed directly at Jiang Yu, and with the motion of his hand, the surrounding gale intensified. This was the yellow-rank upper-class martial skill, Gentle Breeze Palm, and it was truly surprising that Wang Qing had cultivated it to the level of minor proficiency. Jiang Yu found himself in a precarious situation. With Wang Qing's cultivation at the 6th level of the Divine Sea realm, combined with the minor proficiency of Gentle Breeze Palm, he could pose a threat even to those at the 7th level of the Divine Sea realm. On the other side, witnessing Wang Qing employ Gentle Breeze Palm, Li Biao's eyes widened in astonishment. As Wang Qing drew closer, Jiang Yu's vital energy began to circulate rapidly, enveloping his form. His fists gathered energy, and he declared, "Heavenly Gong Feast." A resounding boom echoed as Jiang Yu propelled himself forward with remarkable speed, his fists emanating violet energy. The technique he was utilizing was known as Yin-Yang Fist Technique, a lower-grade martial skill of the Shen rank. Despite its modest rank, the power it unleashed was formidable, especially when combined with Jiang Yu's Azure Dragon physique, amplifying his strength exponentially. The wind howled, and the air was filled with a cacophony of sounds as the two figures collided once more before the attentive eyes of the crowd. As soon as they collided, Wang Qing felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, causing his pupils to constrict sharply and a muffled groan to escape his lips. Nevertheless, Wang Qing reacted swiftly. He rapidly circulated his true energy, calming the tumultuous aura within him, and then once more struck out with his palm toward Jiang Yu's chest, exclaiming, "Cloud, dispelling palm." Upon uttering these words, the surrounding gales swiftly coalesced, accompanying Wang Qing's hand as it hurled towards Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu countered with earthly kill fist, and a faint aura of malevolence enveloped him. At that moment, Wang Qing stood closest to Jiang Yu, acutely sensing the transformation in his opponent. The oncoming malevolence caused his breath to hitch. Damn it, what manner of monster is this? Not only does he possess terrifying physical strength, but his martial arts are also imbued with an eerie quality. Is this truly something a small clan could produce? Though his heart brimmed with confusion, Wang Qing did not falter, frantically channeling his internal energy to amplify its might. With a thunderous roar, their assaults collided once more. In an instant, a terrifying shockwave erupted, causing many of the less experienced onlookers to pale and retreat hastily. However, the subsequent scene filled the crowd with astonishment. Chapter 69. Let you all come together. Wang Qing staggered backward, a flush gracing his cheeks as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were wide with shock, and his aura was disordered. Cough! Cough! Jiang Yu. Before Wang Qing could finish his words, he could no longer suppress the injuries within him and spat out a mouthful of blood. What? How is this possible? The onlookers gasped in disbelief, and Lu Biao's expression turned incredulous, instinctively taking 2 steps back. He was acutely aware of Wang Qing's strength. Even with his own 6th level of the Divine Sea realm, defeating Wang Qing would be exceedingly difficult, if not impossible. Although Lu Biao had his grievances with Wang Qing, he could not deny the latter's considerable prowess. Among the inner disciples in the Southern District, few could best him. This was largely because the more talented inner disciples had either broken through to the transformation realm to become core disciples or had directly engaged in challenges, while those who aspired to lead remained in the inner sect. Silence enveloped the surroundings, and the crowd gazed in astonishment at the Jiang brothers, no one daring to utter a mocking word. With Wang Qing's defeat, even if Lu Biao were to intervene, it would hold little significance. After all, he had lost so thoroughly last time that, despite his recent advancements in strength, his chances of victory remained slim. Moreover, in addition to Jiang Chen, there was now the formidable elder brother Jiang Yu, whose exhibited prowess was beyond Lu Biao's capacity to contend with. Meanwhile, Jiang Daoxin observed his elder brother's impressive display, causing his earlier worries to vanish, replaced by a faint smile. On the other side, Jiang Yu cast a dispassionate glance at Wang Qing before shifting his focus to Lu Biao behind him. With indifference, he remarked, "Do not waste time. You two should attack together. Taking turns is simply too slow." As soon as Jiang Yu's words left his lips, the previously silent crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonishment, their incredulous gazes fixated upon Jiang Yu. Surely, he could not be suggesting he would face both Wang Qing and Lu Biao alone. Such audacity was remarkable. Indeed, Jiang Yu seemed to be overestimating his capabilities. The prospect of him simultaneously confronting both Lu Biao and Wang Qing promised a spectacle. Regardless of the outcome, the news of today's events would surely tarnish the reputation of the Starcy Academy. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Lu Biao and his companion's expressions darkened further. They found themselves caught in a dilemma, momentarily frozen in place. To confront Jiang Yu individually was impossible. Yet should they join forces, even if they managed to defeat Jiang Chen, they would become the subject of ridicule within the academy. After all, needing 2 seasoned students to handle a newcomer would undoubtedly humiliate them. At that moment, in the southern part of the dormitory area, 3 figures stood atop an ancient tree, their eyes fixed upon Jiang Chen and his companions in the distance, astonishment evident in their gazes. Leading them was a man clad in black, his features sharp and skin-bronzed. His eyes sparkled like a vast ocean of stars, exuding a powerful aura that commanded reverence from those around him. Beside him stood Long Outyen, who had previously conversed with Jiang Chen and the others. After a moment of silence, the man in black slowly spoke. "Outyen, your discernment is indeed commendable. I have yet to witness Jiang Chen in action, thus I cannot form a judgment. However, Jiang Yu is undoubtedly a rare talent." Upon hearing the black-clad man's words, Long Outyen beamed with a smile, responding, "President, if we were to recruit Jiang Chen and his companions into the Purple Cloud Society, it would undoubtedly enhance the guild's strength significantly." The man before them was none other than Duan Feng, the esteemed president of the Purple Cloud Society. As Long Outyen concluded his statement, Duan Feng nodded in agreement. He spoke up. "I had the intention to assist them in resolving their troubles, while simultaneously inviting them to join our ranks. However, it appears that the 3 brothers do not require our aid and can successfully navigate their current predicament on their own." Upon hearing this, the others standing behind Duan Feng displayed expressions of astonishment. One individual could not restrain himself and exclaimed, "President, do you truly believe that Jiang Yu can contend with 2 opponents simultaneously?" As he spoke, the others turned their gazes toward Duan Feng. Facing their scrutiny, Duan Feng gently nodded. Duan Feng stated, "Do not underestimate Jiang Yu. From the recent battle, It is evident that he has reserves of strength and has not exerted his full potential. Liu Biao and his companion are destined to suffer defeat this time. Regrettably, originally taken aback, the crowd now exhibited expressions of confusion upon hearing Duan Feng's unfinished thought. Long Ao Tian softly inquired, "President, what do you find regrettable?" Duan Feng withdrew his gaze and replied, "It is unfortunate that such a gifted genius typically harbors no desire to play second fiddle, rendering the likelihood of recruiting him virtually non-existent, especially since you have previously extended an invitation to them." As Duan Feng's words concluded, Long Ao Tian's face reflected contemplation, and he nodded slightly. He then spoke, "President, regardless of the challenges, we must make an attempt. Moreover, joining the Ziyun Society imposes no restrictions, and I believe Jiang Chen and the others will likely acquiesce." Duan Feng replied, "Very well, I shall delegate this matter to you. Should you encounter any insurmountable issues, simply inform me, and you shall have full authority over the rest." "Understood, President." Longyao Qianhua firmame. Meanwhile, observing the silent Wang Qing and others, Jiang Yu furrowed his brow and spoke in a low voice. "What? Did you not hear my words clearly? If you are unwilling to engage, step aside." Upon witnessing Jiang Yu's indifferent demeanor, Wang Qing's anger flared, feeling insulted, and his aura surged once more. Wang Qing retorted, "Jiang Yu, do not become too complacent. Today, the Shanghai Society shall teach you a lesson." With that, he turned to Liu Biao and said in a grave tone, "Since he has spoken thus, we shall have no reservations. Let us subdue him first." Liu Biao promptly understood and stepped forward to stand alongside Wang Qing, their gazes fixed intently on Jiang Yu. Seeing the two prepare to strike together, the others fell silent, refraining from further discussion. Jiang Daoxin, witnessing this scene, felt his temper rise. "Second brother, they are bullying us too much. Let us assist eldest brother and teach these two a proper lesson." Looking at Jiang Daoxin's furious expression, Jiang Chen gently patted his shoulder. Speaking softly, he said, "Do not be anxious. Trust in the strength of your elder brother. Just observe closely." Despite the calm demeanor of Jiang Chen, Jiang Daoxin still harbored some concern. Nevertheless, he managed to rein in his emotions.